Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 411 to Chapter 493. Swish. Swish. Lu Ming, Huang Qixuan, Xian Feng, Bu Fifan, and Sun Chu stood in the air, facing each other. The others were still fighting. Huang Qixuan, you got guts, huh? Do you want to be beaten up again? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixuan unhappily. Brat, don't be arrogant. Huang Qixuan said coldly. He condensed his true energy to replace his teeth to avoid the awkwardness of his speech. On the side, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. Of course, they noticed Huang Qixuan's miserable state. Could it be that he was beaten up by Lu Ming? If that was the case, they would have to re-evaluate Lu Ming. Everyone, this brat is very sinister. He has a hidden weapon that is impossible to guard against. I was ambushed by his hidden weapon. I suggest we work together to kill this brat first, then we can fight for the dragon scale. Huang Qixuan said coldly. Hee, is that so? Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Swish, Dandan flew out, smashing towards Huang Qixuan. You, what are you doing? Huang Qixuan roared, he was so angry that he was bleeding internally. Lu Ming did not play by the rules. Since he could not win the argument, he immediately took action. What was this? Huang Qixuan used all his strength to resist. But, bang, Dandan still smashed his face. His face, which had recovered a little, was smashed into dog shit again. Ah! Huang Qixuan roared like a madman, almost losing his mind. His face was smashed again and again. Huang Qixuan felt like he was going crazy. Hiss, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's stone egg was too strange. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and it could ignore all kinds of energy attacks. It was impossible to guard against. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were extremely solemn. Everyone, now that Huang Qixuan is injured, his battle prowess has been greatly reduced. Why don't we join forces and kill Huang Qixuan first? We will have one less competitor. Lu Ming shouted. Unconsciously, Sun Chu, Bu Fifan, and the others' gazes shifted to Huang Qixuan. Lu Ming was right. The situation would be clearer if he killed one of them first. As for killing Lu Ming, although they wanted to, they didn't have the guts. If they were hit by Lu Ming's stone egg, they wouldn't feel good. Huang Qixuan felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by these people. He shrieked and retreated 100 meters, cautiously looking at Bu Fifan, Lu Ming, and the others. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He really wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Huang Qixuan. Ah! What the hell is this? Help! At this moment, some of the people who were fighting suddenly cried out in alarm. Lu Ming and the others were startled and couldn't help but look over. Around the underground cavern, there were wisps of blood chi rising from the ground. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils. On the ground, strange patterns appeared out of nowhere. What was even more shocking was that blood-red tentacles stretched out from the ground, entangling some of the experts. Those experts struggled with all their might, but they couldn't break free from the blood-red tentacles. Ah! My blood! Those who were entangled screamed in horror because their blood was being sucked away by these tentacles. In less than a dozen breaths, more than a dozen people were sucked dry, dying an unnatural death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their teeth chattering. They remembered that before they entered the dragon cave, they also saw a large number of corpses outside. Those corpses were also sucked dry of blood, just like the scene in front of them. How could this be? What is this thing? Swish! Swish! The patterns on the ground glowed, and the number of tentacles increased. More and more people were entangled. Run, quickly run, this is a demonic land. Run! Many people screamed in horror and turned around to run. Let's go, let's get out of here. Boo! Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others gritted their teeth and gave the order to retreat. Although the dragon scales were precious, they needed to be alive to use them. This place was too strange. It was not worth it to stay here and lose their lives. Today, none of you will leave. At this moment, a sinister voice sounded. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, figures appeared on the walls of the underground cavern. These figures were dressed in black robes. They were hiding in the holes in the walls, and no one noticed them. There were about 100 of them. As soon as these people appeared, their hands shot out rays of light into the ground. The patterns on the ground shone brightly. Then, more blood-red tentacles rushed out from the ground, blocking everyone's path of retreat. There were at least a few thousand tentacles, waving wildly and entangling the crowd. This time, 50 to 60 people were entangled by the tentacles. They screamed in horror as their blood was sucked dry. After their blood was sucked dry, more tentacles rushed out from the ground. This is the Great Inscription Formation. Who are you? Bufifin slashed out with his saber. A blazing saber ray shot out and cut off 5 or 6 tentacles. However, the severed tentacles quickly grew back. I spent so much effort to set up the Grand Annihilation Formation. How could you possibly break it? The sinister voice sounded again. A young man in a blood-red robe walked out from the darkness. There was a lifelike blood-red dragon embroidered on his blood-red robe. The young man's face was very pale, and he looked extremely sinister. Tell me, who are you? Bufifin shouted. Hee, since you're going to die here today, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The young man in the blood-red robe smiled. What? You're from the Dragon Burial Abyss? Bufifin and the others exclaimed in disbelief. It was not that the other party was strong. On the contrary, the Dragon Burial Abyss had always been very mysterious, just like the ancient Desolation City. However, the ancient Desolation City had a peerless expert. However, the Dragon Burial Abyss was different. There were very few experts who came out of the Dragon Burial Abyss. There had never been a genius from the Dragon Burial Abyss who participated in the selection of the Imperial Divine Guards. Therefore, no one knew the true strength of the Dragon Burial Abyss. They only roughly classified it as a large area. This time, not only did the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss appear, but they also set up a great formation to kill them. No wonder they were shocked. Impossible? How did you get in? Sun Chu shouted. When they came in, they did not see the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Moreover, according to the young man in the blood-red robe, they seemed to have set up the formation a long time ago. Hee, you're so naive. Do you think there's only one entrance to the Dragon Cave? The young man in the blood-red robe sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of us. We deciphered the inscriptions of the Dragon Cave to attract geniuses like you. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, my Dragon Devourer divine skill will reach the greater success stage. In this selection of the Imperial Divine Guards, I will definitely become one of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards and lead the Dragon Burial Abyss to the peak. Ha ha ha. A trap, everything was a trap. Everyone understood that everything was a trap set up by the people of Dragon Burial Abyss. Although they didn't know what method the people of Dragon Burial Abyss used, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of them. The reason was that the genius of Dragon Burial Abyss wanted to use their blood to cultivate a divine technique. You want my blood? Dream on. Huang Qixian roared. His arms shook as he used the Crimson Phoenix Slash. Under one attack, more than a dozen tentacles were cut off. Unfortunately, it was useless as more tentacles would be formed soon. Haha, it's useless. My trap is foolproof. Just wait for your death. The blood-robed youth sneered. Let's join forces and rush in the same direction. Xian Feng, who had been silent, said. Okay, I agree. I agree too. Bufifin and Sun Chu nodded. Lu Ming also nodded. Okay, let's go. Huang Qixian roared as he used the Phoenix Wing Slash and rushed towards the exit. Clang. Whoosh, sword light, saber light, fist light, spear light, they gathered together and rushed towards the exit. In an instant, more than 100 tentacles were destroyed. Before the tentacles could recover, they had already rushed a few hundred meters away. Use all your strength to control the array and stop them. The blood-robed youth's expression changed as he roared. Around him, more than 100 youths of Dragon Burial Abyss shouted in unison. True chi surged as inscriptions formed in their hands and sank into the ground. All of a sudden, more tentacles appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. They were densely packed and constantly entangled toward them. For a moment, even if they joined forces, they couldn't break out. Kill! At this moment, the blood-robed youth shouted as his figure flashed and rushed into the array. His movement technique was like a ghost as he flashed among the tentacles. Those tentacles ignored him. Die! The blood-robed youth clawed out. His claw was as red as blood and his target was Huang Qixuan. Huang Qixuan was obviously injured and he wanted to kill him first. Huang Qixuan roared as he used the phoenix wing slash to clash with the blood-robed youth's claw. Boom! Huang Qixuan's body shook as he staggered back. The blood-robed youth's figure flashed and disappeared among the tentacles. Bu Fifan and the others wanted to help, but it was too late. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood-robed youth flickered a few times and appeared behind Huang Qixuan. His blood-red claws were like the claws of a blood dragon as they clawed at Huang Qixuan. Huang Qixuan fought back with all his might. It had to be said that the blood-robed youth's strength was extremely terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than Huang Qixuan at his peak. Huang Qixuan was not a match at all. With the tentacles wrapped around him, Huang Qixuan was completely at a disadvantage. After several moves, Huang Qixuan's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a tentacle wrapped around Huang Qixuan. Break! Huang Qixuan roared and struggled with all his might. However, he was only able to break free from a few tentacles. Around him, even more tentacles wrapped around him. No, save me! Huang Qixuan panicked and cried out in shock. Slash, slash. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the rest exerted their full strength, trying to save Huang Qixuan. Usually, they couldn't wait for each other to die. But now, they were all in the same boat. One less person meant one less power. If you want to save him, take care of yourself first. The blood-robed youth sneered. In a flicker, he charged towards Bu Fifan, exchanging several moves with Bu Fifan. Ah! Huang Qixuan screamed miserably. His body shriveled up rapidly as the blood in his body was sucked out. Save me, ah! Huang Qixuan screamed, his voice was filled with unwillingness and fear. Several breaths later, his screams came to an abrupt end as he turned into a dried corpse. Huang Qixuan, the strongest person in a super region, a rare genius who had reached the fourth battle, died in this place, turning into a dried corpse. Ah! Ah! Screams echoed in the surroundings. At this time, less than 100 people had died. Most of the young expert's blood had been sucked out. After absorbing so many young geniuses' blood, the Annihilation Array's power became even more terrifying. The entire cavern was filled with blood-red tentacles. At this time, those tentacles actually merged together. Several tentacles merged into one. Their power was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming and the rest found it difficult to defeat them. As for the remaining 100 or so young geniuses, they were entangled by the tentacles in just a few breaths' time. Screams continued to echo as the Annihilation Array became even more frenzied. Inside the array, only Lu Ming, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and Xian Feng were left. At this time, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu's eyes flickered with fear. Lu Ming frowned, while Xian Feng's face was cold and stern. Haha, only the 4 of you are left, all of you can die. The blood-robed youth laughed loudly. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and took a step forward. This step was not in the direction of the exit. Instead, it was in the opposite direction of the exit. It was in the direction of the pitch-black darkness. Boom, 7 to 8 tentacles were destroyed. Lu Ming rushed forward, his long spear thrusting out. The power of wind and fire merged, destroying 3 tentacles that were trying to entangle him. What are you doing? Bu Fifan roared. At this critical moment, Lu Ming actually dashed in the opposite direction. It was fine if he was courting death, but their strength had been weakened. Sun Chu's face was extremely ugly. Only Xian Feng's expression did not change. Even the blood-robed youth was slightly stunned. Is this brat stupid? The blood-robed youth sneered. Heaven's path palm. Lu Ming did not say a word as he continued to charge inside. Ignore that brat, we'll charge with all our strength. Bufifin roared. The three of them worked together and continued to charge outside. Humph, that brat is charging inside. That's a dead end, only death awaits. Use all your strength to control the array and deal with those three. The blood-robed youth ordered. Immediately, the 100 or so young geniuses controlled the array, and more tentacles rushed towards Bufifin and the rest. With this, the number of tentacles in front of Lu Ming decreased by several times, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continuously blasted out several Heaven's Path palm imprints, destroying a large number of tentacles in front of him. Lu Ming continued to charge forward. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to charge out of the array and enter the dark place. The blood-robed youth's eyes flashed as he muttered, "No, this brat's behavior is strange. He might have something to rely on. I have to stop him first." With a flash, the blood-robed youth's body appeared in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. "Stay here." The blood-robed youth shouted coldly as his blood claw grabbed at Lu Ming. A strong wind whistled, filled with the smell of blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out his long spear and collided with the blood-red claw. A powerful force surged, and Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted as he stepped out. "I've said that none of you can leave the array. Become my nourishment and help me cultivate a divine skill." The blood-robed youth shouted coldly as his blood claw clashed with Lu Ming's foot. Immediately, both of them retreated 3 steps. "Dandan!" Lu Ming suddenly slapped the stone egg. Whoosh! As soon as Dandan rushed out, the surrounding tentacles wrapped around Dandan. "Humph, I have the final say in this formation. Your tricks are all in vain." "Ah." At first, the red-robed young man snorted calmly, but the next moment, he screamed in panic. Because Dandan completely ignored the tentacles and directly hit the red-robed young man's face. The red-robed young man tried his best to dodge, but in the end, bang, Dandan hit his face, and blood splattered everywhere. The red-robed young man's face was smashed into dog poop. "Ah!" The blood-robed youth hollered and his figure flashed continuously. He distanced himself from Lu Ming and hollered furiously, "Damn it, damn it. Control the array and kill him." Whoosh! Some of the tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming. "Quick, quick, quick!" Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and rushed forward. He performed the Heavenly Palm and 9 Dragons Skystep continuously. Previously, most of the tentacles were used to deal with Bufifin and the other 2. The tentacles on his side were relatively weak, and he immediately opened a passage. Bang! 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 The tentacles exploded one by one, and Lu Ming rushed out for thousands of meters in an instant. He was close to the dark area. When he got closer, he saw that it was an abyss. On the other side of the cave was an abyss. The abyss was so dark that he couldn't see how deep it was. It was filled with black fog and looked extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Those tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming crazily, and they were several times denser than before. "Go to hell, boy." The red-robed young man's eyes were extremely cold. "Haha." Lu Ming sneered and kicked out. The last few tentacles in front of him were smashed by him. Then, he leaped into the abyss. "Damn it." The red-robed young man flashed and appeared beside the abyss. He looked at the abyss with fear, but he didn't dare to chase after him. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black-robed figures appeared beside the red-robed young man. "Senior brother, what should we do? This guy jumped into the abyss. Should we chase after him?" A black-robed man asked. "There's no need for that. This abyss is the most dangerous place in the dragon's lair. Even though I've cultivated the Dragon Devourer godly skill, I'll still die if I go down there. This guy will definitely die if he jumps down there. However, it's too easy for him to die in the abyss." The blood-robed young man said coldly. "Now, go all out and kill the 3 of them." The scarlet-robed young man pointed at Bufifin and the other 2. "Yes." The black-robed man responded and controlled the formation with all his might. Lu Ming didn't know what was happening above. He jumped down into the abyss and suddenly felt a strong force sweeping over him. His body couldn't help but fall down rapidly. Huff huff, gusts of wind blew past his ears, and the surroundings were filled with black fog. Through the black fog, Lu Ming discovered that the abyss was unfathomably wide. It was also very deep. Lu Ming fell for at least tens of thousands of meters before he felt his body lighten. The energy disappeared, and he could fly again. Lu Ming operated his true qi to stop his falling momentum and slowly floated down. After about a kilometer, they finally reached the bottom. Kacha. When Lu Ming stepped on the ground, there was a kacha sound. Lu Ming looked down and was slightly surprised. The ground was covered in white bones. Human bones. Lu Ming took a glance and gasped a breath of cold air. The ground was littered with skeletons. It was unknown how many skeletons there were, but they covered the ground. Moreover, they were all in human form. Could it be that the human martial artists who broke into this place over the endless years have all turned into white bones? Lu Ming thought to himself. He couldn't help but become serious. He focused his attention and observed his surroundings at all times. There was silence all around. There was no sound at all. Coupled with the white bones on the ground, Lu Ming felt like he had come to the abyss of hell. The Nine Dragons' bloodline is unusually restless and seems to be very excited. There must be something here that attracted the Nine Dragons' bloodline. I should search around. Lu Ming thought and began to move forward and observe his surroundings. Lu Ming activated his true qi and walked on air, ignoring the white bones. After walking for a few kilometers, he still didn't find anything. Woo-woo, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The gust of wind was cold, blowing on his body, giving him goosebumps. Roar, suddenly, there was a loud roar and energy overflowed. A black shadow pounced on Lu Ming with an extremely terrifying momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He pulled out his spear and collided with the black shadow. Bang, with a loud bang, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy, like the water of the sea, surging toward him. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat. The blood in his body was in turmoil. This is a dragon? At this moment, Lu Ming saw what the black shadow that attacked him was. It was actually a huge dragon. There were 5 dragon claws on its abdomen and its entire body was pitch black. 5 claws, a true dragon? No, it's not a true dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw that this true dragon was not a physical body, but was condensed from energy. It was condensed from a kind of black energy. This energy was filled with tyranny, ferocity, and evil. Roar, the black dragon's attack missed and it roared again, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Before it arrived, it brought about a violent gust of wind, whistling through the air. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming stepped out and collided with the black dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he quickly retreated. Strong, this black dragon's strength was too strong, surpassing Lu Ming's by a large margin. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't want to continue the battle and turned to run. That black dragon roared and chased after him. Roar, before Lu Ming ran 100 meters, there was another roar in front of him. A black dragon that was dozens of meters long appeared and pounced on Lu Ming. Another one, there were 2 dragons in front and behind, forming a pincer attack. Roar. Roar, it wasn't over yet. There were loud roars from both sides, and 2 more black dragons appeared. Lu Ming's expression changed completely. He wasn't a match for 1 black dragon, let alone 4. Moreover, who knew if there were more? As if confirming Lu Ming's words, there were roars in the distance, rising and falling. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Ming's face turned red, and he wanted to slap himself. Whatever he thought of, it really came. Amidst the roars, more than a dozen black dragons appeared, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Now, I can only try the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming frowned. In the next moment, blood light surged, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Roar, as soon as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, it roared at those black dragons. Those black dragons trembled and stopped, looking at the 9 dragons' bloodline with some fear. It's really effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up in joy. The formation of these black dragons was definitely related to the true dragons, and the 9 dragons were above the true dragons. As expected, it had a deterrent effect on these black dragons. Roar, at this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and flew out. A powerful devouring force erupted from its mouth, enveloping a black dragon. That black dragon cried out in horror and struggled with all its might. Following that, the 9 dragons' bloodline pulled forcefully. The giant dragon roared, and large chunks of mist were actually pulled out. The black dragon's body was made of these mist clouds. These mist clouds twisted and rolled in the air, unusually evil. Evil fiendish aura. These mist clouds were all made of evil fiendish aura. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons' bloodline pulled again, and a series of explosions erupted from the black dragon's body, and a large number of mist clouds exploded. The mist clouds exploded, and a milky white gas was revealed in the black dragon's body. The milky white gas was about a meter long and was in the shape of a dragon. At this moment, it was trembling in fear. Could this be dragon essence? Lu Ming was dumbfounded at first, then ecstasy. Dragon essence was the essence of a true dragon's body, similar to a martial artist's true chi, but countless times stronger than a martial artist's true chi. This dragon essence could actually absorb the evil aura and fiendish aura between heaven and earth and condense into a black dragon. It definitely contained the essence of a true dragon's body. This was a supreme treasure to a martial artist. If a martial artist refined the dragon essence, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. And to Lu Ming, it was even more precious. The true dragon battle art he cultivated was dragon-shaped true chi. If he refined this dragon essence, the true dragon battle art would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Haha, absorb for me. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and erupted with a powerful devouring power. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the 1-meter-long dragon essence into its mouth. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and pounced on the other black dragons. Although those black dragons were extremely powerful, in the face of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. They were scared half to death and their strength was greatly reduced. In a few moves, the 9 dragons' bloodline caught another one, and the evil aura outside collapsed, revealing a dragon essence inside. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing another dragon essence. Then, it continued to pounce on the next one. Those black dragons roared in horror and turned to run. My dragon essence, don't even think about running. Lu Ming broke into a run and gave chase. Just like that, roars sounded in this underground abyss. Half a day later, everything calmed down. 18 streaks of dragon essence, 18 streaks in total. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he sat cross-legged on a stone wall, his face flickering with excitement. Earlier, he had killed a total of 18 black dragons and captured 18 dragon essences. Then, he circled around again and only stopped when he was sure that there were no more black dragons. Now, let's start cultivating the true battle dragon art. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he extracted a strand of dragon essence from the 9 dragons' bloodline and started to circulate the true dragon battle art. When the dragon essence entered his meridians, the true energy in Lu Ming's body seemed to become excited. It wrapped around the dragon essence and refined it into true energy. In that moment, Lu Ming's true energy grew even more lifelike, almost as if it were a miniature dragon. His true chi became even more condensed. The true dragon battle art was rapidly improving. After refining the first strand, he continued with the second, and the third. After Lu Ming refined the 5 dragon essences, the true chi in his body roared. The true dragon battle art had broken through from the 5th level to the 6th level. His true chi was 7 times more condensed than an ordinary person. This was not enough. He continued to refine the dragon essences. 2 days later, the remaining dragon essences were all refined. The true dragon battle art had broken through another level and reached the 7th level. His true chi was 8 times more condensed than an ordinary person. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased by a level, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power and his true chi was incomparably condensed. With a wave of his hand, his true chi condensed into a spear light and shot into the ground, piercing a bottomless hole in the ground. The spear that Lu Ming condensed with his true chi was comparable to an ordinary level 4 spirit weapon. That was because Lu Ming's true chi was too condensed. The weapon that was condensed was incomparably sturdy. This allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to increase by a large margin. The true dragon battle art has risen by 2 levels. My current battle strength has definitely reached the level of a 5 battle genius. Lu Ming pondered. 2 levels of the true dragon. Battle art had allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to surpass a limit, reaching the level of a 5 battle genius. A 5 battle genius, if this were to be known, it would scare people to death. If I were to fight Huang Qixuan now, I would be able to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming measured his own battle strength. His cultivation was the same as Huang Qixuan's, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. His battle strength was also at the level of a 5 battle genius, while Huang Qixuan was only at the level of a 4 battle genius. Lu Ming's battle strength was a level higher than Huang Qixuan's. It would not be difficult to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming withdrew his cultivation and rose to his feet. Let's see if there's anything else in this abyss. Lu Ming began to look around. The abyss was huge, spanning over 10 miles. Lu Ming walked around for half a day but did not discover anything. It seemed like there were only 18 of those black dragons and they were all killed by Lu Ming. He did not discover any other living creatures or spirit herbs. Apart from bones, there was nothing else. An hour later. There's a stone carving there. In the depths of the abyss, Lu Ming saw a stone carving on a wall. The stone carving was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a true dragon carved on it. The true dragon's scales were of 3 different colors. What a realistic stone carving! Lu Ming exclaimed as he looked at the stone carving. The true dragon seemed to be real, as if it was a real dragon that was embedded in the stone wall. It emitted an aura that could devour everything and dominate the world. Boom! Lu Ming looked at it and suddenly, there was an explosion in his mind. Following that, he discovered that his surroundings had changed. He discovered that he was in a layer of clouds, which was formed by flames. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the clouds, while a fierce wind howled in all directions. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Lu Ming was shocked to discover that a real dragon with scales of 3 different colors was surging and flying in the clouds. It was more than 10,000 meters long and had 5 dragon claws. It was extremely terrifying as it walked in the air. A true dragon. Lu Ming actually saw a true dragon. Roar! The 3-colored true dragon roared at the sky. In an instant, the heavens and earth cracked and a long crack appeared. Lu Ming felt a rumble in his mind, as if a piece of information flew into his mind. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed and the true dragon disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carving on the stone wall. What's going on? Was it all an illusion just now? No, there's an additional piece of information in my mind. It's real. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he began to organize the information in his mind. The 3 unique skills of the dragon god. The information in his mind was actually a martial technique called the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Moreover, it was a spear technique. Spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Currently, his strongest attacks were the 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps and the heaven's path palm. His spear technique was his weakest. He had always wanted to find a spear technique to cultivate, but spear techniques were much more lacking compared to sword, blade, fist, and palm techniques. He had never found a suitable one. Now, what about the spear technique he obtained from the true dragon stone carving? According to this information, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god was created by a true dragon named Lei Su. Lu Ming closed his eyes and read carefully. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Amazing, this is too amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. According to the records, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god needed to comprehend 3 types of concepts of heaven and earth. Moreover, the 3 types of concepts had to be completely merged together to cultivate to the highest level. Above the force was the concept. They were the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder. Only by comprehending these 3 concepts and merging them together could one cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the highest level. However, it was not necessary to comprehend 3 concepts to cultivate. According to the records, one could cultivate if they comprehended 1 concept, but the power would be much weaker. If one comprehended one concept and cultivated the three ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power of the three ultimate skills of the dragon god would be about the same as a superior earth-class martial skill. If one comprehended two concepts and merged them together, the power would reach the inferior heaven-class martial skill. If one comprehended three concepts, the power would reach the superior heaven-class martial skill. According to Lei Su's speculation, three concepts were not the limit. If one could comprehend four concepts and merge them together, the power of the three ultimate skills of the dragon god would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Lei Su had been born with three concepts. In the end, he did not comprehend the fourth concept. Concept, I am still too far away. Even my force has not reached perfection. Lu Ming sighed. Could it be that I can't cultivate without comprehending a concept? Lu Ming was somewhat indignant. He carefully read the information in his mind. After a while, he revealed a trace of joy. This time, he had a new discovery. It was not necessary to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth to cultivate. As long as one comprehended the corresponding force, they could cultivate it. However, they could not cultivate it to a high level. Lu Ming had comprehended the wind and fire force, which corresponded with the wind and fire concepts. If he cultivated the three ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power of the three ultimate skills of the dragon god would be equivalent to an inferior heaven-class martial skill. However, with Lu Ming's current two types of force that were at the limit of large success, he could at most cultivate the three ultimate skills of the dragon god to the first level. Only when both potentials reached perfection could one cultivate to the second level. This was the limit. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Haha, the first level is fine too. Lu Ming laughed heartily, very satisfied. One had to know that he had merged two forces, and the two forces had already merged successfully. Cultivating the three ultimate skills of the dragon god was equivalent to a low-grade heaven rank martial skill. The first level of a heaven-class low-grade martial skill was already stronger than the highest level of an earth-class martial skill. In other words, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the first level of the three ultimates of dragon god, its power would completely surpass the heaven's path palm and become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. In the future, when my wind and fire evolves into the state of heaven and earth, I will go and comprehend the state of thunder. Then, the might of this three ultimate skills of the dragon god will be very strong. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. This stone inscription actually contains such a strong ultimate skill. How wonderful. Let me take a look again. Immediately, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and looked at it seriously. Whoosh! The environment suddenly changed. This time, it was different from the last time. This time, Lu Ming appeared in a starry sky. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out as a three-colored true dragon flew through the starry sky. Its 5 dragon claws took one step at a time as it stepped forward. Every step it took caused the world to rumble and space to crack open like a spiderweb. True dragon steps. Lu Ming's body trembled. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the tricolor true dragon's claws. The true dragon's steps reminded him of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Although the 9 dragons were stronger than the true dragon, that level was too far away from Lu Ming. Not to mention the 9 dragons, even the true dragon was tens of thousands of times stronger than Lu Ming. The true dragon's steps were similar to the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Instantly, Lu Ming felt enlightened. Some parts of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps that he couldn't comprehend were instantly cleared up. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Then, he took a step forward. Rumble, heaven and earth roared. This piece of heaven and earth suddenly shattered and the environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone inscriptions. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Let me test it out. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He didn't dare to test it in the abyss. He was afraid that he would destroy the abyss if he took a step out. Everything else was fine, but it would be a pity if he destroyed the stone inscription. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Suddenly, Lu Ming whispered. Then, he took a step forward. Bang, The moment he stepped on the platform of the Temple of Paragon, the entire Temple of Paragon shook. Luckily, the Temple of Paragon was Nine Suns Supreme's treasure. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he couldn't destroy it. The Temple of Paragon only shook a little, then calmed down. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward. This step was not to start from scratch. Instead, it was to build on the foundation of the first step and take another step forward. 9 Dragons Heaven Trampling Steps. Second step. Lu Ming had finally mastered the second step. Buzz, heaven and earth rumbled. A mysterious aura rippled under Lu Ming's feet. Boom, with this step, the Temple of Paragon shook violently again. This time, it was even more violent than before. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming took a deep breath. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming thought. 9 Dragons Heaven Trampling Steps. With every step, his body would feel a strong pressure. With 2 consecutive steps, the pressure would increase exponentially. Of course, its power was also terrifying. Its power has surpassed the Heaven Path Palm. It barely reaches the power of a heaven-level low-class. According to the records of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, the first 2 steps can be considered as laying the foundation. The increase in power is not very obvious. From the 3rd step onwards, the power will increase exponentially with each step. That is terrifying. However, the difficulty of cultivation will also increase exponentially. This stone inscription is amazing. Let me take a look. Then, Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription again. The environment changed again. This time, he was still in the same starry sky. The tricolor true dragon was striding over. This time, Lu Ming merely observed carefully. There were no other strange movements. Not long after, the tricolor true dragon's body started to change rapidly. In the end, it turned into a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a tricolor robe. A long spear appeared in his hand and he started to dance. This is the 3 skills of the dragon god. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He looked at it carefully. The 3 skills of the dragon god had 3 moves. They were the True Dragon Strike, the 1000 Dragons Kill, and the Ultimate Strike. The first 2 moves could be cultivated regardless of how many intents and forces one had comprehended. Only the 3rd move, the Ultimate Strike, could be cultivated if one had comprehended the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning. Once it was successfully cultivated, its power would be incomparably terrifying. With a thrust of the spear, it would be able to pierce through everything. There was nothing it could not break. Unexpectedly, the stone inscription had a scene of Lei Su practicing his spear skills. This was a great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately took out his long spear and started waving it around. The long spear danced like a dragon, bringing with it the power of wind and fire, and vaguely letting out a dragon roar. But after a while, the dragon roar stopped abruptly, and Lu Ming also stopped cultivating. Although he failed, Lu Ming was not depressed. Of course, the 3 unique skills of the dragon god could not be cultivated so easily. Moreover, his power of wind and fire was only at the greater success stage. It was already very good to be able to cultivate the dragon roar on his first try, and it was all thanks to the stone inscription. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. There were 2 main types of cultivation. One was the 3 unique skills of the dragon god, and the other was the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Because these 2 types of cultivation could be enlightened by looking at the stone inscriptions, it was very helpful for cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the end of the Empyrean Divine Guard selection. At this time, all the geniuses in the entire Dongming ancient battlefield were gathering at the center of the battlefield. There, they would participate in the final test. In the Dragon's Cave, a huge underground cave, blood chi was rolling like an ocean. Suddenly, the blood chi surged and formed a huge blood-red dragon, rushing towards a blood-robed youth and entering his body in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, the blood-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of blood-red light pierced through hundreds of meters of the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 100 black-robed men appeared in front of the blood-robed youth and shouted, "Congratulations, senior brother! Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the blood of those geniuses this time. Unfortunately, one of them jumped into the abyss, and the other one escaped. Otherwise, I would be able to reach a higher level. But this is enough. One of the 4 heavenly divine guards, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, will belong to me, Xianxia. The blood-robed youth laughed. Senior brother is invincible. The black-robed man flattered. Haha, let's go. Let's go to the final test. The blood-robed youth smiled and led the group out of the dragon's cave, heading towards the central area. Not far away from the dragon's cave, there was a hidden valley. A young figure walked out of the valley. Lightning crackled around his body, and his aura shot up into the sky. 1. If you want to die, wait until I know the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. CT. The roar of a dragon resounded as the power of wind and fire converged, forming a 2-colored true dragon that roared out. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god, the limit of the first level. Unfortunately, if I want to break through to the second level, I need the power of wind and fire to reach perfection. After 2 months of cultivation, Xiaoqian had finally succeeded in cultivating the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. Furthermore, he had reached the limit of the first level. This was equivalent to an inferior heaven rank martial technique. It was already very rare to be able to cultivate it in such a short period of time. Unfortunately, I still haven't succeeded in cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming sighed. During this period of time, the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming felt that he was only 1 step away from cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Once he cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, its power would increase crazily. The power of the 3rd step was equivalent to the 6th level of an inferior heaven rank martial technique. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. The 3-month deadline is almost up. I really want to continue cultivating here. Lu Ming sighed, looking at the dragon-shaped stone carving with bright eyes. Can we dig this stone carving away? Lu Ming stared at the stone and carefully examined it. After a while, he flew up and took out a shiny broadsword. He actually started to cut around the stone. He wanted to take this stone away. Sizzle sizzle, the stone walls here were very hard. When the broadsword that was equivalent to a grade 4 spirit weapon cut into the stone walls, sparks flew in all directions. The resistance was unbelievably great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used all his strength to cut and dig. After half a day, Lu Ming was sweating profusely, but he was only halfway done. Haha, sure, continue. Lu Ming buried his head and worked hard again. Crack, suddenly, a gotcha sound came from the stone inscription. A crack actually appeared in the middle of the stone inscription. Don't. Lu Ming shouted. Crack. Crack. The sound became more and more intense. Cracks like a spider web appeared on the stone. Bang. In the end, the entire stone exploded and turned into ashes, drifting in all directions. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This stone inscription actually exploded on its own. Sigh, it seems that I can't take it away at all. As long as I dig, the stone will self-destruct. Lu Ming sighed. It was a pity. In this way, he was the only one who knew the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Forget it, without the stone, I can still cultivate the 3 unique skills of the dragon god to the highest level. I have to set off now, or it will be too late. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew up. But when he flew more than 1,000 meters in the air, there was an invisible force that prevented Lu Ming from flying. Lu Ming slid to the side, sticking to the wall, and quickly climbed up. After a while, Lu Ming finally came out of the abyss and arrived at the huge cave. The underground cave was quiet, without the slightest sound. On the ground, there were hundreds of dried corpses, all of which were the young experts who came in last time. And the dragon scale had naturally disappeared long ago. I wonder if Bufifin and the rest have escaped. Lu Ming whispered and walked forward. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. There were a few dried corpses here, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Bufifin, Sun Chu. Lu Ming sighed. Through the clothes, he recognized that the 2 dried corpses belonged to Bufifin and Sun Chu. It seemed that the 2 strongest experts of the super regions did not escape in the end. However, he did not see Xianfeng's corpse. Did Xianfeng escape? Lu Ming pondered. The ancient desolate city had always been mysterious. It was normal for Xianfeng to have some powerful means to escape. Let's go. Then, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and rushed up the cave. Very soon, he was out of the dragon's cave. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared. He went to the central area with all his might. In the central area of the Dongming ancient battlefield, there were 108 altars built on a flat ground. Each altar was 100 meters tall and was unusually majestic. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ear-rending sounds could be heard as several figures appeared outside the altars. The Dongming ancient battlefield was divided into 4 directions. Each direction corresponded to an altar. The geniuses of the eastern Tianxian region were scattered in these 4 directions. Lu Ming was in the east. Figures flashed around the altars in the east. Powerful youths appeared one after another. A few hours later, more than 3,000 people had gathered and the number was still increasing. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of sword light flew over and appeared outside the altars. When the sword light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. They were Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu. Their auras were clearly much stronger than 2 months ago. Brother Jian. As soon as Jian Fengyun appeared, someone flew over to greet him. Brother Jiang. Jian Fengyun smiled. This person was Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. There were also some familiar faces on the Emperor Yun leaderboard, such as Su Yingying, who was ranked 13th. Lu Shaofeng, who was ranked 35th. When they first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield, not everyone had gathered together. A large number of people gathered together, but there were also some who were scattered far away after being teleported in. Jiang Hongwen and the others were the same. Jian Fengyun nodded and greeted them. The number of people increased and soon, more than 5,000 people had gathered. Look, that's the genius from the super region, Fengyun Bei. The genius from Bayou City is here too. That's also a super region. There were people exclaiming in the surroundings. That was because the geniuses from the super region had appeared one by one. Look, what's that? A blood-red cloud? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. In the distance, a blood-red cloud surged over. When it got close, the cloud dispersed, revealing more than 100 figures. The one leading them was Zongxing from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The others were the young experts from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Hee hee. A bunch of trash. Zongxing looked at the geniuses from the super region and smiled disdainfully. He didn't restrain his voice in the slightest and it spread far and wide. What did you say? You're courting death. A genius from the Fengyun Bei roared and his killing intent surged. He moved and pounced at Zongxing. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was a martial ancestor realm early stage. Whoosh, at this moment, Buried Life's figure flashed like a phantom. In the next moment, a shrill scream rang out. Everyone was horrified to see that Buried Life's claw had grabbed the head of the Windcloud Bay young man, leaving 5 holes in his skull. The body of the Windcloud Bay youth wriggled rapidly. Within a few breaths, he turned into a dried corpse. All the blood and chi essence in his body had disappeared. Hiss hiss, gasps could be heard everywhere. Everyone looked at Buried Life in shock. He was a genius in the early stage of martial ancestor realm LV8. Furthermore, he was likely to be a genius who had won 3 battles. However, he was as weak as a chicken in Zongxing's hands. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. Just how strong was Buried Life? Boom. Boom. Powerful auras erupted from the Windcloud Bay area. Hundreds of youths stared at Zongxing with gloomy eyes. One of them, in particular, had an exceptionally powerful aura that was extremely terrifying. He wore a robe and stepped out. He glared at Zongxing and said, "Friend, aren't you going too far?" He is from the Aeolus sect, the strongest in the Storm Bay area. Someone recognized the young man. Going too far? He is just a piece of trash. Am I wrong to say that? He wants to attack me. He is just courting death. Why? Do you want to attack me too? I don't mind sending you on your way to accompany him. Zongxing smiled contemptuously. He licked his lips and looked at the Aeolus sect with a cold and greedy gaze. Arrogance. He was blatantly arrogant. Even in the face of the strongest in a super region, he was still arrogant. The Aeolus sect frowned. He did not know why, but when Xianxia stared at him, the Aeolus sect felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Where are you from? The Aeolus sect asked. Hee, you want to? No? There is no harm in telling you. We are from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Xianxia sneered. Dragon Burial Abyss? The Aeolus sect's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised and said, all right, I will remember this. The Aeolus sect had retreated. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Clearly, the Aeolus sect did not attack. They were retreating. Wasn't the Dragon Burial Abyss an ordinary large area? How could there be such a terrifying genius? How could he make the Aeolus sect retreat? The crowd looked at Xianxia curiously. Hee. Xianxia sneered. At this moment, more and more people had gathered. There were already more than 10,000 people. Whoosh, in the sky, a flash of lightning appeared and a figure appeared. Xiao Changkong. When the people of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range saw Xiao Changkong, they exclaimed. The moment Xiao Changkong appeared, he looked around. In the next moment, he saw Jian Fengyun and the others. He took a step forward and stood in front of Jian Fengyun and the others. He looked around and said coldly, where is Lu Ming? Why isn't he here? Is he dead? Do any of you know anything about him? His tone was domineering and it was filled with a commanding tone. It did not sound like a question but more like an order for Jian Fengyun and the others to speak. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others frowned. They were all geniuses. Xiao Changkong's tone naturally made them unhappy. Brother Lu is a peerless genius. Of course he wouldn't be dead. He is most likely on his way here. Jian Fengyun said. Brother Lu? You call him so intimately. It seems like you have been with Lu Ming all this time. Tell me, where is Lu Ming? Send him a message and ask him to come here and accept his death. Xiao Changkong ordered. Xiao Changkong, watch your attitude. Even if I know where he is, why should I tell you? Jian Fengyun's voice turned cold. Why? Are you unhappy? Haha, Jian Fengyun, do you still think that you are the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? Let me tell you, in front of me, you are just a piece of trash. Now, kneel down. Xiao Changkong was extremely arrogant and he slapped Jian Fengyun with his palm. Clang, the sound of a sword rang and Jian Fengyun unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword chi shot up to the sky. The early stage of the martial ancestor realm. It was obvious that Jian Fengyun had made a breakthrough during this period and had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Xiao Changkong, you may have had a fortuitous encounter and your cultivation has improved greatly. However, you are too arrogant. Let me see how much progress you have made. Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Clang, in the next moment, a sharp sword chi shot towards Xiao Changkong. Arrogant? Why should I be arrogant to all of you? Xiao Changkong sneered. He suddenly pointed his finger like a sword and a sword chi that was flickering with lightning radiance shot out. Puff, a crisp sound rang out and Jian Fengyun's sword chi shattered. Xiao Changkong's lightning sword chi did not stop and it pierced towards Jian Fengyun's throat. It was so fast that it was beyond anyone's reaction time. Just as Jian Fengyun was about to die, Xiao Changkong changed his hand gesture. He turned his finger sword into a palm and slapped Jian Fengyun's shoulder. Jian Fengyun's body trembled and he knelt down. Bang, Jian Fengyun knelt down in front of Xiao Changkong. Ah! Jian Fengyun struggled and his eyes turned red. This was worse than death. He would rather die than kneel in front of Xiao Changkong. However, Xiao Changkong's palm flashed and Jian Fengyun's body trembled. Brother Jian! Xiao Haoyu shouted and a powerful aura rose from his body. Xiao Changkong, don't go too far. Jiang Hongwen and the others shouted. They were shocked. They had not seen Xiao Changkong for 3 months and his combat strength had increased to such a level. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had increased greatly but he was still defeated by Xiao Changkong in one move. How could Qiu Chongkong be so strong? What fortuitous encounter did he have? Qiu Chongkong's eyes turned cold and he looked at Jiang Hongwen and the others. What? You want to interfere? Do you want to die? Boom, Qiu Chongkong's body surged with killing intent and a powerful aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. The powerful aura forced Jiang Hongwen and the others to step back. Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment, the strongest people in the super regions looked at Qiu Chongkong seriously. This guy. Zhongxing also looked at Qiu Chongkong. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Hee hee. Qiu Chongkong sneered when he saw the expressions of Jiang Hongwen and the others. He looked down at Jian Fengyun and said, Jian Fengyun, I won't kill you today. I want you to see who is the strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Haha. Qiu Chongkong looked at Jian Fengyun with contempt and laughed. Jian Fengyun clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh and blood flowed out. Trash. Qiu Chongkong sneered. He felt extremely happy. The strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was still kneeling in front of him. Next, he would obtain the Eastern Sky Divine Guards and make the other geniuses bow down to him. Buzz, meanwhile, the 27 altars began to vibrate all of a sudden, emitting a brilliant glow. The formation has been activated. We have to leave this place and participate in the final test. This time, I must become a DT Divine Guard. Sigh, as long as I can become a reserve DT Divine Guard, I will be satisfied. 27 altars shone with resplendent light, and inscriptions flowed. After a while, the light from the altars gathered together, and a huge vortex appeared above the altars. The teleportation path to the final trial has been activated. Once you enter the vortex, you will arrive at the final trial. A deep and dignified voice came from the vortex. Haha, the final test has begun. Let's go. Zhongxing laughed and flew into the vortex, disappearing without a trace. The others from the Dragon Burial Abyss followed closely behind. Go. Go. At the scene, more than 10,000 people flew into the vortex like locusts and disappeared. Humph, Lu Ming hasn't come yet. Looks like he died somewhere. Qiu Chongkong snorted. He then looked into the distance, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Lu Ming, don't think that I won't be able to get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure after you're dead. Wait until I become a DT Divine Guard and destroy the Mystic Essence Sword sect. At that time, I will get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure from your father. Hee hee, that old man, don't think that I won't be able to do anything to him. Qiu Chongkong thought. He then looked at Jian Fengyun and sent him flying with a kick, saying, Trash, get lost. Then, he dashed into the vortex with a flicker and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Jian, how are you? Xiao Haoyu, Jiang Hongwen, and the others hurried over to help Jian Fengyun up. I'm fine. Jian Fengyun said as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I didn't expect Qiu Chongkong's cultivation to have reached such a level. How terrifying. Jiang Hongwen sighed. Jian Fengyun's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, Lu Ming, did something really happen to you? Did you die? Lu Ming still had not arrived. It was highly possible that something had happened to him. Jian Fengyun's expression changed all of a sudden as he saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The ray of light was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming. Jian Fengyun was overjoyed. The ray of light disappeared, revealing the true figure. It was none other than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had finally arrived at the scene at lightning speed. Haha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Jian Fengyun was overjoyed. Haha, brother. Lu. Xiao Haoyu also went up to greet him. Jiang Hongwen and the others were confused. Wasn't it just Lu Ming? Did Jian Fengyun need to be so excited? Although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, he had only managed to enter the top 10 in the previous preliminaries. What was there to be happy about? Brother Jian, you seemed to be injured not long ago. Who injured you? Lu Ming could tell that Jian Fengyun was injured at a glance. Although the injury wasn't serious, Lu Ming could still tell. Haha, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Jian Fengyun smiled. Lu Ming frowned. Jian Fengyun seemed to be afraid of something and did not tell the truth. Brother Jian, why hide it? Lu Ming, let me tell you. This is all because of you. Jiang Hongwen shouted from the side. Brother Jiang, there's no need to say any more. Jian Fengyun wanted to stop him. It's all because of me? Lu Ming frowned. That's right. It's all because of you. I know that you and Qiu Chongkong are from the same empire and have a grudge against each other. Qiu Chongkong vented his anger on Brother Jian because he couldn't find you. Jiang Hongwen said loudly. Qiu Chongkong? He's actually so strong? Lu Ming said. That's right. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Qiu Chongkong had, but his cultivation is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming, let me warn you. If you encounter Qiu Chongkong, you should hide as far as you can. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Jiang Hongwen said. The other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range nodded their heads. Brother Lu, Qiu Chongkong is indeed very strong now. You might not be his match. Jian Fengyun sighed. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let's go. Lu Ming changed the topic and did not say anything else. Everyone nodded and rushed into the whirlpool. When Lu Ming dashed into the whirlpool, the familiar feeling of heaven and earth spinning occurred again. After a while, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a platform paved with white jade. Lu Ming looked around. 3 sides of the platform were blurry and there was a staircase on the other side. The staircase was completely paved with white jade and led upwards. This is the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only those who can ascend the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase will be considered as a reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. Those who can't ascend will be eliminated. Lu Ming already knew that the final test for the DTon Divine Guards was divided into several rounds. The first round was the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only by climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase could one become a reserve DTon Divine Guard. After climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase, there would be another test. Only by passing the next test could one become a true DTon Divine Guard. There was no one around. Lu Ming guessed that this should be the inscription formation. The 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase before him was likely formed by the inscription formation. Let's see what's so special about this 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped up. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming stepped on it, there was a huge force between heaven and earth that pressed down on him. Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he managed to offset the force. This force not only acts on the physical body but also on the true qi in the body. Even the mind is under pressure. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly amazed. However, although this force was strong, to Lu Ming, it was like a spring breeze. He did not feel much. Stomp. Stomp. Lu Ming stepped up step by step. His body was straight, and he was as immovable as a mountain. Soon, he stepped on the 100 Steps Jade Staircase. He realized that the further up he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, this kind of pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked faster and faster. One by one, he stepped on the Jade Staircase. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming climbed up the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. At the top of the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase was a platform. In front of the platform was a stone door. The stone door was open, and there was a flickering light. The scene behind the stone door could not be seen clearly. Behind the stone door was the second round of the test. After passing this round of the test, one would become a true DTon Divine Guard. On the left side of the platform, there was a whirlpool. This was the teleportation gate. If he felt that he was not strong enough to pass the second round, he could leave through the vortex and be teleported to the corresponding location. If one wanted to give it a try, that was also possible. It was said that there wouldn't be any real danger. If one really reached a critical juncture, the Great Array would teleport one away to the area where the Empyrean Divine Guards were stationed. That would be considered a failure. At this time, in the Myriad Star City, there was a huge circular building that covered an area of several thousand acres. It could accommodate millions of people at the same time. This building was like a coliseum, football field, but it was divided into 4 areas by 2 intersecting light curtains. It was like a piece of cake that had been cut into 4 fan-shaped regions, namely the north, south, east, and west regions. The 4 regions did not meet each other as their vision was blocked by the light curtain. The eastern region was divided into 5 levels according to their distribution. In the center of the fan was the first level, and there was a battle platform. The outer ring of the battle platform was the second level. There was a stone tablet with the words Empyrean Divine Guards written on it. Further out was the third level, and there was also a stone tablet with the words Empyrean Divine Guards written on it. Further out was the fourth level, and there was nothing written on it. Further out were rows of seats. This area was also the largest, just like the outermost ring of the cake. Now, the seats were all filled with people. It was densely packed, and there was no telling how many people there were. Among these seats, there was a rather special spot. This spot was occupied by the leading elders of the various regions. The leading elder of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Lu Xiao, was sitting there. Beside him were the leading elders of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, and the leading elders of the Serene Devil Palace, Han Sun. Their eyes were fixed on the few levels of empty space below. Those areas were inscribed with mysterious inscription formations that led to the Dongming ancient battlefield. As long as someone climbed the 1,000 steps jade staircase and chose to walk into the vortex, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who chose to continue the challenge but failed, they would also be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. This meant that they could only become an Empyrean Divine Guard. By the same logic, as long as one became an Empyrean Divine Guard, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who did not even become an Empyrean Divine Guard, all those who failed would be teleported to the empty area of the 4th level. Hehe, Lu Xiao, you don't have to stare so hard. It's useless even if you stare until your eyes explode. I reckon that everyone in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is dead. Not to mention becoming an Empyrean Divine Guard or an Empyrean Divine Guard, I'm afraid that only a few of them can come out alive. Beside him, the leading elder of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, suddenly said coldly. Lu Xiao's face darkened, and he looked a little ugly. He said, Zhao Sui, they haven't come out yet, and no one knows what the result will be. Aren't you afraid that you will sprain your tongue by saying this? Sprain my tongue? Haha, what a joke. I'm speaking because I'm confident. Given the group of trash in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, unless they find a place to hide as soon as they enter, it's normal that they will all die. Zhao Sui laughed coldly. Lu Xiao's face was unusually ugly. Zhao Sui, it's too early for you to say that. Every year, there will be geniuses from small regions who will join the Empyrean Divine Guards. Beside him, the leading elders of the other small regions spoke up for Lu Xiao. Hehe, a bunch of trash who only know how to comfort themselves. I think that Brother Zhao is right. It's better for the trash from small regions to die. They still want to compete with us and the other large regions for a spot in the Empyrean Divine Guard. They are really overestimating themselves. A faint voice sounded. It was the leading elder of the Serene Demon Palace, Han Sun. These words were a blatant disdain, and it made the leading elders of the other small regions turn ugly. Haha, Brother Han is right. Lu Xiao, if you want to watch, then continue watching. I'm afraid that the more you watch, the more despair you will feel. Zhao Sui revealed a mocking smile. Someone is coming out. Suddenly, someone shouted. In the empty area of the 4th level, people kept appearing and disappearing. Those who appeared all showed disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. Those who appeared in this area were considered to have failed and been completely eliminated. The leading elders did not show any change in their expressions. In every region, there would be a large number of people who would be eliminated. This was not surprising. What they were paying attention to was how many people appeared in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area and the Empyrean Divine Guard area. After a while, there was finally a fluctuation in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, and a figure appeared. Haha, this is a genius from my region. I knew that this kid would become a Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. One of the leading elders of the small region laughed excitedly. Next, people kept appearing in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area. Jiang Hongwen, Shangguan Yunyan. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. In the reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, he saw Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan. Lu Xiu's face was filled with joy. Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It was within his expectations that they could become reserve Empyrean Divine Guards. However, there were always exceptions. He was really afraid that the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range had all died in the Dongming ancient battlefield. When he saw the two of them, he was naturally overjoyed. Haha, Zhao Sui, it seems that not a single reserve Empyrean Divine Guard has appeared in your Thousand River domain. Humph. Zhao Sui snorted and said with a gloomy face, what's the hurry? It's still early. When the geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone appear, you'll be scared to death. Oh? Then I'll wait. Lu Xiu said with a faint smile. As time passed, more and more people appeared in the area reserved for the Dtian Divine Guards. However, Zhao Sui's face darkened. Only a few people appeared in the Qianjiang water zone. It was not much better than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Haha, Zhao Sui, there are so many of you. You scared me to death. Lu Xiu started to make sarcastic remarks. In the past, Zhao Sui would mock him from time to time. Now that he had the chance, Lu Xiu naturally retaliated. Why, are you in a hurry? Zhao Sui said with a gloomy face. Oh? Zhao Sui, the test for the Dtian Divine Guards should be over soon. I don't see many people. Do you think that all the geniuses in the Qianjiang water zone can become real Dtian Divine Guards? Lu Xiu sneered. Kiki, Zhao Sui gritted his teeth. However, he was also very anxious. He knew very well that there were at most a dozen people in the Qianjiang water zone who could become Dtian Divine Guards. There were still 40 to 50 people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. However, there were many people who had been eliminated. However, they were all useless. There were only a few people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. He was a little flustered, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Old Han Sun, the leader of the Serene Demon's Palace, also had a gloomy face. The situation in the Serene Demon's Palace was the same as the Qianjiang water zone. There were only a few people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. On the 1,000-step jade staircase in the test ground, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked toward the stone door. As soon as he walked in, the environment changed again. He found himself on a platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a long spear on his back. He stood there as straight as a mountain. You, as long as you can defeat me, you can become a Dtian Divine Guard. The middle-aged man spoke with a cold and emotionless voice. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that this burly man was condensed from inscriptions. Boom, as the middle-aged man spoke, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Peak Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He sighed inwardly at the difficulty of the Dtian Divine Guard assessment. In order to defeat an ordinary 9th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm expert, one's cultivation had to be at the peak of the 7th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm, and one's battle prowess had to surpass that of a 2nd-level genius. Of course, if one was a Battle 3 or Battle 4 genius, then their cultivation base could be lower. Only Jian Fengyun can achieve this level of difficulty in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Mr. Tianxi was already dead, and Jiang Hongwen's cultivation had yet to reach the peak of the 7th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm. Kill! Suddenly, the middle-aged man roared and became one with his spear. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, Lu Ming smiled, quickly condensing a long spear in his hand and thrusting it out. Whoosh, this spear was more than twice as fast as his opponent's. Bang, the spear pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's entire body exploded and dissipated into energy. A martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm was dealt with in one move. For the current Lu Ming, this was not difficult at all. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked forward. In front of the platform, there was also a stone door. On the left side, there was also a whirlpool. As long as one gave up the challenge, they could leave the whirlpool and become an Empyrean Divine Guard. Entering through the stone door meant that one would continue to challenge. If one succeeded in the challenge, they would appear on the first level of the huge building in the Myriad Star City. There, the strongest experts would fight to determine the 4 heavenly divine guards. Lu Ming and the others were in the eastern region, so they were naturally the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The building was divided into 4 parts, representing the East, South, West, and North Heavenly Divine Guards. Becoming a 4 Heavenly Divine Guard could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Tianxian region. There were many benefits, and it was also the focus of half a year. Otherwise, there would not be so many people watching in the building. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into the stone door. Buzz, heaven and earth shook, and Lu Ming found himself in a secret room. There were more than a dozen stone carvings on the walls of the secret room, and each of them was a person practicing martial arts. This was a martial skill. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a light flashed, and the figure of an old man condensed. Welcome to this challenge. This stage is to test your comprehension ability. Everyone will appear in a secret room, but the test for each person is different. There will be a martial skill that you are not good at, and you will have to comprehend it. As long as you can cultivate it successfully within half an hour, you will pass this stage. The old man explained as soon as he appeared. Fist skill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Fist skill was indeed his weakness. Apart from the low-level fist art he had practiced at the beginning, he had not practiced any other fist art after that. This fist skill is a black class upper rank fist skill. As long as you can cultivate to the first level within half an hour, you will be able to see through the restriction. Start now. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. It was not easy to cultivate to the first level of a black class upper rank martial skill that he was not good at in half an hour. Immediately, Lu Ming looked at the stone carvings carefully and started to comprehend them. Time passed slowly. In the outside world, in a huge building in Myriad Star City, someone has become a Dtian Divine Guard. Suddenly, a light flashed in the area of the Dtian Divine Guards, and a figure appeared at the same time. Haha, it's a genius from the Golden Chamber region. An elder who led the team laughed heartily. The Golden Chamber region was a small region, and it was already good enough to have one person become a real Dtian Divine Guard. If there was one more person, it would be a breakthrough. Moreover, he was the first to become a Dtian Divine Guard. Although being the first to become a Dtian Divine Guard did not mean that he was stronger than the rest, and some people might want to challenge the next round. As more people became Dtian Divine Guards, more and more people became Dtian Divine Guards. Jian Fengyun. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jian Fengyun in the area of the Dtian Divine Guards. Ha ha ha, you did not let me down. Lu Xiu laughed heartily. He knew the strength of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range region. There was a high chance that Jian Fengyun would challenge the Dtian Divine Guards. As for Prince Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen, there was still hope, but not much hope. Now that Jian Fengyun had become a Dtian Divine Guard, he felt relieved. No matter how bad it was, at least one person would become a Dtian Divine Guard. In the previous batch of Cloud Emperor Mountain Range region, no one had become a Dtian Divine Guard. On the other hand, Zhao Sui's face was as dark as charcoal. Until now, he had yet to see any of the geniuses from the Thousand River region in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards area. This made him have a bad premonition. This wasn't normal. It was too abnormal. Could it be that all the geniuses from the Thousand River region had passed the last round? That wasn't possible. He knew very well that even the strongest of the younger generation in the Thousand River region might not be able to pass the last round. He started to get anxious. Like Zhao Sui, the leader of the Serene Demons area, Old Han Sun, also looked terrible. As time passed, fewer and fewer people appeared in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards area. Eh? Zhao Sui, why do you look so terrible? Don't be impatient. In my opinion, the geniuses from the Thousand River region must have gone to the last round. Furthermore, they must have passed the last round. It would be such an honorable thing for a group of them to appear in the first round of the battle. Lu Xiu said with a smile. Lu Xiu, shut up. Zhao Sui's eyes turned red. Lu Xiu was mocking him. How could so many people from the Thousand River region have passed the last round? Even if only one person had passed, he would laugh his head off. Haha, calm down, calm down. Lu Shou laughed, which almost made Zhao Sui vomit blood. It seems that the geniuses from the Thousand River region have died in the battle. I wonder which powerful area did it. I really have to thank them. Lu Shou thought to himself. Carefree. It was too carefree. Seeing Zhao Sui's expression, Lu Shou felt extremely carefree. In the past, it had always been the other way around. Soon, half an hour had passed. Many people could no longer sit still. How is that possible? Why are there so few geniuses from the Phoenix Lake? Where are the people from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? Ah. Only 4 people from the Yangjuan Valley area have become Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Impossible. Loud roars could be heard. Half an hour had passed. Even if they had passed the next round, they should have failed and come out. However, they had yet to come out, which meant that they had most likely died in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Among them, the leaders of the Phoenix Lake, Yangjuan Valley, and Scarlet Flame Mountain Range area were the loudest. They were a super region and had as many geniuses as there were clouds in the sky. At the very least, there would be 34 of them who could become Empyrean Divine Guards. But now, there were only 2 or 3 Tom, Dick, and Harry. This meant that the geniuses of these regions had died in batches in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The leading elders of some regions were beaming with joy. This was because many of their regions had succeeded, and some had even exceeded their expectations. This time around, there are already 820 Dtion Divine Guards. It's a little more than the previous years. This generation is really full of geniuses. That's right. In the past, it would be considered good if there were 500 participants. Adding up the north, south, east, and west, it would be considered good if there were 2,000 participants. This time, it's going to be far more than that. Now, let's see how many people can make it to the first stage. I estimate that there will be more than 12. On our side, there are 13 super regions. The strongest person from each super region should be able to reach the end. Not necessarily. Maybe there's a super dark horse? Just wait and see. Look, there are fluctuations coming from the battle platform of the first level. Someone has passed the last level and is about to appear. Who could it be? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle platform at the bottom. Buzz, the space trembled, and a young figure appeared. This young man was wearing a blood-red robe. His face was pale and cold. He was Xianxia from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Eh? Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be a genius from the 13 super regions. He's the first to pass the level. Could it be that he can suppress the geniuses from the super regions? Everyone was discussing. Especially the leading elders, they were all guessing. Haha, this person is the peerless genius of the Dragon Burial Abyss, Xianxia. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh was heard. What? Someone from the Dragon Burial Abyss? The Dragon Burial Abyss has appeared? I didn't expect such a genius to appear in the Dragon Burial Abyss. It's really shocking. The surrounding audience exclaimed. Below, on the battle platform, Xianxia looked around when he appeared. When he found that he was alone, his face was filled with joy. Haha, this time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the 4 Heavenly Divine Guards will definitely be mine. Xianxia roared in his heart. Someone else has appeared. Someone shouted. Another wave of energy appeared on the battle stage, and a silhouette appeared. Qiu Chongkong. The second figure to appear was actually Qiu Chongkong. Lu Shou was stunned. Then, his body trembled in excitement and he shouted, Haha, this is the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. The genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Shou never expected that someone would be able to reach the last level. Lu Shou's roar caused an uproar. What? The genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? How is that possible? The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is a godforsaken place. How can someone reach the last level? Don't lie to me. I don't believe it either. Everyone was talking about it. No, it's impossible. Zhao Sui shouted. He had seen Xiao Changkong before. At this moment, he really couldn't believe it. The moment Xiao Changkong appeared, he looked around and saw Zhongxing. He snorted coldly and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. How could he be faster than him? Zhongxing didn't back down and looked back coldly. At this moment, in a secret chamber in the assessment area, Lu Ming shouted and punched out continuously. Fist shadows were everywhere. Finally, with a bang, the fist force disappeared and Lu Ming withdrew his fist. In the next moment, the old man's figure appeared again. Congratulations! You passed this stage to test your comprehension ability. Next, there's still the final stage. After speaking, the old man waved his hand and the scene changed again. Lu Ming found himself on another platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a spear on his back. He looked exactly the same as the previous man. However, this time, the middle-aged man exuded a terrifying aura. It was several times stronger than before. Half-Step King. This time, it was a Half-Step King. The peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9th stage and Half-Step King seemed to be only one step away. However, the gap was huge. If one had to talk about the gap, an ordinary Half-Step King was 2 levels higher than a peak Martial Ancestor Realm 9th stage martial artist. Yes, 2 levels higher. As long as you can defeat me, you pass. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. This round was too difficult. He estimated that not many people would pass. At the very least, one had to be a peak Martial Ancestor Realm 8th stage martial artist. Moreover, one had to be a 4-battle genius to pass. Kill! Suddenly, the middle-aged man roared. His long spear was like a dragon as it charged towards Lu Ming. Spear light shot out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom, a terrifying power burst out as if it could shatter everything. The spear light was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. With a boom, the spear light exploded, and the surging energy surged forward. Pung, the middle-aged man's body cracked and turned into dust under the majestic attack of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. One move. With just one move, a Half-Step King level figure was killed by Lu Ming. Half a year ago, during the battle of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, a Half-Step King was an invincible existence to Lu Ming. They were the undisputed overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. But now, only half a year had passed, and Lu Ming could kill a Half-Step King in one move. Who would believe that, in the past half a year, Lu Ming's progress could be described as godly? The middle-aged man collapsed and disappeared into energy. Then, the platform glowed, and a black vortex formed. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a fighting ring. The other directions of the fighting stage were blocked by a light screen. Only the east side had a fan-shaped spectator stand full of people. At this time, Lu Xiao, who was sitting in the area where the captains were sitting, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the fighting ring below. Then, his body began to tremble, and even his breathing became heavy. Hey, Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you trembling? Don't tell me you've gone mad. Seeing Lu Xiao's appearance, the leader of a small area asked in confusion. No. No, I saw another person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range pass the last round. I was excited. Lu Xiao stammered. Good. The leader nodded. The next moment, he seemed to have realized something. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. What? What did you say? Another person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range passed the last round? Are you kidding? How is that possible? His eyes were full of disbelief. It's true, it's true. Although I'm also surprised, it's true. Lu Xiao's voice was trembling. In truth, even he found it hard to believe and wondered if he was dreaming. Lu Xiao's words naturally entered the ears of the people around him, but most of them shook their heads, half believing and half doubting. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was so small. How could 2 people pass the last test? It never happened. Occasionally, it was possible for a person to pass through a small area. It had happened before in history. One had to know that in most of the super large areas, only one person would pass through. Sometimes, no one would pass through. However, there was one person who was an exception, and that was the leading elder of the Thousand River region, Zhao Sui. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Others might not have seen Lu Ming, but he had. He knew that Lu Ming was from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there were actually 2 people who had passed the last round. As for the Thousand River Water region, there were only 1 or 2 people who had become Dtian divine guards. Those geniuses who were ranked at the top were all gone. Comparing the two, the Thousand River Water region was simply too miserable, too horrible to look at. How could this be? How could this be? Zhao Sui kept growling, and his eyes were red. He found it hard to accept this fact. Until now, those geniuses in the Thousand River Water region had not appeared. He knew that most of them had fallen. In the area where the Dtian divine guards were prepared, Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan opened their eyes wide. Lu Ming. It's actually Lu Ming. He also passed the last round? How could this be? Jiang Hongwen shouted in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, he almost rubbed his eyes until they bled, and the person he saw was still Lu Ming. So, Lu Ming is actually so strong. No wonder Jian Fingyun's attitude towards him is so good. I'm so stupid, I should have known. Jiang Hongwen muttered. He recalled that before entering the assessment ground, he had advised Lu Ming to hide as far away as possible when he saw Qiu Changkong. He felt his face burning. Lu Ming's strength was probably not much weaker than Qiu Changkong's. He might even be a genius at the same level. Especially when he recalled that his attitude towards Lu Ming was not that good, he felt uneasy. He wanted to give himself a slap. If Lu Ming held a grudge against him, he would have a hard time in the future. In the Dtian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyun smiled. He was not surprised that Lu Ming could pass the last round. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what these people were thinking. He looked around and sized up his surroundings. He realized that there were already 7 to 8 people on the platform. Brat, it's you? You're not dead? Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of disbelief sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a cold smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke was Zongxing from the Dragon Burial Abyss. At this moment, Zongxing was looking at him with a face full of killing intent. How could I die when you're not dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Zongxing's eyes flickered and he said coldly, good, very good. Although I don't know what method you used to escape, you shouldn't have rushed here this time. Hee, I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll suck all the blood in your body dry. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming. At this moment, a low roar sounded from the other side. Lu Ming looked over and killing intent burst out from his eyes. Qiu Changkong, to be honest, Lu Ming did not expect Qiu Changkong to appear here. It seems like it has something to do with his master. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that not only did you not die in the Dongming ancient battlefield, but you also managed to make it here. This is really out of my expectations. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for your old fogey father. I'll just kill you directly. Qiu Changkong stared at Lu Ming and said with killing intent. Very well. Let's settle our grudges once and for all. Lu Ming's killing intent was also extremely strong. Boom. Boom. Boom, powerful auras rose into the air and confronted each other. Before the final battle began, Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, and Zongxing had already clashed. The battle hasn't started yet. No one is allowed to attack. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man with a monstrous aura. His aura was extremely hot and he stood in the sky like a sun, causing the sky to distort. A terrifying and boundless pressure spread out from his body. He's the guardian of the Hall of Fire of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the burly man. What? The guardian of the Hall of Fire of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Everyone was shocked. The guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was an extremely powerful figure with the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. In the eastern part of the Xianxia domain, he was definitely a famous figure. Of course, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wasn't the main palace, but the eastern branch of the Xianxia domain. On the battle stage, Zhongxing and Qiu Chongkong snorted as they withdrew their auras. Lu Ming sneered as he withdrew his aura. Buzz, at this moment, the space trembled slightly as a figure with a long sword on his back appeared. Xianfeng from the ancient Desolation City. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming did not see Xianfeng's corpse in the underground cave of the Dragon's Denver. As expected, Xianfeng was still alive. With Xianfeng's combat strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the final stage. Humph. A cold voice resounded as Zhongxing looked at Xianfeng with a sinister gaze. Clang, a sword chime resounded as Xianfeng emitted a powerful sword aura. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Zhongxing. Hee, all of you have appeared. Alright, let's settle this once and for all. Zhongxing sneered. Xianfeng also saw the guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the sky. He withdrew his aura and walked to the side. The spectators on the spectator stand were extremely excited. The stronger the smell of gunpowder between the geniuses, the more excited they were because the upcoming battle would be even more intense. The battle stage quietened down as time passed slowly. On the battle stage, the space trembled from time to time as people appeared. Soon, the number of people increased to more than a dozen. Half an hour later, no one else appeared. Alright, time's up. There are no more participants in the assessment ground. The guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace announced in the sky. No, how is this possible? Why are there so few geniuses from the Phoenix Lake? Where is Huang Qixuan? Where did he go? Sunspring Valley as well. Where is Sun Chu? Protector, is there a mistake? My Scarlet Flame Mountain Range's Bufifan is a peerless genius. He will definitely make it to the final stage. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Phoenix Lake, Yangchuan Valley, Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, and even the elders of another super region all cried out in disbelief. What are you shouting for? If you don't show up, it means that you died inside. It means that you don't have enough talent and luck. What's so strange about that? The middle-aged protector scolded as he looked coldly at the elders who were leading the teams. The several captains immediately kept quiet out of fear, shivering all over, not daring to say a word. Alright, the previous assessment is over. Now, we will proceed to the final showdown. The purpose of this showdown is to determine the final 4 divine guards of the Eastern Sky. What are the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? I'm sure you all are clear about it. Here, I'll be long-winded again. When you were teleported into the Eastern Dark Ancient battlefield, you were automatically distributed to the 4 directions of the battlefield. The Eastern Sky, Western Sky, Eastern Sky, Eastern Sky, and Western Sky. Your group belongs to the Eastern Sky. Therefore, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are the strongest. The 4 Heavenly Divine Guards represent the 4 strongest experts in this batch of Eastern Sky Divine Guards. There will be generous rewards. The middle-aged protector explained in detail. Everyone nodded. Many of them already knew about this point. Therefore, in this showdown, the 2nd and 3rd place are not important. The most important thing is the 1st place. I'll say it again. The most important thing is the 1st place. The middle-aged protector said loudly, his voice spreading throughout the region. On the platform, all the youths' eyes lit up, and their bodies emitted a strong fighting spirit. On the platform, there were a total of 17 young men and women. Each of them was a genius among geniuses. Each of them possessed rare talent. They had absolute confidence in themselves, confident that they were stronger than others. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are mine. A deep voice sounded, coming from a tall and burly young man. This person was more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body as if he was cast in steel. Tai Guangzhong, it's fine that you're the overlord of Iron Peak. But now, you want to take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? You're dreaming. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards belong to me. A blue-haired beautiful woman said in a very domineering manner. Haha, Ao Feishuan, I think you'd better go home and give birth to a child. You want to take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? The burly young man sneered. What did you say? The blue-haired beauty Ao Feishuan glared at him. A group of trash wants to take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? You're daydreaming. Zongxing curled his lips and sneered. Arrogant. You're courting death. Zongxing's words aroused the anger of the crowd. More than 10 young experts looked at Zongxing with murderous intent. Zongxing smiled faintly, not caring at all. Enough. At this time, the middle-aged protector spoke. Everyone shut their mouths. Here's a jade token. Take it. The middle-aged protector waved his hand, and 17 jade tokens flew out, one for each person. Everyone took the jade tokens in their hands. Now, engrave your information on the jade token. Wait a moment, I'll use this jade token to draw lots. The middle-aged man ordered. Everyone's mind moved, and they engraved their information on the jade token. Then, they returned it to the middle-aged protector one by one. The middle-aged protector took a look at the jade token and began to read. This time, a total of 17 people passed the last round. They are Zongxing from Dragon Burial Abyss, Qiu Chongkong from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Tai Quanzhong from Iron Peak, Lu Ming from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Ao Feishuan from Jade Wave Lake. The middle-aged man read out the names one by one. In a few moments, all 17 names had been read out. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Wait, did I hear it wrong? I heard 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? That remote place? You didn't hear it wrong, I heard it too. This is 2F** King Weird. There are 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range who passed the last round. Is the sun rising from the west? The small Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is really crazy this time. The audience in the stands were in a heated discussion, and they were shocked. As for the elders from the various regions, they were all dumbfounded. There were really 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range who passed the last round. Previously, they thought Lu Xiao was talking nonsense. They didn't expect it to be true. This was really unbelievable. At this moment, Lu Xiao was trembling with excitement. The small Cloud Emperor Mountain Range had produced 2 such geniuses. This time, his reward would definitely be amazing. Brother Lu, when you become successful in the future, don't forget about me. Brother Lu, after this selection, I'll treat you to a meal at Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Brother Lu, you must come. Immediately, some of the other elders beside Lu Xiao, and even some elders from bigger regions, expressed their goodwill to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was so excited that he was about to burst into laughter. Lu Xiao was about to burst out laughing. It felt so good. In the past, he was just a small elder in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. He was at the bottom of the hierarchy and was ridiculed. However, the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was weak and no one from the previous batch had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. This made him less and less valued. He had also dreamed that the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range would produce a few peerless geniuses, whose names would shake the world and make him proud and elated. However, he knew that it was just a dream and it was impossible. Now, all of this had happened. How could he not be excited? Those who had looked down on him in the past had come to befriend him. Lu Ming, Qiu Chongkong, it's all thanks to you. Lu Xiao sighed and looked at the 2 youths in the fighting ring. He was especially surprised by Lu Ming. He vaguely knew that Qiu Chongkong had a backer in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was still acceptable that Lu Ming could achieve such results. However, Lu Ming was completely alone. He did not have any backing. He had relied on his own efforts to reach this stage. This was what he valued more. Everyone was discussing, but most of them were talking about Lu Ming and Qiu Chongkong. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? On the fighting ring, some of the other geniuses looked at Lu Ming and Qiu Chongkong, their eyes flashing with surprise. Qiu Chongkong's lips curled up and he did not hide the pride on his face. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stood quietly by the side. Silence. The middle-aged guardian spoke and the crowd quieted down. Now, I will announce the rules of the duel. The rules are simple. You will draw lots and fight one-on-one. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated until the strongest person is determined. During the battle, you are not allowed to take any elixirs or use any battle beasts. However, there is one rule, and that is that you are not allowed to kill your opponent. The middle-aged guardian announced. Not allowed to kill my opponent? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he felt that it was a pity. If he encountered Qiu Chongkong, he would have to escape with his life again. Hee, Lu Ming, right? You are lucky. Zhongxing chuckled. You're the lucky one. Lu Ming said. Really? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't kill you. I can still cripple you. Zhongxing said in a cold voice. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. On the other side, Qiu Chongkong sneered. All right. Now, I have engraved 16 numbers on these 17 jade plates. They are respectively number 1 to number 16. There is one more jade plate that is not in use. All of you will draw lots respectively. The one who draws number 1 will fight against number 16, number 2 will fight against number 15, number 3 will fight against number 14, and so on. The one who draws an empty number will directly advance to the next round. The middle-aged man said. After saying that, he waved his hand, and 17 jade tokens floated in the air, emitting a hazy light that covered the numbers on them. I'll go first. Zhongxing smiled coldly and reached out with his hand. A powerful suction force appeared and grabbed the jade token in his hand. Following that, the others followed suit and reached out their hands to grab a jade pendant. Lu Ming also grabbed a jade token. He held the jade token in his hand and injected his true qi. A number appeared on the jade token. No, it wasn't a number. It was a word, empty. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. He actually drew an empty number in the first round. Alright, tell me the numbers you've drawn. The middle-aged man said. I'm number 16. Zhongxing walked out first and flipped open his jade token. There was a number on it, 16. I'm number 3. Qiu Chongkong walked out and flipped open his jade token. It was number 3. I'm number 5. I'm number 6. The youths flipped open their jade tokens one by one. Soon, they flipped open their jade tokens from number 1 to number 16. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Since he already had numbers from number 1 to 16, wouldn't the remaining jade tokens be empty? Lu Ming smiled slightly and flipped open his jade token. The word empty was written on it. As expected, he got an empty number. This kid's luck is really good. His luck is good, but it's useless. In the end, it still depends on his strength. If he doesn't have the strength, he'll be miserable if he encounters an expert in the next round. That's true. Everyone on the spectator stand was discussing. Kid, you're lucky. Zhongxing glanced coldly at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming didn't even bother to look at him and directly ignored him. This was a mad dog. There was no point in talking too much. When the time was right, he would beat him until even his mother couldn't recognize him. Now, the battle begins. Number 1 against number 16. The rest of you, retreat to the side. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming and the others retreated to the side. Only Zhongxing and a young man in a brocade robe were left. Zhongxing's face revealed a sinister smile. He stared at the young man in a brocade robe and said, Kid, I advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer later. Admit defeat? There's no such word in my dictionary. I've been annoyed by your arrogance for a long time. I hope your strength won't disappoint me. The young man in a brocade robe smiled proudly. You'll regret it soon. Zhongxing sneered. The atmosphere was already tense before the battle even started. On the spectator stands, everyone was also discussing animatedly, expressing their own opinions. That's the strongest genius from the Yushu Plain, Yu Zhongfei. Who do you think will win? I think it'll be Zhongxing from the Dragon Burial Abyss. He's the first person to pass the stage and appear here. I don't think so. The first person to pass the stage doesn't necessarily mean that he's the strongest. That's true. Boom. Boom, just as everyone was discussing, 2 powerful auras burst out. Then, 2 figures rushed toward each other like lightning. Jade cutting palm. Blood dragon claw. Boom, a loud explosion was heard and a terrifying airwave swept out. Blood red and jade green light erupted and filled the entire fighting ring. Bang, in the next moment, a scream was heard. A figure flew backward like a cannonball and vomited blood in the air. It was the young man in a brocade robe from the Yushu Plain, Yu Zhongfei. Many people widened their eyes in shock. Yu Zhongfei, the strongest genius from the Yushu Plain region, was sent flying with a single blow and vomited blood. How could this be? Judging from the aura that Yu Zhongfei had just released, he was definitely at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. Moreover, he was a Battle 4 genius. How could such an expert be sent flying with a single blow from Zongxing? How terrifying was Zongxing? Haha, I thought you were strong. Turns out you're just trash. Now, I'll show you how powerful I am. Zongxing sneered. Then, his body moved and appeared above Yu Zhongfei like a ghost. He stared at Yu Zhongfei coldly. Back off. Yu Zhongfei was shocked. He used all his strength and threw out 7 palm strikes. The palm strikes were crystal clear like jade. Bang, Yu Chongkong's entire body slammed heavily onto the battle stage, causing the entire battle stage to rumble. Yu Chongkong vomited mouthfuls of blood. Trash, trash. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death. Zongxing sneered. Then, he kicked Yu Zhongfei's head. Yu Zhongfei's body flew out like a broken gunny sack and fell off the fighting ring. He fainted after falling down from the fighting ring. Bang, an old man rose from the spectator stand and yelled furiously, Zongxing, aren't you being too cruel? Yu Chongfei has obviously been defeated, yet you're still beating him up. You're breaking the rules. The old man was the leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe. Old man, what are you yelling for? I didn't kill him. How is this breaking the rules? Zongxing said with a cold smile. You, the leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe, blushed as he glanced at the middle-aged custodian and said, Custodian, is this considered breaking the rules? He's not dead yet, so it doesn't count. The middle-aged custodian's simple answer stunned the leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe. He then sat down with a pale face. Zongxing laughed proudly. This Zongxing is indeed terrifying. As expected of the first genius to have a breakthrough. His cultivation has definitely reached the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, and it's not as simple as the early stage or middle stage martial ancestor realm. He didn't even use his full strength. The crowd discussed. The other geniuses around the fighting ring glanced at Zongxing with stern looks. Zongxing's strength gave them great pressure. This Zongxing's improvement must be related to the blood of Bufifan and the other geniuses. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Previously at the Dragon's Cave, Zongxing's strength should be on par with Huang Qixuan, Bufifan, and Yu Chongfei's. However, he was now much stronger than before. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zongxing wins this round at the Dragon Burial Abyss. Let the next round begin. The middle-aged custodian announced. Zongxing walked to the side of the fighting ring. 2 figures appeared at the center of the fighting ring with a flicker. This time, it was still 2 geniuses from the super districts, a man and a woman. However, their cultivations were slightly stronger than Yu Chongfei's. The reason being that their cultivations had both broken through to the early stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, and they were both Battle 4 geniuses. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle, using all sorts of ultimate moves and killing moves, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. The 2 of them fought for more than 200 moves before the woman won by a fluke. Then, the third battle began. In this battle, Qiu Chongkong went up and his opponent was actually Tai Quanzhong from the Iron Peak region. Tai Quanzhong's body was more than 2 meters tall. His muscles were like steel and filled with power. He gave off a feeling of invincibility. Brat, are you from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Hee, to be able to walk out of that small place and reach this step is already not bad. However, it will end here. Tai Quanzhong said contemptuously. You're still far from it. Qiu Chongkong was extremely confident. Really? I'll beat you into a pig's head. Boom, Tai Quanzhong took a step forward like a wild beast, causing the entire battle stage to rumble. The muscles on his body swelled, and a terrifying aura spread out. The early stage of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This was Tai Guangzhong's cultivation. Iron-crushing fist. Boom, Tai Guangzhong roared and punched out. A terrifying fist force violently blasted towards Qiu Chongkong. Thunder sword, slash. Qiu Chongkong shouted. In the next moment, crimson lightning flashed on his body. The crimson lightning violently slashed out with his combat sword, forming a crimson lightning sword. Boom, the crimson lightning sword and Tai Guangzhong's fist collided. In the next moment, bang. Bang. Bang, Tai Guangzhong's body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. He took 9 steps back, and with each step, the entire battle stage rumbled. Tai Guangzhong was at a disadvantage in this move. The spectators were shocked. They did not expect Qiu Chongkong to be so strong. Damn it! Tai Guangzhong roared. In the next moment, a huge crocodile appeared above his head. This crocodile was more than 20 meters long and was covered with iron armor. This was the armored demonic crocodile, a powerful beast that was extremely ferocious and could compete with a dragon. There were 6 silver chakras around the armored demonic crocodile. Roar! The armored demonic crocodile roared and charged into Tai Guangzhong's body. Suddenly, Tai Guangzhong's already very tall and sturdy body swelled up again, and his aura became even stronger. Bloodline? Do you think you're the only one who has it? Qiu Chongkong sneered. In the next moment, a crimson lightning ball appeared above his head. Sizzle, the crimson lightning ball sizzled, and lightning surrounded it, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the Crimson Flame Profound Bomb. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this lightning. There was no doubt that this was a special bloodline, and it was a natural type bloodline. The same type of bloodline was actually divided into many types. For example, the Fire Bloodline, Ice Bloodline, and Thunder Bloodline were divided into many smaller types. Some were strong, and some were weak. The Crimson Flame Profound Bomb was considered strong among the Thunder Bloodlines. Around the Thunder Bloodline, there were 6 silver chakras shining. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw Qiu Chongkong's bloodline. Qiu Chongkong's second bloodline was also a level 6 king class. No wonder the other geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire couldn't be compared to him. Qiu Chongkong unleashed his bloodline, and his aura became stronger. His body was covered with the power of lightning. Thunder Sword, Annihilation. Swoosh, a thunder sword instantly pierced through the void, and slashed towards Tai Guangzhong. Tai Guangzhong roared, and his body shook. He was like a steel giant, and he charged towards Qiu Chongkong. Boom, there was another deafening explosion, and Tai Guangzhong cried out in pain. His huge body flew far away, and he fell to the ground. His steel-like body was covered with lightning, and it was also covered with blood vessels. Defeated, Tai Guangzhong was defeated. He couldn't even fight back in front of Qiu Chongkong. Countless people were shocked. This young man from the Cloud Emperor mountain range was so terrifying. On the spectator stand, Lu Xiu was trembling with excitement. The 2 geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range had both entered the second round. This was unbelievable. Although Lu Ming had entered the second round by luck, it was still the second round, wasn't it? At the edge of the fighting stage, Zhang Xing's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Qiu Chongkong with a serious expression. What a powerful aura. No, it can't be called aura anymore. It contains a trace of intent. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Qiu Chongkong have during this period? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiu Chongkong's cultivation was only at the early level 9 martial ancestor realm, but his aura was extremely powerful. Lu Ming felt that his aura contained a trace of intent. This was something that only a half-step king could grasp. Interesting, interesting. Lu Ming muttered, and his battle intent surged. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Qiu Chongkong wins. The middle-aged man announced. Next, number 4 versus number 13. The middle-aged custodian announced. 2 more peerless geniuses were sent onto the stage. Without further ado, the battle began. Both of them were geniuses who had won 4 battles, but one of them had reached the early stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, while the other was still at the peak 8th layer martial ancestor realm. Naturally, the ninth-layer martial ancestor realm geniuses had an absolute advantage and defeated their opponents. The battles continued as the geniuses stepped forward one after another. Lu Ming discovered that some of the geniuses possessed outstanding cultivations. One of them had reached the late stage of the ninth-layer martial ancestor realm, while the other had reached the mid-stage of the ninth-layer martial ancestor realm. Xianfeng was sent onto the stage too. His cultivation had improved tremendously as well, reaching the mid-stage of the ninth-layer martial ancestor realm, allowing him to enter the second round with an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, the 8 pairs of geniuses had finished their battles. The 8 geniuses who had entered the second round had all appeared. Of course, including Lu Ming who had received a bye, there were 9 of them in total. The remaining 8 geniuses were thus eliminated. The middle-aged enforcer took their jade tablets back, leaving only the jade tablets numbered 1 to 8, and of course, the jade tablet with the free pass. The middle-aged custodian waved his hand and emitted his qi, which encapsulated the 9 badges and erased all traces on them. This was to prevent anyone from tampering with the badges and leaving their auras or marks. Following this, the 9 badges floated in the air while emitting a faint glow. The rules are the same as before. There are 8 badges numbered 1 to 8. Draw lots to determine your opponent. Number 1 against number 8, number 2 against number 7, and so on. The one who draws the Bai Jade badge will proceed to the next round. The middle-aged custodian announced. I'll go first. Zongxing was still extremely confident. He waved his hand and summoned a badge into his hand. Following this, Lu Ming, Qiu Chongkong, Xianfeng, and the others each drew a badge. Who will draw the Bai Jade badge this time? In the spectator seats, everyone's eyes were bright and they were very curious. Although the winner of the Bai Jade badge might not necessarily secure the throne of the Divine Guards of the Eastern Sky, it would greatly reduce the consumption of qi and stamina, making the next round easier. On the stage, the crowd checked their badges. Lu Ming also flipped the jade token to take a look. He was instantly stunned at one glance. Bai, another Bai. Lu Ming actually drew the Bai Jade card again. My luck is too good. I've drawn the Bai Jade token twice in a row. Lu Ming mumbled, somewhat speechless. To be honest, if he could, he really did not want to get the Bai Jade token. If he always got the Bai, how could he torture Qiu Chongkong? Now, give me your numbers. The middle-aged man said. I'm number 6. Zongxing was the first to speak. I'm number 5. Qiu Chongkong said. I'm number 1. I'm number 3. The remaining people reported their numbers one by one. As the number of people decreased, there were only 2 people left. One was Lu Ming, and the other was a fatty with big eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. There are only 2 people left. That Lu Ming hasn't reported his number yet. Could it be that he's going to get a Bai again? That shouldn't be possible. How could he draw the empty round card twice in a row? I'm number 8. While everyone was discussing, the fatty with big eyes opened the jade token. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze and reported his number loudly. Immediately, swish, swish, countless gazes fell on Lu Ming. Nest, it's him again, it's actually him again. It's really him, how is this possible? Did he run into dog shit luck? He really ran into dog shit luck. After drawing the Bai Jade token, he directly entered the third round. The audience was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. In the elders area, Lu Shou was also a little stunned. How could this be? Didn't Lu Ming directly enter the third round? Countless envious gazes fell on Lu Shou. If Lu Ming's luck was good, didn't that mean Lu Shou's luck was good as well? Although it was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, the higher his ranking, the higher Lu Shou's reward would be. How could they not be jealous? Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even the middle-aged law enforcer looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, rubbed his nose, and opened his jade token. He said helplessly, I got the Bai Jade token. As expected. It's him again, everyone roared in their hearts. Alright, now that the drawing of lots is over, the battle begins, number 1 against number 8. The middle-aged law enforcer announced. 2 figures walked to the center. One of them was the big-eyed fatty, and the other was Xianfeng. The others walked to the edge of the stage. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. However, it's useless to rely on luck. In the end, you still have to rely on your abilities. The higher you climb with luck now, the worse you'll fall in the future without any abilities. Xiao Changkong walked past Lu Ming and said coldly. Is that so? Let me tell you, I got the Bai Jade token because your luck is good. I'll let you be rampant for a few more rounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, you're good at talking. Killing intent flashed across Xiao Changkong's eyes. He walked to the side and did not say anything else. Xiao Changkong, I hope you can walk to the end. Otherwise, how can I beat you? Lu Ming thought to himself. Boom, a great battle broke out in the center of the stage. Yuan Feng sword art. Gallop of the barbarian statue. Two loud shouts were heard. Xianfeng's sword chi swept across the sky, as if it could cut the sky. It was extremely terrifying. As for the big-eyed fatty, his combat strength was also very strong. He was like a giant barbarian statue, charging around and destroying Xianfeng's sword chi. The two of them exchanged 50 to 60 blows. In the end, Xianfeng's cultivation was higher, while the big-eyed fatty was only at the early stage of martial ancestor realm 9. He could not defeat Xianfeng and lost. Xianfeng entered the third round. The spectators could not help but sigh. The geniuses from the ancient desolate city were indeed powerful. They were the best in the entire eastern Tianxian region. The battle continued. Soon, it was Xiao Changkong's turn. His opponent was a middle-stage martial ancestor realm 9 genius, whose cultivation was higher than Xiao Changkong's. But surprisingly, he was still no match for Xiao Changkong. Xiao Changkong defeated his opponent in a crushing manner. Intent realm, that's intent realm. Xiao Changkong has actually comprehended a trace of thunder intent realm. No wonder he's so powerful. Genius, he's really a genius. As long as his cultivation reaches the peak of martial ancestor realm 9, he'll be a half-step king. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard will most likely be him. There were many experts in the spectators, and many of them were half-step kings. Naturally, they saw through the secret. Lu Ming, do you see the gap between us? Do you feel despair? Xiao Changkong walked to the side and another voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Idiot. Lu Ming curled his lips and ignored it. You. Xiao Changkong felt as if he had punched the air. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Next, it was Zongxing's turn. Zongxing placed his hands behind his back and walked to the side in a domineering manner. He glanced at Xiao Changkong with a murderous gaze. As for Lu Ming, he completely ignored him. A guy who only relied on his luck was not worthy of his attention. After Zongxing, it was time for the final round. There was not much suspense in this round. One was a late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius, while the other was an early-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius. Both of them had experienced 4 battles, thus it was difficult for them to turn the tables when their cultivations were weaker. After exchanging over 20 blows, the late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius emerged victorious. The late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius was called Song Yan. He was a genius from a huge region with a cold expression. At this moment, the 5 geniuses entering the third round were born. They were Zongxing, Xiao Changkong, Xianfeng, Song Yan, and Lu Ming. That being said, Lu Ming was completely ignored by the crowd. Until now, Lu Ming had yet to make a move. In the crowd's opinion, he was only lucky. This time, the East Sky Divine Guards would be chosen among the 5 geniuses. Most of the crowd had high hopes for Zongxing and Xiao Changkong. Now, let's proceed with the last draw. The rules are the same, number 1 to 4. The last one will be given a bye. The middle-aged judge announced. Following this, the judge erased the auras from the badges and placed the 5 badges in the air. This time, Lu Ming decided not to make a move. He stood there and waited. Zongxing, Xiao Changkong, and the others each chose a badge. Only the last badge was left, which Lu Ming kept. I wonder who will get the bye badge this time. No matter who it is, I bet it won't be Lu Ming. If he manages to get the Bai badge, I'll take off my clothes and run around here. So cruel? Exactly, because I don't believe there's anyone with such good luck in this world. A variety of voices could be heard from the crowd. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming flipped his badge over and glanced at it. His face was filled with a strange expression. By badge, he had drawn the Bai badge again. Even Lu Ming's lips were trembling when he drew the empty round card for the third time. Report your numbers, the middle-aged man said. Number 1. Zhongxing opened the jade tablet. I'm number 2. Qiu Wuyang opened the jade token. I'm number 4. Song Yan said. In the end, Xian Feng gave Lu Ming a strange look, opened the jade tag and said, I'm number 3. Silence. When Xian Feng flipped open the jade token, the entire place went silent. Everyone was silent as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. Then, their eyes widened. A moment later, an earth-shattering clamor rang out. Nest, 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 it's him again, it's him again, it's him again. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? He got the Bai card again and directly entered the top 3. He entered the top 3 without even fighting. This is really blinding. This is too unfair. Some people were already speaking incoherently. Hey, what did you say just now? If Lu Ming draws the Bai card again, you should strip naked and run away on the spot. Now, hurry up. What? What? What did you say? Why can't I hear you? Oh no, I'm suddenly deaf. No, I have to find an inscription master to take a look. The wretched man who threatened to strip naked pretended to be dumb and found an excuse to slip away. Nest, nest, this guy is so shameless. He didn't keep his word. Someone cursed. In short, the entire place was in chaos. As for Lu Xiao, Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the rest, they were completely petrified. They were tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. As for the middle-aged man from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, his eyelids were twitching non-stop. However, no one noticed that Lu Ming was also sighing and opening the jade token slowly and helplessly. The word Bai was clearly written. I object, this is unfair. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. In an instant, all the voices disappeared. The entire place became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's eyes were focused on the person who had shouted. The person who shouted that it was unfair was actually Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Everyone was in a mess. Big brother, you're the one who drew the Bai card, and you're the one who drew the Bai card again and again. Now, you're actually shouting that it's unfair? If this was unfair, wouldn't the others vomit blood? Even Zhongxing, Qiu Chengkong, and the rest couldn't stop their mouths from twitching. They were completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming. How is it unfair? The middle-aged man took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked. The others can fight and have their own opponents, but I don't. Every time, I have to watch others fight. It's so boring. It's unfair. Lu Ming shouted. He did think so in his heart. What the hell was he doing? If Qiu Chengkong was defeated by others, how could he torture him? How could he avenge Lu Yuntian? The others didn't know what he was thinking. In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Nestle, this guy is too despicable. He's simply taking advantage of others. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Heavens, earth, send down a bolt of lightning and strike him to death. The place was in an uproar. Others couldn't even draw the Bai card even if they wanted to. Yet, he got it every time and even felt uncomfortable about it. Protector, why don't I exchange with someone else? Xian Feng, it's him. I'll exchange with him. Lu Ming said. Xian Feng's opponent happened to be Qiu Chengkong. No, this is the rule of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The rules can't be ignored. Since you've drawn the Bai card, you'll get the Bai card. The middle-aged man said while gritting his teeth. He had never mentioned the rules of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace because of this. I see. Sigh, all right then. Lu Ming sighed and walked to the platform. With a wave of his hand, he actually took out a chair and sat down. He stared at the center of the platform in a daze. He had a look of reluctance and helplessness on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone gritted their teeth. Even Jian Fengyun and the others felt the same. They couldn't wait to slash Lu Ming with their swords. He was really too hateful. The middle-aged man's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and coughed dryly a few times before saying, "Silence." Only then did the place slowly quiet down. Alright, next, the battle begins. Number 1, Zhongxing, versus Number 4, Song Yan. The middle-aged man announced. Xiao Changkong and Xian Feng walked to the side, leaving only Zhongxing and Song Yan in the center of the platform. Song Yan, right? Hurry up and admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Zhongxing looked at Song Yan with contempt. Shameless boasting. Zhongxing, although you're strong, I'm not afraid of you. This time, I'm determined to get the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Song Yan held his battle saber and his saber aura soared into the sky. With just you? You want to get the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Since that's the case, I'll show you the gap between us. Boom. Zhongxiu's aura burst out and his essence surged like a smoke signal. His body was covered with powerful genuine qi and the genuine qi flowed like liquid. Such terrifying genuine qi. He is at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. Zhongxiu has reached the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. Terrifying. It seems that no one is his match. Perhaps only Qiu Changkong, who has comprehended a bit of the intent realm, has a chance. Zhongxiu's full strength burst out and caused a commotion. Many people were shocked. Previously, Zhongxiu had not used his full strength and no one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he had used his full strength, it was shocking. Song Yan also had a serious look in his eyes. Boundless saber. Song Yan shouted. Clang, above his head, 8 huge sabers appeared. The sabers were engraved with boundless mountains. It was a marvelous sight. Moreover, the sabers were surrounded by 6 chakras. That was Song Yan's bloodline. It was a special bloodline. So what if you have a special bloodline? Come out, blood dragon. Zhongxiu roared. There was a flash of crimson light above his head and a huge crimson dragon appeared. It was also a level 6 imperial bloodline. Their bloodlines had exploded and their auras reached the peak. However, it was obvious that Zhongxiu was stronger. Wave after wave of aura pressed down on Song Yan. Song Yan's face changed and he shouted, "Boundless mountain slash." Buzz, a dazzling saber radiance shot out from Song Yan's hand. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was dazzling and it slashed down on Zhongxiu. Looks impressive but not impressive. Zhongxiu roared. He rushed up and his claws were like the claws of a blood dragon. The space rumbled as his claws pierced through the space and grabbed the saber radiance. Break! Zhongxiu roared and grabbed the saber radiance. It shattered like glass. Swoosh, Zhongxiu's body flashed and he pounced on Song Yan. In an instant, he was in front of Song Yan. Song Yan's face changed. He had not expected Zhongxiu to break through his attack so easily. Boundless earth-shattering blow. Song Yan roared and waved his saber. A mountain appeared above his head and in front of him. The 2 mountains were filled with boundless desolate qi. One protected Song Yan and the other suppressed Zhongxiu. Dragon-devouring finger. Zhongxing snorted coldly and changed his claws into fingers. His fingers flickered with a pitch-black luster as they pierced towards the 2 boundless mountains. Bang! Bang! The 2 mountains exploded like balloons in Zhongxing's hand. The finger force did not stop, striking towards Song Yan. Clang! At the crucial moment, Song Yan used his saber to block in front of his body. With a loud clang, his body flew out like a cannonball as he coughed up large amounts of blood. Song Yan is going to lose. Isn't this a little too fast? We've only exchanged a few moves. How can buried life be so strong? Surpassing a battle 4 genius. Buried life definitely surpasses a battle 4 genius. He's somewhere between a battle 4 and a battle 5 genius. Terrifying, too terrifying. There is actually someone who can surpass the 4th battle genius. Everyone in the audience was shocked beyond words. The strongest experts of the super regions were usually fourth battle geniuses. Fourth battle geniuses were already the limit, and it was extremely rare for them to surpass the fourth battle geniuses. Every one of them was a rare genius. Life Burial had actually reached this level. How terrifying, whoosh, now that Xianxia had the upper hand, his attacks rained down on Song Yan like a storm. Dragon Devour Palm. Boom, Xianxia turned his finger into a palm and struck towards Song Yan. This time, Song Yan was in an even worse state. Although he tried his best to block, he was still sent flying. He slid a few hundred meters along the fighting stage as blood splattered all over the ground. I surrender, I admit defeat. Song Yan yelled crazily as soon as he caught his breath. There was no need for him to continue fighting. Song Yan knew that he was no match for Xianxia. Not only was his cultivation weaker, but his ability to fight against those with a higher cultivation level was also weaker. If he continued to fight, he would only be asking for a beating. Humph, why didn't you just admit defeat? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Xianxia snorted with contempt. Song Yan's face turned ugly. He struggled to get up and walked to the side of the fighting stage. Qiao Chongkong looked at Xianxia solemnly with a frown. Next battle, number 2 Qiao Chongkong versus number 3 Xianfeng. The middle-aged guardian announced. Whoosh. Whoosh, two figures flashed and appeared in the middle of the fighting stage. Qiao Chongkong and Xianfeng carried their battle swords on their backs and stood straight. Xianfeng, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat. My opponent is Xianxia. There's no need for you to struggle. Qiao Chongkong said. Who knows if you'll win before the battle? Xianfeng's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He waved his hand and a battle sword appeared in his hand. Stubborn and ignorant. Then you'll lose. Qiao Chongkong said coldly. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Two dazzling sword lights collided with each other. Qiao Chongkong had comprehended the force of thunder and a trace of intent realm. On the other hand, Xianfeng had comprehended the force of metal. Both of their attacks were extremely domineering. Clang! Clang! The crowd could only see the two sword lights colliding in the air. In an instant, they had collided more than 10 times. Whoosh, then, a figure flew back and stopped at the side of the fighting stage. It was Xianfeng. Puff, Xianfeng's body suddenly trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the crowd saw a deep sword wound on Xianfeng's chest. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. That was because the wound was filled with the power of thunder. As soon as the blood flowed out, it was evaporated by the power of thunder. Xianfeng, if it was a battle of life and death, you'd already be dead. Qiao Chongkong looked at Xianfeng proudly. I've lost. Xianfeng sighed and did not say anything else. Although Xianfeng's cultivation was slightly higher than Qiao Chongkong's, Qiao Chongkong had comprehended a trace of the intent of thunder. The gap was too big and hard to make up for. Xianfeng was no match for him. Following Xianfeng's defeat, the crowd started to discuss again. The top 2 are out. Qiao Chongkong and Xianxia. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard will definitely be one of them. Top 2? Aren't they the top 3? Top 3? Lu Ming can forget about it. He relied on luck to get here. When the battle starts, he'll be lucky if he can block one of Qiao Chongkong and Xianxia's attacks. That's true. Did you guys notice that none of the top 3 are from the super regions? This is really rare. Yeah. Old Lu, I didn't expect that there would be 2 people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range that would enter the top 3. Although one of them relied on luck, I still have to congratulate him. Someone from the Elders area congratulated Lu Xiao. Luck. Lu Xiao was already grinning from ear to ear. At the side, Zhao Sui's eyes were red with jealousy. This battle is won by Qiao Chongkong. Now, the top 3 are out. Next, the 3 of you will take turns to fight. The one who wins all of them will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Aya, it's finally my turn to fight. I'm about to fall asleep. At the side of the fighting ring, Lu Ming stood up slowly. With a wave of his hand, he put away the chair and walked toward the center of the fighting ring. This guy, the others were speechless. The battle between Qiu Chongkong and Zongxing ended in a few moves. However, Lu Ming said that he was about to fall asleep. This was obviously infuriating. Especially those young geniuses who were defeated. They were gritting their teeth. I'm actually ranked behind this guy. I'm really unwilling to accept this. Yeah, this guy is purely lucky. If I meet him, I'll finish him in 3 moves. A few geniuses from the super regions gritted their teeth as they discussed. They didn't lower their voices. Their voices were heard by many people. Lu Ming naturally heard it too. Hee hee. Lu Ming laughed and came to the center of the stage. He stood in a triangle with Qiu Chongkong and Zongxing. This guy is too much of a hindrance. Let me finish him first. Zongxing's eyes flashed coldly. A powerful aura burst out from his body and suppressed Lu Ming. Clang, with a flash of sword light, Qiu Chongkong unsheathed his sword and cut off Zongxing's aura. He said coldly, he's mine. Zongxing, I'll finish him first and then fight you. Yours? Why? I've been unhappy with this guy for a long time. This time, I must finish him. Qiu Chongkong, don't worry. I won't make you wait too long. I can finish him in 2 moves. Zongxing said coldly. No, Lu Ming is mine. Qiu Chongkong didn't budge. The audience was stunned for a moment before they sighed. Lu Ming is finished. Zongxing and Qiu Chongkong have their eyes on him. Does this guy have a grudge with both Qiu Chongkong and Zongxing? I think so. If I were Lu Ming, I'd admit defeat immediately. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I bet he's going to admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll take off all my clothes and run around the place. Nest, it's you again. Weren't you deaf just now? Why did you come back? Nonsense, such an exciting battle only happens once every 5 years. How could I miss it? This time, you said that you can't go back on your word. I will never go back on my word. Prepare the Ditian Divine Guards and the Ditian Divine Guard region. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others had worried looks in their eyes. Lu Ming, will you admit defeat? The Sword Wind and Cloud whispered. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he felt that Lu Ming would not admit defeat. Even if he could not win, he would still fight. Boom. Boom, on the platform, 2 auras erupted, clashing against each other. They were Qiu Chongkong and Zongxing. Zongxing, Lu Ming and I are from the same country. We have a grudge. This time, let me have him. Qiu Chongkong stared at Zongxing. He has a grudge with you? Haha, let me tell you, he has a grudge with me as well. I have to deal with him personally. Burial path. At the side, Lu Ming was speechless. These 2 fellows dared to treat him like air, like dough that could be kneaded at will. In that case, you 2 are so noisy and full of nonsense. Are you done yet? If you're done, then come at me together. I'm too lazy to deal with you one by one. Lu Ming's faint voice spread out, but it swept across the entire place like a storm. Everyone at the scene was petrified in an instant. They only knew to open their eyes wide and stare blankly at the platform. After a while, there was an earth-shattering uproar. What did Lu Ming say? What does he mean? He wants to challenge Qiu Chongkong and Zongxing at the same time. He's crazy, he's crazy. Did he get the empty round card 3 times in a row and his brain was damaged? Challenging Qiu Chongkong and Zongxing at the same time, he's definitely looking for a beating. I know, he knows that he can't kill in this battle. He wants to use this to cause a commotion and gain fame. Even if he's beaten half to death, he won't really die. It makes sense, it makes sense. Hey, didn't you say that if Lu Ming doesn't admit defeat, you'll strip naked and run around? Now, quick. Don't go back on your words. Ah. It's over, my eyes are blind, I can't see. Oh no, I'm going to find an inscriber. After saying that, the person quickly slipped away. Of course, he didn't really slip away, but secretly hid in a corner and watched the battle. He didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Oh my, I knew he was going to act shamelessly. Lu Xiao, Jian Fengyun, and the others were also stunned. Lu Ming's actions are indeed unexpected, Jian Fengyun exclaimed. He originally thought that Lu Ming wouldn't admit defeat and would accept the challenge, but he didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually challenge Qiu Changkong and Zongxing at the same time. In the sky, the middle-aged guardian was also shocked and looked at Lu Ming curiously. As for Qiu Changkong and Zongxing, they were completely stunned. The two of them were stunned and thought that they had heard wrongly. What? What did you say? Zongxing repeated. Are you deaf? I said to let the two of you come at me together, stop wasting my time. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha ha ha. Qiu Changkong suddenly burst into laughter and said, Lu Ming, do you think it's useful to throw caution to the wind? Do you want to use the rule of not taking your life to show your pride and courage? Alright, I'll break all the bones in your body later. I'll see how you're going to show your pride and courage then. Qiu Changkong also thought that Lu Ming was using the rule of not taking lives to show himself. However, if he couldn't take lives, Qiu Changkong had many ways to make Lu Ming miserable. Qiu Changkong, I'm afraid that you'll admit defeat when the time comes. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said. I admit defeat? Haha, I admit defeat? Don't worry, if I admit defeat, I'll withdraw from the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Qiu Changkong sneered. Guardian, is Lu Ming's request feasible? At this moment, Zongxing looked at the middle-aged guardian. Yes, the rules of the competition didn't say that one person can't challenge two people at the same time. The middle-aged guardian nodded. All right. Zongxing looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Qiu Changkong, since he's asking for death, let's satisfy him. Before he admits defeat, break all the bones in his body. I'll take care of the left side and you take care of the right side. We'll fight after we finish him off. Alright, let's do it. Qiu Changkong said with a ferocious expression. Are you done discussing? If you are, let's do it. Boom, as soon as Lu Ming finished his words, he stomped his foot towards Qiu Changkong's face. 9 dragons ascending sky steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. When he took a step, the whole world rumbled and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Qiu Changkong. You. Qiu Changkong was shocked. Qiu Changkong was taken aback. He did not expect Lu Ming to strike as he pleased. Moreover, the power of this kick was too terrifying. Ah! Blood Dragon Claw. Zongxing reacted in time and threw out Claw Radiance. Chi-Chi, the force of the Claw Radiance kept counteracting the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons sky-stomping steps. However, the two of them were in a hurry and their power was limited. Although they kept counteracting the power of Lu Ming's kick, they couldn't stop it completely. Lu Ming continued to step forward. Bam! He crushed the lightning ball in front of Qiu Changkong and stomped on his face. Qiu Changkong screamed and his body flew back. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before he stood up. However, his face was swollen and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Especially the footprint that was clearly imprinted on Qiu Changkong's face. This, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming was too shameless. He actually made a move as he pleased without any warning. However, they were more shocked by Lu Ming's strength. He kicked Qiu Changkong away in front of Zongxing and Qiu Changkong. If he wasn't strong enough, even a sneak attack wouldn't work. However, Lu Ming was able to do it. It was enough to show how strong he was. Ah! Qiu Changkong screamed crazily. He was furious. He was careless and was kicked in the face by Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. Qiu Changkong roared. He was completely crazy. His body was covered in lightning as he unleashed his full strength without holding back. Thunder Sword, Destruction of the World. His battle sword was unsheathed, and a sword of thunder and lightning seemed to have come from the heavens, cutting through the firmament. Dragon Devouring Finger. At the same time, Zongxing also attacked and used his trump card. There was no doubt that both of them had activated their bloodline power. The two of them attacked at the same time and their power was boundless. It was as if they could destroy everything. They attacked Lu Ming. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the fighting ring. Would Lu Ming be able to block it? Although Lu Ming's kick earlier contained a powerful force, Qiu Changkong had only been hit by it due to a moment of carelessness. That was what most people thought. Now, facing the full strength of Qiu Changkong and Zongxing, did Lu Ming still have a chance? He wouldn't be beaten to death, would he? That would be breaking the rules. Bang, Lu Ming bent his legs and then bounced up. His figure soared into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters in an instant. Lu Ming, don't even think about escaping. Kill! Zongxing and Qiu Changkong roared. They changed the direction of their attacks and continued to attack Lu Ming. Escaped? Who escaped? Lu Ming whispered as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom, a huge steel rushed out while 5 silver chakras flashed before rushing back into Lu Ming's body. 5 chakras, 5th grade king class bloodline. Lu Ming only has a 5th grade king class bloodline. Did you see that? His cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. With such combat strength, he actually challenged Qiu Changkong and Zongxing at the same time. What a joke. It turns out that he has been relying on luck all this time. That kick earlier was just a deliberate move. As soon as Lu Ming's aura erupted, it caused a wave of contempt and mockery. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qiu Changkong and Zongxing's attacks instantly closed in on Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming looked down from above and took a step forward. The roar of a dragon resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. A mighty force pressed down. This move again. Break for me! Qiu Changkong roared. He had comprehended a trace of lightning force, raising his attack power to a terrifying level. The power of the lightning sword exploded and broke Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. At the same time, Zongxing pointed his finger and Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps instantly collapsed. Die! The two of them roared. However, Lu Ming's face was calm as he took another step forward. The second step was the second step of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. It was another step on the foundation of the first step. Each step of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was stronger than the previous one. With each additional step, the power would increase crazily. With Lu Ming's current physical body and the strength of his true qi, the second step was comparable to the first stage of a heaven-class martial skill. Boom, the heavens and earth shook as if a true dragon was inspecting the world. The space shook violently and a crazy force gushed out. Bam! Bam! Zongxing and Qiu Changkong's bodies trembled as their expressions drastically changed. Their attacks instantly collapsed. After that, they felt an incomparably powerful energy gushing towards them. The two of them felt as though they had been struck by an immemorial mountain. Their bodies were like meteors as they fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two of them stepped on the fighting stage and the platform rumbled. Their faces turned pale and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the young man in the air in disbelief. He had repelled Zongxing and Qiu Changkong's joint attack with one move and he had even gained the upper hand. Is this Lu Ming's strength? This is unbelievable. Isn't this too terrifying? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Did I see wrongly? Did Lu Ming defeat Zongxing and Qiu Changkong in one move? Unbelievable. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. How terrifying is he? How many battles does he have? How can this be? How can there be such a powerful genius in this world? Countless people were so shocked that they were speechless. Zongxing was already at the peak of martial ancestor realm 9. He was 1 level higher than Lu Ming. Moreover, Zongxing was a genius who had surpassed the 4 battles genius. In total, he was 5 levels higher than an ordinary peak martial ancestor realm 8. Lu Ming could still suppress Zongxing. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming was a 6 battles genius? A 6 battles genius, everyone's hearts trembled at the thought of this. A 4th battle genius was already a rare genius. Then what kind of concept was a 6th battle genius? The crowd could not imagine it. Previously, Lu Ming had drawn an empty round 3 times in a row. Everyone thought that he was just lucky and that he would have been defeated long ago if he were to fight. Now, they realized that they were completely wrong. If Lu Ming were to fight, he would be able to defeat them easily. At the edge of the fighting ring, the geniuses who had been defeated turned pale. In particular, a few of them had shamelessly said that if Lu Ming were to fight them, he would be able to defeat them in 3 moves. Now, their faces were burning and they wished they could find a hole to hide in. It was really embarrassing. In the Elder's area, Lu Xiu was stunned at first. Then, his body began to tremble as if he was having a seizure. Excitement, he was really too excited. Like the others, he had thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. Now, he realized that Lu Ming was a rare genius. Even the middle-aged guardian's eyes narrowed. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. This time a rare genius has finally appeared. The middle-aged guardian was overjoyed. How can this be? This is impossible. How can Lu Ming be so powerful? On the fighting ring, Xiao Changkong shouted hysterically. He could not accept this. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. Even with their combined strength, they were still defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. Their blood surged and they almost vomited blood. What's so impossible about it? Just because you haven't seen it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lu Ming looked down at them from above. When Lu Ming had advanced to the 7th level of the true dragon of combat arts, his combat strength had already surpassed that of a 5 battle talent. When he had mastered the heaven-level martial arts technique, his combat strength had completely entered that of a 6 battle talent. A heaven-class martial technique was too powerful and had a terrifying increase in battle strength. A heaven-class martial technique was extremely rare and difficult to cultivate. Many low-level kings didn't even have a heaven-class martial technique or hadn't successfully cultivated one. From this, one could see how rare and powerful a heaven-class martial technique was. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was lower than Zongxing's by a level, his battle strength was still half a level higher than Zongxing's. Impossible, I'm the strongest. Lu Ming, you're just an ant that has always lived in my light. Xiao Changkong roared as the power of lightning radiated from his body. It was as if he was wearing a lightning coat. After comprehending a trace of lightning intent, he had already surpassed the power of lightning and was about to completely control it. Once he completely comprehended the intent and condensed a rune, he would be able to completely control the intent of heaven and earth. For example, if someone comprehended the intent of fire and condensed a rune, he would be able to transform into a fire god and control all the flames in the world. If someone comprehended the intent of lightning, they would be able to control all the lightning in the world. That was already the king realm and was extremely powerful. Xiao Changkong had only comprehended a trace of the intent of lightning and was still far from condensing a rune. Kill. Lightning sword, sky break. Xiao Changkong roared and used all his strength to execute his strongest move. Dragon devour, palm. Zongxing also threw a palm at Lu Ming. Feudal struggle. Xiao Changkong, you said that you wanted me to see the difference between us. Now, open your dog eyes and see for me. Lu Ming's mocking voice rang out as the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. 3 arts of the dragon god, true. Dragon strike. As the long spear thrust out, the spiritual energy of the world surged wildly. A true dragon with 2 colors, green and red, appeared. The 2-colored true dragon was 100 meters long. With a loud roar, its roar shook the heavens and earth as it pounced towards Xiao Changkong and Zongxing. The 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, which required 2 forces to cultivate, was a true heaven-class martial skill. It was even stronger than the 2nd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Boom, the 2-colored true dragon collided with the attacks of the 2. In the sky, an incomparably dazzling light shone. Then, the entire space trembled as if it was the end of the world. After a while, when the dazzling light dissipated, the crowd saw 2 figures falling down from the stage like cannonballs. They were Zongxing and Xiao Changkong. Boom. Boom, the 2 of them were like 2 toads, heavily falling on the fighting stage. The fighting stage rumbled and the 2 of them coughed up blood. However, the gap between the 2 could be seen. Zongxing coughed up a mouthful of blood and hurriedly got up. His body was covered in a bloody light as he stared at Lu Ming, who was in the sky. On the other hand, Xiao Changkong was half kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling nonstop and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His injuries were more serious than Zongxing's. Qiu Chengkong, do you understand now? Lu Ming looked down at him. Ah, Qiu Chengkong roared furiously. He was mad with hatred. He felt that he had been humiliated endlessly. He shouted crazily, damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to annihilate the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and kill your parents with my own hands. Ha ha ha. Qiu Chengkong laughed crazily. Die. In response to Qiu Chengkong, Lu Ming only said the word die coldly and mercilessly. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was emitting an extremely cold killing intent. It was as if he had transformed into a killing god. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming roared and took a step forward. The world rumbled. Block. Dragon devour fist. Buried life roared. His palm turned into a fist, and he threw out 2 punches in a row. Qiu Chengkong also roared and slashed out. Bam! A loud boom was heard and Lu Ming's first step was blocked. However, Lu Ming took a second step. Qiu Chengkong screamed again and was pressed to the ground by the powerful force. He spat out blood. Zongxing's body slid a few hundred meters and left a trail of blood on the fighting ring. 9 dragons stomping the sky. However, before the 2 of them could catch their breaths, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. This time, he was aiming at Zongxing. Ah, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Zongxing was finally scared. He screamed in horror and tried his best to resist. Bam! Zongxing was pressed to the fighting ring by the power of the 9 dragons stomping the sky. He was almost flattened. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. He had no idea how many of his bones were broken. The whole place was dead silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. It was as if there was only one person left in the world. A young and handsome figure was floating in the air. Whoosh! After a while, the whole place was in an uproar. Oh my god, Lu Ming won. Lu Ming actually won. Moreover, he won in an overwhelming manner. He's too powerful. Qiu Chengkong and Zongxing couldn't resist him at all. He's only at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. Who said that he was just lucky? How is he lucky? It's obvious that the others are lucky. If he had gone up earlier, Qiu Chengkong and Zongxing wouldn't have made it to the last round. They might have been defeated by Lu Ming. I didn't say that. On the contrary, I always thought that since Lu Ming could draw an empty round card, he must be blessed by the heavens. He's definitely extraordinary. Eh? No, I don't remember you saying that. You were so sure that Lu Ming was just lucky and even mocked him. No way. There's definitely no such thing. I knew that he's a rare genius. Why would I mock him? Definitely not. The place was in an uproar. There were shouts and arguments. It was as if that was the only way to express the shock in their hearts. Lu Ming reached out his hand and sucked Zongxing's storage ring into his hand. No, you can't, Zongxing roared. What are you shouting for? You've lost. This is my trophy. Lu Ming reprimanded. Zongxing had killed countless geniuses in the dragon's cave. The storage rings of those geniuses had all fallen into his hands. Lu Ming was still thinking about it. Zongxing's eyes turned red. There were endless resources in that storage ring. It was the capital for his rise. Now, it was all in Lu Ming's hands. His heart was broken. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. Whoosh, he moved and appeared above Qiu Chengkong. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm already injured. It's the same as losing. How dare you attack me? Qiu Chengkong sneered and looked at Lu Ming. Lost? I didn't hear you admit defeat. Oh? I forgot that you said earlier that you would never admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll become a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Even if I didn't admit defeat, I'm still injured. Can't you see that? It's the same as losing. Qiu Chengkong shouted. He wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Injured? Your injuries aren't serious enough. After saying that, Lu Ming took another step forward. Xiao Changkong shouted in horror. He wanted to resist, but he was already seriously injured. How could he have the strength to resist? Bang, crackle, he followed in Zhongxing's footsteps. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken by Lu Ming. Earlier, Qiu Changkong and Zhongxing said that they wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body. Now, both of them had their bones broken by Lu Ming as they wished. Ah, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You broke the rules. You broke the rules. Qiu Changkong roared hysterically. Where did I break the rules? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He condensed a qi spear in his hand. No, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. He was really scared. Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. How audacious. Die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the air and piercing towards Qiu Changkong with a terrifying force. Ah. No, no, save me. Qiu Changkong's courage almost broke. His mud-like body trembled crazily as he screamed hysterically. He screamed so miserably that he was about to cry. Buzz, at this moment, a blazing wave flashed by, and Lu Ming's spear light suddenly disappeared. It did not cause any fluctuation and disappeared just like that. A tall figure appeared on the battle stage. It was the middle-aged guardian. Lu Ming, the rules cannot be broken. If you break them and kill him now, it will be difficult for you to join the Empyrean Divine Guards. You have to prioritize. The middle-aged guardian said. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that with the middle-aged guardian here, he could not kill Qiu Changkong today. He cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming understands. N. The middle-aged guardian nodded. Ha ha ha, I'm saved. Lu Ming, I must take revenge for this. I must take revenge 10 times, 100 times. Qiu Changkong laughed and roared in his heart. His eyes flashed with incomparable resentment. Today, Lu Ming humiliated him in front of so many people. He hated Lu Ming to the extreme. Men, carry them down to treat their injuries. The middle-aged man said. Immediately, a few people flew down and carried Qiu Changkong and Zhongxing away. Now, I announce that the Empyrean Divine Guards this time belongs to Lu Ming. Then, the middle-aged guardian announced loudly. Whoosh, the whole place was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and discussing. What a surprise, what a surprise. Lu Ming actually obtained the throne of the Empyrean Divine Guards. That's right. Who would have thought that after so many years, there would finally be a genius from a small region who would be able to become a Four Heavens Divine Guard? It's so rare to see a genius from a small region trying to become a Four Heavens Divine Guard. It only happens once every 500 years. I didn't expect to run into him. I am so lucky. So handsome. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to chase him. A young girl in the prime of her youth screamed, her eyes shining. Everyone was too shocked. Lu Ming, 1 against 2, had actually obtained an overwhelming victory. This made everyone's jaws drop. In the area of the leading elders. Brother Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right, Brother Lu, you really have a discerning eye. You even managed to find such a genius. You even hit him so well before. Brother Lu, please take care of me in the future. Beside Lu Xiao, a group of elders were beaming with joy as they congratulated Lu Xiao. No, this was no longer congratulation, this was simply flattery. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lu Xiao responded to them one by one. However, his smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Not far away, Zhao Sui's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he kept muttering, how could this be? How could this be? In the preparation area of the Empyrean Divine Guard, Jiang Hongwen and Shang Guanyunyan's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Someone from my Cloud Emperor Mountain Range has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Jiang Hongwen kept muttering, thinking that he was dreaming. Lu Ming, amazing, amazing. I am too far away from him. In the Empyrean Divine Guard area, Jian Fengyun sighed. However, there was no jealousy on his face. Instead, he was happy for Lu Ming. On the battle stage, the middle-aged protector took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you are not bad. You have exceeded my expectations. However, there are many geniuses in the Empyrean Divine Palace. Don't be arrogant because of this. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, protector. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the middle-aged protector had no ill intentions towards him. Instead, he was kind. The reason why he stopped him from killing Qiu Changkong was to uphold the rules. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me in the Fire Palace. Later, there will be a deacon of the Empyrean Divine Palace who will show you around the Myriad Star City. Your reward will also be distributed to you. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you, protector. Lu Ming thanked him again. The middle-aged protector nodded with satisfaction and then announced loudly, all right, the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards has come to an end. A total of 1360 Empyrean Divine Guards have been selected. Deacon Huang, I will leave the rest to you. As soon as the middle-aged protector finished speaking, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a goatee flew onto the battle stage and said, Subordinate obeys. The middle-aged protector nodded. Then, his figure moved and suddenly disappeared. No one saw how he disappeared. Is this a small success, King? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and revealed a yearning look. Although the Martial King realm was also divided into 9 levels, the gap between each level was even greater. It was several times greater than the gap between each level of the Martial Ancestor realm. Moreover, the Martial King realm had several watersheds. Based on these watersheds, there were 4 titles. Level 1 to 3 Martial Kings were called Low Success Kings. Level 4 to 6 Martial Kings were called Small Success Kings. Level 7 to 9 Martial Kings were called Great Success Kings. Above the Great Accomplishment King level was the Peak King level. Among them, the difference between the 3rd layer to the 4th layer Martial Emperor realm and the 6th layer to the 7th layer Martial Emperor realm was extremely huge. The protectors of the Empyrean Divine Palace were said to be Small Success Kings. It was difficult to break through each level of the Martial King realm. Most of the kings in the Eastern Palace of the Empyrean Divine Palace were Low Success Kings. Small Success Kings were already famous experts. Alright, prepare the Empyrean Divine Guards and stay here for the time being. Someone will make the arrangements later. Official Empyrean Divine Guards, follow me. I will bring you to the Empyrean Divine Palace to settle the procedures and arrange your accommodations. Everyone, my surname is Huang. I am a deacon of the Empyrean Divine Palace. You can call me Deacon Huang. The deacon with the goatee said. Then, Deacon Huang took the lead and flew into the sky. The 1360 official Empyrean Divine Guards also flew into the sky and followed Deacon Huang. Below them, countless eyes were looking at them, filled with envy. Once they became official Empyrean Divine Guards, not only would they enjoy excellent cultivation conditions, but they would also have great power and a high status. If they went to other empires, even the royal families of middle-tier and high-tier empires would have to be polite, let alone a low-tier one like the Burning Sun Empire. This was because the Empyrean Divine Guards represented the Empyrean Divine Palace. Lu Ming and the others flew into the sky and looked down. They could see the entire huge building. More than 1,000 people followed Administrator Huang and flew across the sky like locusts. However, they did not cause any commotion in the huge Myriad Star City. Myriad Star City was too big. Furthermore, there were too many experts. Countless people flew around in the sky every day. Everyone was already used to it. Due to the large number of people in the sky, flying in the sky of Myriad Star City had a speed limit. If there was no speed limit, one would not be able to control the speed of a few kilometers or even 10 kilometers in an instant. A large number of cultivators would crash into each other. At that time, they would not die in battle but collide with other cultivators. That would be awkward. Half an hour later, Administrator Huang led the crowd to a huge building. This building was a pavilion. It was 7 stories tall and looked extraordinarily majestic. There was a stone tablet in front of the pavilion with a row of words written on it: Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Xianxia Region Eastern Branch. This is the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Xianxia region? It can't be, right? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. The others were the same. Although this pavilion was huge, it could not accommodate many people. It would be too shabby to say that this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region. Haha. Little fellows, watch carefully. Administrator Huang seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and laughed. Following that, he took out a purple gold token and inserted his veritable energy. The purple gold token flickered with light and spread out. Suddenly, ripples appeared in front of the pavilion. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared. A spatial path. This place was actually a spatial path. Follow me. Administrator Huang smiled and stepped into the whirlpool. The others exchanged glances and followed him. Could there be another paradise? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and stepped in as well. The world suddenly changed. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a huge plaza. The plaza was at least 10 kilometers long and wide. The ground was actually paved with white jade. Inscriptions flickered on the white jade. More than 3,000 people all appeared in the plaza. In the square, there was an earth-shattering discussion. That is? Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of them was an endless stretch of vast mountains. Some of the peaks in the mountains were so tall that they reached into the clouds. They were extraordinarily majestic. One could see that there were many huge buildings built between the vast mountains. There were palaces and pagodas, all of them incomparably majestic, so much so that they were as tall as mountains. Spirit birds could be seen flying between the mountains and the palaces. The roars of strange beasts could also be heard, resounding throughout the world. At the same time, one could also see the silhouettes of martial artists shuttling back and forth in the mountains and palaces. It was like a fairyland. Is this the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern part of the Tianxian region? It's actually in a plain. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is so dense, 5 or 6 times that of the myriad star city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he pondered. No wonder there was only one tower outside the myriad star city. Alright, everyone. This is the real sub-palace of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Although it's only a small subplane, it's considered big among small subplanes. It's tens of millions of miles long and wide. It has abundant resources. Deacon Huang explained proudly. Traversing tens of millions of miles? It is indeed huge. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Actually, Lu Ming had come into contact with quite a number of planes along the way. However, they were all small planes. There were very few medium-sized planes. This was because medium-sized planes were vast and boundless. The laws of heaven and earth were very complete and could evolve into a world on their own. Only official Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards can enter this place to cultivate. Probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards do not have this qualification. Probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards live in the Myriad Star City and have to go through tough training and tests before they can become Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards. Deacon Huang continued. Many people nodded silently, rejoicing that they had become Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards. If they had become Probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards, they would have had to go through a lot of training. Furthermore, the success rate would not have been high. Your information has already been sent over. Now, I will help you with the procedures to join the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Please wait here for a while. Deacon Huang continued. Everyone saw a huge palace at the side of the plaza. People were coming and going in the palace. This was probably the place where they would go through the procedures. Not long after, a beautiful young girl came to Deacon Huang's side and handed him a storage ring. Deacon Huang took it. The storage ring flashed and a purple gold token appeared in his hand. This is your token, known as the Divine Guard token. It records your information in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Guard. At the same time, when you go out, it also represents your identity as a Heavenly Emperor Divine Guard. The Divine Guard token is made of purple gold cold iron. It is engraved with special inscriptions. Outsiders cannot copy it. The first one, Lu Ming, this is your Eastern Sky Divine Guard token. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming walked up. Haha, little brother Lu, congratulations. There are many benefits to becoming an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Not only do you have the qualification to enter the 100 Gods Slope, but the place you live in is also different. Wait a moment, I will bring you there. Deacon Huang looked at Lu Ming with a smile on his face. Thank you, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming said politely and took the purple gold Divine Guard token. The others looked at Lu Ming with envy. Becoming an Eastern Sky Divine Guard represented a boundless future. Didn't you see that even Deacon Huang was polite to Lu Ming? He wanted to build a good relationship with him. Haha, no need to be polite. Next, Xianxia. He is injured now, I will give it to him later. Deacon Huang took out another token. Next, Deacon Huang distributed the tokens one by one. Lu Ming had already walked to the side and took the token. He injected his true qi and looked at it. The token flickered with a faint light and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, from the Blazing Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, 19 years old, Xianxia Domain's Eastern Sky Divine Guard. It was just a short message. In the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, the Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards were divided into several ranks. First rank was the lowest. Above them were second rank, third rank, fourth rank. Lu Ming didn't know the highest rank. The others also looked at it one by one. Soon, Deacon Huang finished distributing all the tokens. Now, I will bring you guys around the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Deacon Huang said. Then, he flew towards the vast mountains. The others rose into the sky and followed him. I believe you guys know that the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace has 9 halls, which correspond to wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, thunder, ice, and mountain. These are the 9 commonly seen in tent realms of heaven and earth. But other than the 9 halls, there are a few other places in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace that are extremely important and famous. The pagoda in front of you is the heaven-reaching pagoda. You can cultivate in it in the future and also test your cultivation and combat strength. The heaven-reaching pagoda is divided into many levels. You will get a corresponding reward for each level you pass. There was a tall tower in front of them. It was dark and majestic. It covered an area of 100 acres and was as tall as the mountains. It was unknown how many floors there were. Tower of Babel. It really lives up to its name. Lu Ming exclaimed. Immediately, Deacon Huang led the group and continued forward. They passed mountain after mountain and palace after palace. Occasionally, experts would fly by and glance at them curiously. Those experts were young, around 27 or 28 years old. The older ones were around 30 years old. They were all in the golden age of martial artists. However, the auras of these young experts were extremely terrifying. Their auras were monstrous and unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that the weakest of them were half-step kings. Some of them were hard to predict, but they were definitely stronger than half-step kings. Among Lu Ming and the group, many young geniuses were peerless geniuses in their respective regions. However, when they sensed the auras of these young experts, their faces turned pale. They were too weak. Cough cough, don't be discouraged. Many of these young experts are from the previous generation of Emperor Sky Divine Guards. They have cultivated for 5 more years than you. Naturally, they are very strong. After cultivating for 5 more years, you may not be weaker than them. Deacon Huang said loudly. That's right. I will definitely be stronger in the future. Me too. Many young people took a deep breath and cheered themselves up. They regained their fighting spirit. Deacon Huang nodded with satisfaction. Soon, they arrived in front of an extremely ancient and majestic palace. This is the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It is extremely magical. After entering, you can observe the changes of the intent realm of heaven and earth. It will greatly help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. Deacon Huang introduced. What? It can help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth? Everyone was shocked. That's right. Not only can it help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth, but it can also help you comprehend the force. Deacon Huang continued. What? It can help you comprehend the Force? Many young people's eyes lit up. Of course. The Tao Enlightenment Palace is second only to the 100 Gods Slope in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. It was built by the Palace Master of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, the Great Martial Emperor De. Deacon Huang said proudly. Martial Emperor De. Oh my God. The young men were astounded. De was an aloof martial emperor. He was one of the strongest people in the Divine Wasteland continent. He was extremely famous, his name was known throughout the ages. Who did not know him? This Enlightenment Palace was built by Emperor De. Just thinking about it made people excited. Martial Emperor De? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. Supreme Nine Yang had helped him suppress the Nine Dragons' bloodline aura for 10 years. Now, about a year had passed. There were still 9 years left. 9 years later, the power of Supreme Nine Sons would disappear, and he would have to face Martial Emperor De. This was almost impossible, but Lu Ming would not give up. He was filled with motivation and fighting spirit. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would probably be scared to death. But I have to tell you that if you want to cultivate in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, you have to pay 100 spiritual crystals for 1 day. Deacon Huang smiled. What? 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day? Oh my God, that's too expensive. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A top-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 upper spiritual crystals, 10,000 middle spiritual crystals, and 1 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 top-grade spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 million lower spiritual crystals for 1 day of cultivation. Everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their hearts suddenly became cold. With their wealth, even if they used up everything they had, they would only be able to cultivate for a few days. Deacon Huang smiled gently and did not say anything. He continued to fly forward. Soon, they arrived at a huge mountain peak. On the mountain peak, ancient trees towered into the sky. Spiritual birds flew and auspicious beasts roared. It was a peaceful scene. One could see that between the trees, there were many courtyards. They were stacked layer upon layer, covering the entire mountain. Nobody knew how many there were. As soon as they arrived, they felt that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was much denser than in other places. It was much denser than in Myriad Star City. This will be your residence. Each of you will be given a courtyard. Your courtyard number is marked on your Divine Guard tokens. You just need to check in with the correct number. Deacon Huang instructed. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Everyone nodded. There are some other wonderful places in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I won't show you one by one. You can slowly explore them later. After saying that, Deacon Huang flew to the front of Lu Ming and said with a smile, Little brother Lu, as an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, your courtyard is not in this area. It is on the mountain peak. There are 4 spiritual springs there. 4 courtyards have been built at the spiritual springs for the 4 heavenly divine guards to live in. Heavens, the courtyard is actually built at the spiritual spring's eye. This treatment is too good. Someone exclaimed. Countless gazes fell on Lu Ming, filled with envy. The spiritual spring's eye was a place where spiritual chi erupted. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was unimaginably dense. Gazes of envy and jealousy were fixed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. He did not expect the treatment of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards to be so good. No wonder everyone wanted to seize this position. Staying at the spiritual springs eye was also very beneficial for Lu Ming's cultivation. Little brother Lu Ming, let me bring you up. Deacon Huang said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Huang. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Soon after, Lu Ming and Deacon Huang flew towards the mountain peak, leaving behind a group of envious people. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Not only can Lu Ming stay at the spiritual spring's eye, he also has a spot to enter the 100 God slope. Even Deacon Huang has to curry favor with him. Someone sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked his talent to be so good? We can't compare. Let's go find our own courtyards. Let's go. Immediately, the youths flew down the mountain peak and walked towards those courtyards. Every courtyard was marked with a number. Everyone just had to check in according to the number. Lu Ming and Deacon Huang arrived at the mountain peak. Standing in the air, they could see that there was a courtyard in each of the 4 directions of the mountain peak. It was filled with clouds and mist, like a fairyland. These were the courtyards where the 4 heavens divine guards lived. Because the mountain peak was too large, the 4 courtyards were at least a few miles apart from each other. The one in the east is your courtyard. Deacon Huang pointed at the courtyard in the east and introduced. Lu Ming nodded. Little brother Lu, after several months of fighting, you must be tired. Go and rest first. This Huang will not disturb you. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to look for me. Oh, and the courtyard of the 4 heavens divine guards is surrounded by inscription formations. It needs your divine guard token to activate it. This is to prevent others from disturbing your cultivation. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming thanks Deacon Huang. Lu Ming bowed. Since others were showing goodwill to him, he naturally would not refuse. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of the courtyard. The courtyard occupied a large area and the building was elegant. Lu Ming was very satisfied with it. On the door of the courtyard, there were a few words, East Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming moved his hand and a purple gold token appeared. It was the divine guard token that Lu Ming had. Then, Lu Ming injected his true qi into the token. The token shone with rays of light and the rays of light extended into the courtyard. Buzz, the monastery trembled and a curtain of light appeared. That curtain of light enveloped the entire monastery. At this moment, the light screen in front of the door split into 2. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied. In this way, he would not have to worry about others spying on his cultivation or secrets in the future. Lu Ming walked in. Once Lu Ming entered, the light screen automatically closed. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge and flowing water. There were pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. There were also 2 rooms and a living room. The courtyard was filled with dense qi. Spiritual qi. This fog was actually formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth had actually turned into a substance. It could be seen how dense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was. Lu Ming carefully sensed that there was an endless amount of spiritual qi flowing out from the courtyard. The spiritual spring's eye is indeed wonderful. Let's cultivate. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and the 9 dragons' bloodline condensed. Roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, between heaven and earth, the extremely rich spirit energy of heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming. The endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and turned into Lu Ming's true qi. The true qi condensed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was incomparably pure. It continuously converged with Lu Ming's true qi and condensed Lu Ming's true qi. Lu Ming felt that his true qi was constantly becoming purer and more condensed. It was slowly advancing and was infinitely close to the martial ancestor realm 9th realm. 6 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Awesome, this is awesome. The spiritual energy here is dozens of times stronger than outside, perhaps even 100 times stronger. Cultivating for a day here is equivalent to cultivating for 100 days outside. Lu Ming sighed to himself. After the cultivation just now, although Lu Ming did not break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, he was extremely close. Lu Ming estimated that as long as he cultivated here for half a month, he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This speed was already very fast. One had to know that Lu Ming had already cultivated the true dragon battle art to the 7th level. The density of his true qi was 8 times that of ordinary true qi. The amount of energy required was simply too much. If Lu Ming only relied on absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, it would take at least a few years for Lu Ming to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here could greatly accelerate Lu Ming's cultivation speed. What a great place! Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. The cultivation lasted for 2 days. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, he suddenly felt the badge vibrating slightly. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and took a look at the badge. Someone is outside. Lu Ming thought. Who could it be? Could it be Jian Fengyun? Lu Ming did not know many people in the Emperor God Palace. Who would be looking for him now? He rose from his seat and walked out. The badge glowed, and the light screen parted automatically. Outside the residence, a handsome young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The young man was around 27 or 28 years old. He stood with his hands behind his back without emitting any aura, but Lu Ming felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. The young man stood there casually like an insurmountable mountain. Such a high cultivation. This person is definitely a peerless expert of the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he thought. The young man in white looked at Lu Ming with a gentle smile and said, Lu Ming? Yes, I am. May I know who you are? Lu Ming asked. I am Mu Shuyuan, an ordinary Emperor God Palace Divine Guard. The young man in white robe smiled. Your surname is Mu? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He asked tentatively, Oh? I have never seen Brother Mu before. May I know why Brother Mu is looking for me? It's nothing important. But since you have just arrived, I have to remind you of something. Mu Shuyuan said. What is it? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, you haven't been out for the past few days. Now, the new batch of DTN Divine Guards is spreading the rumor that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards don't live up to their reputation. They have the lowest combat power and the weakest cultivation level. Mu Shuyuan said. Is there such a thing? Lu Ming frowned. It's absolutely true. Moreover, this time, the east side is indeed the weakest. The south, north, and west sides all have half-step king-level geniuses. The other 3 divine guards all have half-step king-level geniuses. Moreover, the south and west sides each have 2 half-step king-level geniuses. The competition is extremely intense. Only the east side doesn't have a single half-step king. I heard that the 2 defeated half-step kings in the south and west are already eyeing you. I'm afraid they will challenge you. Once you are defeated, they will seize the throne of your Eastern Sky Divine Guard and occupy your residence. More importantly, they will take away your spot to enter the 100 God Slope. Mu Shuyuan said. Oh? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at Mu Shuyuan and said, I'm more curious. Why are you telling me this for no reason? You don't need to know about this. Be careful during this period of time. After saying this, Mu Shuyuan turned around and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. What a fast speed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Even with his eyesight, he almost failed to see how Mu Shuyuan left. I'm afraid this Mu Shuyuan is not only a first-layer martial emperor. He might be even stronger. Who exactly is he? Why did he remind me out of kindness? His surname is also Mu. I wonder what is his relationship with Senior Mullins. Lu Ming's mind was filled with doubts. After pondering for a long time, he still could not figure it out. Forget it, I'll go and sort it out. It's time to convert the resources into strength. Lu Ming muttered, turned and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, in an ancient palace of the Emperor Heaven God Palace, Mu Shuyuan was reporting the news to an old man. I've already reminded Lu Ming. Mu Shuyuan said. That's good. Although Lu Ming is not bad, he's still too weak compared to that person. We shouldn't help him too much. It's enough to remind him that he still has to rely on himself to become an expert. Only by going through hardships will he be able to grow stronger. Only then will he have a chance to face that person in the future. The old man let out a sigh and said. It's going to be difficult. However, that little girl does have a good eye, to be able to find such a genius at a tiny place like the Cloud Monarch mountain range. Mu Shuyuan said smilingly. The two chatted for a while longer, before Mu Shuyuan excused himself. Little girl, you can't go against your father's decision. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and took out all the storage rings he had obtained during this period of time to clear them out. After a day, he finally finished clearing them out. The rewards this time were terrifying and had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. There were too many of them. The most important thing was Xianxia's storage ring. In Xianxia's storage ring, there were more than 1,000 storage rings. All of them were obtained by Xianxia after killing other geniuses, and he had yet to check them out. After checking them out, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals, various middle and upper spiritual crystals. If converted to lower spiritual crystals, he would have a total of 56 billion spiritual crystals. Yes, more than 50 billion spirit crystals. How terrifying was that? Lu Ming's heart trembled and his eyes were filled with joy. There were also some other materials, such as spiritual weapons, that were not included. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. These spiritual crystals are enough for me to use for a period of time. If I convert all these spiritual crystals into strength, my strength will increase by a lot. Lu Ming thought happily. Then, he moved his hand and 2 black withered branches appeared in his hand. These 2 black withered branches were the ones that had been shot out from the gate of heaven. Originally, Lu Ming had only obtained one of them. The other one was with Li Qiushui. However, since Li Qiushui had been killed by him, this withered branch naturally fell into his hands. I wonder what use it is. Lu Ming muttered and kept it. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. The place he was going to was a famous place in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Mystical Treasure Tower. In the Mystical Treasure Tower, one could exchange for all kinds of treasures and buy and sell all kinds of treasures. The Mystical Treasure Tower was extremely majestic. It was a few hundred meters tall and took up an area of a few thousand acres. There were many people coming and going inside, and it was very lively. It's so huge! Lu Ming exclaimed. In fact, every sect would have a facility like the Mystical Treasure Tower so that it would be convenient for their disciples to exchange for treasures. The Mystic Essence Sword sect also had one, but it was much smaller than the Mystical Treasure Tower in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming walked in. There were people coming and going in the hall. There were at least a few thousand people. Eh? Look, who is that? Lu Ming, he is Lu Ming, this time's Eastern Sky Divine Guard. So he's Lu Ming. He's quite young. Humph, what Eastern Sky Divine Guard? He was just lucky. There wasn't a decent expert in the East, so he seized the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right. If we put him in the south of us, he's not even in the top 5. Just wait. That defeated half-step king in the south is coveting the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He has been in closed-door training for the past few days. As soon as he comes out, he will definitely challenge Lu Ming. His Eastern Sky Divine Guard position won't last long. That's right. He's not strong, but he has such good cultivation resources. Who would be convinced? Let's wait and see. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Of course, most of them were Dtian Divine Guards who had just joined this year. There were also some Dtian Divine Guards from the previous batch who looked over curiously. Lu Ming naturally heard them. He sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He walked into a room. The room was the place to buy and sell items and exchange items. Little brother, do you need anything? An old man with a smile asked. I want to exchange low-grade spirit crystals, mid-grade spirit crystals, and high-grade spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. I wonder if that's possible? Lu Ming asked. Of course, but you'll have to pay 1%. The old man replied with a smile. He didn't feel surprised. There were many people who came to exchange for supreme-grade spirit crystals every day. When one's cultivation reached half-step king or even king, other grades of spirit crystals were useless. Only supreme-grade spirit crystals would have an effect. Therefore, martial artists above half-step king would exchange other grades of spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. 1%? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Little brother, how many spirit crystals do you have to exchange? The old man continued to ask with a smile. Yes, I have 50 billion low-grade spirit crystals. I want to exchange all of them for supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming said. Okay. Ah? What? 50 billion? The old man started to agree casually. However, he reacted in the next moment. The smile on his face froze and his eyes widened. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming shouldn't be too old and probably didn't have many spirit crystals to exchange. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming would say 50 billion. Why? I can't exchange? Then I'll exchange for less. Lu Ming said. No, no, you can exchange, you can exchange. The old man hurriedly shouted. The smile on his face became even brighter. Previously, his smile was just a professional habit. Now, his smile was completely sincere. If he exchanged 50 billion low-grade spirit crystals, the fee would be as high as 500 million. He would be able to get a large commission from it. How could he not be happy? Little brother, please wait a moment. The old man hurriedly ran out. After a while, he rushed back with a storage ring in his hand. Little brother, there are a total of 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. You can count them. The old man handed the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it. With a thought, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. It was filled with rich energy. The spirit chi contained in the supreme-grade spirit crystal had almost turned into a substance. Ordinary martial artists couldn't refine it at all. Only half-step kings and above could refine it. Lu Ming scanned it and found that there were exactly 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in the storage ring. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand. A few storage rings appeared. Senior, there are mid-grade spirit crystals, upper-grade spirit crystals, and low-grade spirit crystals in here. There are a total of 50 billion spirit crystals. You can count them. Lu Ming said. Okay, okay. The old man took the storage ring and began to count. Lu Ming waited patiently. The old man took a full 2 hours to finish counting. Yes, it's 50 billion spirit crystals. The old man nodded and put it away with a smile. He asked, Little brother, is there anything else you need? Senior, I have some spiritual weapons, martial skills, and materials. Can you help me take a look and see how many supreme-grade spirit crystals they can be exchanged for? Lu Ming took out a few more storage rings. The old man took them and counted them carefully. These things were worth about 10 billion spirit crystals in the end. Lu Ming had another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The old man was grinning from ear to ear. Senior, I need to buy a batch of half-step king's demonic cores. How many spirit crystals for one? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming planned to buy a batch of demonic cores to reach the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Once he reached the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm, he would be able to fully comprehend the force. A half-step king's demonic core, 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals for one. The old man said. That's expensive. 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Senior, give me 100. Lu Ming said. 100? The old man was shocked. However, after the series of events, he was already numb to it. Then, he took out 100 half-step king beast cores and Lu Ming took out 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. They exchanged money and goods. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the beast cores. He sighed inwardly. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was indeed one of the strongest forces in the eastern part of the Xianxia region. If he was in the Blazing Sun Empire or even the Cloud Emperor mountain range, it would be impossible to buy a half-step king beast core. Lu Ming kept the beast cores and left the mystical treasure house with satisfaction. Back at the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. He waved his hand and 100 beast cores floated in the air. Begin, devour. Roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and roared into the sky. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Shush! Shush! Instantly, 5 beast cores were swallowed by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Boom, as soon as the demonic core entered the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it exploded and turned into surging energy that was constantly refined. After the 9 dragons' bloodline reached the 5th grade king grade, its devouring and refining ability had increased by several folds. The refining speed was terrifying. Huff, the energy within the beast cores was refined and the impurities and harmful substances were left behind. The pure energy essence flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle art and started to break through. He had already reached the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. Now, he was trying to break through to the 9th grade. Boom! Boom! The beast cores of half-step king beasts were filled with energy. The bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm started to loosen. Not enough. 5 more. The 9 dragons bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed another 5 beast cores. Boom! Pangbo's energy rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook and he broke through the bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He had reached the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. Continue. Break through to the peak of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to devour the half-step demon king's monster cores. After reaching the 9th layer martial ancestor realm and devouring the beast cores of half-martial emperor beasts, the rate of improvement of his cultivation was significantly slower. However, Lu Ming had bought a total of 100 Yao cores, which was enough to support him. Lu Ming's cultivation base continued to rise. 3 days later, Lu Ming had refined all 100 beast cores, allowing his cultivation to reach the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm. At this point, no matter how Lu Ming attacked, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. The next step was to comprehend force and intent from force. As long as one comprehended a trace of the concept of heaven and earth, he would be able to use the concept of heaven and earth to refine his true qi. Slowly, he would be able to transform his true qi into a higher level of energy, true essence. This process was extremely difficult. When most of the true qi in one's body had been converted into true essence, one still needed to comprehend a complete concept of heaven and earth and condense a concept rune in one's sea of consciousness. Then, they would have to go through the test of the lightning tribulation to become a king. Becoming a king was a natural chasm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cross it. Countless geniuses and geniuses were often stuck at the half-martial emperor realm, unable to make any progress. There were many who had reached the final step and condensed the concept rune, but died tragically under the lightning tribulation. There were too many examples like this. However, once one broke through to the martial emperor realm, one would experience a substantial leap. Not only would one's battle strength increase greatly, even one's lifespan would increase to 1,000 years. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. They could overlook the changes of the world and see the rise and fall of generation after generation. As for a martial ancestor realm, they could only live for 200 years at most, which was not much longer than an ordinary person. In a sense, a king had already broken away from the category of mortals. It was too difficult to break through to the martial emperor realm. For example, the Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a king for over 1,000 years. Although some middle-level empires had kings, they were basically low-level kings. It might take hundreds or thousands of years for one king to appear. It was not bad to have 2 king-level kings. Higher-level empires had more king-level kings. Many geniuses claimed to have the potential to become a martial emperor when they were young. However, most of them were exaggerated and only had a possibility. Most of them could not break through to the martial emperor realm in the end. Lu Ming's next step was to comprehend the 2 forces to perfection. Only after his force was perfected could he take another step and comprehend the intent. Dao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the Dao Enlightenment Palace. The Dao Enlightenment Palace could help people comprehend force, so he naturally had to use it. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of the Dao Enlightenment Palace. In front of the Dao Enlightenment Palace, there were 7 white-haired old men sitting cross-legged. Each of them looked like an ordinary old man. They did not emit any aura. They looked like 7 ordinary old men. However, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate them. Those who could guard the Dao Enlightenment Palace were definitely martial kings. Although they looked ordinary now, once they unleashed their power, it would be earth-shattering. Senior, I want to enter the Dao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Okay, 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals a day. How many days do you want to enter? An old man with a face full of wrinkles said. I want a month. Lu Ming arrived. Then, he took out 3,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals and handed them to the old man. The old man took them and nodded. Okay, 1 month. Then, a ray of light entered the gate of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The gate rippled with rays of light and a light screen appeared. On the light screen, a vortex appeared. The gate is open. Go in. Remember, 1 month later, the Tao Enlightenment Palace will send you out on time. The old man reminded him. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then strode forward. He stepped into the vortex. Heaven and earth spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing in chaos. Yes, it was chaos all around. There was no up or down. It was hazy. Boom, suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. Then, Lu Ming saw that in the chaos far away, there was a dot of light shining and then exploding. Whoosh! The chaos was surging. Endless will of heaven and earth and Dharma were entangled and evolved into a complete world. This was a scene that could only be seen when heaven and earth were created. The will of heaven and earth, what a powerful will of heaven and earth. There are so many will of heaven and earth. Lu Ming felt that his surroundings were full of various will of heaven and earth. Suddenly, 2 will of heaven and earth became very obvious and filled the world. They were the will of wind and will of fire. They were also the 2 forces that Lu Ming had comprehended. Could it be that different forces or will of heaven and earth appear here according to the different will of heaven and earth that each person comprehended? Martial Emperor De is indeed difficult to predict. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he thought seriously. Forget it, let's comprehend first. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and let himself enter a state of emptiness. He extended his mind to comprehend the will of wind and fire in heaven and earth. First of all, Lu Ming had comprehended the fire force. Fire was scorching hot, explosive, and incinerating everything. It represented destruction, but it also represented life. Lu Ming's mind was clear as he focused on comprehending the fire force. With the fire aura that he had comprehended and the fire concept in the outside world, Lu Ming's understanding of the fire aura improved by leaps and bounds. Time passed quickly as Lu Ming cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Blazing Sun Empire, Mystic Essence Sword Sect. In the conference hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect Sect Master Lin Shui, Scarlet Cloud Valley's Valley Master Ling Padian, Ghost Moon Saber Sect's Shangguan Ming, Mystic Essence Sword Sect and Scarlet Cloud Valley's upper echelons, Hua Qi and the other Imperial family's upper echelons, and Yan Quan were all gathered together. How's the war going? Lin Shui asked a Mystic Essence Sword Sect's golden-robed elder. Sect Master, it's the same as before. The Decimo Sword Sect is mainly defending. They only occasionally launch small-scale attacks. The golden-robed elder reported. Looks like we were right. That treacherous Qiao Wuyang must be waiting for the results of the Dtian Divine Guard selection. If Qiao Changkong joins the Dtian Divine Guard selection, he can borrow the power of the Dtian Divine Palace to deal with us. Lin Shui said with a solemn expression. That's right. The Dtian Divine Guards have great power. If they mobilize the forces of some mid-tier empires to deal with us, we'll be doomed. Moreover, Qiao Changkong has a backer. Shangguan Ming said in a deep voice. Everyone sighed and their expressions were solemn. This question had been weighing on everyone's mind for more than half a year. Now, we can only hope that Lu Ming will succeed. If Lu Ming becomes a Dtian Divine Guard, Qiao Changkong will have some scruples even if he joins the Dtian Divine Guard. Lin Shui said. According to the time, the selection of the Dtian Divine Guards should have ended 10 days ago. Is there still no news from them? Ling Padian said anxiously. I've already sent a group of people to wait for news in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Once there's news, they will send it back at the fastest speed. Lin Shui said. It's really making me anxious. Ling Padian grinned. He was an impatient person to begin with, and this matter was related to the fate of the sect, which made him even more anxious. Calm down. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, we can't avoid it. Lin Shui said. Although he said that, he was still very anxious. Sect leader, there's news. At this moment, a middle-aged burly man flew in from outside and shouted loudly. This middle-aged man was dressed in a golden robe. He was clearly a golden-robed elder. Elder Feng, is there any news about the Dtian Divine Guard selection? Lin Shui stood up and asked nervously. Not bad, there's news. Elder Feng nodded heavily. Qiu Changkong, how is Qiu Changkong? Did he become an Empyrean Divine Guard? Ling Padian asked anxiously. Qiu Changkong? He has indeed become a Dtian Divine Guard. Elder Feng pondered for a moment before he said. What? Qiu Changkong really became a Dtian Divine Guard? The expressions of Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others changed drastically. The worst thing had happened. Qiu Changkong had successfully become a Dtian Divine Guard. Everyone's heart was extremely heavy. According to the news, Qiu Changkong had a fortuitous encounter this time and became extremely powerful. Not only did he become a Dtian Divine Guard, but he also passed the last stage and participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection. Many of the strongest geniuses of the Dtian region were defeated by him. In the end, he entered the top 3 of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection. Elder Feng said. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Boom, boom. Everyone couldn't control their aura and stood up from their chairs. Their faces were pale and they looked extremely ugly. How could this be? How could this be? Lin Shui kept repeating. She couldn't accept the news. Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others didn't look any better. How could Qiu Changkong be so strong? How could this be? How could this be? Many people growled in disbelief. They really hoped that they were dreaming. Not only did Qiu Changkong join the Dtian Divine Guard, he even participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection and entered the top 3. This was too unbelievable. At the same time, it was an extremely heavy blow to everyone. If Qiu Changkong was so terrifying, he would definitely be put in an important position in the Dtian Divine Palace. His status and authority would definitely be greater. It must be his master. If it wasn't for his master's help, how could Qiu Changkong reach this step? An old uncle of the royal family growled in dissatisfaction. Since Qiu Changkong had reached this step, the royal family would never be able to take revenge. Bang! Lin Shui seemed to have been drained of all her energy. She sat heavily on the chair with a trace of despair in her eyes. Even the strongest genius of a super-large region wasn't Qiu Changkong's match. How could they resist? What could they use to resist? Well, sect leader and everyone else, I haven't finished my news. Elder Feng quickly said when he saw everyone's expression. You haven't finished? Could it be that Qiu Changkong has done something even more shocking? Ling Padian asked. That's not it. It's about Lu Ming. Elder Feng said. Oh? Did Lu Ming join the Dtian Divine Guard? Hua Qi pulled himself together and asked. That's right. Lu Ming is indeed a genius. He has successfully joined the Dtian Divine Guard. It is said that only 3 people have joined the Dtian Divine Guard in Emperor Yun's 36 empires. Elder Feng said somewhat proudly. Lu Ming has joined the Dtian Divine Guard. Haha, I knew that he would succeed. Hua Qi's eyes lit up as he laughed. He was happy for Lu Ming. However, the others weren't happy. If they hadn't heard about Qiu Changkong's news, they would have been extremely excited. But now, they couldn't be happy. The difference between an ordinary Dtian Divine Guard and a genius who could participate in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard competition was too great. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, Qiu Changkong had entered the top 3. Not only was his combat strength much stronger than an ordinary Dtian Divine Guard, but his status and authority were also much higher. He wouldn't be afraid of Lu Ming at all. Their situation was still worrisome. Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. He can actually become an Dtian Divine Guard. He can be said to be a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Blazing Sun Empire. Unfortunately, he met Qiu Changkong. Lin Shui sighed. Well, sect leader and everyone else, I haven't finished my news. Lu Ming didn't just join the Dtian Divine Guard. Elder Feng said again. Ah? Could it be that Lu Ming also passed the last round and participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard competition? Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. To be able to participate in the competition of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was a qualitative leap. He had completely joined the ranks of the strongest geniuses in the eastern region of Xianxia domain. If Lu Ming could reach this step, even if he wasn't Xiao Changkong's opponent, he wouldn't be too far behind. He would definitely be valued by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xiao Changkong would more or less have some scruples. Then, they would have some leeway to deal with him. At the scene, everyone looked at Elder Feng with incomparable anticipation, hoping that he would nod his head. Elder Feng nodded his head and said, yes, Lu Ming not only passed the last round and participated in the competition of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, but also. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming actually passed the last round. That's great, that's great. I really didn't misjudge him. This time, the Decimo Sword sect will have to think twice if they want to destroy us. Before Elder Feng finished his words, Ling Padian laughed crazily. His face was full of joy, and even his beard stood up. That's right. Lu Ming is a genius. Back then, I let him down and misjudged him. Lin Shui also sighed, but her eyes were also filled with ecstasy. I knew it. Lu Ming can definitely create a miracle. Hua Qi's face was also filled with ecstasy. The others were also beaming with joy and were incomparably excited. Before this, they had never thought that Lu Ming could also reach this step. This was really great news. Haha, someone come, tell this good news to Master Lu and Madam Lu. Lin Shui laughed. Wait a minute, sect leader, I haven't finished my words. Elder Feng shouted again. The scene suddenly quieted down again. I say, brother, you're a big man. Can you finish your words in one go? Don't be so wishy-washy. Ling Padian shouted. Sect leader Ling, I wanted to say something just now, but you interrupted me. Elder Feng said with a bitter face. This, hee, weren't you too excited just now? Ling Padian grinned. Alright, Elder Feng, what other news do you have? Tell me all at once. Lin Shui said. Yes, sect leader, it's about Lu Ming. Not only did Lu Ming participate in the competition of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, but he also seized the throne in the end. Elder Feng nodded his head and said the news. When he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Silence. There was complete silence. There was not the slightest sound. Even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Look at Elder Feng's face. Elder Feng smiled. Bitterly. Everyone's expressions were within his expectations. This was because when he first heard the news, he had the same expression. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than now. You're saying that Lu Ming seized the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? After a long while, Lin Shui reacted first and asked in disbelief. You're not lying to us, are you? Ling Padian asked in disbelief. Elder Feng said. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others looked at each other. They could see the indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Eastern Sky Divine Guards, ha ha ha. Let's see what 10 Direction Sword Sect will do now. Ling Padian laughed wildly. A peerless monster. Shang Guanming sighed again and again. Hua Qi and some people who had a good relationship with Lu Ming, such as Yan Lan, were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Lan Er, you have a good eye. Now, you have hope. Yan Lan sighed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to reach this step. Yan Quan sighed in his heart. He was now glad that he had made the decision to help Lu Ming for 10 years. With Lu Ming's talent, he believed that he would soon surpass him. In the future, he would most likely need Lu Ming's help. At the scene, everyone was extremely excited. They almost shouted out loud to express their emotions. They didn't even dare to dream that Lu Ming could seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This was the same as trampling the strongest geniuses of many super-large regions under his feet. Being able to participate in the competition for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was already unimaginable, let alone the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This time, Lu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. Qiu Chongkong would definitely not dare to act rashly and use his power to interfere with the Blazing Sun Empire's affairs. Sect Master, Sect Master. At this moment, a silver-robed elder rushed in. What's the matter? Lin Shui was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Sect Master, the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial family is here to congratulate you. The silver-robed elder said. He didn't know the news and was a little surprised. He didn't know why the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial family was here. The Cloud Desolate Empire was undoubtedly the strongest empire among the Cloud Emperor's 36 empires. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Blazing Sun Empire. They really came. Quick, go out and welcome them. Lin Shui quickly got up. The others followed. When they arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's mountain gate, they saw dozens of people. A total of 30 people stood in the air. Without a doubt, they were all martial ancestor realm experts. The leader wore a dragon robe and emitted a powerful aura. He was actually a half-step king. The Cloud Desolate Empire's distinguished guests have arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Lin Shui quickly cupped her fists. You must be the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's Sect Master Lin. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. I'm the Daki King of the Cloud Desolate Empire. I'm here to congratulate Sect Master Lin. I heard that Lu Ming came from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. I didn't expect the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to produce such a genius like Lu Ming. He took the Eastern Sky Divine Guards and greatly increased the prestige and reputation of the Cloud Emperor's 36 empires. He made the Cloud Emperor's mountain range famous. Therefore, I'm here to congratulate you. The middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe said. Lin Shui and the others were extremely excited. Although they were extremely excited when they heard Elder Feng's words, they were still afraid that the news might be wrong. However, now that the Cloud Desolate Empire's prince had personally come to congratulate them, there was no doubt about it. Your Highness, please come in. Servants, prepare a banquet to welcome your Highness. Lin Shui ordered loudly. Yes. Someone immediately went to carry out the order. Also, inform Master Lu and Madame Lu of this news. Also, invite Master Lu and Madame Lu here. Remember, you must be respectful and not neglect them. Lin Shui ordered. Yes, Sect Master, don't worry. A golden-robed elder went to carry out the order. Oh? So Lu Ming's parents are here too. I would like to see what kind of people could give birth to such a peerless genius like Lu Ming. The Cloud Desolate Empire's Prince Daki laughed. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect immediately held a huge banquet to celebrate. When Lu Yuntian and Li Ping heard the news, they were extremely excited and happy. Li Ping was so emotional that tears flowed down her cheeks. In contrast to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect celebration, the atmosphere in the 10 Direction Sword Sect's conference hall was oppressive. Damn it, Lu Ming, how could he take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? How is this possible? Xiao Wuyang roared, emitting a terrifying aura and icy cold killing intent. In the hall, the others kept quiet out of fear. Dao Comprehension Palace, Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming's surroundings were suddenly filled with gusts of wind that were as cold as knives. Whoosh, Lu Ming suddenly stood up. His body trembled, and his body became as light as a feather as he floated around like a ghost. After a while, he stopped where he was. My wind force has finally reached perfection. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. His wind force and fire force had already reached the limit of greater perfection. After 7 days of comprehension in Dao Comprehension Palace, he had finally reached perfection. However, this also meant that Dao Comprehension Palace was indeed miraculous. In just 7 days, it allowed Lu Ming to break through. Now, let's start comprehending the fire force. Following this, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and continued comprehending the fire force. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming's fire force had also reached perfection. In just half a month's time, Lu Ming's wind and fire powers had both reached the perfected stage. Buzz, Lu Ming held his spear and gathered the wind force and fire force. With a slight tremble, space rumbled, and a spear light shot out, flying an unknown distance. Lu Ming revealed a satisfied smile. With the wind force and fire force reaching perfection, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a large margin. There was a huge difference between perfection and greater perfection, a difference of several times. After merging the wind force and fire force, its power was even stronger. At this moment, Lu Ming's battle prowess was already infinitely close to a Battle 7 genius. Yes, Lu Ming had already reached Battle 6 genius. Now, he was infinitely close to Battle 7 genius. I set a time limit of 1 month. There is still half a month left. I can cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. Lu Ming pondered. Now that both wind force had reached perfection, he could cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 2nd level. Just like that, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation, wholeheartedly cultivating the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. In Tao Comprehension Palace, combining the wind force and fire force to cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God, his speed was terrifyingly fast. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 2nd level. This caused Lu Ming's battle prowess to soar once more, reaching the level of a 7th battle genius. These spiritual crystals were well spent. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. At this time, a month was almost up. Lu Ming left the Tao Enlightenment Palace and flew towards the Eastern Sky Monastery. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Using his Divine Guard medallion, he activated the inscription formation and walked in. However, he did not notice that in the distant sky, there was a young man watching him enter. Lu Ming has finally finished his cultivation and returned. I will immediately report this to senior brother Kaigo. With a flash, he flew toward one of the many courtyards of the Dtian Divine Guards. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and sat on a stone chair in a pavilion in the courtyard. He poured himself a cup of wine and slowly drank while admiring the small bridge and flowing water. After being in seclusion for more than a month, it was time for him to relax a little. I wonder where Senior Sister Mullins is? If she is here, she should have heard the news that I have become an Eastern Sky Divine Guard and should come to find me. It seems that I have to take some time to inquire about it. I wonder how the war in the Burning Sun Empire is going. Presumably, the results of the Dtian Divine Guard selection have already been sent back to the Burning Sun Empire. Now that I have become an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Qiu Chongkong should not dare to act rashly. The war in the Burning Sun Empire should not change too much in a short period of time. The most troublesome one is his master. I wonder which great figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is Qiu Chongkong's master. Lu Ming pondered while drinking. Lu Ming, get out here. Suddenly, a loud roar swept over like a storm. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shot out 2 long beams of light, flickering. Finally! Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Then, he poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and walked out in large strides. Walking out of the courtyard, he saw a 24-year-old youth standing in the air, staring at the Eastern Sky Courtyard with shining eyes. Seeing Lu Ming, the youth's eyes lit up and said loudly, "Lu Ming, you have been hiding like a turtle for more than a month. Finally, you have appeared. Lu Ming, I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. The throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard is not something you can sit on. You are not qualified. Now, give it to me, lest you embarrass yourself." As soon as he saw Lu Ming, the young man shouted loudly. Swish! Swish! Just now, the youth shouted so loudly that it had already alerted the other Dtian Divine Guards on the mountain peak. At this moment, figures flew out from the courtyards and stood in the air, looking over. It's Kaigo. Kaigo is finally going to challenge Lu Ming. Kaigo is a half-step king. He was defeated in the battle of the Southern Sky Divine Guard. His battle strength is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is in danger. This time, the East Side originally did not have any experts, not even a half-step king. Lu Ming was able to obtain the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard purely by luck. That's right, the 4 Sky Divine Guards belong to the capable. Kaigo should challenge him and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. The surrounding Dtian Divine Guards discussed spiritedly. Qiu Chongkong and Zhongxing also appeared in the crowd. After more than a month, their injuries had already healed. At this moment, their faces were filled with joy. Haha, Lu Ming, even if you seized the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, what can you do? Won't it still be taken away? Haha. Xiao Changkong laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the other 3 directions to be so strong. Fortunately, I did not seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Otherwise, it would be a joke if it was snatched away before my but even warmed up. Lu Ming, you are about to become a joke. Should I thank you? Haha. Zhongxing also sneered. Who are you? Lu Ming naturally heard the others' discussion, so he deliberately asked. My name is Kai Go. Lu Ming, I advise you to withdraw from the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Kai Go said. Sure enough, what a noob dog. I say, dog, you came running to me just for such a trivial matter? Lu Ming curled his lips and said. As soon as these words came out, the others looked at each other in dismay. Kai Go's eyes suddenly turned red as a cold killing intent erupted. His face was incomparably distorted as he roared, Lu Ming, you little bastard, what did you say? You are courting death, you are courting death. I originally wanted to let you go, but now, you are dead for sure. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a dog in front of everyone. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. A dog, don't bark so loudly. Don't you want to challenge me? Fine, I agree to fight you. Tomorrow morning, on the Divine Guard battle stage. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice was clear and loud, and it spread far and wide. Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect Lu Ming to agree so easily. Kai Go himself was also taken aback for a moment. Then, he revealed a cold and vicious smile and said, Fine, little bastard, then I will let you live for one more day. Then scram, you dog. Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Kai Go gnashed his teeth. He was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. Humph, you can show off now. Tomorrow I will make you cry. The others discussed among themselves and left as well. Hee, Lu Ming actually dared to offend Kai Go. How unwise. Looks like I don't even need to do anything. You're going to die in Kai Go's hands. Xiao Changkong sneered and left. Soon after, the news of the battle between Lu Ming and Kai Go spread like wildfire. Lu Ming turned and entered the East Sky Courtyard, where he began to meditate. The sun set and rose again. A day had passed. The Divine Guard battle platform was built on a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was wide and flat, and there was a platform that was 10 miles long and wide. As the name suggested, it was used for battles between Empyrean Divine Guards. The platform was made of black iron and was engraved with inscriptions. Even if a low-level king fought on it, he wouldn't be able to break the platform. The Divine Guard battle platform was a place of life and death. Early in the morning, the Divine Guard battle platform was already crowded with people. There were at least 10,000 people. This time, there were about 6,000 to 7,000 new Empyrean Divine Guards in the entire eastern region of Xianxia domain. It could be said that apart from those who were cultivating in seclusion or had important matters to attend to, most of them had come. Even some of the previous batch of Empyrean Divine Guards had come after receiving the news. After all, it was related to the change of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Naturally, it would attract attention. Whoosh, a figure rapidly flew through the air and landed on the Divine Guard battle platform. Kai Go is here. Someone shouted. As soon as Kai Go landed on the battle platform, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Whoosh, soon after, another figure appeared on the battle platform. Lu Ming is here too. I didn't expect him to dare to come. There's nothing he can do if he doesn't come. The Empyrean Divine Palace has a rule that the 4 heavenly Divine Guards can be obtained through challenges. If he doesn't come and avoids the challenge, the Empyrean Divine Palace will take away his throne. Lu Ming's arrival caused a heated discussion. Kai Go also opened his eyes. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes, and he did not hide it at all. He said coldly, Lu Ming, if you have any last words, leave them behind. You won't have this chance later. This is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Is that so? I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Kaigo sneered. Whoosh, at this moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the fighting ring. Half a time. This matter concerns the change of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. I will be the witness. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. What else do you have to say? The middle-aged man shouted. No. No. Lu Ming and Kaigo both shook their heads. Following the middle-aged man's announcement, the atmosphere became even more lively. Who do you think will win? Does Lu Ming have a chance to win? Impossible? I don't deny that Lu Ming's talent is terrifying, but his cultivation is too low. He was only at the peak of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm when he was fighting for the position of Eastern Sky Divine Guard. It has only been a month. Even if he were to break through to the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, or even the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, he would not be a match for Kaigo. Furthermore, it is impossible for him to break through from the peak of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm to the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm in a month. A half martial realm is much stronger than a peak 9th layer martial ancestor realm. It is 2 whole levels higher. Furthermore, Kaigo is an expert between the Battle 4 genius and the Battle 5 genius. In total, Kaigo is more than 6 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th layer martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming will not be a match for him. For a genius like Kaigo, unless it is a battle of the same level, no one would be able to defeat him when he is at the half martial realm. So, Lu Ming has no chance at all? Lu Ming can't win. The one who said the last sentence was a cold-looking young man in a golden robe. His words attracted the attention of the crowd. He was the other member of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards, the South Heaven Divine Guard, Zhong Hao. Kaigo's strength is not weak. Even I would have a hard time defeating him. It is impossible for Lu Ming to defeat Kaigo. Zhong Hao said resolutely. His cold expression was full of confidence. Brother Zhong is right. Not far away, a glamorous woman said with a smile. She was the North Heaven Divine Guard of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards. Following this, the crowd shifted their gaze to the other side. There stood a handsome young man in a white robe. The strangest thing was that there was a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. This made him appear even more mysterious. There was not a single person around him. It was as if they were afraid of him and kept their distance. This man was the last member of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards, the Divine Guard of the Western Sky. At the same time, he was also known as the strongest among the 4 Heavens Divine Guards. During the competition for the position of the Divine Guard of the Western Sky, the other half-step king could not even withstand 3 moves from him. The crowd looked at him, wanting to hear his opinion. However, he did not say a word. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Kaigo were about to make their move. Lu Ming, die! Kaigo shouted coldly. A thin and long cyan sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The cyan sword made a light sound and instantly crossed a few hundred meters, stabbing towards Lu Ming. It was so fast that many people could not see the sword's trajectory. Intent, very obviously, Kaigo had already comprehended a trace of concept of wind on the foundation of wind force. Even if it was just a trace of wind intent, Kaigo's battle strength had increased tremendously. Wind fire intent. Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear. The long spear was condensed with wind fire intent. Clang, the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Boom, violent genuine chi filled the air with the power of wind and fire, covering the entire fighting ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, the 2 figures quickly retreated several miles and stood still. Everyone at the scene was stunned and their eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming can actually block Kaigo's wind intent attack. How is that possible? Did you see that? Lu Ming's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a terrifying cultivation speed. That's not the point. Both of them did not use any martial skills. They were just probing attacks. How could Lu Ming block Kaigo's wind intent? Intent can actually block intent. How is that possible? The crowd was shocked and discussed animatedly. This is the wind fire intent. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. The crowd was shocked because the person who spoke was the divine guard of the western sky, Xing Wushuang. Lu Ming has comprehended two intents. Moreover, the two intents have merged and reached perfection, Xing Wushuang said slowly. However, there was no seriousness in his voice. He was just stating a fact as if Lu Ming was not worthy of his attention. Wind-fire intent fusion? No wonder, no wonder. Lu Ming is amazing. He has comprehended two intents and merged them successfully. The most amazing thing is that he has cultivated both to perfection. Many people were shocked. It wasn't easy to cultivate one force to perfection, let alone two. Moreover, he had successfully merged them. The difficulty of this wasn't just 2 times that of comprehending a force. Instead, it was several times more difficult. No wonder Lu Ming's battle strength is so terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Humph. It's hard to achieve great things with one mind. Xing Wushuang coldly snorted and said in a disdainful voice. Brother Xing is right. Zhong Hao laughed. Awoo. At this time a wolf-like howl sounded in the fighting ring. Kaigo's aura became even stronger. Above his head, a black dog with 2 heads appeared. Two-headed hellhound was an extremely powerful demonic beast. There were 6 silver chakras around its body. It's really a dog. What did I say wrong? Lu Ming curled his lips. He was surprised that Kaigo's bloodline was really a dog. Little bastard, what are you talking about? I'm a 2-headed hellhound. Go to hell. Kaigo shouted and activated his bloodline. At the same time, his long sword trembled and the blade cut through the air. Suddenly, wind blades formed and slashed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were at least a dozen wind blades that were sharper than saber radiance. Only those who had comprehended a trace of wind essence could perform this. Even a perfect force couldn't do it. This was the initial stage of controlling wind. Wang, Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear and shook it. A dozen spear flowers appeared in the sky. Each of these dozens of spear flowers contained the power of wind and fire. Pung! Pung! After a dozen explosions, the wind blades and spear flowers were destroyed. Heavenly Dog devouring sun sword. Suddenly, Kaigo let out a long howl and stabbed out with his long sword. A vision appeared in the sky. A sun appeared and then a big yellow dog appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed the sun. With the sun in its mouth, it pounced at Lu Ming. A terrifying aura filled the air. Woo woo, the dog is biting. Lu Ming rushed to the sky and shouted. Kaigo was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Pung! Bang! Then, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. 9 dragons heaven stomp, 2 consecutive steps. The heavens and earth rumbled as a terrifying power erupted like a flood. The yellow-furred dog's body trembled violently. Then, with a final howl, it exploded. Kaigo's figure involuntarily flew backward. God, what did I just see? Lu Ming actually repelled Kaigo? How is that possible? It is indeed inconceivable. Lu Ming's battle prowess is truly terrifying. However, Kaigo has yet to unleash his strongest battle prowess. It's hard to say who will win. Look, Kaigo is going all out. Boom! At this time, Kaigo's aura had risen by another level. Rays of red light twined around his body. This was just a secret technique. This was Kaigo's strongest state. His battle prowess surpassed that of Battle 4. Nestle, the yellow dog transformed. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was speechless. Kaigo was so angry that his chest swelled. Die. Heavenly Dog devours the sky. Kaigo roared as a terrifying sword light erupted. It condensed into a heavenly dog and pounced on Lu Ming. This heavenly dog was condensed from sword chi and could destroy everything. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's end this. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and stabbed out with his spear. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as a 2-colored true dragon flew out, emitting an aura of disdain. The 2-colored true dragon collided with the heavenly dog. At this moment, the entire fighting ring shook violently as a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Retreat! Many people who were close to the fighting ring frantically retreated. Everyone below the half-step king level retreated by 10 miles. Only those half-step kings were able to not retreat. Nestle, this is too strong. Is this the battle prowess of someone below the king level? Ordinary martial artists of the same level would be smashed to pieces in one move. Too strong. This is the strongest genius of the Eastern Xianxia domain. Who is going to win? Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the fighting ring. Roar. The two-colored true dragon suddenly roared as it opened its mouth. The heavenly dog whimpered and collapsed. Then, Kaiko's body flew out like a cannonball and slid a few miles on the fighting ring. Swish, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Kaiko. His long spear was like a cold lightning as it pierced toward Kaiko. Kaiko turned pale with fright. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 rounds and avoided Lu Ming's attack. Yellow dog rolling, not bad. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Lu Ming took a step forward and a violent energy blasted out. Kaiko screamed as he was sent flying like a chicken, blood spurting out of his mouth. I surrender, I admit defeat. Kaiko was scared as he roared in horror. Admit defeat? I don't accept. Lu Ming sneered as his eyes were extremely cold. His spear was as cold as ice as it pierced through the void and pierced toward Kaiko. This time, Kaiko could not dodge it. Poochie, the long spear pierced through Kaiko's chest and lifted Kaiko into the air. I admit defeat, I beg you, let me go, let me go. Kaiko let out a mournful scream and wailed. He felt that death was so close to him. As long as Lu Ming's true chi erupted, he would be dead. He was scared, scared to death. As long as he thought of his bright future leaving him, he trembled with fear. Let you go? When you wanted to take my Eastern Sky Divine Guards, did you think about letting me go? If I was not strong enough and lost to you, would you let me go? Lu Ming's voice was incomparably cold as he asked 2 questions in a row. I was wrong. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I had eyes but failed to see. You are the real proud son of heaven, and I am a dog shit. Yes, I am a dog shit. I beg you, let me go. Kaiko begged mournfully. In order to survive, he did not care about anything else. It's too late to say this now. Go on your way. Lu Ming was unmoved and said coldly. This time, he could not let Kaiko go. He wanted to use this thunderous moment to intimidate others and tell them that he, Lu Ming, was not a soft persimmon. On the contrary, he was a murderous weapon, a murderous weapon. No, no. Kaiko screamed crazily and struggled crazily. Buzz, Lu Ming's long spear trembled and his true chi erupted. Kaiko's heart instantly exploded. Kaiko roared and no longer breathed. Hiss, hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming won. The half-step King Kaiko was killed. Before this, no one would have thought of this outcome. Almost everyone thought that Kaiko would be able to crush Lu Ming and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. They never thought that the result would be the complete opposite. In the end, Lu Ming crushed Kaiko and killed him. Some people who were confident that Lu Ming would be defeated felt their faces burning. This was especially so for Zhong Hao. Previously, he even said that even if it was him, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat Kaiko. Lu Ming was definitely not Kaiko's match. But the reality was that Lu Ming crushed Kaiko. This was equivalent to saying that Lu Ming was stronger than him. Damn it! Zhong Hao roared in his heart. He was extremely unhappy. But when he looked at Lu Ming, his expression was grave. Kaiko was a half-step king. He was 2 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist. At the same time, he was a battle 4 to battle 5 genius. His battle strength was 6 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist. Lu Ming was able to defeat Kaiko with his peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm cultivation. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat ability had reached the level of a 7-battle talent? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Battle 7? How was this possible? Was there such a genius in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? Even the previous batch of Empyrean Divine Guards looked at Lu Ming with grave eyes. How could this be? How could this be? In the crowd, Zhang Xing and Qiu Chengkong's faces were ashen. Their eyes were wide open as they couldn't accept this. It had only been a month and Lu Ming had become so powerful. Even if the two of them joined hands, Lu Ming could kill them in one move. No, I must think of a way to get rid of Lu Ming. This guy is too terrifying. If this continues, I will be the one to die. Qiu Chengkong's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Whoosh, on the fighting stage, Lu Ming swung his long spear and flung Kaigo's corpse away. At the same time, he sucked Kaigo's storage ring into his hand. As for Kaigo's blood essence, there were too many people present, so Lu Ming didn't devour it. Phew, as Kaigo's corpse fell to the ground, everyone let out a long breath. I announce that Kaigo has failed the challenge. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is still Lu Ming. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was about to turn around and leave. Lu Ming, you're not bad. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lu Ming stared blankly and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows stepped into the air and walked toward the fighting ring. Xing Wushuang, it's Xing Wushuang. Why is he walking towards the battle stage? Could it be that he wants to challenge Lu Ming? It can't be. If that's really the case, then there'll be a good show to watch today. This youth was one of the divine guards of the Western Heaven. He was known as the strongest genius of this batch, Xing Wushuang. Xing Wushuang stepped onto the stage and stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you are not bad. Now, you are worthy of being my opponent. Xing Wushuang had a jade-like appearance and was quite handsome. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. A large group of young women looked at Xing Wushuang with shining eyes. Oh? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh. To be honest, he had never heard of Xing Wushuang before. However, you are only worthy of being my opponent now. You may not be in the future. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you are on the wrong path. Xing Wushuang continued. He stood with his hands behind his back like an elder giving advice to a junior. What? Lu Ming was stunned. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? He thinks too highly of himself. How can he say that I am on the wrong path? The others were stunned. Only a few of them showed a thoughtful expression. Haven't you realized it yourself? You have taken an unconventional path and comprehended two forces at the same time. Although it will greatly increase your battle strength, a person's energy is limited. It takes a lifetime to comprehend one force and one essence of heaven and earth. However, you have comprehended two forces at the same time. In the short term, you seem to be strong, but in fact, it is an extremely foolish action. In the future, even if you can break through to the martial king realm, your achievements will be limited. Therefore, I said that you can be my opponent now, but in the future, the gap between you and me will grow bigger and bigger. You will never be able to keep up with my footsteps. Xing Wushuang continued. His words were full of confidence. Yes, Xing Wushuang is right. Comprehending two forces will greatly increase your strength in the short term, but in the future, it will greatly affect your cultivation. The people around suddenly realized that Xing Wushuang's words made sense. However, Lu Ming was speechless. Moreover, Xing Wushuang's attitude really annoyed Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently and said, Who do you think you are? You have your own path and I have mine. There is no need to talk to you. Moreover, with your current strength, it will be a matter of minutes to surpass you. Lu Ming casually waved his hand. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have gone astray and still want to surpass me. What a joke. I am kind enough to guide you, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, I will let you fend for yourself. Xing Wushuang coldly snorted. With his hands behind his back, he turned around and walked away. This guy is crazy. Who does he think he is? Acting like he is the number one in the world. What a joke. Lu Ming muttered, then soared into the sky and left. Of course, this battle inevitably became a topic of discussion. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had used his strength to prove that he deserved the title of Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Moreover, Xing Wushuang's words had also spread. The majority of people believed that Xing Wushuang was right. A person comprehending two forces at the same time had limited energy. If Lu Ming didn't mend his ways, his future achievements would definitely be limited. After Lu Ming returned to the eastern sky courtyard, he continued to comprehend the forces of wind and fire. He naturally couldn't give up on cultivating the forces of wind and fire just because of Xing Wushuang's words. Ever since he comprehended the forces of wind and fire and fused them together, the forces of wind and fire had helped Lu Ming greatly. Moreover, the three ultimate skills of the dragon god could not be unleashed by a single force or concept. Therefore, he had to cultivate the forces of wind and fire together. Moreover, Lu Ming had another ambition. He wanted to comprehend the force of lightning and fuse the three to cultivate the three unique skills of the dragon god to the highest level. Time slowly passed. On another mountain peak, in one of the courtyards, Xiao Changkong and a purple-robed youth were sitting opposite each other. Damn it, damn it. How could that bastard Lu Ming be so strong? How could his cultivation increase so quickly? Damn it. Xiao Changkong roared furiously. Junior brother, don't be impatient. In my opinion, Lu Ming must have had some fortuitous encounter or some treasure on him. The purple-robed youth took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this youth as the one who had sent the invitation to the Blazing Sun Empire. Senior brother, what should we do now? Why don't we ask Master to find a reason to kill Lu Ming? Xiao Changkong's eyes flickered with a cold light. Fool. The young man in purple scolded, Master, although you are the palace master of the Thunder Palace, one of the 9 great palaces, Lu Ming is the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time and has attracted the attention of the other palace masters. If Master takes action and deals with Lu Ming, it will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the palace masters and even alarm the palace master. At that time, it will be difficult for Master to explain himself and he will be punished. We can't just watch Lu Ming continue to grow. I'm afraid that once Lu Ming grows, it'll be hard to suppress him. Junior brother is right. We can't let Lu Ming live. Master can't make a move, but we can. However, I'm not 100% confident that I'll succeed. The purple-clad young man pondered. What should we do then? Should we ask the other senior brothers? Xiao Changkong asked. As for the other 2 senior brothers, one is traveling outside while the other is in seclusion. Junior brother, don't worry. My cultivation has already reached perfection and I'll enter seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm soon. Once I break through to the Martial King realm, I'll be able to kill Lu Ming with a flip of my hand. The purple-clad young man said with a smile. Senior brother, are you going to break through to the Martial King realm? Xiao Changkong was overjoyed. That's right. I've been stuck at the half-step King realm for a few years and have reached my limit. It's time for me to break through to the Martial King realm. The purple-clad young man said. Senior brother, how confident are you? 80%. The purple-clad young man was very confident. Ha ha ha, that's great. We'll let Lu Ming live a little longer. Once you break through to the Martial King realm, it'll be Lu Ming's death. Xiao Changkong was overjoyed. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he wouldn't be a match for a Martial King. As long as the purple-clad young man broke through to the Martial King realm and came out of seclusion, he could find a reason to challenge Lu Ming and Lu Ming would be dead. Lu Ming, you can be arrogant, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Xiao Changkong sneered. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was comprehending the force of wind and fire every day. However, his progress was minimal. After one's force reached perfection, it was extremely difficult to comprehend a trace of intent from it. Many people were stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Today, the Palace Master of the Wind Palace will give a lecture on the force of wind and intent of wind. I can't miss it. Lu Ming stood up, left the courtyard, and flew towards the Palace of Wind. The palace masters of the 9 palaces of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace would give lectures on the related force and intent every once in a while. This would attract a large number of Dtion Divine Guards to attend the lecture. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Palace of Wind, he discovered that there were also figures flying over from other directions. No one checked the entrance. Those who wanted to go in to listen to the lecture could just go in directly. Lu Ming walked into the Palace of Wind and arrived at a large hall. The main hall was extremely spacious, and the floor of the main hall was filled with praying mats. There were at least 10,000 of them. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people sitting cross-legged on futons. Lu Ming's entrance attracted a lot of attention. Lu Ming ignored him. He casually found a futon and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited. As time passed, the number of people increased. Soon, the number of people exceeded 2,000. Most of them were Dtion Divine Guards who had just joined this year, and some of them were from the previous batch. Hall Master Feng is here. Someone whispered. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw an old man in a green robe with a beautiful beard walking over. The old man looked to be in his 60s, and he had a faint smile on his face. On his body, there was not the slightest trace of true essence fluctuation or powerful aura. He was just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on him or be disrespectful. It was said that the 9 hall masters were all great perfection kings. Furthermore, they were not ordinary great perfection kings. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Greetings, Hall Master Feng. Over 2,000. People stood up and bowed. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Hall Master Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. Hall Master Feng also sat cross-legged on the high platform above the main hall. Today, everyone who has come is below the martial king realm and has comprehended the force of wind. Today, I will talk in detail about how to comprehend a trace of the intent of wind from the force of wind. Then, with this trace of the intent of wind, how to condense the intent rune and go through the heavenly tribulation to reach the martial king realm. Hall Master Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They had come here to listen to this. If you want to know all this, you must first understand what force is. What is intent? Hall Master Feng's voice continued, force is actually a type of intent of heaven and earth. However, it is a very shallow borrowing of the intent of heaven and earth. This is because every attribute has force. For example, when water is gentle, it can nourish all living things. This is also a type of force of water. When it is violent, it can destroy the earth. This is also a type of force of water. For example, when it is gentle, it can be a gentle breeze. When it is violent, it can tear all living things apart. This is the force of wind. When you comprehend force, you are only borrowing the intent of heaven and earth. It is commonly known as borrowing force to increase your offensive and defensive power. Speaking up to this point, a powerful force exploded from Hall Master Feng's body. His aura instantly became like an immemorial divine mountain, majestic, heavy, and unapproachable. In the next instant, his aura disappeared without a trace. However, the intent of heaven and earth is completely different from force. The intent of heaven and earth is control. By controlling an attribute, one can use this attribute to transform it into various mysterious and unfathomable methods. Speaking up to this point, Hall Master Feng suddenly opened his palm. In his palm, a tornado was rapidly rotating. Although the tornado was small, Lu Ming could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming did not doubt that if Hall Master Feng threw out this tornado, it would definitely be able to tear a mountain apart. Following this, Hall Master Feng moved his hand and the tornado disappeared. A wind blade appeared on his finger. The wind blade was like a blade that sliced through space, causing the space to tremble like water ripples. This showed how terrifying this wind blade was. Controlling an attribute naturally has a difference in strength. According to the degree of control, the intent of heaven and earth is also divided into many levels. Generally speaking, a martial king can only control a level 1 intent of heaven and earth. Hall Master Feng endlessly explained the force of wind and the intent of wind. Sometimes, he would even personally demonstrate it. Lu Ming listened attentively, afraid that he would miss a single word or action. All along, Lu Ming had relied on his own comprehension and bitter cultivation. Since when did such an expert explain and demonstrate in front of him? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Many questions that had troubled Lu Ming for a long time were being answered one by one. Lu Ming felt more relaxed and his mind more nimble. He felt extremely carefree. He felt that his understanding of the force of wind had increased by a large margin. Once Hall Master Feng started speaking, he went on for 3 hours. Alright, today's explanation ends here. Go back and comprehend it well. You can all disperse. Hall Master Feng said. Many people revealed reluctant expressions. They simply wanted to continue and wanted to hear more. Lu Ming was the same. At this moment, Hall Master Feng's gaze swept over Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, wait a moment. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not know why Hall Master Feng called out to him. I've heard that most of the 4 heavens divine guards are chosen by the 9 Hall Masters as their core disciples. Could it be that Hall Master Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Ming and wants to recruit him as his disciple? That's possible. Lu Ming has such a cultivation and battle strength at such a young age. It's normal for him to be chosen by Hall Master Feng. I'm so jealous. How great would it be if I had such a master? Stop dreaming, let's go. The surrounding people discussed in low voices as they speculated. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Ming and Hall Master Feng. Lu Ming came before Hall Master Feng and brought his fists together. May I know why Hall Master has asked Lu Ming to stay? Take a seat first. Hall Master Feng said with a smile as he raised his hand. Lu Ming nodded and sat down on a futon beside Hall Master Feng. Hee, Lu Ming, are you 20 years old? Hall Master Feng asked. Not yet 20 years old, not yet. Lu Ming replied. It's rare to have such a cultivation and battle strength at the age of 20. Your future is limitless. Hall Master Feng exclaimed. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, but he did not reply. I've heard about your battle with Kai Go and Xing Wushuang's words a few days ago. Although Xing Wushuang's words are too absolute, they are not without reason. A person's energy is limited. Cultivating too intense at the same time will increase your battle strength in a short period of time, but in the future, especially after reaching the martial emperor realm, the comprehension of the intents of the heavens and earth will be crucial. Without a breakthrough in your intents, it will be difficult for your cultivation to have a breakthrough, which will greatly affect your cultivation. Lu Ming, I'm interested in recruiting you as my disciple, as long as you promise to focus on cultivating the wind intent. Hall Master Feng said in one breath as he looked at Lu Ming with a hint of anticipation. Lu Ming frowned slightly. To be honest, he was quite interested in becoming Hall Master Feng's disciple. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours in his comprehension of the wind intent. But to ask him to give up on cultivating the power of fire, this was something he absolutely could not do. The force of fire was the force that he had comprehended the earliest, and it was not something that he could give up just because he wanted to. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming thanks Hall Master Feng for his kindness. However, Lu Ming has still decided to cultivate both wind and fire. I will not give up on any of them. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Hall Master Feng. This was equivalent to rejecting Hall Master Feng. You. Hall Master Feng's expression changed as he said, Lu Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. Please reconsider. Thank you, Hall Master Feng. I have made up my mind. Lu Ming said. You are really stubborn. Go quickly. Otherwise, this old man will feel annoyed just by looking at you. Palace Master Feng waved his hand with an exasperated expression. Lu Ming stood up, bowed, and strode away. Sigh, I'm still too young and too confident in myself. Later on, when I suffer and hit a wall, I only know how to regret it. Hall Master Feng sighed. After Lu Ming returned to the courtyard, he sat down cross-legged. In his mind, the content of Hall Master Feng's explanation kept flashing, and he kept verifying it with what he had comprehended. Lu Ming's comprehension of wind deepened. However, he still had a long way to go before he could comprehend a trace of wind concept. After that, Lu Ming spent another 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate for 10 days. However, he still could not touch the threshold of concept. It seems that I can only use profound crystals. Lu Ming pondered. In the Dongming ancient battlefield, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 29 profound crystals. Among them, there were 4 of the wind attribute, 5 of the fire attribute, and 3 of the thunder attribute. The rest were of other attributes, such as the metal attribute and the water attribute. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before going to the mystical treasure house to exchange all the other attribute profound crystals for wind attribute profound crystals. Of course, the exchange fee was 1,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming only had 45,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals left. Lu Ming had a total of 21 wind attribute profound crystals. As for the fire attribute and thunder attribute profound crystals, Lu Ming did not exchange them because he would definitely need them later. In the courtyard of the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, and a blue crystal appeared in his hand. Crack, Lu Ming squeezed the crystal hard, and it shattered. Immediately, a mysterious wind concept spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This wind concept was actually in the form of a thread, but it was a few hundred times thinner than a strand of hair. However, when Lu Ming comprehended it, he felt that it was many times clearer than when he was in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used all his strength to capture the wind concept around him and began to comprehend it. As expected of a profound crystal, a treasure that even martial kings would drool over. Lu Ming's comprehension of the wind concept had greatly increased. Between heaven and earth, strands of the concept of heaven and earth were absorbed by Lu Ming, entering Lu Ming's body. Profound crystals were the physical embodiment of the concept of heaven and earth, condensed over countless years. Every time he absorbed a strand, it would increase his comprehension of the wind concept. However, even more strands of concept dissipated in the air. There was simply no time to absorb them. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably vomit blood from jealousy. Waste, this was a complete waste. Most of the concept strands had dissipated from a single profound crystal. This was simply a waste of heavenly treasures. It should be known that even for half-step kings, very few of them would use profound crystals to cultivate. This was because it was too wasteful. A single profound crystal would cost at least 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Only martial kings who used profound crystals to cultivate would not waste them. They would be able to absorb all the concept strands. However, Lu Ming did not care so much. In his opinion, if he did not convert the resources into strength as soon as possible, it would be even more wasteful if he did not use them. Only by increasing his strength would he be able to obtain more resources and treasures. An hour later, the concept strands of a profound crystal had completely dissipated. Again, Lu Ming took out another piece of wind attribute profound meaning crystal and crushed it into pieces. Kacha. Kacha. Following this, a kacha sound would resound in Lu Ming's courtyard every hour. 12 hours later, Lu Ming had used up 12 wind attribute profound meaning crystals consecutively. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Rings of cyan energy revolved around his body. The wind aura around Lu Ming's body was raised to the extreme. Right at this moment, swish, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a cyan wind blade flew out from his fingers, cutting a stone block in two. Wind concept, I've finally comprehended a strand of the wind concept. Lu Ming revealed an ecstatic expression. From aura to concept, the difference between aura and concept was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was an essential difference, the difference between rotten wood and steel. Comprehending a strand of concept meant that Lu Ming was already half a step into the realm of king. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming could now be considered a true half-step king. Although he had only comprehended a trace of the concept of heaven and earth and was still far from condensing concept runes, this was already a huge improvement. There are still 9 wind profound crystals left. I might as well use them all to deepen my understanding of the concept of wind. With a thought, Lu Ming took out more wind profound crystals, crushed them, and started cultivating. This time, Lu Ming absorbed even more profound threads. The amount he absorbed was several times more than before. After comprehending a trace of the concept of heaven and earth, his absorption of the profound crystal's concept threads became stronger. Lu Ming's understanding of the concept of wind also gradually deepened. Only when the last 9 wind profound crystals were used up did Lu Ming end his cultivation. Now, I can put aside the concept of wind for a while and start comprehending the concept of fire. Also, I have to find time to comprehend the force of thunder. In 2 days, the Fire Palace Master will give a lecture. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered and then continued cultivating. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming went to the Fire Palace. Just like the previous Wind Palace, there were many people, close to 2,000. The layout of the Fire Palace was very similar to the Wind Palace. The main hall was filled with praying mats. Lu Ming walked in and casually found a praying mat to sit on. That's Lu Ming. He really came to the Fire Palace. He really wants to cultivate both wind and fire. He's overestimating himself. I heard that the Wind Palace master wanted to take him in as a disciple. The condition was that he had to specialize in the concept of wind. He actually rejected it. I also heard about this. He's too arrogant. Just because he has some achievements, he's too arrogant. He doesn't even listen to the palace master's opinion. I think that Xing Wushuang is right. The distance between him and Xing Wushuang will only grow further and further in the future. The other Empyrean divine guards in the surroundings glanced at Lu Ming from time to time, whispering and discussing in low voices. After hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head and couldn't be bothered with them. Walk your own path and let others speak for you. He firmly believed that he would use practical actions to shut these people up. Soon, the Fire Hall Master arrived. The Fire Hall Master was a tall and burly old man. He wore a fiery red long robe and had a mighty aura. As soon as he arrived, he glanced around, and his gaze lingered on Lu Ming for a moment. Without saying anything, he began to explain. Lu Ming listened attentively. 3 hours later, the lecture ended. Lu Ming felt that he had learned a lot. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming began to cultivate non-stop. On the second day, Lu Ming used up all 5 fire attribute Upanishad crystals. However, it was a pity that it was still lacking. Lu Ming did not comprehend a trace of the concept of fire. I still have one more chance to enter the 100 deities slope. I might as well put aside the concept of wind and fire for now and start comprehending the power of thunder. When the power of thunder reaches a certain level, I will enter the 100 deities slope. Only then will I be able to make the best use of this precious slot. Furthermore, the Thunder Hall Master is going to give a lecture tomorrow. I might as well go and listen. Lu Ming pondered. On the second day, Lu Ming headed for the Thunder Hall. When Lu Ming entered the Thunder Hall, he immediately caused a commotion. That is Lu Ming. What is he doing here? Could it be that he wants to comprehend the power of thunder? Crazy, I think he is crazy. Not to mention cultivating the wind and fire attributes at the same time, he actually wants to comprehend the power of thunder. He is really indulging in fantasy. With how stubborn he is, I estimate that he will not even be able to break through to Martial King. The others discussed excitedly. Brother Lu, you've really exceeded my expectations. A figure sat down beside Lu Ming. Brother Xiao. Lu Ming said. This young man was none other than Xiao Haoyu, who had been saved by Lu Ming at the Dark Underworld ancient battlefield. Brother Lu, sigh, I don't know what to say. Xiao Haoyu let out a sigh. Lu Ming let out a faint smile. He was too lazy to care about what the others were saying, and waited in silence. After a while, an old man wearing a blue robe arrived at the top of the hall and sat down with his legs crossed. Following this, his eyes scanned the surroundings at lightning speed. When his gaze landed on Lu Ming's figure, he was slightly surprised. Following this, a cold flicker could be seen as he snapped, Lu Ming, what are you doing here at the Thunder Hall? Get out of here. The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming frowned his eyebrows. What was wrong with this Thunder Hall master? Even if he didn't agree with Lu Ming cultivating the concept of thunder, he shouldn't have scolded him and asked him to get out of here. Lu Ming stood up and cupped his fists. Thunder Hall Master, I am only here to listen to your lecture. There is no rule in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that forbids me from listening to your lecture. Listen to your lecture? What a joke. Who doesn't know that you are arrogant and overconfident, wanting to cultivate the wind and fire concepts at the same time? What's even more ridiculous is that you came to the Thunder Hall to listen to the concept of thunder. What? You want to comprehend the concept of thunder? What a joke. My Thunder Hall doesn't welcome an arrogant person like you. The Thunder Hall Master waved his sleeves and scolded loudly. Lu Ming's frown deepened. Lu Ming, I heard that the Thunder Hall Master is Zhou Chengkong's master. Xiao Haoyu's soft voice sounded in his ears. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and came to a realization. Lu Ming finally knew who the mysterious master behind Xiao Changkong, the big shot of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, was. It was actually one of the 9 Hall Masters, the Thunder Hall Master. No wonder the Thunder Hall Master scolded Lu Ming loudly when he saw him. At first, Lu Ming felt that it was strange. But now, everything made sense. Haha. Lu Ming's face turned cold as he said, "Thunder Hall Master, am I being arrogant and overconfident? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with how many concepts I cultivate. Furthermore, there are plenty of experts who cultivate a few concepts and become unhindered in the world. What makes you think that I can't do it? Impudent. What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to this old man like this?" The Thunder Hall Master scolded coldly and stood up abruptly. An unbelievably powerful aura burst out from him. It was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. Sizzle, roar, Lu Ming suddenly let out a long roar and activated his 9 dragons bloodline. Dragon roars echoed out as a spear light burst out to resist this aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if there was an immemorial mountain weighing billions of Jin pressing down on his head. The spear light instantly collapsed, and the terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Creak, there seemed to be moaning sounds coming from Lu Ming's body and his bones were creaking. Bang, Lu Ming almost knelt down. He roared and exerted force on his waist. Using both hands to support himself, he barely managed to not kneel down. Lu Ming, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself with those peerless experts of the world? Those experts cultivate a few concepts because they have the talent. Do you have it? The Thunder Hall Master scolded coldly. I already said that it is my own business if I want to cultivate a few concepts. It has nothing to do with you. Old man, your disciple Xiao Changkong was defeated by me. Don't you feel embarrassed? As the Thunder Hall Master, you actually attacked me because of your disciple's incompetence. You are bullying the weak. Aren't you ashamed? I will report this matter to the Palace Lord. Lu Ming hollered. He was going all out. Furthermore, with so many people watching, Xiaoqin did not believe that the Thunder Palace Master would dare to do anything to him. How audacious! Impudent! The Thunder Palace Master roared furiously, his aura flourishing. Lu Ming did his best to resist the Thunder Palace Master's aura. He roared, "Old man, do you think that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is yours? The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has the rules set by Martial Monarch DE. I did not violate any of the rules. You are abusing your power for personal gain, bullying the weak. Are you not putting Martial Monarch DE in your eyes? Furthermore, in the future, as long as anyone offends your disciples or you find unpleasing to the eye, you can bully them and punish them as you wish?" Lu Ming shouted. He simply put 2 big hats on the Palace Master of Thunder's head. The moment Xiaoqin said this, the 2,000 people present looked at the Thunder Palace Master with strange expressions. Lu Ming was not wrong. He did not violate any rules. How many states he cultivated was his own business. In fact, the Thunder Palace Master did not even have the authority to chase Lu Ming away. This was because every Emperor Heaven Divine Guard had the right to attend lectures in the 9 palaces. This was a rule set by Martial Monarch DE, and the 9 palace masters could not violate it. Little bastard. The Thunder Palace Master's expression turned gloomy. Lu Ming was not an ordinary Emperor Heaven Divine Guard but an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He had long since received the attention of the other Palace Masters and even the Palace Masters. The Thunder Palace Master did not dare to do anything to Lu Ming in public. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself. Humph. Stubborn and arrogant. If you do not repent, Half-Step King is your limit. Now, scram out of the Thunder Palace for this old man. The Thunder Palace Master retracted his aura and berated. Lu Ming straightened his body and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He had already been injured earlier. I will remember today's humiliation. One day, I will take it back tenfold. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he shouted. Then, he turned around and left with large strides. The others were startled. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to speak to the Thunder Palace Master like that. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the end, he did not attack. He watched as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming, this kid, has only achieved a little, but he has been blinded by this little achievement in front of him. He has overestimated himself. Such a person will never achieve anything great in his lifetime. You must not learn from him. After Lu Ming left, Temple Master Lei said to the others. Yes. Sparse sounds could be heard. This made the Thunder Palace Master quite displeased. He coldly harumphed and began to lecture. Lu Ming walked out of the Thunder Palace. He turned around and looked at the Thunder Palace, his fists tightly clenched together. Thunder Palace Master, you are stronger than me now, and I can tolerate it. But sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. Furthermore, I believe that day won't be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he strode away. Now, he needed to quickly cultivate the fire force to the concept of fire. After that, he would put all his effort into cultivating the lightning force. He needed to reach the Martial King realm as soon as possible. Only after reaching the Martial King realm would he have the right to speak. Those below the Martial King realm were all ants. Without strength, one could only be bullied by others. Only with strength could one control one's own fate. Lu Ming had long since understood this principle, and he had been practicing it. After returning to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Since I can't listen to the lecture, I'll forcefully use the profound crystal to comprehend the lightning force first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Soon after, he took out a lightning profound crystal and squeezed it. Kacha! The Thunder Upanishad crystal exploded, releasing wisps of intent domain. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the power of thunder. There were very few strands of concept that he could absorb. It could be said that an entire profound meaning crystal was purely a waste. However, the profound crystal was no small matter. It was a treasure that even kings would drool over. Even if he could only absorb a strand, it would be of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and immersed himself in comprehending the lightning force. Lightning is incomparably terrifying. It represents extreme speed and destructive power. It even represents the might of the heavens. Under the heavenly lightning, all living things are dormant. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Just a bit more. Following this, Lu Ming took out a second lightning profound crystal and crushed it without hesitation. This time, he absorbed a little more intent than last time. An hour later. Whoosh! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. At the same time, a surge of intent erupted from his body. Lightning force. He had comprehended the basics of lightning force. Haha, I've finally comprehended the basics of lightning force. Then let's go all out and use up the last lightning profound crystal. Subsequently, Lu Ming used up the third thunder attribute profundity crystal. At this point, the 29 profound crystals he had obtained from the Dark East ancient battlefield had all been used up by Lu Ming. This time, he had absorbed even more intent, and Lu Ming's comprehension of lightning force had greatly increased. After 2 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His lightning force had reached minor completion. He had used 3 thunder attribute profound crystals. The total value was definitely more than 3 billion low-grade spirit crystals. He had used such a terrifying amount of resources to cultivate the thunder force to the initial success stage. If others were to know about this, they might vomit blood and scold Lu Ming for being a prodigal. Now, I've comprehended a trace of wind intent. Originally, I could have used the wind intent to refine my true qi and slowly convert it into true yuan. However, with the thickness of my true qi, I don't know how long it would take to refine my true yuan by relying on a single intent. I should wait until I've comprehended a trace of fire and lightning intent. Only by combining the 3 will I be able to refine my true yuan faster. Moreover, before you temper your true essence, you have to try your best to cultivate the true battle dragon art to the highest level of the 9th level. Otherwise, after the true qi is transformed into true essence, if you want to improve the true battle dragon art, it will be at least 100 times more difficult than now. Lu Ming analyzed his own cultivation level and the direction that he should take next. Once the true dragon battle art converted true qi into true yuan, the difficulty of improving it would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to try his best to improve the true dragon battle art to the 9th level before his true qi was converted into true yuan. Coincidentally, he had some dragon blood flowers and a dragon bone. Without further ado, Lu Ming waved his hand and dragon blood flowers appeared. Swallow. Lu Ming directly picked up a dragon blood flower and swallowed it. He started to circulate the true dragon battle art and cultivated it with all his might. Lu Ming refined the dragon blood flowers one after another. Lu Ming's true dragon battle art was also rapidly improving. 2 days later, all the dragon blood flowers were refined by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming took out the dragon bone. According to his speculation, it should be the dragon finger bone that he had obtained from the dragon cave. Although countless years had passed, it still contained a rich essence. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons bloodline and started to refine the dragon bone with all his might. As for the dragon bone, it became smaller and smaller under the devouring of the 9 dragons bloodline. This refinement took 7 days. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a dragon pierced through the clouds and shook the entire mountain peak. Many figures were alarmed and flew into the sky to look at the mountain peak. That's the East Sky Courtyard. It's Lu Ming. What the hell is he doing now? He's probably cultivating some kind of secret technique. The further one goes on the path of martial arts, the more important the concept of heaven and earth is. He only knows how to cultivate some unorthodox secret techniques. His combat strength has increased, but what's the use of that? That's right, his path is wrong. There's no need to pay attention to him. Let's go. After a round of discussion, these people could not be bothered with him and returned to their respective courtyards. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached a critical moment. The true qi in his body was condensed to the extreme and was completely formed by true dragons. True dragons swam in his meridians. Then, another dragon roar came from the vortex in his dantian. At this moment, the vortex in his dantian had undergone a fundamental change. Originally, the vortex was only formed by pure true qi, but now it had become 2 true dragons. The 2 true dragons circled each other and spun continuously. On the side, there were constantly small true dragons flying in and out. True dragon battle technique, 9th level, breakthrough. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. After more than 10 days of cultivation, he had completely refined the dragon blood flower and dragon bone. The true dragon battle technique had broken through 2 levels, from the 7th level to the 9th level. Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed once again. Roar! At this moment, a true dragon flew out of his dantian and rushed into his consciousness. Boom! There was a rumbling explosion in his consciousness and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. True dragon battle technique, greater mastery of the foundation establishment section. This was a message that suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. What does that mean? Greater mastery of the foundation establishment section? Could it be that the true dragon battle technique is divided into many sections and what I'm cultivating now is only the foundation establishment section? Lu Ming was in a daze, his mind full of questions. Perhaps, it's very likely. After all, Supreme Nine Yang was the one who had brought the true battle dragon art out of the 9 dragon ruins. Perhaps he had only brought a part of it out and not the whole thing. If that's the case, there are other chapters of the true battle dragon incantation. If the foundation establishment chapter alone can allow one to cultivate 10 times the Xianxia, how terrifying would the other chapters be? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. As he thought about it, his heart was filled with anticipation. Looks like I'll have to visit the 9 dragons' ancient ruins if I have the chance. Lu Ming secretly decided. It could be said that his current achievements were inseparable from the 9 dragons. The first bloodline was awakened by a drop of blood essence from the 9 dragons. The true battle dragon art and 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps that he cultivated were both brought out from the 9 dragons' ruins by Supreme 9 Sons. Lu Ming was bound to have a trip to the 9 dragons' remains. Now that I've mastered the true dragon battle art, it's time to take a look at the 100 Gods slope. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Immediately after, Lu Ming left the East Sky Courtyard and arrived at the plaza where he had first entered. He took out the Empyrean Divine Guard token and injected his Xianxia. Instantly, inscriptions appeared and a small whirlpool appeared in the air. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped into it. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was already in the Myriad Star City, under the huge pavilion of the Empyrean Divine Palace. Swish! Lu Ming's figure moved and flew towards the west. The 100 God Slope was over 300,000 miles west of the Myriad Star City. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would only take him a few hours to travel 300,000 miles. 2 hours later, a region shrouded in gray fog appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Looking from afar, this region seemed to be endless and had no end. It was very vast. The 100 God Slope was very strange. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, the 100 God Slope was not called the 100 God Slope but something else. Suddenly, one day, a crack appeared in the sky. Over 100 corpses fell from the crack. These corpses were of various races. There were human-shaped corpses and those of other races. Some of the corpses were not big, while others were as big as mountains. According to records, there were people who saw the corpses of divine beasts like true dragons and phoenixes falling down. Every corpse had an overwhelming aura. They were unimaginable existences. Hence, people called it the 100 God Slope. After those corpses fell, the region of the 100 God Slope changed. The entire region was filled with killing intent and baleful aura. No one could enter this region. No matter how strong an expert was, if they entered that region, their body would be torn apart by the strong killing intent and their soul would be destroyed. Only after 10,000 years did a change occur. Someone discovered that those below Martial King could enter. However, those above Martial King were still unable to enter. It remained so until now. Those above Martial King would die if they entered. Once, there were even martial monarchs who barged in but never came out. However, those below Martial King would be fine if they entered. They could even obtain supreme fortuitous encounters. Inside, not only would one be able to comprehend the state of heaven and earth, one could even obtain some supreme treasures. There were even people who obtained the inheritance of supreme existences and soared to the sky, becoming a peak expert of the continent. There was a period of time when the 100 God Slope became the focus of the various factions of the divine desolate continent. However, as time passed, more and more people entered. The treasures and inheritances inside were almost all taken away. Hence, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was able to occupy it. Otherwise, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace alone might not be able to take over such an important place. Even now, the 100 God Slope was still the most important holy land of the Xianxia region's eastern branch palace. Very few people could enter. Every year, not many people could enter. Lu Ming slowly approached the 100 God Slope. Who is it? This is a forbidden land of my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. A loud shout resounded. An aura soared into the sky like smoke. It was incomparably horrifying. A tall middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Lu Ming. This was definitely a king. He was incomparably strong. The 100 God Slope was the holy land of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. It was normal for there to be powerful existences guarding it. Lu Ming was certain that there was definitely more than one powerful figure around the 100 God Slope. Most likely, there were quite a number of powerful figures. Senior, I am the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This is my Divine Guard token. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, he took out the Divine Guard token and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took a look at it and his expression relaxed. He revealed a faint smile and said, "You are indeed an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. You have one chance to enter the 100 God Slope. Go on in. However, you can only stay there for 3 months. After 3 months, you must come out. Otherwise, there will be danger." As he spoke, he returned the Divine Guard token to Lu Ming. "Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely come out within 3 months." When Lu Ming flew into the area filled with black fog, he suddenly felt a huge force acting on his body. Lu Ming's expression changed. He slowly descended and landed on the ground. "I can't fly at the 100 God Slope," Lu Ming muttered. Then, he looked around. It was strange. Everything was normal outside. However, when he flew into the area filled with gray fog, not only could he not fly, even the surrounding environment had changed. Looking around, it was a gray desert. Yes, it was a desert. Not a single blade of grass could be seen. Without hesitation, Lu Ming dashed forward in big strides. However, not long after, Lu Ming's expression changed again. That was because he felt that his cultivation was being suppressed and it kept decreasing. Not long after, his cultivation had been suppressed to the middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. It's one thing to hear rumors, but it's another thing to experience it for yourself. Watching my cultivation constantly drop, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Then, he ignored it and continued to run forward. According to the experience of the predecessors, the deeper one went into the 100 Gods slope, the more opportunities one would obtain. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's cultivation had been completely suppressed. He could not use his genuine qi at all. He was no different from an ordinary person who had not cultivated. Luckily, Lu Ming's physical strength was extremely strong. He had already reached the 6th grade greater success realm. He could still retain a certain amount of combat strength. Moreover, he was not suppressed in the use of force and intent realm. However, since he could not use his genuine qi, Lu Ming's speed was greatly reduced. He could only travel like an ordinary person. Whoosh, Lu Ming's muscles bulged. He was like an agile monkey running in the desert. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. He sensed a mysterious fluctuation spreading toward him. A wisp of blue light was floating in the air. This is the intent realm of heaven and earth, the water intent realm of heaven and earth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the 100 Gods slope, there was a kind of fortuitous encounter where one would encounter the intent realm of heaven and earth floating in the air. According to the experts' speculations, this realm of heaven and earth should have been left behind by the corpses that had fallen here. Those powerful existences had comprehended the intent domain of heaven and earth to an inconceivable level when they were alive, merging it with their will. Even after death, the intent domain of heaven and earth didn't disperse, floating around the world. If one could come across it and comprehend it, they would have a great harvest. Because these concepts of heaven and earth seemed to have been tamed by someone, the difficulty of comprehending them was much lower. A wisp of it was worth at least several power Upanishad crystals. Unfortunately, it's the concept of water. I can't use it now. Lu Ming sighed and left reluctantly. He continued to move forward and wandered around. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming didn't encounter anything. Not to mention any treasures, he didn't even encounter a wisp of the realm of heaven and earth. On the 3rd day, Lu Ming encountered a strand of concept of earth, which made Lu Ming sigh in regret. However, on the 7th day, Lu Ming's luck came. He encountered a wisp of the concept of fire. Immediately, Lu Ming used his own power to entangle this wisp of concept of heaven and earth and started to comprehend it. As Lu Ming comprehended it, this wisp of concept of heaven and earth slowly dissipated like a power Upanishad crystal. No wonder the spots to enter the 100 Gods slope were so precious. It was because the number of concepts of heaven and earth wandering around the 100 Gods slope would decrease. Perhaps after a few years, the 100 Gods slope wouldn't be so attractive anymore. 1 day later, this wisp of concept of heaven and earth completely dissipated. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of fire had deepened greatly. He was getting closer and closer to comprehending a wisp of the concept of fire. Soon after, Lu Ming continued to wander around. On the 11th day after Lu Ming entered the 100 Gods slope, he encountered another wisp of concept of heaven and earth that was useful to him. The concept of thunder. Lu Ming rejoiced and started to comprehend it. His concept of thunder advanced by leaps and bounds. With this wisp of concept of heaven and earth, his concept of thunder reached great perfection. Lu Ming cultivated 3 kinds of concepts. In the 100 Gods slope, this was one of his advantages. It was easy to encounter concepts of heaven and earth that were useful to him. If he only comprehended one kind of concept, it would be much more difficult to encounter the corresponding concept of heaven and earth. He might encounter it only a few times in 3 months. However, after this, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out. For 7 consecutive days, he didn't encounter any concept of heaven and earth. I'm really unlucky. I just wander around all day. I can't even cultivate true qi. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He smelled a faint medicinal fragrance in front of him. What's going on? There's desert everywhere. There's not a drop of water or even a blade of grass. Why is there a medicinal fragrance? Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the medicinal fragrance. Not long after, Lu Ming saw some rocks standing in the desert. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing rocks in the 100 Gods Slope. The 100 Gods Slope was full of desert and sand. There's water and a spiritual medicine. Lu Ming walked into the pile of rocks. He suddenly realized that there was a small pond in the middle of the pile of rocks. It was less than 1 meter in length and width. There was a clear spring in the middle of the pond. It emitted a shocking amount of spiritual qi and life essence. There was a blade of grass in the middle of the spring. The blade of grass had thin and long leaves. It had 8 leaves, and each of them was like a sword. The leaves were emerald green. There is a blade of grass in the 100 Gods Slope. How magical. Plus, I can feel that this blade of grass is emitting an extremely powerful sword intent. Lu Ming seemed to be in deep thought. Perhaps, there was a supreme being's body that fell here. Its original essence turned into this pool of spring water, and its original will turned into this sword-shaped plant. Incredible. These two things are incredible. This clear spring contains a powerful life essence. It can cultivate top-tier spiritual medicine. And this blade of grass, if a sword cultivator touches it, he or she will definitely treat it like a treasure. He or she will be able to comprehend the sword Dao from it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. After that, Lu Ming took out a jade box. He carefully placed the clear spring and the blade of grass into the jade box. There was not even a drop of spring water left in the small pond. Wait, I wonder if cultivating spiritual medicine will work on the 2 branches. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He suddenly thought of the 2 pieces of withered branches that shot out from the heavenly gates. The 2 branches appeared in his hands. He then placed the 2 branches into the clear spring in the jade box and soaked them in it. Let's wait for a while and see if it will work. Lu Ming smiled and kept the jade box in the Temple of Paragon. After that, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed since Lu Ming entered the 100 Gods Slope. In this period of time, Lu Ming had encountered a wisp of wind intent and a wisp of fire intent. Lu Ming's understanding of the wind intent had improved again. As for the fire intent, it had improved and he had comprehended a wisp of the fire intent. Lu Ming's fire intent had finally reached the intent level. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming searched for the intent realm while comprehending the 3rd level of the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. Although he couldn't use true Qi in the 100 Gods Slope and couldn't use the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God, it didn't hinder him from comprehending it. As long as he could comprehend it, he would be able to successfully cultivate it after leaving the 100 Gods Slope. 2 days later. While Lu Ming was running, he suddenly noticed a young man running in front of him. That young man looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He had a stocky build and looked very strong. Obviously, he also saw Lu Ming. His eyes flashed and he continued running, disappearing in front of him. Looking at his age, he should be the previous batch of Tian Divine Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the first time he met someone else after entering the 100 Gods Slope. Those who could enter the 100 Gods Slope were definitely not simple. They were either geniuses or had strong backing. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and didn't think too much about it. He continued to search while comprehending the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. On the 2nd day, Lu Ming came to a desert with howling winds. In this desert, the winds were fierce and incessant, stirring up sand and dust. Lu Ming didn't have true Qi to protect his body. He could only circulate the power of the wind to block the surrounding winds. Chirp! Chirp! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a bird chirping in front of him. Bird chirping? Lu Ming was stunned. The 100 Gods Slope could be said to be barren and dead silent. How could there be birds? Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the sound and searched. That is, not long later, Lu Ming stopped and looked at the sky in shock. 100 meters high in the sky, there was a round pearl. The round pearl was green in color and crystal clear, as if it was made of the most beautiful green jade. On the surface of the round pearl, there was a small green bird. It was flying around the round pearl and letting out chirping sounds. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the green bird wasn't a real bird, but an illusion created by the round pearl. Could this be the weapon spirit of a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon giving birth to an artifact spirit. What level was the spirit weapon? Moreover, it has such a rich concept of wind. This is definitely a supreme weapon. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming was ecstatic. If he could obtain such a spirit weapon, it would have endless uses. Lu Ming approached cautiously. His body emitted the concept of wind, wanting to draw the bead down. Chirp. Chirp. When Lu Ming approached, the little green bird clearly noticed Lu Ming. It let out a crisp chirp and blinked its large eyes curiously, sizing up Lu Ming. Lu Ming revolved the concept of wind and approached the bead. When the little bird came into contact with Lu Ming's concept of wind, its eyes revealed a friendly expression. He seemed to enjoy Lu Ming's aura very much. Haha, there's hope. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He exerted even more effort to display the concept of wind. Brat, scram. This bead is mine. At this moment, a cold shout sounded. A tall and burly young man strode over. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. This young man was the young man he met yesterday. At this moment, the burly young man's eyes were filled with greed as he stared fixedly at the bead. Immediately, a surge of concept of wind also erupted from his body. It was so deep that it was even above Lu Ming's. Brat, disperse your concept of wind. Let me do it. The burly young man berated, his tone full of command. Idiot. Lu Ming said indifferently. He then ignored the other party and concentrated on controlling the concept of wind. At this moment, the little bird was bathing in Lu Ming's concept of wind. It seemed to be enjoying it very much. A pair of small wings flapped and flew towards Lu Ming with the bead. Success. Lu Ming was ecstatic. The little bird flying towards him meant that it approved of him. Damn it. Seeing this, the burly young man shouted angrily, this bead is mine. You want it? Dream on. Boom, a powerful concept of wind rushed towards the bead. Boom, the burly young man's concept of wind collided with Lu Ming's concept of wind, giving off a violent roar. Lu Ming's concept of wind trembled and dissipated with a bang. The little green bird seemed to be frightened. It screamed and flapped its wings, flying towards the sky with the bead. Where do you think you're going? The burly young man roared. He bent his legs and the muscles all over his body exploded. His burly figure soared into the sky and grabbed at the bead. Damn it. At this moment, Lu Ming roared. He stepped on the ground and his figure also soared into the sky, rushing towards the bead. Chirp. Chirp. The little bird screamed and flapped its small wings rapidly. Gusts of wind emerged. The little bird and the bead turned into a green light and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Pung. Pung, Lu Ming and the burly young man fell rapidly and landed on the desert, creating two large pits. Damn it. Lu Ming roared angrily. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The bead that was about to be in his hands was destroyed by the burly young man just like that. Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. That bead was absolutely extraordinary. It was a weapon used by a peerless expert who cultivated the concept of wind. If Lu Ming could obtain it and comprehend the concept of wind on it, his concept of wind would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It would not be impossible for him to condense concept runes in a short time. But now, it was all gone. His killing intent towards the burly young man could be imagined. Kid, what are you shouting for? I haven't questioned you yet. Kid, I told you to disperse the concept of wind and let me do it. Why didn't you do as I said? Now that I've lost this supreme treasure, tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? The burly young man stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy expression. His killing intent flickered. Compensate you? Haha. Lu Ming was so angry that he started laughing. He was the one who discovered it and was about to get it, but it was destroyed by the burly young man. Now, the burly young man actually wanted him to compensate. What a joke. I'll compensate you for your head. Idiot, today, you must die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode towards the burly young man. Haha, you want to kill me? What a joke. This is the 100 deity slope. Cultivation is suppressed here, but the physical body is superior. My physical body has already reached the 5th grade greater realm, surpassing some kings. You want to kill me? You're the one who will die. The burly young man laughed wildly. His muscles bulged as he took a step forward. His body rushed towards Lu Ming as he threw out a punch at the same time. Boom, Lu Ming threw out a punch as well, aiming at the burly young man's fist. You still dare to compete with me? You're courting death. Shatter. The burly young man revealed a hideous smile. He wanted to shatter Lu Ming's fist with one punch and make him lie on the ground and wail in pain. Pong, the two fists slammed into each other. Crack, as the burly young man wished, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, the burly young man's face did not have any trace of ferocity or excitement. There was only fear and disbelief. Ah! The burly young man's face was completely squeezed together. His face was twisted with endless pain. Bang! Lu Ming's fist surged with terrifying power and erupted with a loud bang. The burly young man's fist exploded like tofu dregs. Ah ah ah. The burly young man's body retreated frantically as he let out a hysterical scream. The two punched each other. It was not Lu Ming's fist that exploded, but the burly young man's. Now, go to hell. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode toward the burly young man. Ah, what are you doing? What are you doing? The burly young man screamed like a frightened little girl. He was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart. The strength of Lu Ming's physical body was beyond his imagination. It was definitely above grade 6. His physical body had reached grade 6 before he became a martial king. How did he cultivate? What am I doing? Didn't you hear me? I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming's murderous intent was as cold as the snow in winter. It was bone-chilling. No, you can't kill me. I'm the son of the protector of Wind Palace. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. The burly young man roared. Haha, there are only the two of us here. If I kill you, how will your father know? Since you intervened to seize the bead, your fate has been sealed. Go to hell. Bang, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The physical body of a grade 6 upper realm expert was extremely terrifying. The punch shook the air like a falling meteorite. With a terrifying force, it blasted toward the burly young man. No, no. The burly young man roared, but it was impossible for him to dodge. He could only wave his other fist to block Lu Ming. Crack, the two fists collided. The burly young man's other fist also exploded like tofu. My hand, my hand. The burly young man screamed miserably. His face was completely distorted in tears and snot flowed down his face. His whole body was trembling, his legs were shaking, and his pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed. Regret, incomparable regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have snatched the bead. Originally, he thought that with his rank 5 physical body, he would be able to suppress Lu Ming. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so strong. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. The burly young man staggered backward, begging as he retreated. Bang, in the next moment, a terrifying fist energy struck his chest. The violent fist energy directly penetrated his body and shattered his heart. The burly young man's eyeballs popped out of their sockets, and blood gushed out of his mouth. His face was filled with remorse, and in the next moment, he died. Lu Ming swiped his hand and took off the burly young man's storage ring. I'm so unlucky to have met this guy and let a peerless treasure escape. No, I have to keep chasing. Maybe I can catch up. Thinking of this, Lu Ming ran dozens of meters in one step, chasing in the direction where the bead flew. This chase went on for over 1,000 miles. However, he still did not see any trace of the bead. Ah, my precious bead! Lu Ming wanted to shout. However, Lu Ming was not willing to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to chase. However, this time, Lu Ming stopped in less than 100 miles. Rumble, buzz, in front of him, there was a deafening roar. Endless lightning flashed as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. There was a sea of thunder. Endless thunder and lightning flashed everywhere like thunder snakes. It was extremely terrifying. There was a cauldron. The cauldron was simple and unadorned. It was as big as a mountain, suspended between heaven and earth. The endless lightning was emitted by this giant cauldron. In the sky, there were dark clouds. Between the dark clouds, there was a pool. In the pool, there was water constantly flowing down. The strange thing was that the water was blood red. It was like the water of the ocean, spreading toward the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron kept emitting lightning to bombard the blood-red water, but it was useless. The blood-red water kept hitting the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron was rumbling and shaking. The lightning on the cauldron was decreasing and the light became dim. Tribulation, this is tribulation. This giant cauldron is actually undergoing tribulation. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming did not know what tribulation the pool in the sky was, it was definitely a heavenly tribulation. There were many kinds of heavenly tribulations. Lu Ming only knew a few common ones. A giant cauldron was actually undergoing tribulation. Lu Ming found it unbelievable. Rumble, the pool in the sky tilted slightly. Endless blood-red water poured down like the water of the ocean. The sky rumbled and rushed toward the giant cauldron. Dang, the giant cauldron shook. The incomparably huge cauldron emitted lightning that was thicker than a bucket, trying to repel the blood-red water. Unfortunately, although the lightning was terrifying, the blood-red water seemed to be able to restrain it. The lightning had no effect on the blood-red water. Rumble, the blood-red water kept hitting the cauldron. The giant cauldron kept shaking, as if it could not take it anymore. This giant cauldron is definitely like the bead from before. It's a supreme treasure. If I can get it, I'll be rich. Unfortunately, this heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I go in, I'll probably be washed away by the blood-red water and not even dregs will be left. Lu Ming thought to himself. He could only watch and feel anxious. At this time, the giant cauldron shook even more violently. The lightning it emitted was also decreasing. It seemed like it could not hold on any longer. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The stone egg that had been hanging on Lu Ming's hair suddenly flew out. It emitted a bright light and rushed toward the pool in the sky. In the process of flying, the stone egg became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became bigger than a mountain. A crack appeared on the eggshell, like a huge mouth, and bit toward the pool. Rumble, the pool seemed to be alarmed. It shook slightly. Heaven and earth roared. Endless blood rushed out of the pool and rushed toward the stone egg. However, the stone egg shone and was not afraid at all. It rushed over and appeared above the pool. At the next moment, the stone egg opened its mouth and bit. Crack, half of the pool was directly bitten. At this moment, the whole world shook violently. It was as if the heavens were angry and were about to destroy the world. However, at the next moment, crack, the stone egg opened its mouth again and directly swallowed the remaining half of the pool. Heaven and earth suddenly calmed down. Whoosh, the stone egg shone and quickly shrank. It flew back to Lu Ming's hair and hung on it as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to react. Nest, what is this thing? It even swallowed the pool of the heavenly tribulation. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Lu Ming stared and muttered to himself. Although he knew that Dandan was extraordinary, this was indeed shocking. Clang! Swoosh, the cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. The body of the cauldron seemed to be made of bronze and there were some strange patterns on it. Lightning crackled on the body of the cauldron. It was a lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron floated in front of Lu Ming and seemed to be sizing up Lu Ming. Then, it flew a few rounds around Lu Ming. Lu Ming instinctively exuded the aura of lightning. Clang, the lightning cauldron shook slightly and suddenly slammed into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming was shocked and instinctively retreated. However, it was too late. The lightning cauldron slammed into his glabella and in the next instant, it disappeared. Boom, Lu Ming felt the world shake and he blacked out. In the next instant, he realized that he had appeared in a hazy place. There was a boundless fog around him. A cauldron that was taller than a mountain floated in front of him. The lightning essence that was as vast as the ocean spread out. This is my sea of consciousness? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that the lightning cauldron would rush into his sea of consciousness. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming focused. In the next instant, his consciousness left his sea of consciousness and returned to his physical body. He looked around and saw that it was a desert. Peace was restored. Haha, that lightning cauldron ran into my sea of consciousness. Does that mean that it wants to follow me? Also, that terrifying lightning essence. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming immediately appeared in the Temple of Paragon and focused. In the next instant, Lu Ming returned to the foggy place. This was his sea of consciousness. The lightning cauldron floated in the air motionlessly. The vast lightning essence continued to spread out. It was extremely rich. The lightning essence is too terrifying. Haha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. Then, he called out to the lightning cauldron a few times, but there was no response from it. Although this lightning cauldron didn't have an artifact spirit, Lu Ming was certain that it definitely had its own spirituality. Now that it wasn't reacting at all, it was likely that it had been injured by the heavenly tribulation and needed to recover. Forget it. I'll comprehend the concept of thunder first. Lu Ming walked under the thunder cauldron and sat down cross-legged, comprehending the vast concept of thunder. The thunder intent from the thunder cauldron was too dense. It was dozens of times denser than the thunder intent in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It was also clearer and easier to comprehend. It was as if there was a supreme existence teaching Lu Ming the concept of thunder at all times. Lu Ming felt as if he was bathed in a sea of thunder concept. His thunder concept was advancing by leaps and bounds. Awesome, this is awesome. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The carefree feeling of rapid improvement fascinated him, and he became even more focused on comprehending. As time passed, Lu Ming's lightning force increased at a terrifying speed. Thunder force, early stage of great accomplishment, middle stage of great accomplishment, late stage of great accomplishment. In a mere 5 days' time, Lu Ming's lightning momentum rushed to the grand completion stage in one stroke. However, Lu Ming did not have any intention of stopping. The state of thunder in the surroundings was simply too high quality. It was definitely not a first-grade state of thunder. It was many times higher than the first-grade state of thunder that a martial king comprehended. To comprehend in such an environment, for someone who was still in the realm of force, the speed of improvement was terrifying. It was just like a person earning money. When one had no capital, it would be difficult to earn tens of thousands of yuan. But when you have millions or tens of millions, is it still difficult to earn tens of thousands of yuan? It wouldn't be difficult. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, trying to break through to the intent realm. After Xiao Chen's state of thunder reached perfection, his speed of improvement started to slow down. However, that was only compared to before. Compared to others, he was still many times faster. Awesome, this is too awesome. I wonder what level the owner of this lightning cauldron is. I heard that even martial emperors would die if they came here. Could it be that they have surpassed the martial emperor realm? Lu Ming thought to himself. Surpass the martial emperor? Lu Ming simply did not dare to imagine it. In the divine desolate continent, martial monarchs were the peak experts. They ruled over an area, and their might shook the world. No one could defeat them. Was there really an existence that surpassed martial monarchs in the world? Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. No wonder. I heard that someone once obtained an inheritance at the 100 Gods slope and became an expert that could move unhindered in the divine desolate continent. It is really possible. Lu Ming thought for a while before continuing to comprehend. Half a month, after only half a month, the power of thunder had undergone a qualitative change. It broke through the shackles in one move, transforming from state to intent realm. Thunder concept. Lu Ming had comprehended the thunder concept in one go. Ha ha ha. I really did not expect that I would comprehend the state of thunder so quickly. Now, I have comprehended the state of thunder for wind, fire, and thunder. What I need to do now is to merge the state of thunder with the state of wind and fire. Once the three states are merged, the three ultimate skills of the dragon god will immediately transform into a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Then, my combat prowess will reach a horrifying level. At that time, how many battles will I be able to fight? 9 battles? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend had it that 9 was the limit. No matter how powerful the geniuses of the divine desolate continent were, they could only reach 9 battles at most. It was impossible to break that limit. It was like a rule. Legend had it that a 9-battle genius had the potential to become a martial monarch. Lu Ming felt great anticipation in his heart. For now, Lu Ming put aside the matter of comprehending the state of thunder. Then, he focused on merging the 3 states. Unfortunately, merging the 3 states was too difficult. The difficulty of merging the states increased tremendously with each additional state. Right now, merging the 3 states was even more difficult than merging the state of wind and fire. Fortunately, Lu Ming already had experience in merging the states. He could avoid many detours. However, he could not merge them in a short time. While Lu Ming was doing his best to merge the 3 states, a horrifying electric light suddenly burst out from a courtyard in the Thunder Palace in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The electric light soared into the sky, and dark clouds immediately covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. This time, countless people were alarmed. Heavenly tribulation. That is a heavenly tribulation. Someone is undergoing a tribulation to break through to Martial King. Who is it? It should be Xianxia. Previously, I heard that he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to Martial King. Incredible. I wonder if he can succeed or not. Rumble. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A heavenly flame descended, and a tribulation descended. Half an hour later, the dark clouds scattered, and a loud roar shook the sky. Following that, a purple figure soared into the sky from the Thunder Palace. As he hovered in the air, lightning flickered around him, filling him with a disdainful aura. It really is Xianxia. He broke through to Martial King. The Thunder Palace Master has another Martial King expert under his wing. How envious. He became a Martial King, transcending mortality, and has a lifespan of 1,000 years. I have to work hard. Discussions rang out in the surroundings. Most of them were filled with envy. Whoosh. Haha, junior brother Qiao, as long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to enter the King realm within 10 years. The purple-clothed young man, Xianxia, laughed loudly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Senior brother, please guide me in the future. Xiao Chongkong said. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction and said, oh right, where's Lu Ming? I've already broken through to the Martial King realm and killing him is as easy as killing an ant. I'll find a chance to deal with him. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and looked disdainfully at the world. Lu Ming seems to have gone out some time ago. Xiao Chongkong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh, he went out? He's lucky. I'll let him live for a while longer. Junior brother Qiao, find someone to keep an eye on him. Once Lu Ming returns, inform me as soon as possible. Xianxia said. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Chongkong was overjoyed. In the 100 Gods slope, Lu Ming was trying his best to merge the 3 forces. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Although he had made great progress in the merging of the 3 wills, he was still lacking a little and it was difficult to merge them completely. At this time, the 3-month deadline of the 100 Gods slope was about to arrive. Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and rushed out with all his might. His speed was much faster and 2 days later, Lu Ming was out of the 100 Gods slope. Once out of the 100 Gods slope, Lu Ming's genuine qi immediately recovered. It was like a surging river, surging vigorously and reaching its peak. I didn't expect that after being suppressed for 3 months, there would still be progress. Now that I've reached the limit of the martial ancestor realm, I've comprehended the wills of wind, fire, and thunder. When I return, I can start refining my genuine qi. Whoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew towards the myriad star city. 2 hours later, Lu Ming entered the Emperor God Palace and returned to the East Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming is finally back. A deep voice came from the clouds not far away. Then, a figure flashed and disappeared. East Sky Courtyard. Now, I'll start refining my genuine chi with the 3 wills. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 powerful intents burst forth, but they disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming controlled the 3 intents and dissolved them in his dantian. Bang. Bang. Bang, then, the 3 wills struck the vortex as if they were hammering iron. The cyclone vibrated, and sparks flew out of it. Bang. 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 Lu Ming continued to control the 3 types of essence of heaven and earth, bombarding the cyclone continuously. Sparks flew out from the impact. They were genuine chi. Genuine chi's as steel iron. His true chi was like mixed iron, and his true essence was like fine steel. If it wasn't for the concept of heaven and earth, there was no other way to achieve this. Once one reached the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, one's chi would be extremely condensed. It would be extremely difficult to temper it. Was to refine it. To refine. To refine. Fortunately, Lu Ming cultivated 3 types of heaven and earth concept at the same time. The tempering effect was many times stronger than that of a single concept. It was not as simple as multiplying it by 3. Bang, the 3 wills continued to bombard the heavens and earth. Sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, there were dragon roars. Half an hour later, the chi whirlpool shook violently. Then, a crystal-like liquid floated out. Genuine chi. Haha, I've finally refined a strand of genuine chi. Afterward, Lu Ming put in more effort to temper. After the first strand of genuine chi was born, the rest was much easier. Genuine chi continued to be refined. 2 hours later, the genuine chi in the chi whirlpool and meridians had been refined into crystal-like genuine chi. However, Lu Ming discovered a fact. The amount of quintessential essence was too little. It was less than 1% of the previous quintessential energy. Transforming genuine chi to genuine chi was like transforming force to intent. It was a qualitative improvement. Genuine chi was dozens of times more condensed than genuine chi. Of course, it was much more powerful. Once the genuine chi was refined into genuine chi, only 1 out of 100 could be refined. Lu Ming felt empty in his dantian and meridians. Supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming waved his hand and 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted. Bang! 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 All 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth flowed into the 9 dragons' bloodline's mouth like a tide. It then turned into genuine chi and flowed into Lu Ming's body. It replenished Lu Ming's genuine chi. Soon, Lu Ming's body was filled with genuine chi again. Continue refining. Then, Lu Ming began refining again. After the genuine chi turned into genuine chi, more genuine chi flowed into the 9 dragons' bloodline. The proportion of genuine chi in Lu Ming's body increased. 1%, 2%, 3%, soon, all 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals had been used up. Lu Ming took out another 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The process of refining genuine chi consumed a lot of supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Therefore, Lu Ming had already exchanged for supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Refining went on like crazy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had used up all his supreme-grade spiritual crystals. At this time, Lu Ming's genuine chi had only reached 50%. Horrifying. It was really horrifying. Lu Ming had a total of 45,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The energy required by the true dragon fighting skill is too terrifying. An ordinary person would need at most 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. But I need so much. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that I still need to get a batch of supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sighed. In fact, it was possible to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and refine it slowly. However, that would take too long and Lu Ming could not afford it. Supreme-grade spiritual crystals. How can I get enough of them? Lu Ming thought hard. Previously, he had already sold everything he could and exchanged them for supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Now, he didn't have much left to sell. I got some dragon grass in the dragon's cave. I wanted to keep it to cultivate the true dragon fighting skill. Now that the true dragon fighting skill has reached level 9, it is no longer useful. I can sell it. Also, I can sell the sword-shaped herb I got at the 100 God slope. I can definitely sell it for a good price. Lu Ming thought. Oh right, that guy's storage ring. He thought of the storage ring of the burly young man he killed at the 100 God slope. He immediately opened it to take a look. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw it. There were 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. There were also some other things that could be worth at least 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. That burly young man was the son of a guardian of the Wind Palace. It was normal for him to have so many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He probably saved them to refine his genuine chi. Now, all of them were given to Lu Ming. Let's go to the rare treasure house. Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard and soared into the sky, heading towards the mystical treasure house. Lu Ming finally left the eastern sky courtyard. Looking at his direction, he should be heading towards the mystical treasure house. Quickly send a message to senior brother Shui. As soon as Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard, a youth appeared in the clouds in the distance. He took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman and sent a message. Lu Ming did not use his fastest speed, because there were many people in the sky. If he was too fast, it would be easy for him to get into trouble. After a while, the mystical treasure house came into view. Lu Ming. Just at this moment, a cold shout reverberated between heaven and earth. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and turned around. Behind him, 2 youths were flying towards him. Seeing the 2 of them, Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Xiao Chongkong, and it's actually him? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of them was Zhou Chongkong. As for the other, Lu Ming recognized him with a single glance. He was the same youth who had sent the invitation letter to the Divine Guard selection at the Mystic Origin Sword Sect. Xiao Chongkong and Shui Chao instantly arrived in front of Lu Ming. Why did the 2 of you call for me? Lu Ming asked indifferently. What's the matter? Haha, Lu Ming, you seem to have forgotten quickly. More than 3 months ago, you contradicted the Thunder Palace Master in front of everyone in the Thunder Palace. That was simply outrageous. I don't mind telling you, I'm the Lightning Palace Master's 3rd disciple, Shui Chao. Today, I'll seek justice for my master. Shui Chao's face was gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming and shouted. His voice was very loud, and it spread far and wide. Even the people in the mystical treasure house were alarmed. That's Shui Chao and Lu Ming. I heard that 3 months ago, Lu Ming disrespected the Lightning Palace Master. Looks like Shui Chao is going to find trouble with Lu Ming. Isn't that right? Lu Ming is arrogant. He's finished this time. Hee, there's a good show to watch. Ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out as hundreds of people surrounded them. Seek justice? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he laughed loudly. What a joke. That day, I followed the normal procedure and went to the Thunder Hall to listen to the lecture. But, the Thunder Hall Master wanted to chase me away for no reason. How could I not go against such an action? There's a saying that goes, if the Emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. So what if it's the Thunder Palace Master? If he's wrong, why can't I say anything? Presumptuous. Arrogant. Shui Chao shouted. His gaze was threatening as he said, Lu Ming, how audacious. My master is the Thunder Hall Master and has made great contributions to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. He has a venerated status and is not someone that an ant like you can go against. You still dare to boast shamelessly and disrespect my master. My master is open-minded and won't lower himself to your level. However, as his disciple, I can't just sit by and watch. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Boom, after speaking, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Shui Chao's body. This aura was so powerful that it caused even the space to tremble slightly. Some people on the side couldn't withstand this aura and frantically retreated. This was the aura of a king, the pressure of a king. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Back in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Xueqiao was clearly only a half-step king. Who would have thought that after not seeing him for a while, Xueqiao had already broken through to the king realm? Being able to break through to the king realm at this age was already very rare. Rumble, the king realm aura was like an ancient divine mountain as it pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved slightly as he resisted this pressure. Xueqiao is going to make a move. Lu Ming is finished. Serves him right. Lu Ming is so arrogant and self-righteous. I already expected that he would suffer. Now, Xueqiao is teaching Lu Ming a lesson on behalf of his master. It's reasonable. As a person, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. If he wasn't so self-righteous and didn't dream of cultivating several intents at the same time, he would have already taken the Wind Palace Master as his master. If he took the Wind Palace Master as his master, Xueqiao wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Humph. He only has himself to blame. Many people who disliked Lu Ming gloated over his misfortune and made sarcastic remarks. Lu Ming, kneel down and admit your mistake. I can forgive you. Xueqiao shouted as he took a step forward. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook as the space rumbled. Xueqiao's step seemed to have 100 million pounds of force. With this step, the aura on his body became even stronger. Lu Ming, hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. Beg my senior brother to forgive you. On the side, Qiu Chongkong also shouted. Qiu Chongkong, do you want to die? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he looked at Qiu Chongkong with eyes filled with killing intent. Immediately, Qiu Chongkong felt his body go cold and his scalp go numb. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Hee, coward. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you want to die. Qiu Chongkong came to his senses and his face turned red. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted crazily. You're a mad dog. Lu Ming glanced at Qiu Chongkong and then looked at Xueqiao. With a wave of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh, the tip of the spear pointed at Xueqiao and said, cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Haha, you want to fight with me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xueqiao laughed. Countless lightning bolts surrounded his body and he looked like a thunder god. Stop. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Rumble, in the sky, a tall figure suddenly appeared. His body was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura was so oppressive that the crowd almost couldn't breathe. How can you fight near the mystical treasure restaurant? If you want to fight, go to the Divine Guard's platform. The tall figure roared furiously. Guardian. Seeing this figure, Xueqiao's face turned grave. There were 9 halls in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and each hall only had 3 guardians. Each of them was extremely powerful. Although Xueqiao had broken through to the martial king realm, he still had to behave in front of the guardians. I'll leave my words here. If you continue to fight here, I won't hold back. The protector said coldly. Then, with a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the place. Damn it. Lu Ming, you're lucky today. I'll let you off for now. However, there will be a time when you leave the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. At that time, I'll teach you a lesson. Xueqiao snorted coldly with an ugly face. I'm lucky? Hee, Xueqiao, you came to find trouble with me and now you want to leave? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Lu Ming said flatly. Lu Ming, what do you mean? Do you want to fight with me? Xueqiao sneered. That's right. Xueqiao, I'm officially challenging you now. Do you dare to fight with me at the Divine Guard's platform? Lu Ming shouted as he pointed his spear at Xueqiao. His voice swept out in all directions like a storm. The scene was in an uproar. What? Lu Ming took the initiative to challenge Xueqiao? Did I hear it wrong? Crazy. Lu Ming is crazy. Is he blind? Can't he see that Xueqiao is already a martial king? How dare he challenge him? Someone below the king realm actually dared to challenge a king realm cultivator. If he wasn't crazy, then he must have eaten a fled dragon's gallbladder. Since ancient times, those below the king realm who dared to challenge a king realm cultivator were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming must have been blinded by his own arrogance. Even Xue Chao himself was stunned. After a while, he reacted and said in a daze, "What? What did you say? You want to challenge me?" "That's right. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge?" Lu Ming said. "Don't dare to accept the challenge? Ha ha ha, alright, I accept your challenge. I'll accept it 10,000 times." Xue Chao was almost shouting. He was too excited. He never thought that Lu Ming would actually challenge him. Was there something wrong with his head? Originally, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had a rule that kings couldn't challenge martial artists below the king realm. This was because the gap between them was too big. There was no suspense at all. It would be a one-sided slaughter. Even if a king realm cultivator took the initiative to challenge, martial artists below the king realm could also reject. Therefore, when he was stopped by the guardian, he felt helpless and didn't take the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. In his opinion, even if he challenged, Lu Ming would reject. Never in his wildest dreams would he expect that Lu Ming would challenge him. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? At the side, Qiu Chongkong was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He kept shouting in his heart, "Courting death, ha ha ha. Lu Ming is courting death. In that case, let's fight at the Divine Guard's platform." After saying that, Lu Ming took the lead and flew towards the Divine Guard's platform. Xue Chao and Qiu Chongkong hurriedly followed, as if they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. "There's a good show to watch. Quickly send a voice transmission and ask junior brother to come and watch. It's rare to see someone below the king realm challenging a king realm cultivator. Quick, send a voice transmission too." The hundreds of people present all sent voice transmissions to those they were familiar with, asking them to come and watch. Then, they followed Lu Ming and flew towards the Divine Guard's platform. Swish! The space trembled, and a tall figure appeared. It was the guardian from before. "Interesting, let's go and watch." In the next moment, the figure disappeared. As Lu Ming flew, his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. The reason why he challenged Xue Chao was not because he was hot-headed, but because he had thought it through carefully. He had a crazy plan in his mind. He planned to use Xue Chao's power to fuse the three concepts of wind, fire, and thunder. Yes, he needed external help. In the past, he had experienced the same thing. The reason why he had been able to successfully fuse the power of wind and fire was because he had relied on Qiu Chunglia's pressure to fuse them together. He wanted to repeat the same trick. And Xue Chao was undoubtedly a very good target. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could kill a bunch of ordinary half-step kings with one move. It was not challenging at all. However, he had no confidence in challenging those veteran kings. As for Xue Chao, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the king realm. His strength was not considered strong among the king realm, and he was just right for a fight. Soon, the Divine Guards arrived. In a flicker, Lu Ming appeared on the Divine Guard platform. Xue Chao also descended from the Divine Guard platform. Wang! Buzz! Right at this moment, the space suddenly shook, and then several figures appeared in the sky. Palace Lords, the Palace Lords have arrived. Wind Palace Lord, Fire Palace Lord, Thunder Palace Lord, and Metal Palace Lord. 4 Palace Lords have come at once. It's rare for a King Realm cultivator to challenge a King Realm cultivator, so it's normal for the Palace Lords to come. The arrival of the Palace Lords in the sky immediately caused a burst of exclamations. "Haha, you guys are fast." A loud laugh sounded as another figure appeared in the sky. This figure was tall and sturdy. Although he had a head of white hair, he still looked spirited. "Earth Palace Lord has also arrived." Someone shouted. 5 of the 9 Palace Lords had arrived, which was more than half of them. Disciple greets Master. Seeing Thunder Palace Lord arrive, Xue Chao revealed a joyful expression. He flew into the sky and saluted Thunder Palace Lord. "Well, I already know the whole story. Since Lu Ming is so arrogant and conceited, then you should teach him a good lesson so that he will remember." Thunder. Palace Lord said indifferently. Yes, master. Xueqiao revealed a joyful expression as he descended from the battle platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, air-rending sounds could be heard as figures rushed over from all directions of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace like ants. After a while, more than 10,000 people had appeared near the Divine Guard battle platform. This showed how big of a commotion this challenge had caused. Haha, Lu Ming, you should feel honored that so many people have come to see you get beaten up. Xueqiao laughed. We haven't fought yet, so I advise you not to be too happy. If you lose to me, you will be embarrassed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lose to you? Haha, Lu Ming, you really can think of that. You must be out of your mind. There's no such possibility. Xueqiao laughed maniacally. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly as he suddenly smiled. Xueqiao, how about this? Since you are so confident, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What do you want to bet? Xueqiao's eyes lit up. If Lu Ming wanted to bet with him, wouldn't that be giving him money? How could he not agree? I'll bet with you with this. Lu Ming waved his hand and a sword-shaped herb appeared in the air, floating in front of Lu Ming. Once the sword-shaped herb appeared, it emitted a terrifying sword intent. Clang! 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 The 9 leaves of the sword-shaped herb were like divine swords as they emitted a clanging sound. 9 rays of sword light shot up into the sky. This, even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. Previously, the sword-shaped herb did not have such a phenomenon in the 100 Gods slope. He did not expect it to emit such a horrifying phenomenon, which was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The others in the surroundings were dumbstruck as well, and they were flabbergasted. What kind of spiritual herb is this? How could it cause such a phenomenon? Such a powerful sword intent. It's too powerful and mysterious. One of my sword skills is showing signs of a breakthrough. Treasure. This is a real treasure. Around him, some people let out excited roars. Boom. Boom! Just then, the 5 palace lords emitted a horrifying wave of energy as they stared at the sword-shaped herb with their eyes wide open. This is, after the death of a supreme expert, his sword will didn't dissipate. After thousands of years, it can only be born by chance. It contains a trace of the supreme expert's sword Dao. The palace lord of wind said with a trembling voice. Treasure. A supreme treasure. The palace lord of fire also said with a trembling voice. How could this kid have such a treasure? I must get it. The palace lord of thunder's eyes were filled with greed. Lu Ming, how about selling this sword-shaped herb to me? I'll give you 60,000 spiritual crystals. The palace lord of gold was the first to speak. 60,000 spiritual crystals? Old monster Jean, you are dreaming. I'll give you 80,000 spiritual crystals. The palace lord of fire shouted. Lu Ming, I'll give you 100,000 spiritual crystals to buy your sword-shaped herb. The surrounding people were once again dumbfounded. The battle had not even started yet, but the leaders had already started to fight over the plant that Lu Ming had taken out. And the price had reached a horrifying 100,000 spirit crystals, which had made a lot of people's souls shiver. 100,000 spirit crystals. What kind of concept was that? A lot of people would not even be able to see that many spirit crystals in their lifetime. The Thunder Palace leader stood on the side with a gloomy face. He also wanted to bid, but he could not bring himself to do so. But, he really wanted to get the plant. But, if Lu Ming sold it to one of the leaders, then he would have no hope at all. Seniors. Right then, Lu Ming suddenly held his fists together toward the leaders in the sky. His clear voice was heard, Seniors, I am a man of my words. I have said before that I would use this plant as a prize. So, I will definitely do it. After I win, I will sell it to you. This, hearing him, all the leaders shook their heads and sighed. Around them, most of the people were cursing Lu Ming for being such an idiot. The leaders had offered such a high price, and he still did not want to sell it. Instead, he wanted to sell it after he won? Was that even possible? Xueqiao's luck is way too good. This Lu Ming is just an idiot. He still wants to win against Xueqiao. There is no chance of that happening. Lu Ming was not even a half-step king warrior when he was in the Dtian Divine Guard exam. Even if he managed to break through during this period of time, he would still not be Xuechao's opponent. The difference between half-step king warriors and king warriors is just too big. Even the most powerful martial geniuses would not be able to make it through. Indeed, since the ancient times, there were very few people who were able to fight against king warriors as half-step king warriors. Those kind of people, as long as they grew up, would all become powerful figures. In the east of the Tianxian region, there was only one person who managed to beat a king warrior as a half-step king warrior. That was the peerless martial genius from 100 years ago. You are talking about Yan Quantu? Of course. Apart from him, who else could it be? He is the only peerless monster to defeat a king as a half-step king in the past 1,000 years of the Tianxian region. Later on, he even became the disciple of Supreme Nine Sons. Right now, he is already one of the peak experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. How can Lu Ming be compared to Yan Quantu? The difference is too great. However, there was one exception, and that was the Thunder Palace Master. At this moment, his heart was bursting with joy. Lu Ming still wanted to use the sword-shaped plant as the prize. Wasn't he giving it to him for free? The Thunder Palace Master tried his best to hold back his laughter. Xueqiao, say something. Do you dare to bet with me? My sword-shaped plant is worth 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Do you dare? If not, just say it and I will change it. Lu Ming shouted. 80,000? Xueqiao was stunned and stuttered. He didn't have 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He had just broken through to the martial king realm, so he had used up all the top-grade spirit crystals he had on him to refine his vital essence. Moreover, even if he hadn't used them all, it was impossible for him to have 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He was willing to bet with Lu Ming 1,000 times, but he couldn't afford that amount of spiritual crystals. Chower, bet with him. I will pay the spiritual crystals. The Thunder Palace Master said. He waved his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He threw it to Xueqiao. Xueqiao was overjoyed. He caught the storage ring and said, "Thank you, Master." The Thunder Palace Master nodded calmly, but his heart was bursting with joy. This old man is so cunning. The other palace masters cursed in their hearts. Lu Ming, please be my witness. If I win, I am afraid that someone will go back on their word. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the other palace masters. The crowd was speechless again. Did he really think that he would win? Lu Ming, you don't have to worry about this. Since the few of us are here, none of you can go back on your word. The Wind Palace Master said resolutely. The other palace masters nodded in agreement. Then I'll have to thank the palace masters. Lu Ming said. He then looked around and his gaze fell on a young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. He was the leader of the 4 heavenly divine guards, Xing Wushuang. Xing Wushuang, since you are here, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming looked at Xing Wushuang and said. You want to bet with me? What are we betting on? Xing Wushuang's eyes were fixed on the sword-shaped herb. He looked away reluctantly and looked at Lu Ming. Of course, we're betting on who will win. Let's bet on the supreme grade spiritual crystals. I'll bet on myself. I'll bet less than you. How about 30,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare? I will bet 30,000 spiritual crystals on Brother Xue winning. Xing Wushuang waved his hand and a huge jade box appeared. When he opened it, it was filled with neat rows of top-grade spiritual crystals that exuded rich spiritual qi. Oh, Xing Wushuang really has 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He is really rich. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, where are your top-grade spiritual crystals? Take them out. Xing Wushuang said. Why? Xing Wushuang, are you afraid that I will go back on my word? Lu Ming said with a smile. He did not have 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals on him. He only had 10,000 top-grade spiritual crystals and he got them from the burly young man's storage ring. How could he take them out? He was just trying to gain something without risking anything. Humph, I don't think you would dare to go back on your word. Xing Wushuang snorted. Lu Ming, are you done? Xueqiao said coldly. Yes, you can start now. Lu Ming looked at Xueqiao and smiled faintly. Xueqiao was enraged by his attitude. Wait a minute, I'll make you cry. Xueqiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Lightning flashed all over his body and a powerful thunder intent realm burst out. Lu Ming, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Xueqiao roared with a crazy aura. He grasped the air with one hand, and streaks of lightning gathered in his hand, finally forming a lightning sword. Thunder slash. Whoosh, Xueqiao took a step forward and the lightning sword slashed down at Lu Ming. The aura of a martial king was fully released. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom, Lu Ming's figure moved and he kicked his leg forward. A terrifying force burst out. The 2 forces collided and Lu Ming's body flew backward. Xueqiao did not move at all. Defeated, Lu Ming is going to be defeated. The difference is too big. Yes, Xueqiao should not have used his full strength. Lu Ming was completely defeated and was sent flying in 1 move. How can he be so arrogant with such little battle strength? I really can't believe it. There was a wave of discussion around. Lose for me. Xueqiao roared, his eyes extremely cold. His body was like lightning, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mouth curved into a sneer. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. 9 dragons in the sky. Boom. Boom, this time it was 2 steps in a row. The space shook violently as the 2 terrifying forces superimposed and surged toward Xueqiao. Boom, the force overflowed and lightning flashed. Lu Ming and Xueqiao both flew backward. CSI, this time, gasps could be heard from all around. Lu Ming actually managed to block Xueqiao's attack. How was that possible? Lu Ming was too strong. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Damn it! Xueqiao shouted angrily. He felt humiliated that Lu Ming had blocked his attack. Martial King experts could easily crush those below the Martial King level, regardless of whether they were geniuses or not. Those who could break through to the Martial King level were peerless geniuses. Those who were not talented would not be able to break through to the Martial King level. Furthermore, those who could break through to the Martial King level were usually Battle 3 geniuses. In other words, the weakest Martial King was a Battle 3 genius when he was a martial ancestor. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were some battle geniuses who broke through to the Martial King level, but they were too rare. They were geniuses, and with the Martial King level, it was too difficult to break through. But now, Lu Ming had actually blocked his attack. It was unbelievable. Tian-class martial skill. Lu Ming's attack is equivalent to a Tian-class martial skill. The Fire Palace Master said with bright eyes. That's right. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to cultivate a Tian-class martial skill before becoming a martial king. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Although it can barely be considered the first level of a lower Tian-class martial skill, it's still very rare. The Wind Palace Master nodded. Of course, the Palace Masters did not hide their words and spread it far and wide. The crowd suddenly realized that Lu Ming had cultivated a Tian-class martial skill. No wonder he could block Xueqiao's attack. One had to know that even among the low-level martial kings, there were many who had yet to cultivate a Tian-level martial skill. Xueqiao, didn't you say you would defeat me in 3 moves? Now you have 2 moves, 1 more. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're courting death. Xueqiao roared. Boom, an even stronger aura suddenly rushed out of Xueqiao's body. True Yuan like a stormy sea filled his entire body. True Yuan and Intent Realm made Xueqiao's aura extremely strong. This was the true strength of a martial king expert. However, this was not the end. A lightning sword danced in the air, extremely resplendent. 6 silver chakras revolved around the sword. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Xueqiao was about to unleash his full strength. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. If you can't take this move, you'll die. You brought this on yourself. Purple Lightning Annihilation Sword. Xueqiao let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming like a thunder god, slashing out a terrifying sword gleam. Boom, without any hesitation, Lu Ming activated his bloodline, which had already been converted to 50% of his true origin, and began to circulate it madly. Subsequently, the wind and fire concepts soared into the sky. True Dragon Strike. Xiaochen thrust out his spear, and a two-colored true dragon roared as it flew out. Waves of dragon roars shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom, the two-colored dragon collided heavily with Xueqiao's thunder battle sword. The Divine Guard battle platform rumbled violently and trembled. Horrifying power chi and intent realm shot out madly in all directions. Everyone was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, several palace masters waved their hands and formed a light screen, blocking the power chi. Boom, the light on the Divine Guard platform dissipated. A figure retreated 9 steps, each step causing the platform to rumble. It was Lu Ming. Xueqiao also retreated 3 steps. Gosh! Everyone stared blankly at the two figures on the battle platform. Obviously, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, everyone was not shocked by Xueqiao's strength. On the contrary, they were shocked by Lu Ming. Xueqiao had already unleashed his full strength, but Lu Ming was still able to withstand it. He was only at a slight disadvantage, and even pushed Xueqiao back a few steps. How could this be? Many people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. Nest, what am I seeing? I am witnessing a miracle. A half-step king could actually withstand a king's attack and even push him back. This is crazy. Does this mean that Lu Ming already has the battle strength of a king? Gosh, this is too shocking. Many Dtian divine guards around were so excited that their faces were flushed red, and they were shouting loudly. Even the hall leaders were astounded. Wind and fire intent realm. This is the fusion of the wind and fire intent realm. Lu Ming obviously had not comprehended the intent realm before, but now, he has comprehended 2 intents. This speed is too fast. Wind Palace Master said in shock. Cultivating 2 attributes at the same time, and being able to comprehend 2 forces to the level of concept in such a short period of time. This kind of talent is really too shocking. Fire Palace Master sighed. Especially Wind Palace Master. When he thought of persuading Lu Ming to give up on the fire intent realm and was rejected by Lu Ming, he was unhappy and thought that Lu Ming was arrogant and stubborn. Now that he thought of it, his face was a little hot. Lu Ming told everyone that he was not arrogant or stubborn, but that he had the talent to cultivate 2 intents at the same time. On the side, Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy. In the crowd, Xing Wushuang's face was even uglier. He was the first person to berate Lu Ming like an elder. He said that Lu Ming's future was limited because he cultivated 2 intents at the same time, and that he could not compare with him in the future. But the truth was that Lu Ming's speed was still terrifying even though he cultivated 2 intents at the same time, much faster than many people who cultivated 1 intent. In such a short time, he had comprehended 2 intents at the same time. This was simply a slap to his face. His eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Xing Wushuang, what do you think of my wind and fire intent realm? As if he felt Xing Wushuang's gaze, Lu Ming looked at him and said with a smile. Humph, it's just luck. So what if you have comprehended the wind and fire intent realm? You're still going to lose. Xing Wushuang sneered. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. Lu Ming, go die. On the battle stage, Xueqiao roared. He felt like he was going crazy. He was a martial king expert, but he was forced back by a half-step king. This was a great humiliation, and from now on, he would become a laughingstock among kings. Since ancient times, how many kings had been forced back by a half-step king? He could go down in the history books. Therefore, he was angry, and he hated that he could not tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming, with your wind and fire intent realm, how can you stop me? Purple Lightning Annihilation Sword, die. Xueqiao roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Zhenyuan gushed out, lightning flashed, and sword chi tore through the sky. With such a powerful battle strength, he could kill a large number of ordinary half-step kings with 1 sword. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary half-step king. If the wind and fire intent realm is not enough, then I'll add another one. Lu Ming said coldly. Bang, sizzle, then, another heaven and earth intent realm rushed out from Lu Ming's body, and lightning appeared in the sky. Thunder intent realm. As soon as the thunder intent realm appeared, the heaven and earth suddenly quieted down. Space and time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming. Hiss hiss hiss, then, there was the sound of people sucking in cold air. Ah, what's that? Thunder concept? Oh heavens, oh earth, Lu Ming has actually cultivated the thunder concept and has already comprehended it successfully. 3 concepts, how is that possible? I've never seen him use the thunder concept before. This is too heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. Cultivating 3 concepts at the same time and improving so quickly. How are others supposed to live? In the past, those who said that Lu Ming was arrogant, conceited, and stubborn are really blind. Lu Ming obviously knows his own limitations and knows his own talent. That's why he cultivated 3 types of intents. If he only cultivated 1 type of intents, he would really be stubborn and a waste of talent. Sue, lower your voice. That's what the Wind and Thunder Palace Masters said. The Thunder Palace Master even asked Lu Ming to get out of the Thunder Palace and not let him attend the lecture. Ah? It's over. Did he hear it? But I'm telling the truth. Cough, cough. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master coughed and looked embarrassed. Haha, it seems like I've made a mistake. The Wind Palace Master laughed and wasn't angry. However, it was a different story for the Thunder Palace Master. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lu Ming. That day, he berated Lu Ming and asked him to get out of the Thunder Summit. He said that Lu Ming wasn't qualified to listen to his lecture and would never amount to anything in his life. He even used his aura to suppress Lu Ming. But how long had it been? Not only did Lu Ming cultivate the wind and fire concepts, but he also cultivated the thunder concept. This was equivalent to Lu Ming repeatedly slapping him in the face. Damn it, little bastard. If I say that you're useless, you should be useless for your entire life. Now that you've cultivated to such a level, you're clearly going against me and causing me to lose face. This is a capital offense, a capital offense. The Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart and his eyes were extremely sinister. As soon as Lu Ming's concept of lightning appeared, it shook the entire audience and set off a monstrous clamor. Even Xue Chao himself was incomparably shocked. He retreated a few steps and even forgot to attack. Lu Ming's aura was wild as the 3 different mentalities intertwined together. Holding the long spear in one hand, he walked step by step towards Xue Chao. Xue Chao, bring out your full strength. That's all you've got. You disappoint me. Lu Ming berated. Lu Ming, do you think you can fight me just because you've unleashed 3 concepts? Naive. Die. Xue Chao forced himself to calm down, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Kill, he must kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too strong, making him tremble with fear. As for Qiu Chongkong, he was in the crowd. His face had already turned pale. Purple lightning thousand sword slash. Xue Chao roared and raised his strength to the peak. He slashed out with his battle sword and countless lightning sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Thousand dragons kill. Lu Ming executed the second move of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god. Wind, fire, and lightning. The 3 mentalities merged together and pierced out with the long spear. Instantly, dragon roars resounded. Countless small 2-colored true dragons flew out and pounced towards the sword chi. Yes, it was still 2-colored because the lightning mentalities hadn't completely merged with the wind and fire mentalities. Although they hadn't merged, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased greatly with the addition of the lightning mentalities. Boom! Boom! The lightning sword chi clashed with the 2-colored true dragons and exploded like fireworks. In just a few breaths, thousands of explosions rang out. Kill! Kill! 2 loud roars rang out. Lu Ming and Xue Chao shuttled through the turbulent energy waves and clashed heavily. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them clashed continuously. The sword chi and the spear light shot up tens of thousands of meters into the sky and stirred up the clouds. At the scene, everyone held their breaths and stared blankly at the two of them. Not enough, the pressure isn't enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Although Xueqiao was slightly stronger than him, it was very limited and couldn't give him enough pressure to merge the wind and fire mentalities. Xueqiao, is this all you've got? Martial King? I think you're the trashiest Martial King, right? If I were you, I would just cripple my own cultivation. Lu Ming shouted, full of disdain. The crowd was speechless. Although Xueqiao had just broken through to Martial King, he was definitely not the trashiest Martial King. Xueqiao himself was a terrifying genius. When he was a martial ancestor, he was a four-battle genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Thunder Palace Master and taken in as a disciple. A four-battle genius from the martial ancestor realm wouldn't be the trashiest Martial King. His battle prowess wouldn't be too weak. However, in Lu Ming's words, he was the trashiest Martial King. The Thunder Palace Master was so angry that his lips trembled. As for Xueqiao, he was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. At this point in the battle, Xueqiao knew that he was destined to become a laughingstock. However, he still had a chance. As long as he defeated Lu Ming, he would be able to save some face. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this." Xueqiao roared as his finger emitted a glow. A pill appeared and was swallowed by him. Bang! After Xueqiao swallowed the pill, the true qi in his body went berserk as if it had gone mad. It was now twice as strong as before. Die! Xueqiao's eyes were bloodshot as his hair danced in the wind. He held the thunderous battle sword in his hand and charged toward Lu Ming. The increase in the strength of his true qi greatly increased his battle prowess. Dang! Lu Ming exchanged blows with Xueqiao. He could feel a surge of violent energy surging toward him, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. Such a powerful force. Haha, just nice. Lu Ming was filled with battle intent. However, the crowd was in an uproar. That's the energy burst pill. Xueqiao actually took the energy burst pill. How despicable. Once the energy burst pill is taken, one's true qi will go berserk and become twice as strong as before. However, the side effects are also very severe. After the effect of the pill wears off, one's true qi will become impure and even sluggish. There will be a long period of weakness, and one will have to pay a huge price to recover. Especially for someone like Xueqiao who has just broken through. The energy burst pill is equivalent to a poisonous pill. If he doesn't handle it well, his future path of martial arts will be cut off. He's being forced into a corner. Discussions broke out all around. Thunder Palace Master, Xueqiao has already violated the rules. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master's face turned ugly as he looked at the Thunder Palace Master. Violated the rules? How so? Before the competition, there was no rule that forbade the use of external force. The Thunder Palace Master said coldly. You are really despicable. The Wind Palace Master was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Indeed, before the competition, who would have thought of this? Who would have thought that Xueqiao would use external force? Everyone thought that Xueqiao would definitely win. They were not worried that Lu Ming would use external force, which was already considered good. Die, little bastard, die. In the crowd, Xing Wushuang roared. This battle was not only related to his reputation, but also related to 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Naturally, he would pay special attention to it. Boom! At this moment, the battle in the fighting ring continued. With the help of the energy burst pill, Xueqiao madly attacked Lu Ming. Die, die. He was well aware of the side effects of the energy burst elixir. He had never thought of taking it. The energy burst elixir was for him to save his life at a critical moment, but he had no choice because of Lu Ming. Today, he had to win. He had no way out. Once he lost, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose 80,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. To him, 80,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure that he could not bear. Therefore, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Boom! Xueqiao held the lightning sword and attacked Lu Ming violently. Lu Ming blocked with his long spear. Three wills intertwined as he fought with Xianxia. Boom. Boom, the fighting ring shook continuously. Wills filled the air and True Yuan shot out. Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art. He had reached the 9th level and had 10 times the true qi. Although he had only converted 50% of it, the other half was still true qi. When he circulated it, it was somewhat obscure and could not explode with his full strength. However, it was still comparable to Shuiqiao's true yuan. In terms of wills, the 3 wills combined were still incomparable to a wills that had condensed a will's rune. However, with the addition of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power would not be too far off. Therefore, Lu Ming could fight with Shuiqiao. However, after Shuiqiao swallowed the energy burst elixir, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming was even more excited. Yes, this is the feeling, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 3 wills to the extreme. The 3 wills intertwined together and clashed with Shuiqiao. He felt that the thunder wills were merging with the wind and fire wills. Although it was slow, it was indeed merging. Haha, fight, fight. Lu Ming roared and used all his strength to fight against Shuiqiao. However, he was still at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Shuiqiao's violent attacks and kept retreating. This situation fell into the eyes of others, but they did not think so. They did not know Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming is going to lose. He's been completely suppressed. That's right. Right now, he's only resisting stubbornly. However, he won't be able to resist for long. Once he's defeated, he'll have to face Shuiqiao's storm-like attacks. At that time, he'll probably be defeated and killed. If I were Lu Ming, I would admit defeat now. It's already a great honor to be able to fight a king to this extent. In the past 1,000 years, only Yan Quantu from 100 years ago could do this. That's right. If Lu Ming can maintain this momentum, his future achievements will be limitless. It would be a pity if he were to die at Shuiqiao's hands. By now, more and more people had gathered to watch. There were already more than 20,000 people. Even one of the 9 hall masters had come. Some people were gloating, while others were worried for Lu Ming. I'm certain that Lu Ming will be defeated within 20 moves. Someone said affirmatively. Soon, 20 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on, although the situation didn't look good. Cough, cough. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so tenacious. This is his will to live supporting him. However, it's useless. This time, he'll be defeated within 30 moves. The person who previously said that Lu Ming would be defeated within 20 moves coughed a few times and spoke again. Soon, another 30 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Lu Ming will definitely be defeated within 50 moves. That person kept coughing. He was very embarrassed, but his mouth was very cheap and he came to a conclusion. The people around him looked at him with disdain and stayed far away from him. Lu Ming didn't know about any of this, nor would he pay attention to it. Now, all his thoughts were on the 3 wills. Soon, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Boom, suddenly, the 3 wills roared. Then, with a boom, they merged into one. The fusion was successful. The 3 wills of wind, fire, and thunder had finally merged into one. When the 3 wills merged, the power of the 3 unique skills of the dragon god automatically evolved from low heaven level to high heaven level. In other words, Lu Ming now directly possessed the power of the 3rd level of a high heaven level martial skill. Roar, with a thrust of the spear, a tricolor dragon flew out. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it was several times stronger than before. How could this be? What's going on? Shuiqiao was shocked. Bang! Bang! The thunder sword light that he unleashed with all his strength instantly collapsed in front of the tricolor dragon like trash. The tricolor dragon pounced and clawed at Shuiqiao's body. Shuiqiao screamed and his body flew far away. Buzz, Lu Ming's long spear shook and his body rushed out. The long spear lashed out and hit Shuiqiao's body. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Shuiqiao's body flew along the fighting ring. After flying for more than 1,000 meters, Xuechao lay on the ground, coughing up blood and twitching nonstop. He was half dead. Everyone's eyes were about to explode. They were tongue-tied as they watched in a daze. Hey, did I stare too hard just now and get dizzy? Am I hallucinating? I actually saw Lu Ming suddenly explode and beat Xuechao half to death. Don't you think it's funny? No way, you saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. It can't be real, right? One is seeing things, two are seeing things, but it can't be all three. If King saw it too. Nestle, it can't be. Could this be real? Are we dreaming? Lu Ming actually suddenly erupted and won? How is this possible? How is this possible? Yeah, he was obviously being suppressed. How could he suddenly win? Is he cheating? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. They couldn't understand. In the end, they could only think of Lu Ming cheating. Cheating, Lu Ming, you despicable bastard. How dare you cheat in the battle? Xiao Chongkong flew out and screamed hysterically. Lu Ming could actually defeat Xuechao, a challenger. Xiao Chongkong couldn't accept it. Idiot. Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Chongkong indifferently. What did you say? You cheated and you don't allow others to talk about it? How dare you? Tell me, how did you cheat? Tell me honestly. There are so many people here, including the palace masters. How can you be so presumptuous? Xiao Chongkong roared. Xiao Chongkong, don't go overboard. Even Xuechao could use the energy burst pill. Even if Brother Lu used some tricks, it's not overboard. Jian Fengyun flew out from the crowd and said loudly. He also thought that Lu Ming must have used some tricks. However, if Xuechao could use the energy burst pill, why couldn't Lu Ming use some tricks? He definitely didn't use any ordinary tricks. He must have used some despicable tricks. Xiao Chongkong argued, not letting go of Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming. This battle doesn't count. Cancel our bet. Xing Wushuang shouted. Cancel? Xing Wushuang, you want to go back on your words after losing? Do you think you can do that? Hand over the supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Xing Wushuang's expression changed as he shouted, Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're the one who cheated first. Nonsense. Lu Ming scolded as he moved his body and clawed at Xing Wushuang. You have to hand it over today. Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. You. Lu Ming, don't think I'm afraid of you. It's just cheating. Die. Xing Wushuang roared as his terrifying aura erupted. Xing Wushuang was very close to the martial king realm. Whether it was the refinement of true essence or the comprehension of intent realm, he was very close to the martial king realm. His battle strength was also very terrifying. He had reached the level of a 5-battle genius. The sword mark on his forehead glowed, and an iron sword flew out and landed in Saint Wushuang's hand. He slashed out with the sword and a mighty sword radiance filled the world as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's claw was surrounded by 3 different intent realms and its power was terrifying. Xing Wushuang's sword radiance was crushed like a bubble in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's claw did not stop as he grabbed Xing Wushuang's neck. Lu Ming squeezed hard and a majestic true essence, wind, fire, and thunder intent realm poured into Xing Wushuang's neck. Xing Wushuang could not resist at all as Lu Ming grabbed him like a chick. Bam, Lu Ming flung Xing Wushuang hard. Xing Wushuang's body was like a toad as he was flung heavily onto the fighting ring. Boom, it was as if the fighting ring had been hit by a meteorite, making a violent roar and shaking non-stop. Crack! Crack, a jarring sound was heard as Xing Wushuang's bones broke. Xing Wushuang's body hit the fighting ring and bounced up high before falling down again. He bounced a few times like a rubber ball before coming to a stop. Puff, Xing Wushuang spat out blood as if it was free. The people around felt their teeth ache and a chill run down their spines. Lu Ming was too violent. Once there was a disagreement, he took action. Most importantly, Xing Wushuang, the number 1 genius of the 4 celestial divine guards, couldn't even last one move from Lu Ming. He was like a helpless chicken. However, their cultivation bases were clearly at the half-step king level. This was too shocking. The difference was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Not far away, Qiu Changkong was so scared that his whole body was trembling non-stop. There was not a trace of blood on his face, and he almost wet his pants. Even Xing Wushuang couldn't block a single move from Lu Ming. If Xing Wushuang wanted to deal with him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. What do you mean, the number one genius of the four heavens divine guards? You're just a piece of trash. How can such trash be qualified to be on the same level as me? Lu Ming glanced at Xing Wushuang and said disdainfully. Pucci, these words caused Xing Wushuang to vomit blood again. Hall Masters, Lu Ming has gone too far. He used despicable means to win against Xue Qiao. He must be severely punished. Saint Wushuang screamed. Enough. At this moment, the Hall Master of Wind shouted coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone. Lu Ming didn't cheat. The Hall Master of Wind continued. Everyone was stunned. He didn't cheat? How is that possible? He was clearly at a disadvantage before. If he didn't cheat, how could he burst out with such power and defeat Xue Qiao in one move? How is that possible? Xing Wushuang couldn't accept it and shouted. Lu Ming didn't cheat, which meant that he would lose 30,000 spirit crystals. Are you doubting my words? The Hall Master of Wind looked coldly at Xing Wushuang. Xing Wushuang suddenly felt a chill and shouted, No, how would I dare to doubt the Hall Master? It's just that this matter is too strange. Lu Ming must give a reasonable explanation. Reasonable explanation? The reasonable explanation is that Lu Ming broke through in the battle. The Hall Master of Wind said coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with a gentle smile and deep amazement. Lu Ming, in the battle just now, you've completely merged the three essences of wind, fire, and thunder, right? The Hall Master is really insightful. Lu Ming said with a smile. He knew that he couldn't hide it from the Hall Masters. I recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and Xue Qiao was looking for trouble with me, so I used him to practice. I didn't expect to break through in such a short time. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked toward Xue Qiao. At this moment, Xue Qiao was a little more awake and struggled to get up. When he heard these words, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. It was qi. Everyone around was dumbfounded. It turned out that the reason Lu Ming challenged Xue Qiao was to use him for cultivation. Most importantly, not only did he use Xue Qiao for cultivation, but he also made such a big bet with him. It was too unkind. At the same time, they were also shocked by Lu Ming's talent. Different essences couldn't be merged in a casual battle. If it was that simple, everyone would have gone to cultivate. It was all because of Lu Ming's abnormal talent. In the fighting ring, Xing Wushuang opened his mouth for a long time, but no words came out. What about me? Where are the spiritual crystals? Hurry up and take them out. Lu Ming walked to Xing Wushuang's side and looked down at him. Xing Wushuang was on the verge of tears and his lips were trembling. 30,000 spiritual crystals, that was almost all of his wealth. He kept them to refine his true origin and break through to Martial King. How could he bear to part with them? The reason why he agreed to bet with Lu Ming was that he was sure to win and earn 30,000 spiritual crystals. Why not? If he knew that he would lose, he wouldn't have taken the bet. He looked at the Hall Masters in the sky with a pleading look. You bet and you lose. Give it to me. Hall Master Feng said coldly. Saint Wushuang's body trembled even more violently. He took out the jade box unwillingly and stared at it, unwilling to part with it. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand and took the jade box. He scanned it and found that there were exactly 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals in it. It's just 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. It's not a big deal. Do you have to make such an expression? Lu Ming said casually. He happily put the jade box into the Temple of Paragon. Puff, Xing Wushuang was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and his body trembled. Lu Ming's words were too infuriating. What did he mean by it was not a big deal? It was 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals, not 30,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Xing Wushuang's face was pale and he looked sad. He was out of his mind. Back then, he was so high and mighty. He looked as if he could judge everything. He gave pointers to Lu Ming like an elder giving pointers to a junior. He said that Lu Ming was not worthy to be his opponent in the future because he cultivated several types of intents and his achievements were limited. How long had it been since then? In front of Lu Ming, he was like a dog that could be easily manipulated. Now that he thought about it, his expression back then was simply laughable. How could he give pointers to Lu Ming? How could he compare to Su Mo? He was right when he said that the gap between him and Lu Ming would only widen. It was just that Lu Ming was far ahead. Everyone's eyes swept over Xing Wushuang. Many of them shook their heads and sighed. Xing Wushuang was just born at the wrong time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that Lu Ming was too strong. Lu Ming glanced at Xing Wushuang indifferently and no longer looked at him. His body moved and appeared in front of Xueqiao. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Xueqiao has already lost. Do you dare to make another move? High up in the sky, Temple Master of Thunder's face was extremely gloomy. Who said I'm going to make another move? I'm just going to take the prize that I won. Lu Ming smiled and flicked his finger, sending a stream of true essence into Xueqiao's body. Xueqiao cried out and came to his senses. When he saw Lu Ming in front of him, he screamed in fright, Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming was speechless. He curled his lips and said, Xueqiao, you've lost. Hand over the 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. I. At this moment, he wanted to die. Previously, he had the same thought as Xing Wushuang. He thought that he would definitely win, so he agreed to bet 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He never expected that he would lose. 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Xueqiao had never had so many supreme spiritual crystals in his life. They were lent to him by his master and he definitely had to return them. His heart trembled and he cast a pleading look at Temple Master of Thunder. Temple Master of Thunder's eyes flickered and he turned his head away. There were 5 Temple Masters present and he wasn't the only one. If he was alone, things would be easier. But with so many Temple Masters present, he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. Xueqiao, you must accept your loss. Your master is useless. Hand over the spiritual crystals. The faint voice of the Wind Palace Master sounded. Xueqiao's body trembled. With a pale face, he took out a storage ring. It was the one that the Thunder Palace Master had given him. Lu Ming took it with a smile. He scanned it with his mind, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away. Thanks. I've been lacking spiritual crystals recently. Lu Ming added with a smile, his heart bursting with joy. In such a short period of time, he had earned 110,000 spiritual crystals. These spiritual crystals were too easy to earn. It was even faster than robbing people. Now, Lu Ming had enough spirit crystals to refine his quintessential essence. Xueqiao almost fainted from anger. Lu Ming, are you willing to take me as your master? I won't ask you to only cultivate one type of concept. You can cultivate as many types as you want. I'll only be responsible for teaching you the concept of wind. How about it? Right at this moment, the Wind Hall Master suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was stunned. He hadn't expected the Wind Hall Master to suddenly ask to take him as his disciple. Lu Ming, I'm also willing to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to take me as your master? My conditions are the same as Old Man Feng's. I won't restrict you from cultivating other concepts. I'll only teach you the concept of fire. At this moment, the Fire Hall Master also spoke. The others were shocked. They all looked at Lu Ming in a daze, revealing looks of envy. The Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master both spoke at the same time. They wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple, and they wouldn't interfere with his cultivation of other concepts. In other words, Lu Ming could take several people as his master at the same time. In this way, Lu Ming could take the Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master as his master at the same time. How could they not be envious? It was extremely difficult for ordinary geniuses to take a Hall Master as their master. How could it be like now, when several Hall Masters wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple? However, on second thought, it was normal. The talent that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. His future was limitless. If they could take him as their disciple, their faction would definitely be able to flourish in the future. In addition, the Metal Hall Master and the Earth Hall Master were also tempted. Unfortunately, their concepts didn't match Lu Ming's. Naturally, they couldn't take Lu Ming as their disciple. They could only look at the Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master with envy. Look, Lu Ming is stunned. He must be so happy that he's stunned, right? Some people said sourly. At this moment, Lu Ming wasn't stunned. He was thinking and hesitating. Yes, Lu Ming was hesitating. The benefits of being able to take the two Hall Masters as his master were self-evident. Not only would he have two powerful backers, but if he could receive guidance from the two Hall Masters in the Wind and Fire intent, he would definitely be able to avoid many detours. Lu Ming was very tempted by these 2 points. However, Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming had too many secrets. Not only did he cultivate divine-grade cultivation techniques, but he also cultivated divine-grade martial skills. He also had the 9-dragon bloodline and the Temple of Paragon. Some secrets couldn't be seen at first glance. However, if he took them as his master and stayed too close to them, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters wouldn't notice. At that time, these secrets would be exposed and he would be in danger. Not to mention many, as long as one of them was exposed, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters wouldn't kill him and steal his treasures. Lu Ming had to consider this point. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Wind and Fire Temple Master, saying, "Lu Ming thanks the two Hall Masters for their kindness." However, Lu Ming once took a master and swore that he would never take another master as his master. Here, Lu Ming can only disappoint the two Hall Masters. Lu Ming made up an excuse at the last minute. As soon as he said this, the crowd was shocked and clamored. What? Lu Ming actually rejected it? He actually rejected it? Nestle, did I hear wrong? The two Hall Masters want to take him as their disciple at the same time and won't interfere with his cultivation of other intents. He actually rejected such good conditions? This is too infuriating. Heavens, if he doesn't want this opportunity, give it to me. Just give me half of it. Many people shouted. However, now, no one said that Lu Ming was arrogant. If it was before today, if Lu Ming rejected the two Hall Masters' kindness, there would definitely be a group of people who would stand up and scold him, saying that he was overestimating himself and that he didn't put the Hall Masters in his eyes. But now, even if there were people who thought so, no one dared to scold him. They were afraid that if Lu Ming's cultivation improved greatly after a period of time, their faces would be slapped swollen. The Wind and Fire Temple Masters were also stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to reject them. Lu Ming, why don't you think about it again? The Wind Temple Master said. This junior is very grateful for the Wind Temple Master's kindness, but there is an oath that this junior can't go against. Otherwise, I will become an ungrateful person who doesn't respect his masters. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and said. Seeing this, the Wind Temple Master knew that Lu Ming had made up his mind and let out a long sigh. It was a pity to miss such a good talent. At the side, the Wind Temple Master's eyes flashed with joy. Good, good. Lu Ming, if you become the disciple of the Wind Temple Master and the Fire Temple Master, then things will be difficult. Now that you have rejected them, haha, you are courting death. But, right then, Lu Ming suddenly opened his mouth, which shocked everyone. Was Lu Ming going to change his mind? Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and the sword-shaped plant appeared in the air again. The 9 sword-like leaves exploded with bright sword intent, stirring up the wind and clouds. The palace leaders of Wind, Fire, and Gold all stared at the sword-shaped plant with excitement in their eyes. I am willing to sell this sword-shaped plant to all of you. Lu Ming opened his mouth. Great! Haha. Lu Ming, I will give you 120,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. The palace leader of Wind immediately opened his mouth. It was 20,000 more than the 100,000 he offered before. I will give you 150,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. I am determined to get this sword-shaped plant. Don't fight with me for it. The palace leader of Gold said. Don't fight with you? Old Man Gold, you are dreaming. Let me tell you, I am determined to get this sword-shaped plant as well. The palace leader of Wind said coldly, not giving in at all. Damn it. Damn it. Lu Ming, that bastard, wants to sell this sword-shaped plant. Damn it. This sword-shaped plant is mine. The palace leader of Thunder screamed in his mind, his eyes burning with anger. Initially, he was still thinking of how to get his hands on Lu Ming's sword-shaped herb. But if Lu Ming sold it to another palace leader, then his plan would be ruined. He was also very interested in this sword-shaped plant, and wanted to buy it as well. But he could not open his mouth. Even if he did, Lu Ming would not sell it to him. His killing intent towards Lu Ming became even more intense. The palace leaders started to argue with each other. Among the 5 palace leaders, besides the palace leader of Earth, the others were all sword cultivators. They all wanted the sword-shaped plant very much. Seniors, please listen to me. Right then, Lu Ming opened his mouth again. His clear voice was heard from afar. The palace leaders quieted down all of a sudden, looking at Lu Ming. Palace leaders, I have a suggestion. Is it okay? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, speak. The Wind Palace Master said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Leaders, this sword-shaped plant, I do not want to sell it for so many top-rank spiritual crystals. Just like the previous bet, I only need 80,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. However, I will not sell it to one person, but to all of you at the same time. This way, all of you can study it together in the future. Isn't that better? Several people comprehending together? The hall masters were taken aback for a moment. After a brief moment of consideration, they nodded in agreement. I have no objections. The Fire Palace Master said. I don't have a concept either. Old Man Jean, what about you? Wind Palace Master looked at Metal Palace Master. Since none of you have any objections, I naturally have no objections either. Palace Master Jean Ji also said. Alright, I'll sell it to Wind, Fire, and Gold Palace Masters at the same time. You only need to pay 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming smiled. He directly ignored Thunder Palace Master, which made Thunder Palace Master grit his teeth even more. Lu Ming, 80,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals is too little. This sword-shaped herb can be easily sold for hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals in the market. How about this? The 3 of us will each pay 40,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. A total of 120,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals to buy this sword-shaped herb. Wind Palace Master said. Alright, let's do it. Fire and Metal Palace Masters nodded. Then, the 3 of them each took out 40,000 top-grade spiritual crystals for a total of 120,000 and gave it to Lu Ming. Thank you, seniors. Lu Ming was overjoyed and gave the sword-shaped plant to the 3 palace masters. Haha, Lu Ming, even if you don't have me as your teacher, if you have any questions about the concept of wind in the future, you can come to me. I will tell you everything I know. After getting the sword-shaped plant, Wind Palace Master was obviously in a good mood. Lu Ming, if you have anything you don't understand about the concept of fire, you can also come to me. Fire Palace Master also smiled. The others were so envious that they almost went crazy. Lu Ming's treatment was too good, wasn't it? Ahem, Lu Ming, if you are interested in the concept of gold in the future, you can come to me. I will teach you with all my heart. Gold Palace Master coughed a few times and said. Hey, old monster Jean, don't mislead him. Wind Palace Master glared at Gold Palace Master and shouted. But in the next moment, he thought of Lu Ming's insane talent and shut his mouth. Who could guarantee that Lu Ming would not be interested in the concept of gold in the future? Thank you, Gold Palace Master. If Lu Ming wants to comprehend the concept of gold, he will have to trouble you. However, Lu Ming still replied with a serious face. This made many people speechless. Could it be that Lu Ming was really aiming for the concept of gold? Come on, you've already comprehended 3 types of concepts, alright? Many people were speechless. Haha, then let's go. The Wind, Fire, and Metal Palace Master smiled and said. They could not wait to go back and study the sword-shaped herb. With a slight movement of their bodies, the 3 palace masters disappeared. Bring your senior brother and follow me back. Thunder Palace Master looked at Qiu Changkong and snorted coldly. He stepped into the air and disappeared as well. Qiu Changkong quickly brought Xueqiao and left. Then, the Earth Hall Master and the other protectors also left one by one. Just like that, the curtains of a thrilling, rarely seen challenge came to an end. Lu. Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a while. Your achievements are unforgettable. Jian Fengyan flew towards Lu Ming and said with a sigh. Brother Jian, you are too polite. Lu Ming was just lucky. If Brother Jian is free, why don't you come to the East Sky Courtyard? Lu Ming said with a smile. Jian Fengyan was a righteous person and Lu Ming recognized him. Just now, Jian Fengyan had also stood up for him. Sure. I have some questions about the martial Dao and would like to ask Brother Lu. Jian Fengyan said with a flicker in his eyes. Then, the two of them flew into the air and headed towards the East Sky Courtyard. After Lu Ming left, the others quickly left as well. The news about the battle spread like a whirlwind. When Lu Ming and Jian Fengyan returned to the East Sky Courtyard, they sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming took out a bottle of wine and the two of them chatted while drinking. During this time, Jian Fengyan asked Lu Ming about comprehending the concept from force. Lu Ming had comprehended 3 concepts at the same time. He had a deep understanding of the concept from force. He told Jian Fengyan everything he knew and shared his experiences. After listening, Jian Fengyan's eyes lit up and his face was filled with joy. Obviously, he had learned a lot. 2 hours later, Jian Fengyan bid farewell and left. Continue to refine my true yuan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with excitement. This time, he had obtained a total of 230,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In addition to the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals from before, he had a total of 240,000 supreme spiritual crystals. It was simply a windfall. Bam! Bam! Immediately, Lu Ming took out 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals and exploded them to refine his true yuan. 3 days later, in a hall of the Thunder Palace. Master, this disciple is useless. I deserve to die. Please punish me. Xueqiao knelt on the ground, his body trembling. The recovery ability of a king was extremely frightening. In 3 days, Xueqiao's injuries were almost healed. However, the side effects of the exploding yuan pill were not so easily healed. His face was still pale, and his aura was unstable. Beside Xueqiao stood Qiu Changkong, who was keeping quiet out of fear. The Thunder Palace Master sat at the top, his face extremely gloomy. Waves of killing intent were emitted from his body. You are indeed a piece of trash. You are a king, but you actually lost to a half-step king. You have brought shame to your master. The Thunder Palace Master's cold voice resounded. The killing intent on his body became even denser, causing Xueqiao's body to tremble even more. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. After a while, the Thunder Palace Master's voice resounded again. However, it is not entirely your fault. Lu Ming, that little bastard's talent is indeed rare. It far surpasses ordinary geniuses. Even I was shocked. Master, are we going to let that bastard Lu Ming off just like that and let him continue to be arrogant? Qiu Changkong said unwillingly. Of course not. That little bastard Lu Ming won't be able to live for long. The Thunder Palace Master smiled eerily. Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao's eyes lit up. Qiu Changkong hurriedly said, Master, are you going to personally kill that bastard Lu Ming? Stupid. The Thunder Palace Master scolded, causing Qiu Changkong's face to turn pale. That little bastard Lu Ming is very smart. A few days ago, he sold the sword-shaped grass to Old Feng and the others at a low price. It seemed like he suffered a loss, but he actually made a huge profit. At the same time, he won the favor of the 3 palace masters. Now, those 3 old fellows favor Lu Ming a lot. If I were to personally kill him, not only would I become a laughingstock, those 3 old fellows would also make things difficult for me. Why would I do such an unwise thing? The Thunder Palace Master said. Then, how does Master plan to deal with Lu Ming? Xueqiao asked cautiously. Lu Ming has joined the Empyrean Divine Guards for a period of time. Everyone who joins the Empyrean Divine Guards for a period of time must complete a mission for the Empyrean Divine Palace. This is the duty of every Empyrean Divine Guard. The Thunder Palace Master said slowly. Qiao Changkong and Xueqiao's eyes lit up. Master wants to tamper with this mission? Xueqiao asked. Hee, that's right. When the time comes, I will arrange a special mission for Lu Ming. As long as he dies in this mission, no one will suspect anything. Even if they suspect something, they will have no reason to make trouble for me. Thunder Palace Master sneered. Master is wise. Xiao Changkong and Xueqiao were overjoyed, bowing deeply to the Lightning Temple Master. Yes, Changkong. I know that you have old grudges with Lu Ming. The matters in your hometown, the Burning Sun Empire, have not been completely settled yet. After Lu Ming accepts that mission, you should return to the Burning Sun Empire and settle the matters there. Chao, go with Changkong and assist him. Thunder Palace Master instructed. Thank you, Master. Xiao Changkong was naturally overjoyed and thanked the Thunder Palace Master. However, in the next moment, he revealed a worried expression and said, Master, Lu Ming is a lucky guy. He can always turn danger into safety. This disciple is worried that if Lu Ming is lucky enough to survive and knows that I return to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family and friends, he might directly kill his way to the Burning Sun Empire. Now, Qiao Changkong was really scared of Lu Ming. He was scared to death. If Lu Ming didn't die and knew that he went back to deal with his family and friends, he would really be finished. Seeing Qiao Changkong's cowardly appearance, disappointment flashed across the Thunder Palace Master's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, Are you doubting my arrangements? Xiao Changkong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said, This disciple doesn't dare. This disciple doesn't dare. All right, let me tell you. I have already arranged everything perfectly. When Lu Ming is carrying out the mission, I will also find a way to let Lu Ming know that you have returned to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family. If he is lucky enough to survive and returns to the Burning Sun Empire, then he will really be dead. The Thunder Palace Master smiled proudly. So Master has already made arrangements. This disciple has been overthinking. This disciple admires Master's ability to devise strategies. Xiao Changkong was overjoyed and flattered his master. Haha, alright. You guys just wait for the news. As long as Lu Ming accepts the mission and leaves, you guys can also leave. The Thunder Palace Master laughed proudly. Lu Ming was still refining his true yuan. It had already been 7 days. This time, Lu Ming had refined his true yuan for 7 days. In 7 days, Lu Ming had used up a total of 50,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals. After using 50,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming finally converted his true yuan to 99%. In his body, 99% was true yuan, and only 1% was true qi. However, no matter how much Lu Ming refined his true yuan, the last 1% had no effect at all. Indeed, I need to break through to Martial King before my true yuan can reach 100% perfection. Lu Ming sighed. Under Martial King, one could not refine their true yuan to 100%. Although it was only a 1% difference, the difference in strength was huge. 100% meant perfection. It was as smooth as 1, and there was no obstruction in the circulation. As for 99%, it meant that there were impurities. The circulation and eruption of true yuan would not be smooth, and there would be obstacles. Now, as long as I can condense an intent talisman for one of the intents, I can break through to Martial King. Lu Ming pondered. Of the 3 intents, as long as one of them was broken through, Lu Ming could break through to Martial King. After breaking through to Martial King, it would be easier to cultivate the other 2 intents. Let's start with the intent of thunder. Ever since the thunder cauldron flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, Lu Ming felt like he was bathing in an ocean of intent of thunder. He had a new understanding of intent of thunder at all times. His intent of thunder had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, among the 3 intents of wind, fire, and thunder, the intent of thunder had become the intent that Lu Ming had the deepest understanding of. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and his consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the incomparably huge thunder cauldron. The thunder cauldron had not moved during this period, but it kept emitting powerful intent of thunder. Immediately, Lu Ming started to comprehend it. His understanding of intent of thunder deepened, and he was getting closer to being able to condense intent talismans. As long as he comprehended a certain intent to a certain extent, he would be able to materialize the intent and condense it into an intent talisman. In the blink of an eye, another 8 days passed. Half a month had passed since Xiaochen challenged Xue Chao. On this particular day, a deacon came to the eastern sky courtyard. The eastern sky courtyard's intent of thunder reacted, and Lu Ming opened his eyes from cultivation. Then, he walked out of the eastern sky courtyard. Lu Ming, I am the deacon of the mission hall of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. You have been in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace for some time now. You need to complete a mission for the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. So, I have to do a mission. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He knew that he had to complete a mission after coming here for a while. What kind of mission is it? Lu Ming asked. After cultivating for such a long time, he also wanted to go out for a walk. Lu Ming, in view of your strength, the mission for you this time is a 2-star mission. Of course, if you think it's too difficult, you can withdraw from this mission. However, once you complete a 2-star mission, the reward will be very generous. The Mission Palace envoy said. Envoy, can I take a look at the mission first? Lu Ming asked. Okay, the content of the mission is in this jade token. Take a look. The Mission Palace envoy waved his hand and a jade token appeared. Then, he flew it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. With a thought, the content of the jade token appeared in his mind. After a while, Lu Ming nodded and said, I'll take this 2-star mission. The Mission Palace envoy smiled and said, Good. You're not the only one who has taken this mission. There are a few others. Tomorrow morning, go to the mission reception hall in the Myriad Star City and meet them. Then, we'll set off together. After saying that, the Mission Palace envoy turned and left. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and thought about the content of the mission. The so-called 2-star missions were usually completed by 2nd-grade Empyrean Divine Guards. The 2nd-grade Empyrean Divine Guards were basically martial king experts. Originally, Lu Ming was a rank 1 Emperor Sky Divine Guard and should not have taken on a 2-star mission. However, considering the combat strength he had displayed previously, it was normal for him to take on a 2-star mission. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to take on a challenging mission. To Lu Ming, a 1-star mission was not challenging at all. Moreover, after completing it, the reward would be very low. It was purely a waste of time. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the thunder will in his sea of consciousness. A day passed quickly. The next morning, Lu Ming left the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. After arriving at the Myriad Star City, he went directly to the mission reception hall. When Lu Ming walked into the mission reception hall, he only saw 3 people gathered together. Of the 3 people, one was a young woman who was about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite good-looking, with graceful curves and a moving beauty. In addition, there was a skinny man in his 50s, and the last person was a burly man in his 30s. Each of them had a mission jade token in their hands. Lu Ming took out the task jade card and injected his true qi. Wang, the mission jade plates trembled slightly and glowed on their own. At the same time, the mission jade plates in the other 3 people's hands also trembled slightly and glowed, resonating with Lu Ming's jade plate. It's them. Lu Ming smiled and walked up to them. He cupped his fists and said, The 3 of you, are you also heading to the northern Liang Mountain to investigate the extermination of 2 sects? Not bad. The burly man in his 30s stood up and cupped his fists towards Lu Ming. However, after he carefully sized up Lu Ming, he frowned. What? The 4th person is you? You're only a half-martial warrior. How could you accept a 2-starred mission? Suddenly, the woman yelled with a tone filled with disdain. Lu Ming frowned slightly and said, What's wrong? I'm indeed a half-martial warrior. Can't I accept a 2-starred mission? Haha, what a joke. Kid, do you know what a 2-starred mission means? A 2-star mission represents a mission that only martial kings can take on. The 3 of us are all 1st-layer martial kings and are all 2nd-layer Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Furthermore, a 2-starred mission is dangerous even for martial emperors. You're only a half-martial warrior, yet you dare to accept a 2-starred mission. Are you courting death? I really don't know what the people in the mission hall are thinking. Why would they assign a piece of trash to this mission? The young woman looked at Lu Ming with disdain and said loudly. Hee, first layer martial emperor, is it that great? Lu Ming's face darkened as he said with a cold smile. First layer martial emperor is nothing. However, I only need one move to kill you. Kid, I advise you to get lost. The young woman said. That's enough, Huang Jing, stop talking. At this moment, the burly man said softly. The young woman seemed to be afraid of the burly man. She snorted and shut her mouth, not saying anything else. The burly man smiled and said, Little brother, I'm sorry. Huang Jing is a bit hot-tempered. Please don't take offense. Lu Ming laughed coldly and did not say anything. The burly man said again, however, little brother, to be honest, this mission is not something you can accept. Did the mission hall make a mistake? I advise you to go back to the mission hall and apply for another mission. No need. I've already confirmed this mission. It's suitable for me. Lu Ming said. Suitable for you? Haha, what a joke. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me tell you, if you're not a martial emperor, you're just an ant. Kid, you can follow us shamelessly, but let me tell you, when you're in danger, we won't help you. Don't even think about dragging us down. The young woman sneered. Hee, don't worry. I'm afraid you'll drag me down. Lu Ming retorted. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? The young woman snorted and walked to the side, not saying anything else. Alright, since that's the case, let's go together. However, little brother, if you're really in danger, you'd better run quickly. We won't be able to take care of you then. The burly man said. Don't worry. Lu Ming said. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's Xinyuan had transformed to 99%. His thunder intent domain was also constantly improving. His battle strength had increased by another level since the battle with Xueqiao half a month ago. Lu Ming was confident that he was not weaker than some veteran martial emperors. The burly man smiled bitterly. He really did not know where Lu Ming's confidence came from. Then, the burly man introduced himself, I'm Su Zhong. Then, he pointed at the skinny man in his 50s who had not spoken and said, this is Song Ku. Lu Ming cupped his fists and nodded at Song Ku. You already know the name of the last one. Little brother, how should I address you? Su Zhong asked. Oh, Lu Ming was about to introduce himself when he was interrupted by Huang Jing. You don't have to introduce yourself. He won't live for long anyway. Huang Jing snorted coldly. Lu Ming sneered and did not bother to introduce himself. He stood aside. Alright, let's go then. Su Zhong came out to smooth things over. Then, the four of them left the mission reception hall and soared into the sky, heading north of Myriad Star City. Their mission this time was to go to northern Liang Mountain to investigate the murder of a senior member of a sect. During this period of time, there were a total of 2 sects in northern Liang Mountain. The senior members of the martial ancestor realm and above were innocently slaughtered. The strange thing was that their corpses were all gone after the incident. Even with martial king experts guarding the place, they were still slaughtered. This meant that the culprit was definitely a martial king expert. Their mission was to find the culprit and take him down or kill him. The northern Liang Mountain was located in the north of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. It was 13 million li away from the Myriad Star City. However, with the group speed, they arrived in 3 days. First, they had to go to the biggest city in the northern Liang Mountain area, Northern Liang City. There was a station of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in northern Liang City. There were already 2 second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine guards there to investigate. Their first task was to meet up with these 2 second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine guards and understand the situation. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not all the Emperor Heaven Divine guards were like Lu Ming and the others. They were all young geniuses. Among the Emperor Heaven Divine guards, there were many older ones. It could be said that there were people of all ages. The Emperor Heaven Divine Guard selection held every 5 years was to recruit geniuses with talent and potential and nurture them. These young Emperorian Divine Guards were undoubtedly treated much better. However, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would recruit some Emperor Heaven Divine Guards through other methods every year. These Emperor Heaven Divine Guards could join as long as one's identity was clear and one's strength was sufficient. There were no requirements for talent. As for these Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they were not treated as well as Lu Ming and the others. They were taught by the palace master. They had to rely on themselves to complete various missions for the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards and obtain various rewards. Su Zhong and Song Ku were both such Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Lu Ming guessed that Huang Jing should be the same as him. She should be a genius participating in the Emperor Heaven Divine Guard selection. Judging from her age, she should be from the previous batch. Soon, a desolate ancient city appeared before their eyes. The ancient city was very majestic and filled with the aura of time. The 4 of them flew in and arrived at the station of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They also successfully met the other 2 Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. The other 2 people were a white-haired old man and a bald man in his 40s. The 2 of them emitted powerful auras. With one look, one could tell that they were martial king experts. This bald man should be about the same as Su Zhong. He has reached the peak of martial king realm. He is the strongest among the group. Lu Ming thought to himself. Brother Su, you're finally here. When the bald man saw Su Zhong, he laughed and cupped his fists. Brother Wang. Su Zhong cupped his fists and said. The bald man's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others, and his complexion abruptly changed. Brother Su, what happened? Why is there a little fellow at the half-step king realm with all of you? The bald man said. Su Zhong smiled bitterly and said, Brother Wang, this little brother is also here to complete the mission. What? Was he also here to complete the mission? What kind of joke was this? A mere half-step king? Are you courting death? Don't drag us down with you. The bald man shouted. Brother Wang is right. I've already told him to scram back to the mission hall and cancel the mission. But he was stubborn and insisted on following us. He's courting death. We'll just ignore him when the time comes. Huang Jing said coldly. Forget it. If he wants to follow us, then let him. In any case, we won't have the energy to take care of him when the time comes. The bald man said. Then, he no longer looked at Lu Ming. They're really looking down on us. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. However, he also knew that it was normal for kings to look down on cultivators below the king realm. He ignored them and sat down on a stone bench at the side. Brother Wang, what's the situation? Su Zhong asked the bald man about the situation. This time, it's mainly the Tianyun sect and the illusory sword sect that were attacked. All the cultivators above the martial ancestor realm in the 2 sects disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. I'll take you to the 2 sects to take a look first, and then I'll tell you the details. The bald man said. Alright, then we'll set off immediately. Su Zhong nodded. Immediately, the group of 6 headed towards the Tianyun sect. The Tianyun sect was built on a mountain range. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, and the mountain range was extremely majestic. It was like a fairyland. There were many palaces and pavilions built on the mountain peaks, and people were coming and going. Lu Ming felt that the Tianyun sect was at least 10 times stronger than the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Thinking about it, it made sense. With a martial king in charge, it was equivalent to an intermediate empire. How could it not be strong? However, Lu Ming sensed carefully and did not feel any strong aura in the sect. Whoosh! Whoosh, a few streaks of light flew out from the Tianyun sect. They were martial ancestor realm cultivators. These martial ancestor realm cultivators were not in the Tianyun sect on the day of the attack. Therefore, they managed to escape. The bald man explained. Soon, the few of them appeared in front of the group. Greetings to Senior Wang and Senior Liu. The few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyun sect hurriedly bowed when they saw the bald man and the white-haired elder. These 3 are also kings from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The bald man pointed at Su Zhong and the other 2, ignoring Lu Ming. Greetings to the three seniors. The few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyun sect bowed respectfully. Their hearts were trembling. They were shocked that so many kings had come at once. Alright, we still have to go in and investigate. You guys lead the way. The bald man instructed. Alright, seniors, please. The leader of the few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyun sect was a scholarly middle-aged man. He hurriedly said respectfully. The group followed the scholarly middle-aged man and the others and flew into the Tianyun sect. This time our sect was attacked suddenly. All the experts above the martial ancestor realm have disappeared. The scholarly middle-aged man said with a sad face. Moreover, the strangest thing is that according to the situation at the scene and the reaction of the disciples below the martial ancestor realm, those martial ancestor realm experts did not make a sound and disappeared directly. Only the place where the martial king realm patriarch of our sect was in seclusion caused a huge commotion. There were also some traces left at the scene. The scholarly middle-aged man continued to explain and led them to the place where the patriarch of the Tianyun sect was in seclusion. It was a mountain full of spiritual qi. However, at this moment, the mountain had almost collapsed. There was a deep crack in the middle of the mountain. That was the scar of a blade that had almost split the mountain in half. The group flew down and observed carefully. They also found some traces that seemed to have been made by iron chains. Iron chains. What kind of weapon is this? Su Zhong frowned deeply. According to the situation, the person who attacked must be a martial king realm expert. Therefore, the martial ancestor realm experts did not have the slightest ability to resist. However, the other party could not be too strong. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Tianyun sect would not have been able to resist so fiercely. Huang Jing analyzed. However, according to the disciples, the battle was extremely short. It ended in less than a minute. After that, the patriarch disappeared without a trace. The scholarly middle-aged man added. It's very likely that the other party had more than one king realm expert. Su Zhong frowned and pondered. Lu Ming also looked around carefully. What can a half-step king see? He's just pretending. Huang Jing snorted coldly. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman must be crazy to always pick on him. After observing for a while, they left the Tianyun sect for the illusory sword sect. The strength of the illusory sword sect was similar to that of the Tianyun sect. They also had a first-layer martial king realm ancestor. The situation was similar to that of the Tianyun sect. Everyone above the martial ancestor realm, including the martial king realm ancestor, had disappeared. Not even their corpses were found. The traces left behind at the scene were similar to that of the Tianyun sect. Su Zhong and the others frowned. This situation was indeed strange. They might have more than two martial king realm experts. We have to be careful. Su Zhong said in a deep voice. He then looked at the bald man and asked, Brother Wang, you've investigated for a few days. Have you found anything? Discovered? Of course, we have. Furthermore, we have already deduced the next target of the enemy. The bald man smiled proudly. What? That's great. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others were overjoyed. According to my speculation, their next target will be the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall is similar to that of the Tianyun sect and the Illusory Sword sect. They only have a first-layer martial king realm expert. We just need to wait for them to make a move. After they succeed, we'll find their nest and wipe them out. The bald man said. Brother Wang, that's a good idea. Let's do it then. Let's not waste any time. We'll set up an ambush around the Black Lion Hall and wait for them to take the bait. Su Zhong said. Immediately, the six of them headed toward the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall was located in a huge mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked like a ferocious lion. Lion roars could be heard coming from the mountain range, shaking the surrounding 10 miles. The six of them found a secluded valley in the Black Lion mountain range and waited quietly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the crown of a huge tree. He hid his body with the help of the branches and leaves. At the same time, he restrained his aura, making him look like a piece of dead wood. Lu Ming observed the surroundings with a trace of his consciousness. Most of his consciousness sank into his mind to comprehend the thunder intent. He didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron, because the closer he got, the stronger the concept of thunder, the greater the pressure he would feel. It was extremely dangerous, and if he wasn't careful, his mind would collapse and his soul would scatter. Just like that, a day passed without any movement. The next day, there was still no movement. The next day, late at night. Woo-woo, suddenly, gusts of chilly wind blew between heaven and earth. It was bone-chilling. He's here. The bald man pointed to the sky and said excitedly. Of course, his voice was very low and only the few of them could hear him. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the distance, a dark cloud drifted over. Within the dark cloud, a black shadow was faintly discernible. What's in the dark clouds? It doesn't look like a human figure. Huang Jing said. That dark cloud was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Black Lion mountain range. If not for their high cultivation, they would not have noticed it at all. When they reached the sky above the Black Lion mountain range, the dark clouds finally dispersed, revealing the real thing inside. What's that? Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. What appeared in the dark clouds was actually 3 coffins. 3 incomparably huge coffins. Each coffin was at least 100 meters long. They were pitch black and floated in the air. It was very terrifying. Whoosh, the 3 coffins rushed into the depths of the Black Lion mountain range with a whoosh. Not long after, who's there? A furious roar came from the Black Lion mountain range. Then, a huge black lion that was as big as a mountain range appeared in the sky. However, in the next moment, a few pitch-black chains flew out and pierced through the void, entangling the black lion. A few black shadows flashed out, but in the next moment, they disappeared again. Boom! Boom! In the depths of the mountain range, there was a loud roar. The entire mountain range shook as if there were peerless experts fighting. However, not long after, the commotion disappeared. The entire mountain range fell silent. Even the roars of the monsters disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, 3 huge coffins broke through the air and flew out of the Black Lion mountain range, flying toward the north. At this moment, there was a commotion in the Black Lion mountain range. Grandmaster, the Grandmaster is gone. Master, my master is gone too. The patriarch had a big battle with someone and disappeared. In the Black Lion mountain range, there were waves of wailing. Let's go, let's follow them. Su Zhong's eyes flashed as he said softly. Everyone nodded and rushed into the sky. They rushed into a cloud and used the cloud to cover their bodies as they chased after the 3 coffins. They flew toward the north for about 200,000 miles and entered a very desolate mountain range. This mountain range was boundless and uninhabited. There weren't even many demonic beasts here. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more desolate it was. It was even dead silent. Some white bones gradually appeared on the ground. They could even see some broken weapons and armor. This place should have been a battlefield hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It's filled with yin qi and murderous aura. The bald burly man frowned. A wasteland appeared in front of them. The wasteland was filled with dark red fog. The howling wind was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 coffins flew directly into the wasteland and disappeared. Everyone pondered for a moment and chased after them. As soon as they entered, everyone shuddered because the wind in the wasteland was too cold. Even with their cultivation, they could not withstand it for a while. Everyone restrained their aura and focused. They did not land on their feet and flew in the wasteland while looking around. Look, there are so many coffins. Huang Jing suddenly exclaimed softly. Her voice was trembling. Lu Ming looked around and saw rows of coffins in the wasteland. These coffins were about the same size as normal coffins. They were pitch black and eerie. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Everyone's expression was a little serious as they continued to move forward. Soon, they had traveled dozens of miles. Along the way, they saw at least a few thousand coffins. What the hell is this place? Is it a graveyard? Huang Jing's face was a little pale. After all, she was a woman. Although she was powerful, she was still afraid of these things. It's probably a faction that cultivates evil martial arts. They're entrenched here. The bald burly man said. Those martial artists of martial ancestor realm and above have all disappeared regardless of whether they're dead or alive. It's extremely strange. In the eastern part of Xianxia region, I've never heard of any faction that needs so many coffins to cultivate. Su Zhong said. Could it be? At that moment, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Brother Zhong, what did you think of? Su Zhong hurriedly asked. Heavenly Corpse Sect. The white-haired old man pondered for a while, then spat out 3 words in a very serious manner. What? Heavenly Corpse Sect? Su Zhong, the bald burly man, Huang Jing, and the others exclaimed. Their expressions changed. Lu Ming had never heard of the Heavenly Corpse Sect before. However, after entering the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, he had heard of it. The Heavenly Corpse Sect was an extremely powerful force. Like the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, it was one of the top forces in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were mortal enemies. They would fight to the death whenever they met. The most terrifying thing was that the Heavenly Corpse Sect was a force that had suddenly risen in the past 300 years. It was expanding at a terrifying speed and was constantly encroaching on the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's territory. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had been fighting with the Heavenly Corpse Sect for hundreds of years. Not only was the Heavenly Corpse Sect not destroyed, but it was also growing stronger. Although the Heavenly Corpse Sect was still weaker than the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, it was not much weaker. However, wasn't the Heavenly Corpse Sect fighting with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in some of the bigger regions in the Eastern Wilderness? Since when did they appear in the east of the Tianxian region? The Tianxian region was located in the easternmost region of the Divine Wilderness continent. In other words, it was a desolate region. How could the Heavenly Corpse Sect infiltrate here? They can't be from the Heavenly Corpse Sect, right? Huang Jing's voice was trembling and her face was pale. He, you guessed right. We are from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Furthermore, we are the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Suddenly, a few sinister and ear-piercing laughter rang out. The sound was extremely unpleasant, as if 2 pieces of metal were rubbing against each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 huge coffins pierced through the air. They were about 100 meters long and were extremely huge. In the blink of an eye, the 3 coffins stopped in 3 different directions, surrounding the crowd in a triangular formation. They are really from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Furthermore, they are corpse guards. Su Zhong and the others wore grave expressions. The corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect were similar to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's corpse guards. They were the elites of their respective forces. I understand now. It turns out that you captured the experts of the martial ancestor realm and above to refine them into refined corpses. Su Zhong said. Of course, we will refine their corpses into refined corpses. A sinister laughter rang out from one of the coffins in the east. The corpses of martial ancestor realm experts have limited uses. Now that you have delivered the corpses of a few martial kings, you can refine into refined corpses. A voice rang out from the coffin in the west. You discovered us? Su Zhong said. Of course. Do you think that we don't know that you guys are investigating us, the Tian Divine Guards? The reason why we went to the Black Lion Mountain Range was to lure you here. Obediently accept your death. A cold voice came from the coffin in the east. At the same time, with a click, the lid of the coffin opened, and 7 or 8 black shadows flew out. They were black chains. Trash from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. This is the Tianxian region, the territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Since you guys are here, stay here. The bald man roared and rushed towards the coffin in the east. An incomparably dazzling saber light burst out. It was 1,000 meters long, as if it could split the entire world apart. However, whoosh! Whoosh, those black iron chains seemed to have a mind of their own as they pierced through the void. The 8 iron chains intertwined together and blasted towards the saber light. Boom, with a violent vibration, the saber light was destroyed by the iron chain, but the iron chain also flew back. You have some skills. Good, good, the stronger the better. The stronger you are, the stronger the refined corpse will be. A sinister laugh came from the coffin. Then, the coffin let out a creaking sound, and the lid of the coffin opened completely. Whoosh, a burly figure flew out from the coffin. This figure was more than 2 meters tall, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. However, there was a tinge of black iron in his pale face. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was no emotion in them. On its body, there were circles of black iron chains. This is a refined corpse, not the actual person, Su Zhong said in a deep voice. Hee, I didn't expect that a country bumpkin from the eastern part of the Xianxia region would have some knowledge. The ear-piercing voice continued to ring out from the coffin. Following which, a black figure appeared. This black figure looked very thin, and his body was wrapped in a black robe, revealing a pale face. There was no trace of blood on his face, as if he was a corpse. However, his eyes were cold, which meant that he was a living person. It was said that the martial artists of the Heavenly Corpse sect mainly controlled corpses. Each of them would refine at least one refined corpse, and some would even bring many refined corpses with them. The stronger the refined corpses, the stronger their strength would be. Die. Kill. The corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect shouted with a murderous aura. Whoosh. Whoosh. The refined corpse waved its arms, and the 8 chains danced wildly in the air as they charged toward the bald man. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. The bald man shouted angrily as he charged toward the refined corpse. Clang. Clang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The refined corpse was very powerful, and its strength was equivalent to the peak of the first layer martial king realm. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. Do you think that's all I've got? Come out. The corpse guard suddenly shouted in a low voice. Whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, 2 tall figures flew out of the huge coffin. Like the previous corpse, their bodies were wrapped in black iron chains. Their faces were pale, and there was a layer of black iron in them. Refined corpses, these 2 corpses were also refined corpses. Furthermore, they were emitting a strong corpse aura. Their auras were both at the early stage of the first layer martial king realm. Terrifying, a corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect was able to control 3 refined corpses of the martial king realm. His strength was too terrifying. As soon as the 2 refined corpses appeared, they lunged toward Lu Ming and the others. I'll take them out. Huang Jing shouted coldly as she dashed toward the 2 refined corpses. Her aura of the mid-first layer martial king realm burst out from her body. Furthermore, Huang Jing was not an ordinary Tian divine guard. Like Lu Ming, she was a genius who had passed the previous selection. Her strength was stronger than an ordinary martial king realm cultivator. Her strength was close to that of a late first layer martial king realm cultivator. Clang! Clang! Huang Jing's sword was as fast as lightning, and she had lashed out a few hundred times in an instant. However, when the sword rays landed on the refined corpses, it was as if they had landed on metal. Sparks flew in all directions, and in the end, only a few shallow marks were left on the corpses. These refined corpses are similar to the golden-eyed blood corpse. They have copper skin and iron bones, and are invulnerable. Lu Ming thought. Huang Jing shouted as she engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 refined corpses. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Kill the corpse guard first. Su Zhong suddenly shouted angrily and dashed toward the corpse guard at lightning speed. You want to kill me? In your dreams, Heavenly Corpse Claw. The corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered and dashed toward Su Zhong. It stretched out a pair of skinny claws and clawed forward. In an instant, corpse aura filled the air as the claws slashed out like blades. Die. Bam. Bam, bam. Bam. The Heavenly Corpse sect's zombie guard blocked Su Zhong's attack. Although it was at a disadvantage, it did block it. Everyone was shocked. The Heavenly Corpse sect's combat strength was terrifying. Not only did they have several refined corpses with them, but they also had great combat strength. With the same number of corpses, ordinary martial artists were no match for them. Fortunately, Lu Ming had heard that the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect were very difficult to refine. Not only did they need the corpses of martial artists, but the refining conditions were also very strict. They needed all kinds of precious materials. Moreover, each person could only control a limited number of refined corpses. It was said that this was determined by the strength of one's mind. If it weren't for these restrictions, the Heavenly Corpse sect would be invincible. No force could compete with them. Swoosh, the zombie guard blocked Su Zhong's attack and retreated quickly, laughing eerily. Just as Su Zhong was about to give chase, another huge coffin let out a cracking sound. The lid of the coffin opened, and a black chain shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Su Zhong. Its power was extremely shocking. Su Zhong's face changed. He didn't have time to chase after the zombie guard and turned around to block the iron chains. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive booms, Su Zhong's body trembled slightly, and the iron chains flew back. Roar! However, in the next moment, a deep roar came from the huge coffin. A figure pounced out with iron chains dancing around it and rushed towards Su Zhong. It was another corpse at the peak of LV1 Martial King realm. Su Zhong's face turned serious as he fought with it. Kiki, a harsh and unpleasant sneer came out from the second coffin. A figure wrapped in a black robe walked out. It was an old man. His face was full of wrinkles, but his face was very pale, just like the previous zombie guard. It was obvious that he was also a zombie guard. Beside him was a tall and sturdy refined corpse. Only the white-haired old man, a skinny man in his 50s, and Lu Ming were left. Let's attack together and get rid of these people. The old zombie guard looked at the third coffin. Okay. A voice came out from the third coffin. Then, the coffin lid opened and 3 figures walked out. One of them was obviously a corpse guard. He looked slightly younger, about 30 years old. Beside him stood 2 refined corpses. The 2 corpses both emitted auras of the late first layer martial emperor realm. Hee, we'll take 2 of their corpses each. How about that? The zombie guard from before appeared beside the old zombie guard and said coldly. 2 corpses per person? Alright, but that brat is only a half-step king warrior. I don't want him. The old zombie guard immediately said. I don't want that brat's corpse either. The first zombie guard shook his head and looked at the third zombie guard. You two, don't go overboard. You're throwing the trashiest thing at me again. This time, I don't want this brat's corpse no matter what. The last zombie guard said in a deep voice. Lu Ming was speechless. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but they were already discussing how to distribute their corpses. Did they think they were fish on the chopping block? Boom. Boom, in the sky, there were several loud booms. Following this, 2 figures flickered. Su Zhong and the bald man retreated rapidly and stood beside Lu Ming's group. Huang Jing, don't be stubborn. Let's gather together and rush out together. Don't let them take us down one by one. Su Zhong said loudly. Huang Jing clenched her teeth and slashed out twice in a row, knocking the 2 refined corpses back slightly. She then retreated rapidly. Shush, as Huang Jing was retreating, a chain pierced through the air and almost pierced through her. Although she managed to dodge it, she was still hit by a strong force. Huang Jing let out a groan and retreated to the side of Lu Ming's group. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. Shush! Shush! A piercing sound could be heard as the 2 first-layer martial ancestor realm refined corpses split into 2 sides, blocking their path of retreat. Hee, do you think you can rush out by gathering together? How naive. The first zombie guard let out a piercing laugh. Humph, with our strength, although we're no match for them in a head-on battle, you won't be able to stop us if we want to rush out. Huang Jing snorted. She had just been injured and was in a bad mood. After speaking, she looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, Kid, no one can take care of you now. Don't expect us to help you. Good luck. When did I say that I need your help? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Huang Jing snorted. Hee, who said that there are only a few of us here? The old zombie guard suddenly sneered. What? Su Zhong and the rest were stunned. Phew, suddenly, a piercing sound could be heard. In front of them, another huge coffin flew towards them. In an instant, it was above Lu Ming's head. There's more. Su Zhong and the rest were shocked. There's a deep hole there. The bald man shouted. Everyone looked ahead carefully. Through the hazy fog, they could see a huge crater in front of them. Just now, the coffin had flown out from that crater. Crack, the fourth coffin opened, and 3 figures walked out. A pale-faced young man in his 20s. Beside him were 2 refined corpses. However, the 2 refined corpses had powerful auras. One of them had reached the peak first layer martial emperor realm, while the other was at the late first layer martial emperor realm. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the rest instantly turned pale. This time, there were as many as 9 refined corpses. Among them, there were 3 peak first layer martial emperor realm corpses, 2 late first layer martial emperor realm corpses, and 2 mid first layer martial emperor realm and early first layer martial emperor realm corpses. Together with the 4 zombie guards, this force was far stronger than Su Zhong's group. What should we do? I can only hold off 1 peak first layer martial emperor realm corpse. If there's another late first layer martial emperor realm corpse, I won't be able to escape. The bald man said anxiously. I'm in the same situation. I can only hold off 1 peak first layer martial emperor realm corpse and another late first layer martial emperor realm corpse. Any more and I'll be in danger. Su Zhong said. The hearts of Huang Jing and the rest sank. There were still 5 refined corpses left. Huang Jing could only hold off 2 early first layer martial emperor realm corpses, while the white-haired old man and the skinny man, who were both at the mid first layer martial emperor realm, could only hold off 1 refined corpse each. Who would be able to hold off the remaining peak first layer martial emperor realm corpse? What should they do? Furthermore, it was only holding off the corpse. It was impossible for them to escape. Furthermore, there were still 4 zombie guards eyeing them. They were most likely going to die today. Everyone couldn't help but think this in their hearts. No, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Huang Jing screamed in her heart. Refined corpses are controlled by the zombie guards. Once we kill a few zombie guards, the refined corpses will not pose a threat to us. At that instant, Lu Ming, who had remained silent, spoke all of a sudden. Nonsense, who doesn't know that? But there are so many refined corpses here, how are we going to kill the zombie guards? What a joke, it's easy for you to say that. Go ahead and kill them if you dare. Huang Jing glared at Lu Ming and said in a disdainful tone. Fine, I'll go. Lu Ming took a step forward as his eyes flickered with battle intent. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others were dumbfounded. You're going to kill them? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even if that's the case, there's no need to drag us down with you. Huang Jing chuckled as she did not believe Lu Ming's words. Guys, I'll leave the rest of the refined corpses to you. I'll deal with the first layer martial emperor realm refined corpse and the zombie guards. Lu Ming pointed to the zombie guard and the refined corpse that had appeared last. Su Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. This? Su Zhong and the others hesitated. Let him go, since he won't be of any help here. Since he wants to die, why don't we fulfill his wish? Huang Jing let out a hollow laugh. Shut up, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you first. Lu Ming glared at her with a cold murderous intent. Huang Jing's face turned pale as her heart shuddered for some reason. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? That half-martial realm trash is trying to kill us. Hilarious, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Me too. The zombie guards wore mocking smiles on their faces. Don't waste your time with them. Kill them and refine their corpses. The zombie guard uttered a roar. Following this, 2 refined corpses flew out from his side, emitting a strong corpse aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 refined corpses, one at the peak first layer martial emperor realm, and the other at the late first layer martial emperor realm. More than 10 chains were fired from their bodies in the direction of Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura completely erupted. His bloodline erupted. At the same time, the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and lightning also rose up. A long spear appeared in his hand. True Dragon Strike. He thrust out his spear, and a three-colored true dragon roared as it pounced towards the two refined corpses. Boom! With a deafening rumble, the chains that the two refined corpses threw out were repelled. The three-colored dragon did not stop and continued to attack the two refined corpses. Bang! Bang! The two refined corpses trembled violently and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others widened their eyes to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Their mouths were agape, and they were dumbfounded. A single attack, Lu Ming had knocked two corpses back with a single attack. Not only that, one of them was a first-layer martial emperor realm corpse. How could Lu Ming have such powerful battle prowess? The key point was that Lu Ming was only a half-step king. How could a half-step king beat back two such powerful refined corpses in one move? How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. It was especially so for Huang Jing. Her pretty face was filled with disbelief. Previously, she had been mocking Lu Ming and looked down on Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming's strength was beyond her understanding. Half-step king at such a young age, wielding a long spear, and comprehending three wills. I think I know who he is. Su Zhong murmured, but his face was filled with joy. Who? Who is it? Huang Jing asked in a daze. In the entire eastern region of Xianxia domain, apart from the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard Lu Ming, who else has such battle prowess? The bald man said. Lu Ming? Lu Ming. So it's him, no wonder. Huang Jing was stunned at first, then she exclaimed. Lu Ming's name had spread to all the Imperial Sky Divine Guards in the eastern region of Xianxia domain. There were not many who had not heard of him. Everyone present had heard of Lu Ming's name. You guys came together, but you don't know that the other party is Lu Ming? The bald man was speechless. Cough cough, I did ask, but I was interrupted. Su Zhong coughed dryly. Huang Jing's face was somewhat pale. She was the one who had interrupted Lu Ming's self-introduction. At that time, she thought that there was no need to introduce a mere half-step king. Thinking about it now, she felt a little flustered. Lu Ming, the other party was actually Lu Ming. The rare genius of the eastern region of Tianxian domain, the genius who had defeated a true king as a half-step king. If she had known that the other party was Lu Ming, she would not have mocked Lu Ming like that even if she was beaten to death. Now, she regretted it to death. How is this possible? How is this possible? A mere half-step king. A zombie guard let out an incredulous cry. The other zombie guards had similar expressions. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, and his aura was like a dragon. With a wave of the long spear, a mighty spear light burst out. Kill this brat. The last zombie guard roared. Clang. Clang, the two refined corpses waved their iron chains and attacked Lu Ming. The iron chains were extremely terrifying and could shatter a mountain. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Thousand dragons kill. With a shake of the long spear, hundreds of small tricolor true dragons flew out. The two refined corpses were forced back, and even a few zombie guards were enveloped by the dragons. Damn it, let's kill him together. The old zombie guard roared, wanting to control the other zombie guards to attack Lu Ming. Block those zombie guards, even if it means risking our lives, we must block them and buy time for Lu Ming. Su Zhong roared and pounced on a peak first-layer martial king refined corpse. He even enveloped a mid-first-layer martial king refined corpse and restrained it. The bald man, Huang Jing, and the others yelled and charged toward the refined corpses. Lu Ming's outburst had given them hope, thus they did their best. In an instant, the entire area was immersed in a great battle. Lu Ming's true yuan burst out, and his long spear was like a dragon. The huge spear light was like a mountain, completely suppressing the two refined corpses. Previously, when Lu Ming was battling Xue Chao, before the three wills of wind, fire, and thunder had completely merged, Lu Ming's battle strength was already on par with Xue Chao's. Later on, when the three wills had completely merged, the power of the three wills had increased by a few times. Furthermore, the three unique skills of the Dragon God had evolved from a Tian rank lower martial skill to a Tian rank upper martial skill. Lu Ming's battle strength had also increased, allowing him to easily suppress Xue Chao. During this period of time, 99% of Lu Ming's vital essence had been transformed. At the same time, his understanding of the three unique skills of the Dragon God had deepened day by day. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had completely surpassed that of an ordinary peak first-level martial king. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to suppress the two refined corpses. "Shit, let's kill that kid together." The old zombie guard yelled in astonishment. "Kill! Kill!" The four zombie guards unleashed their corpse chi, and four claw glows swiped toward Lu Ming. "Devour!" Lu Ming's eyes flickered as the 9 dragons' bloodline flew out and uttered a roar, unleashing a terrifying devouring force. "The power of my bloodline! My blood essence!" The 4 zombie guards instantly exclaimed. 9 dragons! Stomping the sky. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 2 consecutive steps forward. Boom, boom. A violent force crushed toward the 4 zombie guards. The 4 zombie guards shuddered and retreated. Extreme Dao, strike. At this moment, Lu Ming's body slightly arched and his spine twisted like a dragon. Endless power and intent surged toward the long spear. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Ming and the long spear seemed to have merged into one, turning into a sharp spear ray that pierced forward. Whoosh! The space seemed to have been pierced by the tip of the spear and began to fluctuate violently. Looking from afar, the space looked like a ripple that had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Ripples appeared on both sides, and a clear mark appeared in the middle. This was the strongest move of the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God, the Extreme Dao Strike. It could only be performed after comprehending the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning and completely merging them. This move contained the speed of the intent of lightning, the penetrating power of the intent of wind, and the explosive power of the intent of fire. It was said to be indestructible and able to penetrate everything. It was the strongest offensive move. This move was aimed at the last zombie guard. This move was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the zombie guard. Ah! The zombie guard screamed in horror. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It could only use its pale claws to block in front of its body. Poochie, its claws, which were as hard as steel, were pierced through like tofu. Then, the long spear pierced through its forehead. Buzz, then, the long spear vibrated and a strong force exploded, tearing the body of the zombie into pieces. Dead, a powerful zombie guard died just like that, killed by Lu Ming with a single strike. This zombie guard's combat strength was definitely not weaker than the late first layer martial king realm, but it was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Su Zhong and the others would have been stunned if they were not in the middle of a battle. Even so, they were tongue-tied and shocked. Especially Huang Jing, who was almost scared out of her wits. She thought of how she had mocked Lu Ming before. If Lu Ming were to shoot her like that, she would be finished. As soon as the zombie guard died, the 2 refined corpses that were fighting with Lu Ming stopped moving in the air like 2 puppets. Ah, not good, summon the refined corpses to defend. The remaining 3 zombie guards were scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily and desperately tried to summon their refined corpses to defend. Stop these refined corpses! Su Zhong roared and used all his strength to stop the refined corpses with all his might. The others were the same. They risked their lives to tie down those refined corpses, preventing them from returning to defend themselves. Damn it, damn it! The 3 zombie guards roared and retreated frantically. Extreme Dao Strike. At this moment, Lu Extreme Dao Strike again, Extreme Dao Strike. Whoosh! Man and spear became one, piercing through the void and stabbing towards the back of a zombie guard. No! No! Help! The zombie guard was scared out of his wits. He screamed desperately and waved his hand, summoning an ancient bronze coffin in front of him. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the ancient bronze coffin and penetrated the guard's heart. The zombie guard uttered a cry of unwillingness, before his aura faded away. The second zombie guard was dead. As soon as the zombie guard died, the 3 corpses he was controlling stopped in the air like puppets. Among them, there was even a first-layer martial Emperor realm corpse that was fighting against the bald man, but they all came to a stop at that instant. Scum of the Heavenly Corpse sect, die. The bald man didn't have any opponents left. So, he immediately roared and charged towards the last two zombie guards. In addition, there was also that skinny man in his 50s. Without any opponents, he also charged towards the two zombie guards. The tables had turned in their favor. Buzz, the demon-suppressing spear in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly, as if it could not withstand the pressure. Phew, Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm the restless true qi in his body. It's still a bit difficult to execute the extreme Dao strike. It's extremely taxing on my true qi and my flesh. Lu Ming pondered. Although the extreme Dao strike was powerful, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only execute it a few times. Furthermore, he could not even unleash a portion of its power. If Lu Ming wanted to unleash the full power of the extreme Dao strike, he would have to break through to the martial emperor realm and condense intent runes with his 3 intents. Also, this demon-suppressing spear is no longer useful. Lu Ming glanced at the demon-suppressing spear in his hand and thought to himself. The power of the extreme Dao strike was too strong, thus it was a huge burden to the spear. Let's kill these two zombie guards first. Lu Ming thought for a while. With a shake of his spear, he continued to attack the two zombie guards. The huge spear light pressed down. With the cooperation of the bald man and the skinny man, the two zombie guards coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and were seriously injured in just 2 moves. Help, young Master Kuei, help! The two zombie guards screamed crazily and ran towards the deep pit with all their might. There are still people over there. Kill these two as soon as possible. Lu Ming shouted. From what the two zombie guards said, there were still people in the deep pit. Moreover, they seemed to be even stronger. For some reason, they had not appeared until now. But no matter what, they had to kill the two zombie guards first. You want to leave? Die. The bald man roared and charged towards the two zombie guards. With the addition of Lu Ming and the skinny man, the two zombie guards could not resist at all. Boom, Lu Ming's spear was as big as a mountain. It combined 3 intents and pressed down. The old zombie guard screamed in pain. Crackling sounds came from its body as it was smashed into the ground by Lu Ming. Blood flowed from its mouth. It was exhaling more than it inhaled. On the other side, the bald man slashed out with his saber, splitting the zombie guard into 2 halves. At this point, all 4 zombie guards were killed. With the death of the 4 zombie guards, the other refined corpses stood there like wooden blocks. Ahaha, the heavenly corpse sect's trash is finally dead. The bald man laughed loudly. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest also breathed out in relief. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man walked towards Lu Ming. However, the expression on their faces was extremely complicated. Lu Ming, I really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'm ashamed that I didn't recognize you. Su Zhong cupped his fists towards Lu Ming. His face was full of shame. You're too polite. Lu Ming said casually. Huang Jing bit her lips, her face flushed red with shame. She looked at Lu Ming, wanting to say something but hesitated. She wanted to apologize to Lu Ming, but recalling her previous attitude, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She had mocked Lu Ming for being a burden to them, but what was the truth? It was Lu Ming who saved them. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been in danger. Little brother Lu really lives up to his reputation. You're much stronger than the rumors. Please forgive us for our previous offense. The bald man also walked over and said with a forthright smile. Previously, he had also looked down on Lu Ming, thinking that Lu Ming would be a burden to them. Everyone, according to what the zombie guards said, there must be more people from the Heavenly Corpse sect in the deep pit. What do you plan to do next? Lu Ming changed the topic. I think we should leave this place immediately and report the situation to the higher-ups so that they can send stronger experts. Su Zhong said with a serious face. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was high, he was still a half-step king. If the other party sent out a second-layer martial king expert, they would be in danger. In the martial king realm, the difference between each layer was huge. A second-layer martial king could easily kill a first-layer martial king expert. I also think we should leave this place. Huang Jing said. I don't think so. The bald man looked at the deep pit and licked his lips. Oh? Su Zhong and the others looked at the bald man in surprise. Everyone, previously, the experts of Tianyun sect, Illusory Sword sect, and Black Lion Hall all disappeared. They must have been killed by the Heavenly Corpse sect and brought their corpses here. They must be using the corpses to practice some kind of cultivation technique or to refine some powerful corpse. Now that we've killed all 4 zombie guards, they've definitely heard the commotion, but they haven't shown themselves yet. I'm guessing that they're at a crucial moment in their cultivation. If we enter now, we might be able to kill them in one go. This would be a great contribution. The bald man's eyes were bright and filled with passion. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were mortal enemies. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect had infiltrated the eastern part of the Xianxia domain. If they could kill some zombie guards with high cultivation, the Heavenly Corpse sect would definitely reward them handsomely. Su Zhong and the others were instantly tempted. But I still think the risk is too great. Su Zhong frowned and said. Brother Lu, what do you think? The bald man looked at Lu Ming. Then, Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others also looked at Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's battle strength was the strongest here. Imperceptibly, his weight in everyone's hearts had increased greatly. I'm fine with anything, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Indeed, he did not mind. He had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. If he really encountered an undefeatable expert, he was confident that he could escape. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes lit up, and he said, how about this? Let's go to that deep pit first and investigate it. If there's no danger, then we'll decide what to do next. How about it? If that's the case, it's feasible. Su Zhong pondered for a moment and said. Huang Jing and the white-haired old man nodded in agreement. This was the safest course of action. Since the decision had been made, everyone immediately restrained their auras and headed towards the deep pit. They slowly approached the deep pit. The pit was huge and round, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. It was pitch black and emitted a dense corpse aura. It was impossible to see what was down there. What should we do now? The first to speak was Huang Jing. I think we should withdraw first, Su Zhong said. Clang, at this moment, the sound of chains colliding could be heard from the bottom of the pit. Not good, the other party seems to be able to attack. Su Zhong's expression changed drastically. Clang. Clang, at this moment, the sound of chains colliding in the pit became even more intense. It was as if there were countless chains flying up in a frenzy. Retreat, let's retreat first, Su Zhong exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he also planned to retreat. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold murderous intent on his left, spreading toward him. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light pierced toward Lu Ming. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it approached Lu Ming in an instant. It did not come from the deep pit, but from his side. It was one of his own. You're courting death, Lu Ming shouted coldly. As if he had grown eyes, the demon-banishing spear in his hand swept out. Boom, the sword cheek collapsed, and a figure screamed. He was hit by Lu Ming's spear light and flew far away, sliding on the ground for more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Lu Ming turned his head, his eyes cold and ruthless. It was the skinny man in his 50s, Song Ku. The one who sneaked an attack on Lu Ming was actually Song Ku. At this moment, Song Ku's body was almost blown apart by Lu Ming's spear. He was badly damaged and had suffered heavy injuries. What's going on? What's going on? Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others finally reacted and exclaimed. They were all stunned, not understanding why Song Ku would suddenly sneak an attack on Lu Ming. Why are you guarding against me? Song Ku shouted unwillingly while coughing up blood. It's simple. From the beginning, you were too calm. Others looked down on me, but you were too calm, as if you already knew who I was. Moreover, on the way here, when you looked at me once or twice, there was a flash of murderous intent. Did you think I didn't notice? I just pretended not to know. Lu Ming sneered, looking coldly at Song Ku. A trace of fear flashed across Song Ku's eyes. He never thought that Lu Ming would be so meticulous at such a young age. It was just a small flaw, but it was noticed by Lu Ming. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" Lu Ming shouted coldly, and a cold murderous intent shrouded Song Ku. "Haha, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." Song Ku laughed. "Damn it, Song Ku, you're so despicable. Let me kill you." The bald man was furious. He took a step forward and was about to attack Song Ku with his palm. But the moment the bald man attacked, his body suddenly twisted, and his body turned half a circle. A surging palm force was crazily aimed at Lu Ming's chest. This was too sudden. Even Lu Ming could not react. Subconsciously, the Nine Dragons' bloodline erupted, forming a powerful devouring force that enveloped his body. Following this, the bald man's terrifying palm force was crazily aimed at Lu Ming's body. The devouring force of the Nine Dragons' bloodline was unleashed, devouring almost half of the bald man's palm force. However, the remaining half still landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was sent flying backward as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. Behind him was the deep pit. What are you guys doing?" Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man were stunned. They did not understand why the bald man would suddenly attack Lu Ming. "Haha, Lu Ming, die!" The bald man burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the bald man transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, who asked you to offend the Thunder Hall Master? You're courting death. Besides, Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao are heading to the Scorching Sun Empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Your friends and family will die." Bang! The bald man's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes turned red instantly. "Thunder Hall Master, Qiu Changkong, Shui Chao, damn you, die, die, die." Lu Ming screamed in his heart. Clang! Dozens of black iron chains, each as thick as a person's wrist, pierced through the air like black poisonous snakes with terrifying power. Every one of them had 4 to 5 iron chains on them. "Get lost!" The bald man roared as he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber light split the iron chains apart. Swish! Swish! There were also 5 iron chains that wrapped around Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand, condensing long spears that flew in all directions to block the iron chains. At the same time, his true chi burst out, and his body was about to soar into the sky. However, as soon as his body moved, a piercing pain came from his chest. He was indeed caught off guard by the bald man's sudden attack. The bald man had mocked Lu Ming as soon as they met, which made Lu Ming let down his guard. Now that he thought about it, it was all on purpose. "Rise!" Lu Ming roared as he forced his way up. "Get down!" The bald man roared as he held his saber with both hands. A blazing saber light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Clang! Lu Ming blocked with his spear, but his body couldn't help but fall. Swish! Swish! The iron chains danced in the air as more than 10 iron chains wrapped around the bald man and Lu Ming. At the same time, more than 10 iron chains rushed out of the deep pit. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength, but in the end, he was still entangled by one of the iron chains. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, die obediently." The bald man laughed. "Come down together." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he waved his hand. 7 or 8 spear lights pierced towards the bald man. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the iron chains. He suddenly swung it, and the iron chain was infused with 3 types of intent as it attacked the bald man. The bald man roared as he tried his best to resist the iron chains around him. He also had to deal with the 10 spears that Lu Ming had thrown out. He was suddenly flustered. At this time, Lu Ming's iron chains broke through the bald man's defense and firmly entangled him. "Damn it!" The bald man was incomparably shocked and angry, roaring again and again. "What are you shouting for? Let's go down together." Lu Ming sneered. "Break!" The bald man was so anxious that his bald head was covered in cold sweat. He frantically chopped at the iron chain with his saber. However, he didn't know what kind of material this iron chain was made of, but it was incomparably hard. The bald man simply couldn't break it in a short time. Whoosh! Whoosh, at this time more iron chains wrapped around Lu Ming and the bald man, dragging them into the deep pit. Outside the crater, Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man did their best to escape the range of the iron chains. Huff huff, the iron chain dragged Lu Ming and the bald man down. No, no. I can't die here. The bald man struggled with all his might, roaring again and again. However, he could not break free from the shackles of the chains. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was very calm as he looked around. Along the way, Lu Ming had encountered countless dangerous situations. He knew very well that the more dangerous it was, the more he couldn't panic. Only then could he find a way to break free. The true dragon battle art in his body was circulating at full force, healing his injuries. The crater was really deep. The iron chains dragged the two of them down more than 2,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. Bam! Bam! The iron chains dragged the two of them and slammed them to the ground. Then, the iron chains actually loosened, and Lu Ming and the bald man regained their freedom. Once he regained his freedom, the bald man hurriedly retreated to the side and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming glanced at him and then looked around. The crater was very dark and the distance one could see was very limited. Around them, one could vaguely see figures sitting cross-legged on the ground. On each of them, there were a few iron chains that swayed like poisonous snakes. At a glance, there were at least over 100 figures. Hee hee. Now that you have fallen into my 10,000 corpse ritual array, be obedient and become my refined corpses. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. People of the Heavenly Corpse sect, how dare you? I am a second-grade Heavenly Divine Guard of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. I advise you to release me quickly. Otherwise, when the experts of my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace arrive, it will be the time of your death. The bald man roared. Hee hee. So what if you are from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Just now, there were indeed a few people who escaped. However, even if they reported to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace send experts here, it would take at least 3 days. 3 days is enough for me to complete my task and refine you all into refined corpses. That cold voice rang out again. You want to refine me into a refined corpse? Dream on. The bald man roared and soared into the sky, wanting to charge out. However, the iron chains danced in the air from all directions and appeared above his head. Dang! Dang! The bald man continued to attack the iron chains, but it was to no avail. Hee hee, in my 10,000 corpse ritual array, even a third-grade martial king realm martial artist would not be able to charge out, let alone a first-grade martial king realm martial artist like you. Be obedient and become my refined corpse. That voice sneered. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as the voice finished speaking, gusts of wind seemed to blow in the deep pit. At the same time, waves of gray fog filled the air. Oh no, it's corpse chi. The bald man's expression changed drastically. Don't make any useless resistance. Under my corpse chi, become a refined corpse. That voice laughed loudly. The dense corpse chi immediately enveloped the bald man and Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and circulated his true origin to cover his entire body, blocking the corpse chi in the surroundings. However, sizzle sizzle, when the corpse chi came into contact with the true origin, it actually started to corrode the true origin quickly. On the other side, the bald man roared. Apparently, he was facing the same result. I told you, it's useless. This is the corpse chi condensed by the 10,000 corpse ritual array. It can corrode true origin. You can't resist it at all, haha. That voice sounded again. Damn it, Lu Ming, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. The bald man roared again and again. He was scared to death. If Lu Ming hadn't dragged him down, he wouldn't have been in such a desperate situation. Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to him. He circulated his true origin with all his might, and at the same time, controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to erupt with the devouring power. Whoosh whoosh, the corpse chi around Lu Ming was indeed devoured by the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It had no effect on Lu Ming at all. Of course, Lu Ming used it very secretly, and no one else noticed. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his chi to heal his injuries. However, in the eyes of others, he was circulating his chi to resist the corpse chi. Damn it, damn it. The bald man kept roaring. He also sat down cross-legged and circulated his chi to resist. Crack crack, Lu Ming's body made a slight sound as he moved to recover. With Lu Ming's current physical strength, his recovery ability was simply terrifying. Coupled with the true dragon battle art, Lu Ming's recovery ability had reached an abnormal level. In just an hour, Lu Ming's injuries were healed. Swoosh, Lu Ming opened his eyes, stood up, and strode toward the bald man. Just now, he was only trying to heal his injuries. He didn't think of letting the bald man go. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Kill me? You're still thinking about killing me at this time. Now, we should work together and find a way to get out. The bald man shouted. In just an hour, the bald man's aura had weakened a lot. A layer of gray corpse chi appeared on his face. No need. I'll find a way out after I kill you. Lu Ming sneered and strode toward the bald man. The bald man's face was covered in cold sweat as he retreated. Hee hee, a cold voice came from all around as if it was watching a good show. Lu Ming, you're also corroded by corpse chi. I don't believe you can kill me. If you fight me now, you'll only speed up the corpse chi's corrosion. You're digging your own grave. The bald man shouted. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his hand and a long spear appeared. Buzz, the long spear shook and 3 different wills burst out. A terrifying spear light blasted toward the bald man. The bald man roared. His battle saber appeared and he fought with Lu Ming. However, he had been corroded by corpse chi and was greatly weakened. How could he be Lu Ming's opponent? In just a few moves, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. How can you be fine? The bald man shouted in disbelief. He discovered that Lu Ming's combat ability was still at its peak and nothing had happened to him. Roar, Lu Ming's long spear pierced out and a tricolor true dragon flew out, colliding with the bald burly man. The bald burly man screamed miserably, spurting blood from his mouth. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald man. No, don't kill me. Please spare me. The bald man shouted in horror. At this time, he was seriously injured and could not resist. When you attacked me just now, did you think about sparing me? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The bald man was stunned and his face kept changing. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. How could he spare Lu Ming? Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Ming, I've worked so hard to reach the martial emperor realm. I don't want to die like this. The bald man shouted. Martial emperor. However, Lu Ming's gaze was cold and unmoved. Also, I'm one of Palace Master Lei's men. If you kill me, Palace Master Lei will definitely not let you off. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the bald man decided to use the hard approach. Lu Ming said coldly. You're dreaming. Let me tell you, the Sacred Clan is behind the Sacred Clan, one of the 2 great clans of the Xianxia domain. The bald man shouted. You talk too much. Boom, Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. This step contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Crackle, crackle, crack. Crack. The bald man's bones were broken and he lay on the ground like a pile of mud. I won't kill you. I'll let you slowly feel yourself turning into a refined corpse. Lu Ming sneered. No, Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. You won't be able to escape after I turn into a refined corpse. You won't be able to escape either. You'll become a refined corpse sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Seeing that there was no hope, the bald man laughed wildly. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He looked up. Whoosh, his body suddenly soared into the sky and he thrust his spear at the top of his head. A tricolor true dragon flew out. Whoosh. Whoosh. Immediately, iron chains appeared in all directions, covering the sky and the sun. The iron chains lashed down on the tricolor dragon. There were too many iron chains, more than a few hundred of them. In just 2 breaths, the tricolor dragon collapsed and turned into nothingness. Lu Ming couldn't break out at all. He landed on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Lu Ming, you're dead meat too. The bald man laughed. Hee hee, you'll all become my refined corpses. That gloomy and cold laughter sounded again. Lu Ming frowned and sat down cross-legged to think of a solution. With my current strength, I can't break out of this 10,000 corpse array. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. He wasn't anxious because of his own safety. The corpse aura in the surroundings couldn't do anything to him. He just needed to wait a few days. Perhaps the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would come to save him. However, he couldn't afford to wait for a few days. Xiao Changkong and Xueqiao had already gone to the Blazing Sun Empire. With Xueqiao's strength as a martial king, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley couldn't compete with him and could only be destroyed. Xiao Changkong and Xueqiao should have arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire long ago. They should be mobilizing their troops and sending a large army to besiege the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lu Ming didn't have much time left. That was why he was anxious. If the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was destroyed and something happened to his parents, he would regret it for the rest of his life. How can I break out of this 10,000 corpse array? If I can break through to the Martial King realm now, I might be able to break out. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Martial King, Martial King. It was easier said than done to break through to the Martial King realm. During this period, Lu Ming's thunder will had improved the fastest. However, he was still a distance away from condensing the intent rune. It would be difficult to condense the intent rune in a short period of time. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, a trace of madness flashed across his eyes. Now, I can only take a risk. Lu Ming immediately focused his mind. In the next moment, his consciousness appeared in his mind. Looking at the huge lightning cauldron in front of him, the madness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Previously, he didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron. He was afraid that the lightning on the lightning cauldron would destroy his mind and soul. But now, Lu Ming decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the lightning energy on the lightning cauldron to speed up his comprehension of the thunder will and break through to the Martial King realm. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards the lightning cauldron. Step by step, Lu Ming walked faster and faster. He quickly approached the lightning cauldron. Sizzle, lightning flickered on the lightning cauldron. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's manifested mind was trembling violently. However, the closer he got to the lightning cauldron, the clearer the thunder will became. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the thunder will was speeding up. Not enough. It's still not enough. I'm still far from it. Lu Ming's consciousness got closer to the lightning cauldron. Finally, Lu Ming was only a few meters away from the lightning cauldron. At this point, Lu Ming's consciousness started to tremble violently. It felt like it would dissipate at any moment. I'll go all out. Success or failure depends on this. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness and viciousness. In the next moment, he suddenly took a step forward and charged forward. Then, he threw a palm strike at the lightning cauldron. Bang! When the palm strike landed on the lightning cauldron, an unimaginably horrifying thunder will burst out and drowned Lu Ming's consciousness. Lu Ming's vision went black and he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming finally regained some consciousness. However, he did not know where he was. It was as if he was floating in an endless void. At the same time, he felt numb and itchy all over his body. It was as if there was an endless electric current flowing through his body. Where am I? Lu Ming tried to open his eyes but found that it was pitch black and he could not see anything. However, he could feel that there was an endless intent realm around him. Thunder Intent Realm. What a strong Thunder Intent Realm. I feel that I have become one with the Thunder Intent Realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately tried his best to comprehend the Thunder Intent Realm. His comprehension of the Thunder Intent Realm improved by leaps and bounds. It could only be described as terrifying. It was unknown how much time had passed, But his comprehension of the concept of thunder had become several times stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he had reached a limit. The next step was to condense intent realm runes. Buzz, at this moment, the world shook and Lu Ming felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he saw that he was in midair and a palm had hit the thunder cauldron. Clang, the thunder cauldron shook slightly and a strong force surged out. Lu Ming's body could not help but fly backward. Step. Step, Lu Ming took a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. What's going on? Could it be that everything I've experienced before was just an instant? Lu Ming thought in shock. That action was the action he took when he hit the thunder cauldron. If that was the case, it would be extremely shocking. Let's go out and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming left the sea of consciousness and looked at the bald man. The bald man hadn't died yet. He was still screaming miserably as the corpse cheek continued to corrode his body. It seems that not much time has passed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling more at ease. He was afraid that too much time had passed and he could not rush back to the Burning Sun Empire. Amazing. That lightning cauldron is really amazing. In just an instant, my thunder intent has increased by several times. However, such a thing can only happen once. It was too dangerous just now. Previously, Lu Ming had really thought that his soul had dissipated. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, he had managed to pull through in the end. However, even if he could survive this time, he might not be able to do so the next time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ming would not use this method to comprehend the concept of thunder. If things went wrong, his soul might really scatter. That would be an injustice. Now, can I start condensing the concept of lightning? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. It was the pure aura of the concept of thunder. Of course, it was only an instant before the aura of lightning concept was completely restrained. Condense. Lu Ming let out a low growl. Wang, through Lu Ming's 3 divine veins, the concept of thunder seemed to connect with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the vast great Tao of heaven and earth, there was a great Tao of thunder that resonated with Lu Ming. Strands of concept appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Then, these strands of concept started to gather together. Soon, these strands of concept gathered together and gradually formed a rune. It was the concept of thunder rune. Not far away, the bald man was dumbfounded. He shouted in disbelief, condensing the concept rune and breaking through to the martial king realm. He is about to break through to the martial king realm. He could not believe what he had just seen. Previously, although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong, it was mostly due to the fusion of 3 concepts and a powerful Tian rank martial skill. A single concept was not very strong. The strongest concept of thunder was still a long way from condensing the concept of thunder rune. However, in just a few minutes, Lu Ming's concept of thunder could actually condense the concept of thunder rune. This was simply unbelievable. Cheating, you're cheating. The bald man screamed. Under such circumstances, the bald man could only use the word cheating to describe it. Damn it, you're trying to break through to the martial emperor realm at this time. Damn it. The icy voice could be heard once again. However, this time, it was filled with panic. Die. The icy voice screamed. Over 100 iron chains were whipped toward Lu Ming from all directions. Rumble, however, at that instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed rapidly. Dark clouds gathered together, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. An unimaginably strong aura spread across the place. This suppression was the suppression of the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was necessary to break through to the martial emperor realm and condense the concept of thunder rune. Bring it on. Lu Ming suddenly rose from the ground. His concept of thunder was unleashed, which was extremely strong. He ignored the 100 iron chains that were whipping toward him. Rumble, crack, in the next instant, the heavens and earth were lit up. Over 10 lightning bolts as thick as an arm descended from the sky and struck toward Lu Ming. Along the way, the iron chains were shattered into pieces by the lightning bolts. The cold voice shrieked. Bring it on. Lu Ming let out a roar. At that instant, an inch-long rune appeared above his head, shining brightly. Bang! Bang! Over 10 lightning bolts struck the concept of thunder rune above Lu Ming's head. The concept of thunder rune vibrated continuously, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Luckily, when the lightning bolts disappeared, the concept of thunder rune did not dissipate. Instead, it became even brighter and more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his body going numb. A portion of the force of the tribulation flowed through his body through the concept of thunder rune, tempering his flesh and qi. Although the tribulation of thunder rune was dangerous when breaking through to the martial emperor realm, as long as one could survive it, the benefits would be great. Rumble. In the sky, the dark clouds continued to churn and the rumbling grew louder. It seemed that Lu Ming had managed to withstand a round of attacks and that had angered it. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, as if an even stronger lightning tribulation was brewing. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He moved and rushed to the side. Around him, he could faintly see figures. Those should be refined corpses. Lu Ming's body rushed over, and the tribulation cloud above his head moved with Lu Ming. The range of the dark cloud also enveloped the refined corpses. Ah, boy, what are you doing? Get out of my way. Get out of my way. That gloomy voice screamed in panic. Chirp chirp chirp, I'll let you have a taste of the lightning tribulation. Lu Ming sneered. The tribulation was a very magical moment. Any living being that was enveloped by the lightning tribulation would be struck by the lightning tribulation. Moreover, the stronger the living being was, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation would be. However, the lightning tribulation that struck the person undergoing the tribulation was the same. It would not change. Therefore, when others were undergoing the tribulation, it was difficult for others to interfere. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, or how high one's martial Dao realm was, they would not dare to help others. Because that would only bring trouble to themselves. Therefore, one could only rely on themselves to pass the tribulation. Sizzle, at this moment, more than 10 lightning bolts struck down from the sky. Half of the lightning struck toward Lu Ming, while the other half struck toward the refined corpses. Lu Ming controlled the intent runes and tried his best to resist. After dozens of booming sounds, Lu Ming successfully blocked this wave of thunder bombardment. The rune of thunder concept became even more sparkling and translucent. However, the refined corpses were much more miserable. Refined corpses were originally evil creatures. They were most afraid of lightning and fire, which were the most yang energy. Furthermore, the lightning calamity was their nemesis. After a wave of lightning calamity, at least 20 refined corpses were turned into charcoal. When the cold wind blew, they turned into dust and dissipated. Damn it, little bastard. There are only 3 waves of lightning calamity. Once the 3 waves are over, I will tear you into pieces. That cold and gloomy voice roared, filled with heartache. Obviously, those refined corpses were the corpses of the martial ancestor realm experts that they had killed from the illusory swords sect and the other 2 sections. He had set up the 10,000 corpse array to refine a powerful refined corpse. But now, more than 20 refined corpses had been destroyed. The 10,000 corpse array had been broken. His heart was bleeding. Is that so? Then let's continue. Lu Ming moved and rushed to the other side. There was also a pile of refined corpses here. The voice roared again and again, but there was nothing he could do. Rumble, dozens of lightning strikes struck again. This time, the power of the lightning was stronger than the previous one. Half of it struck Lu Ming, and the other half struck the refined corpses. Block it! Lu Ming roared. He did not block the lightning, but used all his strength to control the intent runes. Boom! Boom! Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly struck the concept rune. Every time they struck, the concept rune would tremble, as if it were about to collapse. But in the next moment, it withstood the attacks and became even more solid. After the lightning passed, the intent runes did not dissipate. They were crystal clear and had the color of purple jade. On the side, dozens of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. Little bastard, the 3 waves of lightning have passed. Go to hell. That cold and gloomy voice sounded. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. One by one, the refined corpses pounced on Lu Ming. Among the refined corpses, Lu Ming saw a youth in a black robe. The youth looked to be in his mid-20s. His face was pale and his eyes were long and narrow, filled with a cold light. "Little bastard, I will refine you into my corpse and make you my puppet and fight for me for the rest of your life," the youth said coldly. "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't get the chance." There was an inexplicable smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. He moved his feet and dashed toward the black-robed young man and the pile of refined corpses. Rumble, above Lu Ming's head, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A terrifying pressure spread and seemed to be stronger than before. What is going on? Why is your lightning tribulation still not over after 3 rounds? No, retreat now. The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically. He screamed as he backed away frantically. However, it was too late for the refined corpses to retreat. Rumble. Another dozen bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. This time, the power was even stronger. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and firm. He did not block the lightning and let the intent runes block it. The intent runes trembled like candles in the wind. They seemed like they would be extinguished at any moment, but they held on. Eh? The intent runes have grown longer. After the lightning, Lu Ming was surprised to find that the lightning intent runes had grown longer. At first, it was only an inch, but now it had grown by a little. Normally, the newly formed intent runes were level 1 intent runes. Level 1 intent runes were divided into beginner, small success, great success, and perfection. Normally, martial king realm martial artists would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Coincidentally, the 4 levels corresponded to the 4 levels of martial king realm. Normally, low-level martial kings would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Their intent runes would be 1 inch longer. Small success martial kings would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Their intent runes would be 2 inches longer. So on and so forth. If a martial king realm martial artist wanted to break through, they had to break through their intent first before their cultivation could break through. Now, Lu Ming had not completely broken through to martial king realm, but his intent runes were already more than 1 inch long. This was extremely rare. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but the black-robed youth was roaring in anger. The previous wave of lightning had turned a large number of refined corpses into charcoal. At a glance, there were at least 50 corpses. The main reason was that the refined corpses were too concentrated. They were all wiped out. My refined corpses! The black-robed youth screamed. His heart was bleeding. Don't worry, there's more. Continue. Lu Ming laughed and rushed toward the other refined corpses. In the sky, there was actually another wave of lightning striking down. The 5th wave. Normally, when a martial artist broke through to martial king realm, there would only be 3 waves of lightning tribulation. But now, Lu Ming's lightning tribulation had a 5th wave. The black-robed youth wanted to cry. Crackle, another wave of lightning struck, turning a large number of refined corpses into charcoal. However, Lu Ming managed to survive it. His intent runes grew slightly longer, approaching 2 inches long. You pervert, you monster! The black-robed youth roared. He was extremely furious. His cultivation had reached the 3rd layer martial emperor realm, making him extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. However, he did not dare to do so under the circumstances. He was afraid that if he were to attack, the lightning tribulation would envelop him and drag him into it. He roared in his heart. Once Lu Ming was done with the tribulation, he would have 100 evil ways to deal with Lu Ming. Scolding me? Come at me together. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he dashed toward the black-robed youth. Little bastard, what are you doing? The black-robed youth was shocked and quickly backed off. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and took 2 steps forward, causing his figure to disappear. In the next instant, he appeared not far away from the black-robed youth. Meanwhile, the tribulation cloud appeared above Lu Ming's head in the blink of an eye. This time, the black-robed youth was encapsulated within it. No, no, no. The black-robed youth's expression changed tremendously as he let out a crazy scream. Rumble, the only response he received was a sky full of lightning. This time, there were more than 100 lightning strikes striking down. Most of them were aimed at the black-robed youth. Furthermore, each of the lightning strikes was more than 10 times stronger than the ones aimed at Lu Ming. The black-robed youth yelled in a frenzy as he tried his best to defend himself. However, as the lightning strike struck downward, the black-robed youth's head was badly damaged, causing his body to emit a gray mist. The mist was the corpse chi, which was emitted by the lightning strikes. The black-robed youth spat out mouthfuls of blood as he let out cries of agony. Block it. This time, Lu Ming did not rely on his intent runes to block the lightning strikes. He held the spear in his hand and leapt into the air, blocking half of the lightning strikes. Bang! Bang! In the end, the 6th wave of lightning passed. However, the dark clouds in the sky had yet to dissipate. They seemed to be extremely furious and were surging crazily as if they were going to exert all their strength to destroy the 2 ants below. No, no, how can this be? Why isn't it over yet? You can't do this, you can't do this. Seeing this scene, the black-robed youth was scared out of his wits and screamed in horror. However, in the next moment, rumble, lightning fell. This time, the power of the lightning was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Boom, in the next moment, both his bloodlines were activated, and the wind and fire concepts were also released. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and continuously attacked the lightning falling from the sky. Boom. Boom, every time a lightning fell, Lu Ming's body would tremble violently. His muscles and bones trembled as if they were about to be torn apart. And when some lightning struck the runes of the thunder concept, the runes twisted crazily and trembled as if they were about to collapse at any time. Hold on, I must hold on. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming stabbed out with the long spear, and a 3-colored vacuum flew out, but it dissipated after being hit by a few lightning bolts. Then, the lightning bolts struck Lu Ming's body one after another. Puff, Lu Ming coughed up blood as his body fell to the ground, crashing into a big pit. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and continued to resist. Boom. Boom. There were a few more thunderbolts. Cracks appeared on Lu Ming's body and beads of blood seeped out from them continuously. The 7th wave of lightning was too strong. Lu Ming was miserable, but the black-robed youth was even more miserable. He screamed again and again as a large amount of fog emerged from his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was smoking. His body was almost broken, and there were many charred pits. In the end, his body was almost broken into 2, and even his bones and organs could be seen. Those who practiced the evil sect's martial arts were most afraid of lightning. It was much more difficult for them to pass the tribulation compared to other martial artists. At this moment, they were naturally in a miserable state. However, the black-robed youth was indeed powerful. His life force was incomparably exuberant. He was able to pull through like this, but his injuries were incomparably heavy. He had almost died. When the lightning dissipated, he desperately flew into the distance. An incomparably resentful shout echoed between heaven and earth. Little bastard, I swear I won't be a man if I don't get my revenge. The voice disappeared, and the person also went far away. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the world returned to tranquility. Huff huff, Lu Ming let out a few long breaths. The lightning tribulation, the further it went, the stronger it became. By the 7th round, Lu Ming was already on the verge of being unable to withstand it. Everyone else has 3 wheels, but I actually have 7. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, the benefits were self-evident. Lu Ming's intent runes shone brilliantly like sparkling purple jade. Most importantly, his intent runes were actually 2 inches long. This was already a level 1 intent rune that had reached the lesser success stage. An ordinary lesser success stage king's intent realm cultivation was only at this level. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, but his intent had already reached the lesser success stage. If others saw this, they would be scared to death. Not far away, there was indeed a person. It was the bald man. At this moment, he was still alive. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and screamed in horror, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He had cultivated for dozens of years, but his intent runes were only 2 inches long. Compared to Lu Ming, it was like heaven and earth. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon battle art with all his might. At this moment, it was the final crucial stone inscription. After being tempered by the lightning, the true qi in Lu Ming's body had completely transformed into true yuan. It was a 100% transformation. At the same time, the vortex in his dantian spun crazily. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lu Ming. However, this amount of spiritual qi was far from enough. Lu Ming waved his hand, and piles of supreme-grade spiritual crystals appeared around him. Explode! Lu Ming's arms shook. Suddenly, bam! Bam! At least 20,000 pieces of the supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and an endless amount of spiritual qi gushed out. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked in the surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth continuously transformed into true yuan. The true yuan in Lu Ming's body began to increase crazily and became stronger. Now, although Lu Ming had broken through, the amount of true yuan in his body had not caught up. Now, he had to replenish the amount of true yuan. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art and had already reached the 9th level. His true yuan was extremely strong, and the amount of spiritual qi he needed was too much. The 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals were quickly consumed. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He continued to devour and refine them crazily. The true yuan in Lu Ming's body continued to increase, and the aura he emitted became stronger and stronger. This was the aura of a king. In this way, Lu Ming finished devouring the 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals and took out another 20,000. In total, he did this 8 times. In other words, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 160,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. What kind of terrifying number was this? Not far away, the bald burly man was almost scared to death. His eyes were in a daze as he looked at Lu Ming. He kept muttering to himself, "Demon, this is a demon. I shouldn't have listened to Palace Master Thunder's bewitchment and dealt with such a demon. Palace Master Thunder, if you don't kill him now, you will die sooner or later." The bald man laughed loudly. After a while, his aura rapidly weakened and he died just like that. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up. His eyes flickered with excitement. "Martial King, is this the Martial King realm? Too strong. The difference between a half-step Martial King and a Martial King is like heaven and earth. No wonder people say that those below the Martial King realm are ants." Lu Ming felt the boundless true yuan in his body and sighed. Now, his true yuan was 10 times stronger than before. Furthermore, it was 100% pure. When he circulated it, there was no difficulty at all. "My physical body has also reached the peak of grade 6. Lu Ming discovered that after experiencing the tempering of the thunder tribulation, his physical body was 1 step closer to the peak of grade 6. He was only 1 step away from attaining grade 7. The most important thing is the state. Lu Ming carefully sensed and discovered a 2-inch-long state talisman quietly floating in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and grabbed the air. Instantly, the power of the thunderbolt in the universe gathered crazily in Lu Ming's palm. In the blink of an eye, a long spear that was completely condensed by thunderbolts appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Sizzle, thunder flickered and there was a burnt smell in the air. Even the air was burnt by the power of thunder. Shwa! Lu Ming waved his hand and the thunder spear turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of the deep pit and into the clouds before exploding. Rumble! In the sky, thunder and lightning filled the sky. Grade 1 small success Thunder Realm. How strong, how strong! The lesser success stage of a first-level intent was the intent of the lesser success stage of the Martial Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming had already mastered it. Just how strong is my current combat strength? It shouldn't be a problem for me to defeat a second-layer Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator. Lu Ming pondered. The difference between each layer of the Martial Emperor Realm was extremely huge. It was extremely difficult to defeat someone with a higher level. Furthermore, those who were able to break through to the Martial Emperor Realm were usually Battle 3 geniuses. In other words, any Martial Emperor Realm cultivator would be a Battle 3 geniuses at the Martial Ancestor Realm. Those Battle 4 geniuses or even Battle 5 geniuses at the Martial Ancestor Realm would not be able to defeat someone with a higher level after breaking through to the Martial Emperor Realm. At most, they would be the best among their peers. Those who were able to defeat someone with a higher level after breaking through to the Martial Emperor Realm were definitely rare geniuses. Lu Ming was currently at the early first-layer Martial Emperor Realm. With the help of the True Battle Dragon technique, the combination of 3 intents, and the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God, he was confident that he could defeat, or even kill, a peak second-layer Martial Emperor Realm cultivator. Together with the Thunder intent of Lesser Success stage, Lu Ming's strength would be even more terrifying. Third-layer Martial Emperor Realm cultivators, I should be able to defeat them, right? Lu Ming mumbled. After all, the Martial Emperor Realm was too unfamiliar to Lu Ming. Without fighting them, Lu Ming would not be able to tell. If I were to combine the wind and fire intents into intent runes, my strength would be truly strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, combining the wind and fire intents into intent runes was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He had to do it step by step. Shush! In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared before the bald man. With a wave of his hand, he kept the storage ring of the bald man. At the same time, a powerful devouring force burst out and devoured the blood essence of the bald man. Qiao Chong Kong, Shui Chao, just you wait. This time, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. With a deep roar, Lu Ming's figure sprang into the sky and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range and the blazing Sun Empire. As he hurried along, he refined the bald man's blood essence. He didn't absorb the energy of the blood essence and transform it into true essence. Instead, he used all the power of the blood essence to enhance his bloodline. The blood essence of a peak first-layer Martial King Realm martial artist was extremely rich. The 9 Dragons bloodline was being refined crazily. His entire body was glowing with a bloody light. His 5 silver chakras were flickering with a dazzling silver light. After a while, another chakra appeared on the 9 Dragons bloodline. The 6th silver chakra. 6th level King Grade bloodline. The 6th chakra of the 9 Dragons bloodline was pale silver at the beginning. Gradually, its color deepened and finally turned dark silver like the other 5 chakras. Only then did the bald man's blood essence run out. The blood essence of a bald man was enough to raise Lu Ming's bloodline by an entire level. If a few more of them come, won't my bloodline rise to the 7th or 8th level of the King Realm? Lu Ming thought excitedly, then shook his head. The higher one's bloodline was, the harder it was to raise it. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level of the King Grade bloodline. There were many people with the 6th level of the King Grade bloodline, but very few people with the 7th level of the King Grade bloodline. Quick, quick! Lu Ming hurried on with all his might. However, he didn't use the 9 Dragons sky-stomping steps because it would consume too much of his true essence. Even so, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Endless mountains and rivers passed under Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning. A few martial grandmasters were flying in the sky when they suddenly felt a bolt of lightning flashing over their heads. What followed was a series of sonic booms. Then, a violent gust of wind blew over, almost blowing the martial grandmasters away. So powerful. What was that? Just by flying, it caused such a terrifying power. A younger martial grandmaster's face changed greatly. A King Grade bloodline. It must be a King Grade bloodline. And it's not an ordinary one. It's too powerful, a white-haired elder said in a deep voice. The few of them gasped. They looked in the direction that Lu Ming flew past with some respect and awe. Thousands of miles of land passed under Lu Ming's body as he hurried towards the blazing Sun Empire. However, this place was too far away from the blazing Sun Empire. Even with Lu Ming's current speed, it would take at least 5 days. In the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in the Blazing Sun Empire, the upper echelons of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the upper echelons of the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Hua Qi were all seated. However, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. This was because a few days ago, the Decimo Sword Sect suddenly sent out an army and launched a fierce attack on the territory of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. For a time, the allied forces of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Hua Qi, and the Crimson Cloud Valley were defeated. They couldn't resist at all. The experts of the various forces also suffered heavy casualties. They had no choice but to withdraw their forces and retreat continuously. In these few days, the Decimo Sword Sect's army was almost at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Now, the Crimson Cloud Valley had completely abandoned their sect and joined the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to defend against the Decimo Sword Sect's attack. How did this happen? Why did the Decimo Sword Sect's army suddenly become so strong? The Crimson Cloud Valley Master, Ling Padian, slammed the table and roared. Most importantly, the Decimo Sword Sect's army has an additional army of 100,000 people. It's too strong. Even the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf army couldn't resist it. Hua Qi said with a solemn expression. It's said that the army is wearing armor with a sun embroidered on it. It's confirmed that they are the Sun Army from the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Palace. Lin Shui sighed and said. The moment she said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. It's really the Sun Army from the Great Sun Palace. But why would the Great Sun Palace send troops to help the Decimo Sword Sect? Ling Padian shouted. The only person who can make the Great Sun Palace send troops to help the Decimo Sword Sect is probably Qiu Changkong. He came with the identity of the Detian Divine Guard, so the Great Sun Palace had to give him face. Lin Shui's frown deepened. Qiu Changkong, how dare he? Isn't he afraid that Lu Ming? Speaking up to hear, Ling Padian stopped as a bad feeling flashed across his eyes. The others felt the same. If Qiu Changkong dared to make a move, did something happen to Lu Ming? It can't be. Brother Lu is a genius. How could something happen to him so easily? Hua Qi shook his head in disbelief. However, the atmosphere was still solemn. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was a fact that Qiu Changkong led the army to attack. No matter what, we have to hold on. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and said. At this moment, a figure ran in anxiously and shouted, not good. Sect Master, the Decimo Sword Sect's Sect Master, Qiu Wuyang, led an elite army and is outside the sect. What? So fast? Everyone in the main hall was shocked. Gather everyone and fight the enemy with me. When they arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's mountain gate, they saw that outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there was an army as far as the eye could see. The army was divided into two groups. One of them was clad in golden armor, and they were riding golden lions that looked like little golden suns. There were at least 100,000 soldiers. The Sun Legion was the Sun Legion of the Great Sun Palace. On the other side of the Sun Legion was a legion wearing blue battle armor. This legion was the most elite of the 10 Direction Sword Sect, and there were about 100,000 of them. The two legions added up to 200,000, and their aura was so powerful that it made many disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect break out in cold sweat. It was with these two elite legions that the Decimo Sword Sect broke through and unexpectedly arrived before the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Shua, when Lin Shui and the others came out, a figure charged out from the 10 Direction Sword Sect's army and stood in the air with a powerful aura. It was Qiu Wuyang, the sect master of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lin Shui, you're already at the end of the road. Surrender now, and perhaps we can spare your life. Qiu Wuyang stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Shui with disdain. Shua, Lin Shui took a step forward and also floated in the air, facing Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang, you've only borrowed external power. It's not much. Lin Shui said coldly. Haha, Lin Shui, you're too naive. The winner takes all. You still don't understand this principle. No wonder you lost. Qiu Wuyang laughed complacently. Lin Shui didn't look at him, and instead looked at the Sun Legion. She cupped her fists and said, everyone from the Great Sun Palace, my Mystic Essence Sword Sect has never offended the Great Sun Palace. Why did you send an army to surround us? Haha, never offended our great Sun Palace? What a joke. 3 figures flew out from the Sun Legion. Each of them wore golden battle armor and had a powerful aura. These 3 were all half-step kings. The one in the middle was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was the one who had just spoken. He looked at Lin Shui coldly and said, "Your Mystic Essence Sword sect has a grudge with my great Sun Palace for a long time. You just don't know about it." The old grudge he was talking about was the matter between Lu Ming and Yang Liuji. Lin Shui naturally didn't know about it and was stunned. The burly man sneered and continued, "Moreover, even if there were no old grudges, all of you should still be destroyed. Who asked you to offend the genius of the Dtian Divine Guards?" "Dtian Divine Guard, it is indeed the Dtian Divine Guard." "Qiu Chongkong, is it you?" At this moment, Ling Padian flew up to the sky and stood beside Lin Shui. "Haha, that's me." At that moment, a figure flew out from the army of the Decimo Sword faction. It was Qiu Chongkong. Qiu Chongkong's eyes were cold as he laughed. "Lin Shui, Ling Padian, the Burning Sun Empire should be unified. You are so stubborn, you are digging your own graves. Qiu Chongkong, as the Empyrean Divine Guard, you actually used your personal authority to mobilize the armies of other empires and start a war. You have violated the rules of the Empyrean Divine Palace. If this matter is investigated, you will not be able to escape punishment." Lin Shui said. "Investigate? Haha, what a joke. With just the 2 of you? Even if you report me to the Empyrean Divine Palace, who would listen to you? Who would investigate a genius like me, the Empyrean Divine Guard, just because of ants from a small empire? What a joke." Qiu Chongkong laughed without any fear. "Damn it." Lin Shui, Ling Padian, and the others gritted their teeth as their anger soared. However, they felt helpless in their hearts. They understood that Qiu Chongkong was right. They were just a few half-step kings from small empires. In the eyes of the Empyrean Divine Palace, they had no weight at all. Even if they reported, no one would care about them. "Qiu Chongkong, don't be arrogant. Lu Ming is an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. If he knows about this matter, he will definitely not let this matter rest." Hua Qi shouted from the mountain peak of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. "Lu Ming, I advise you not to expect anything from Lu Ming. He is probably already dead." Qiu Chongkong sneered. "Impossible? Qiu Chongkong, you are bullshitting. How could anything happen to Lu Ming? You are still alive, so how could Lu Ming die?" Hua Qi shouted. "Hua Qi!" Qiu Chongkong roared as a cold-killing intent burst out from his body. His body emitted a mountain-like aura that was extremely terrifying. "Half-step king, you have reached the half-step king realm?" Lin Shui shouted in disbelief. At this moment, the aura that Qiu Chongkong emitted was indeed the aura of a half-step king. It seemed like Qiu Chongkong's cultivation had also improved greatly during this period of time. His cultivation had reached the peak of martial ancestor realm and he had comprehended a trace of thunder intent. He was indeed in the half-step king realm. Ling Padian, Hua Qi, Shangguan Ming, Yan Quan, and the others' faces turned ugly. In such a short period of time, Qiu Chongkong's cultivation had already reached the half-step king realm. It was terrifying. Qiu Chongkong sneered, looking at Lin Shui and the others as if he was looking at ants. In the end, he looked at Hua Qi and shouted coldly, "Hua Qi, how dare you? I'm a Dtian Divine Guard. You're just a prince of a fallen empire, how dare you scold me? You're simply courting death. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me in front of everyone. I will spare your life. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Qiu Chongkong, kill me if you dare. You want me to kneel down and apologize? Impossible." Hua Qi shouted coldly, not giving Qiu Chongkong any face. "You are courting death." Qiu Chongkong's gaze turned cold as his palm slashed out like a sword. Shoo, a lightning sword instantly crossed the void and slashed towards Hua Qi. It was fast, indescribably fast. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, and the others wanted to help but it was too late. "Eighth Prince, be careful." Beside Hua Qi, an aged figure suddenly rushed out. His body emitted a vast aura as he slashed out a saber light. However, the blade light was shattered like tofu by Cho Changkong's sword light. Poof, blood spurted out as the old figure was split into two by Cho Changkong's sword light. Imperial Grandfather. Huaqi let out an earth-shattering roar. The person who stood in front of Huaqi was the last imperial uncle of the imperial family. He was the last martial ancestor realm 9th realm expert, and he had died just like that. The imperial uncle had been standing beside Huaqi, and that was why he was able to save Huaqi's life in time. Ah, Qiu Changkong, I will fight you to the death. Huaqi's eyes were red as he stared at Qiu Changkong. You? You're just an ant. You want to fight to the death with me? Die. Qiu Changkong shouted coldly as he slashed out another blade light. Clang, this time, Lin Shui was prepared. Her aura surged as she slashed out a blade light towards Qiu Changkong's blade light. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion and a figure was forced to retreat. It was Lin Shui. At that moment, her body was trembling. The crowd saw a deep wound on Lin Shui's chest that was bleeding profusely. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Lin Shui, the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and a half-step king, was injured by Qiu Changkong in one move. Moreover, Qiu Changkong didn't seem to have used his full strength. Qiu Changkong's battle power was too horrifying. Everyone on the Mystic Essence Sword sect's side was shocked. Humph. Don't think that you can stop me just because you're a half-step king. Let me tell you, you're just an ant in front of me. Qiu Changkong looked down at Lin Shui from above, looking extremely arrogant. Lin Shui's face turned ugly as she retreated quickly. At the same time, Ling Padian followed behind her and the two retreated back to the sect gate. Activate the sect protection array. Lin Shui yelled. Wang! Wang! As Lin Shui's voice rang out, the Qilin Peak, Azure Dragon Peak, Vermilion Bird Peak, Black Tortoise Peak, and White Tiger Peak of the Mystic Essence Sword sect trembled slightly. Then, an extremely dazzling light as large as a mountain shot out from each of them. The 5 lights converged and formed a huge light screen that covered the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Within the array, endless sword chi flowed, protecting the Mystic Essence Sword sect. This array had been damaged from the inside by the Duanmu family during the battle of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Now, it had been completely repaired, and its power was even stronger than before. Humph. Stop me? Dream on. Qiu Changkong snorted as his bloodline appeared. At the same time, a battle sword with lightning appeared in his hand. Slash. Qiu Changkong shouted and slashed out with his combat sword. A dazzling thunderbolt sword chi slashed towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect's protective array. Wang, the protective formation of the Mystic Essence Sword sect trembled slightly. In a flash of light, a sword ray as large as a mountain was formed. It flew out and collided with Qiu Changkong's sword chi. With a loud boom, the 2 sword lights disappeared without a trace. Everyone on the Mystic Essence Sword sect let out a sigh of relief. With the sect protection array, it wouldn't be easy for Qiu Changkong to break through. Damn it! Qiu Changkong roared and wanted to continue attacking. Junior brother, let me do it. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Then, Xueqiao walked out with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Qiu Changkong. Senior brother. It would be great if you could make a move. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. Yes. Xueqiao nodded and turned to look at the Mystic Essence Sword sect. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, it's just a small array. Child's play. Who can it stop? With that, Xueqiao took another step forward and appeared above the Mystic Essence Sword sect, overlooking the entire sect. Who is this person? Lin Shui and the others looked worried. Boom, at this moment, Xueqiao's aura erupted without the slightest restraint. A mighty and terrifying aura filled the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. As soon as Lin Shui and the other half-step kings sensed this aura, their faces changed drastically and became deathly pale. A king. This is the aura of a king. This is a king. Lin Shui roared in horror. Her eyes were full of shock. How could this be? Even the kings of the Dtian Divine Guards have been mobilized. Ling Padian also roared. What? Was this a king? Heavens, such a young king? We're finished. We're finished. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was in an uproar. Countless shocked eyes looked at Xueqiao in the air. Seeing the expressions of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Xueqiao felt extremely comfortable. He loved the look of awe on her face. Just a small array. Break for me. Xueqiao roared and waved his hand. Boundless lightning energy gathered toward Xueqiao. 1,000-meter-long lightning sword formed in the air and slashed toward the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Activate the array. Activate the array. Defend with all your might. Lin Shui roared. Weng, the array shook violently. Boundless light gathered and formed a huge sword that slashed toward Xueqiao's lightning sword. Boom! This time, however, the giant sword formed by the Mystic Essence Sword sect's great protective array was instantly destroyed. However, the huge lightning sword did not stop there. Instead, it landed heavily on the Mystic Essence Sword sect's protective array. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the Mystic Essence Sword sect's grand protective array collapsed. Pung! Pung! 5 consecutive explosions occurred on the Qilin Peak and the other 4 peaks. Smoke and dust filled the air. This was the explosion of the Grand Protective Formation's foundation. The people controlling the Grand Protective Formation were either killed or injured. Countless people on the Mystic Essence Sword sect were dumbfounded as they looked at Xueqiao in fear. Heavens! The Great Sect Protecting Formation is broken. It was broken in one move. How can he be so strong? Is this the power of a king? Countless people cried out in shock. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others looked at Xueqiao with fear in their eyes. He was too strong. They were like ants in front of such power. Not only them, but even Qiu Wuyang and the experts of the Sun Corps looked at Xueqiao with reverence. A king was beyond the scope of ordinary people. Ha ha ha, what kind of array is this? It can't even block one move from my senior brother. Qiu Changkong laughed. Everyone, listen up. Prepare for battle. Lin Shui roared. At this point, what else could he do? They could only fight. Humph, you want to fight with me? You're not even enough for me to kill. How about this, I'll give you a chance. As long as you surrender, I'll spare your life. How about it? Who wants to surrender? Xueqiao sneered as his gaze swept across the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Some people's eyes flickered. They were obviously tempted. People of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, listen up. We'd rather die than live in dishonor. If we surrender, we'll be cursed for thousands of years. I'd rather die than surrender. Lin Shui roared. People of the Crimson Cloud Valley would also rather die than surrender. Ling Padian also roared. People of the royal family will never surrender. Hua Qi also shouted. Haha, good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll give you a few days to consider. If you want to surrender, you can come and find me. If you don't surrender when the time is up, I'll kill you without mercy. When he said the last sentence, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Xueqiao's body and enveloped the entire place. Many people shuddered. Surround the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Don't let anyone escape. Xueqiao ordered Qiu Wuyang. Yes. Yes. Qiu Wuyang quickly nodded. Then, Xueqiao turned around and came to Qiu Changkong's side. If Lu Ming is still alive, he'll definitely come when he hears the news. We'll give Lu Ming a few days to come here and die. Xueqiao whispered to Qiu Changkong. Senior brother is wise. With Master's arrangement, if Lu Ming is still alive and comes here, he'll also die. Haha, I really hope that he's still alive and can come here. I'll kill his family and friends in front of him and make him regret offending me. They had surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect but did not kill them because they were waiting for Lu Ming to arrive. Moreover, Xueqiao and Qiu Changkong hated and feared Lu Ming at the same time. They would not be at ease until they confirmed that Lu Ming was dead. Rumble, the Solar Legion and the Decimo Sword sect's legion spread out and surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Xueqiao waved his hand and a jade table and a few jade chairs appeared. The table and chairs floated in the air and Xueqiao sat on one of the chairs. Qiu Changkong immediately took out a pot of wine and poured a cup for Xueqiao. He also poured a cup for himself and accompanied Xueqiao as they waited. Lin Xue and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They're trying to use psychological warfare to force those with weak wills to surrender. They're trying to humiliate us, Huaqi said in a deep voice. The other party had a martial king expert and could easily crush them. However, they were not doing anything. In their opinion, they were trying to humiliate them. Sigh. Lin Xue sighed. Even if they knew, what could they do? They were not as strong as the other party. Stay at your post and wait for any changes, Lin Xue ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate and stared at Qiu Changkong and the others. Then, Ling Padian, Huaqi, and the other higher-ups also sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate. Remember, if you want to live, surrender now. It'll be too late by the time I change my mind. Xueqiao drank his wine and his cold voice spread throughout the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, many people had different expressions. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and were ready to die. Some people's eyes flickered and wandered. Time passed slowly and the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became more and more oppressive. I surrender. I choose to surrender. Suddenly, someone ran out from the foot of the mountain and shouted loudly. A middle-aged man ran out frantically. It's a deacon of the White Tiger Institute. Damn it, he's been with the Duanmu family for too long. He's a traitor. A golden-robed elder roared. Ha ha ha, good. We won't kill him if he surrenders. Sect leader Qiao, he'll be part of the Decimo Sword sect from now on. Xueqiao laughed. Yes. Qiu Changkong nodded. I surrender too. I want to surrender too. At this time, more people shouted and ran outside. There were more than 10 people. Traitor, damn traitor. Someone roared. The crowd could tell that these people were originally from the White Tiger Hall. It's good that they're gone, Lin Xue said. Then, everyone fell silent. However, the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became even more oppressive. The first day passed just like that. Apart from the dozen or so people who had surrendered from the White Tiger Hall, no one else surrendered. On the second day, the people's hearts became even more unstable. Some people became more and more anxious. This was like waiting for death. Who could endure it? Although Lin Xue and the others knew, there was nothing they could do. The third day. I surrender. I surrender. On the third day, someone finally shouted and rushed out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. This time, it wasn't limited to the White Tiger courtyard. People from the other courtyards also began to rush out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. There were bronze-ranked disciples, silver-ranked disciples, and even elders. Alas! Lin Xue sighed, as if she had aged a lot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. On the fourth day, the number of people who surrendered suddenly increased greatly. I surrender. The people who were shouting to surrender were all over the place. There were at least a few thousand people. There were people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. Damn it, traitor, damn traitor. Ling Padian flew into a rage. He wanted to rush out and kill those who surrendered. However, the number of people who surrendered continued to increase. On the fourth day, there were close to 4,000 people who surrendered. On the fifth day, there were fewer people who surrendered, but there were still about 1,000 people who surrendered. On the sixth day, Xueqiao suddenly slammed the table heavily. More than 5 days have passed, and Lu Ming still hasn't come. In my opinion, Lu Ming is already dead, Xueqiao said. Senior brother, why don't we wait a few more days? What if Lu Ming isn't dead? Qiu Changkong said. He was afraid of Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? Let's attack first and take them all down. It won't be too late to wait, Xueqiao said. Then, alright, let's do as senior brother said. Qiu Changkong nodded. Xueqiao stood up and took a step forward. Bang! At this moment, Lin Xue suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from her body. Who will fight with me? Me. Ling Padian roared. Me. Me too. Shang Guanming, Yan Quan, and the other two half-step kings from the Mystic Essence Sword sect and Crimson Cloud Valley, as well as some golden-robed elders, all responded. Their auras erupted and gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. Roar, with a low roar, a tall figure appeared beside Lin Shui and the others. It was the Golden-Eye Blood Zombie. Haha, mere half-step kings, and some ants who aren't even half-step kings, want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourselves. You're courting death. Xuechao sneered. A dog like you dares to attack the Mystic Essence Sword sect? You're even more overestimating yourself. You're courting death. As Xuechao's voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Xuechao and Qiu Chengkong's bodies shook violently as they cried out involuntarily, Lu Ming. As for Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others, their bodies also shook violently as they cried out, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Everyone couldn't help but look toward the source of the voice. In the distant sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and flew over. Too fast, it was really too fast. A moment ago, it was at least a few dozen li away, but in the next moment, it was right in front of him. With a flash of lightning, a handsome figure appeared in the sky. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Good, I've made it. Lu Ming's gaze swept over, and he immediately felt relieved. In these 5 days, he hadn't slept or rested as he madly rushed over. He had finally made it. Lu Ming, why did you come alone? The other side has a king. Hurry up and leave, and report this matter to the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui hurriedly cried out. That's right. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. As Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they actually abused their authority and mobilized the Blood Zhao Empire's army. This is against the rules of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. As long as you report this, I don't think they will dare to do anything to us. Hua Qi also cried out. The other side had a king, and Lu Ming wasn't their opponent at all. It was better to leave first and report the situation to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming was an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and his status wasn't something they could compare to. As long as he reported the situation, the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would definitely pay attention to it. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and Lin Shui and the others quieted down. Unknowingly, Lu Ming already had great prestige in the hearts of Lin Shui and the rest. As soon as he said that, Xuechao and Qiu Chengkong's faces darkened. How dare you insult my master? You're courting death. Xuechao shouted. Insult your master? I called him an old dog because I think highly of him. Today, I'll kill you first and then kill that old dog in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. Lin Shui and the others were stunned when they heard that. Although they didn't know who Xuechao's master was, Xuechao himself was a king. Therefore, they knew that Xuechao's master was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, what did Lu Ming just say? Kill Xuechao? Kill a king? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you want to kill me? You're the one who's going to die today. Xuechao laughed maniacally. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward toward Xuechao. Lu Ming, don't be afraid of me. I'll let you have a taste of my new ultimate skill, the Immortal Lightning Slash. Xuechao roared and a battle sword that was flickering with lightning appeared in his hand. The aura of a martial king erupted from his body. He became one with the sword and turned into a lightning sword light that charged toward Lu Ming. Be careful. Lin Shui and the others shouted in horror. However, it was too late. The sword light arrived in front of Lu Ming in an instant. It was too fast. At that moment, they were in despair. They thought that Lu Ming would most likely die under the sword. However, what happened next petrified them. Whoosh, with one hand behind his back, Lu Ming used his other hand to slap him. Then, Xuechao's attack, sword chi, and lightning were all defeated in an instant. Slap, a loud slap resounded throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming's slap landed on Xuechao's face. Xuechao flew a few thousand meters away and spun a few hundred times in the air before coming to a stop. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Not a single tooth was left in his mouth, and blood was flowing down his face continuously. However, Xueqiao didn't seem to have any reaction to this. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Qiu Chongkong was stunned, Qiu Wuyang was stunned, and so were the experts of the Solar Legion. On the Mystic Essence Sword sect's side, Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, Yan Quan, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The entire place was silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Xueqiao was a king-level figure. 5 days ago, Xueqiao had destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword sect's grand formation with a casual slash of his sword. His strength made people despair. But now, such a powerful king had unleashed all his strength to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had sent him flying with a slap as though he was a chick. What was going on? How was this possible? Everyone's brains seemed to have short-circuited, unable to react for a moment. Martial King, Lu Ming, you actually broke through to the Martial King realm. After a while, Xueqiao finally let out a hysterical scream. His voice was filled with disbelief. How long had it been? Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. He simply couldn't accept it. After all, he had been a half-step king for several years, accumulating strength for several years before he was lucky enough to break through. But now, how long had it been since Lu Ming had broken through? Monster, he's a monster. Xueqiao felt his heart trembling as he emitted endless fear. Hua, Xueqiao's scream ignited the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. What? Lu Ming, he broke through to the Martial King realm? Martial King, ha ha ha, my Mystic Essence Sword sect finally has a Martial King. Hey, Lu Ming has already left the Mystic Essence Sword sect. I don't care, I'm sure he's from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Such a young Martial King, this is unbelievable. We're saved now. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect or the Crimson Cloud Valley, they were so happy that they were about to lose their minds. They only knew how to shout crazily to express the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts. Among them, there were even many old elders who were the same. As for Lin Shui, Ling Padian and the other higher-ups, they were not any better. They were all trembling with excitement. Martial King, Lu Ming has broken through to the Martial King realm. Lin Shui roared, his voice trembling. If Lu Ming could break through to the Martial King realm in the future, he would not be surprised. But now, Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. This was simply too shocking. How old was Lu Ming? Not even 20 years old, right? A Martial King younger than 20 years old had never appeared in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. How is this possible? Let's go. Xiao Chongkong screamed, he was scared out of his wits. He frantically flew away, as far as possible from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply going to become his nightmare. Leave? Xiao Chongkong, you have nowhere to go today. Lu Ming looked coldly at Xiao Chongkong. Xiao Chongkong's body was emitting cold air, he was so scared that he almost wet himself. At this moment, boom. Boom. Suddenly, 5 auras burst out from the army of the Shifang Sword sect. Each of the 5 auras was boundless and as heavy as a mountain. These 5 auras were all of the auras of martial kings. Moreover, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao's. In particular, one of them was extremely terrifying. It was vast and mighty, like a surging ocean. The terrifying pressure covered the entire area. Many of the weaker cultivators fell to the ground. Then, 5 figures stepped out and floated in the air. They were 5 muscular men. They were extremely burly and their muscles were as solid as steel. The man in the middle had a single eye. He was the one who had released the most terrifying aura. 2 of them are early stage and 2 of them are mid-stage Martial King. The middle-aged man has reached early stage Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw through the man's cultivation. Lin Shui and the others opened their eyes wide in fear. Martial Kings, more Martial Kings. Moreover, 5 Martial Kings had appeared at once. Judging from their auras, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao. How could this be? The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a Martial King for thousands of years. Even Lin Shui and the others, who were half-step Martial Kings, had only seen a few Martial Kings in their lives. But what was going on today? Why were there martial kings appearing one after another? What was the purpose of these martial kings? Lin Shui and the others had a bad feeling in their hearts. Lu Ming, you can't kill anyone today. On the contrary, today is your doomsday. At this moment, the one-eyed man in the middle spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent. Lin Shui and the others were shocked. Were these martial kings here to kill Lu Ming? Who are you? Lu Ming's eyes were calm as he asked indifferently. Hee, you don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that we are here to kill you. The one-eyed man let out a hollow laugh. Hee, do you really think I don't know if you don't tell me? It's none other than that old dog, the Thunder Hall leader. That old dog is so cunning. In order to kill me, he has set up a series of traps and sent so many martial kings here, including a third-layer martial king expert. Now, how could Lu Ming not understand? Since he had accepted the mission, it had been a series of traps. While he was doing the mission, Song Ku and the bald man had been bribed by the Thunder Hall master to kill him. It would be best if they could kill Lu Ming during the mission. If Lu Ming did not die, they would tell Lu Ming about Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao attacking the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming would definitely rush back at all costs. Furthermore, the Thunder Hall master had already placed experts here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait and kill him in one fell swoop. It was a series of traps, one after another. Their goal was to put Lu Ming to death. After hearing this, the one-eyed man and the others laughed coldly, but did not say anything. It was a tacit agreement. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how arrogant you are now. Today is the day you die. When Qiu Changkong saw the appearance of the one-eyed man and the others, he finally stopped running away. He gathered his courage and looked at Lu Ming with disdain as he burst out laughing. Kill him for me. No, don't kill him yet. Beat him until he is crippled. I want to kill all his friends and family in front of him. I want him to watch his family die in front of him. I want him to regret it and die in regret. Xueqiao yelled crazily. After being tortured by Lu Ming time and time again, his hatred for Lu Ming had penetrated deep into his bones. If you two dogs don't run now, you won't have the chance later. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao. The two of them could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, when they thought about the presence of the one-eyed man and the others, their courage was boosted. So what if Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? He had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. The difference between each layer of the Martial Emperor realm was huge. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to fight against the one-eyed man who was 2 layers above him. Furthermore, with the help of the other 4 experts, Lu Ming was doomed. Lu Ming, cut the crap. Die. The one-eyed man exuded an astonishing aura. Big brother, he's just a brat who just broke through to Martial King. Why would he need you to take action? I'd like to see what kind of ability this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Another large man walked out, holding a spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. That's fine. 5th brother, you go first. Let's see what skills this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Some people are very strong in the Martial Ancestor realm, but after breaking through to the Martial King realm, they become ordinary. Therefore, just because the Martial Ancestor realm is strong, it doesn't mean that after breaking through to the Martial King realm, their battle prowess will remain strong. The one-eyed man said. Even if Lu Ming is a genius, he can still fight those above his level. That great Han Dynasty cultivator is only at the early stage of the 2nd layer Martial King realm, so he should be able to protect himself. The one-eyed man thought. Haha, good. The burly man strode towards Lu Ming. The aura on his body was incomparably violent. He coldly shouted, Lu Ming, die. Whoosh, the long spear in the burly man's hand was thrust forward. A sharp spear pierced through the air, aiming at Lu Ming. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. True Dragon Strike. Roar, Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, and a tricolor True Dragon lunged forward with a furious roar. Bang, the spear of the burly man was shattered by the tricolor True Dragon's claw. The tricolor True Dragon did not stop there, and continued to lunge at the burly man. 5th brother, watch out. The one-eyed man yelled. However, it was too late. The tricolor true dragon fiercely collided with the burly man's body. The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying backward like a broken sack. Blood spurted out from his body in midair. He was severely injured in one move. Die. A thunderbolt spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave, the thunderbolt spear turned into a flash of lightning, thrusting toward the burly man. It was too fast for the burly man to dodge. Slash, the thunderbolt spear pierced through the burly man's chest, leaving a large hole. Ah, big brother, avenge me. The burly man did not die immediately. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his life was cut off. Fifth brother. Fifth brother. The remaining 4 burly men let out blood-curdling screams one after another. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lin Shui and the others were dumbfounded. Although the martial king realm was beyond their knowledge, judging from their auras, they knew that the 5 burly men were extremely terrifying experts. Any one of them was several times stronger than Shui Chaoqiang. However, such powerful experts, such existences that they had to look up to, were killed by Lu Ming in just 2 moves. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply beyond their imagination. Heavens, how long has it been? Lu Ming has already grown to this stage. Indeed, the Blazing Sun Empire is too small. It's like a quagmire, and Lu Ming is a true dragon. Only when a true dragon leaves the quagmire can it soar to the 9 heavens and display its true brilliance. The ancestor of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shang Guanming, muttered to himself. On the other hand, Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao were the complete opposite. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Especially Shui Chao, who was drenched in cold sweat. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him just now, he would have been dead already. When he thought of this, he shuddered. How can this be? How can Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Why? How did he cultivate? Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why am I not the one who is so strong? Qiu Changkong stared at Lu Ming with jealousy as he roared in his heart. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my 5th brother? You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Kill. Let's attack together and tear Lu Ming into pieces. Don't let any of his family members go. The one-eyed burly man roared. Kill. Kill. The other burly men's eyes were bloodshot as they emitted a cold-killing intent. A long spear appeared in each of their hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 burly men joined forces and unleashed shocking means to assassinate Lu Ming. You will be the ones to die. Lu Ming shouted and waved his hand. Between heaven and earth, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered and condensed into a long spear. This long spear of thunder and lightning exuded a terrifying thunder concept. Thunder and lightning flashed, just like the power of heaven. The experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Sun Core, and Decimo Sword sect, such as Qiu Wuyang, widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Under this pressure, it was as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt down. Is this Lu Ming's strength? They thought with trembling hearts. Level 1 Lesser Success Lightning Intent. Impossible. Didn't you just break through to the Martial King realm? How is this possible? The one-eyed burly man roared in horror. Kill. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. He shouted and thrust his long spear out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 spear radiances instantly pierced through the void and stabbed towards the 4 burly men. Bam! 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 4 explosions sounded and the attacks of the 4 burly men were destroyed at the same time. The lightning spear did not stop and continued to pierce through. Following which, 3 blood-curdling screams were heard. Apart from the one-eyed burly man, the other 3 burly men followed in the footsteps of the previous man. Their chests were pierced by the lightning spear and their hearts were burnt by the power of the lightning. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Although the one-eyed burly man had escaped death, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and screamed. Big brother, leave quickly. This man is monstrous. You are no match for him. One of the burly men roared before he breathed his last. Ah, Lu Ming, I will fight you to the death. The one-eyed man did not try to escape. Instead, he charged towards Lu Ming. Swoosh, Zhang Mao streaked across the sky and instantly traversed a distance of a few thousand meters, charging toward Lu Ming. Run! Run! On the other side, Xue Chao and Xiao Chongkong were screaming in fear as they flew away. They did not dare to stay any longer. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a devil. It's too late to run. Lu Ming sneered. With a thought, the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. Extreme Dao Strike. Swoosh, man and spear became one, forming the Extreme Dao Strike. Poochie, when Lu Ming's figure appeared, there was also a big hole in the chest of the one-eyed burly man. Lu Ming unleashed his most powerful attack and killed the one-eyed burly man in seconds. Roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and sucked in the blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others. Lu Ming devoured all of them. Immediately after, Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Xue Chao. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xue Chao. Ah, no. Xue Chao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was pale as he retreated frantically. Xue Chao, I said that you will die today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. It won't do you any good. Xue Chao screamed in fear. Don't worry. It won't be long before that old dog, Palace Master Lei, will accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly. Soon after, he stabbed out with his spear. Ah. Ah. No. Xue Chao roared crazily and used all of his strength to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's spear pierced through and all of his resistance turned into ashes. Blood splattered as Xue Chao was pierced through by the spear. Xue Chao was dead. At the same time, Xue Chao's blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. His storage ring was also taken away by Lu Ming. With a turn of his body, Lu Ming disappeared. Run, run, run. Xiao Chongkong's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. But in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Ah. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Xiao Chongkong roared. His body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down his face. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Xiao Chongkong was overjoyed, Lu Ming continued, because the person who killed you shouldn't be me. Bang, Lu Ming directly kicked out at Xiao Chongkong's dantian. Violent energy surged into Xiao Chongkong's dantian, directly dispersing the cyclone. Xiao Chongkong's cultivation base was crippled. Lu Ming, you crippled my cultivation. Ah, you crippled my cultivation. You bastard, you bastard. Xiao Chongkong screamed in despair. Nonsense. Lu Ming gave Xiao Chongkong a slap, sending him flying dozens of miles away to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Take him down. Lin Shui shouted excitedly. Immediately, an expert flew out and took Xiao Chongkong down. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Qiao Wuyang and the experts of the Sun Corps were all scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily, wanting to retreat. But how could an army move so quickly? Today, none of you will be able to leave. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the sky above the Sun Corps. King, please spare us. We are from the Great Sun Prefecture, and our old ancestor is also a king, an armored general roared. But what answered him was Lu Ming's punch. This punch contained an endless amount of power of thunder, and it exploded out directly. Sizzle, countless lightning bolts flickered in the sky. Below, the soldiers of the Sun Corps screamed. In an instant, at least a few thousand soldiers of the Sun Corps were killed by the lightning bolts. Including the few half-step kings, they were all killed. Attack! Everyone attack! Annihilate the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps! Lin Shui roared. Everyone attack! Ling Padian also roared. Shua! Shua! Figures rushed out from the Mystic Essence Sword sect and charged towards the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps. Kill! In addition, those martial artists below the martial ancestor realm also roared furiously and charged out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. How could this be? The sect master of the omnidirectional sword sect, Qiao Wuyang, let out a mournful wail before running away. As for the rest of the omnidirectional sword sect, he couldn't care less about them. Even if everyone died, how could it compare to his life? But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming! Qiu Wuyang roared in horror. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He kicked Qiu Wuyang's dantian, and Qiu Wuyang immediately followed in Qiu Chengkong's footsteps. Sizzle, Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and dozens of lightning spears appeared. The next moment, they shot out. Puff! Puff! In the army of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sun Corps, all martial artists above the 9th martial ancestor realm were pierced by the lightning spears and killed. After killing these people, Lu Ming didn't attack again. He stood quietly in the air and began to refine the blood essence of the One-Eyed Man and the others. Once the higher-ups of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sun Corps died, the rest were like a sheet of loose sand. They were no match for Lin Shui and the others. It was a one-sided massacre. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Ming to attack. Rumble, the blood essence of the One-Eyed Man and the others was extremely rich. Lu Ming converted half of it into true essence and used the other half to upgrade the second bloodline. After a while, the second bloodline shook and the 6th silver chakra appeared. The second bloodline also upgraded to the 6th level of the king class. After a while, the second bloodline reached the limit of the 6th level of the king class. Lu Ming's cultivation also improved a little and reached the peak of the early stage of the Martial King realm. 1 LV3 Martial King, for LV2 Martial King, and 1 LV1 Martial King can only improve my cultivation by a little. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he would need more resources to break through to the Martial King class and improve his cultivation. Not far away, battle cries shook the sky, but it was a completely one-sided situation. Soon, the battle cries died down. Only a few of the people of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sun Corps escaped. Most of them were killed. Especially the higher-ups of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sky Demon Sect. This time, in order to annihilate the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in one fell swoop, the 10 Direction Sword Sect had sent out 90% of their experts, and the Heaven Fiend Sect had sent out 80% of their experts, but all of them had been annihilated in the battle. Including the sect leaders of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Sky Demon Sect. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard. Lu Ming looked over. Golden-eyed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie was wrapped in an extremely rich blood chi. The blood chi gathered and formed a huge blood cocoon in the air. Golden-eyed blood essence has also absorbed the blood of the One-Eyed Man and the others. It seems that it's going to evolve again after absorbing the blood of a king-class expert. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Shang Guanming, Yan Quan, and the others appeared not far from Lu Ming. Greetings, Lord King. Lin Shui wanted to call out to Lu Ming, but she quickly reacted and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Lord King. In the world of martial arts, strength was the most important. The stronger one was, the higher one's status. It had nothing to do with seniority. At this moment, Lin Shui and the others looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. A king. The Blazing Sun Empire had finally given birth to another king. Moreover, he was so young. They were trembling with excitement. 5 days ago, Xueqiao had displayed his king's strength and destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword Sect protection array. How powerful was that? They were already in despair. However, they did not expect that the moment Lu Ming appeared, the situation would be completely reversed. With Bai Xianxia's spirit, he had defeated his opponent. In the crowd, Yan Quan had mixed feelings. In his mind, the various situations of the Mo family in the Yin Moon Empire appeared in his mind. At that time, Lu Ming was so weak. Compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, after a short while, the situation had completely reversed. Now, Lu Ming was much stronger than him. This is the legendary supreme talent. I didn't expect to meet him. Yan Quan sighed. Let's return to the mountain gate. Lu Ming said. Outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there were naturally many people dealing with the aftermath. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had already returned to the mountain gate. Lu Ming, I beg you, let me go. Please let me go. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the mountain gate, Qiu Chongkong begged hysterically. At this moment, Qiu Chongkong's cultivation had been crippled and all his meridians were broken. He was even worse than an ordinary person. He lay on the ground and begged miserably. Chongkong, what's there to beg for? The winner takes all. The worst that can happen is death. Qiu Wuyang was similar to Qiu Chongkong, but he was much more stubborn. He sat on the ground and shouted coldly. Shut up, old man. It's all because of you. I, Qiu Chongkong, was a genius and had a bright future. It's all because of your ambition that I offended Lu Ming and ended up like this. It's all because of you, old man. Hurry up and die. Qiu Chongkong stared at Qiu Wuyang and shouted crazily. Qiu Wuyang stared blankly at Qiu Chongkong. He could not believe that Qiu Chongkong would talk to him like that. Lu Ming, it's all because of this old man. It's all because of this old man. He was the one who instigated me. If you want to kill someone, kill him. I'm innocent. Qiu Chongkong shouted. Really? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He then moved and flew toward a mountain peak behind the Mystic Essence Sword sect. There was a small mountain behind the Mystic Essence Sword sect. On top of the mountain, there was a courtyard where Lu Yuntian and Li Ping lived. Brother Tian, Ming should be back. Will he be all right? Li Ping said worriedly. Just now, Qiu Chongkong and the others had shouted Lu Ming's name, and it had spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Naturally, they had also heard it. Ming is a prodigy. He should be fine. Don't worry. Lu Yuntian consoled. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with worry. The battle just now was too shocking. It was as if the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. It was like the end of the world. This kind of scene had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry that Lu Ming had encountered an unimaginable enemy. Master, madam. At this moment, a burly man rushed in. How is it? How's the situation? Li Ping asked anxiously. Master, madam, it's a great victory. Young Master Lu Ming has returned and killed his opponent. Now, Shifeng Sword sect is almost destroyed. The burly man said excitedly. Really? Lu Yuntian widened his eyes in shock. In his heart, Shifeng Sword sect was an invincible force that dominated the Blazing Sun Empire. Now, it was almost destroyed? How was that possible? Did Ming do it? Lu Yuntian thought to himself. Old Master, madam, there is another piece of great news. Young Master Lu Ming seems to have become a king. A high and mighty martial arts king. The burly man said excitedly. His voice was trembling as he spoke. What? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were stunned. A martial king? Ming has become a martial king? After a while, they came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. With their previous status, it was naturally impossible for them to come into contact with a martial king. It was even difficult for them to come into contact with a martial king. However, they had heard of the martial king many times. They were legendary figures who were like immortals that had the power to destroy the world. They had a lifespan of thousands of years and could overlook the changes in the world. There hadn't been a martial king in the Blazing Sun Empire for thousands of years. Now, their son had become such a figure, they thought they were dreaming. Lu Chen, is it true? Lu Yuntian's voice was trembling. He used to be a real martial artist, so he knew what it meant to be a martial king. In the past, Lu Yuntian had worked hard to reach the martial king realm. As for the martial king realm, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now, his son, Lu Ming, had reached it? It's true. There's no doubt about it. The burly man said firmly. Buzz, at this moment, the space trembled, and a figure emerged. They were shocked, but when they took a closer look, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Ming. Li Ping hurriedly walked in front of Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. In her eyes, whether Lu Ming was a martial king or not, it was the same. He was her son. Father, mother, Ming is back to see you. Lu Ming said. You broke through to the martial king realm? Lu Yuntian asked with a trembling voice. He looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Father, I was lucky to break through 5 days ago. Lu Ming scratched his head and said. Ha ha ha, you really broke through to the martial king realm. Ha ha ha, that's great. My son is a martial king, and such a young one. After receiving Lu Ming's confirmation, Lu Yuntian was extremely excited and laughed loudly. He was even happier than when he broke through to the martial king realm. Father, I'm here today to ask you about an old matter. Lu Ming said. An old matter? Lu Yuntian was puzzled. Father, mother, come with me. Lu Ming waved his hand and a true essence light screen enveloped Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in front of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. So fast? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were shocked. That mountain was dozens of miles away from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but they arrived in an instant. In their eyes, such means were no different from the means of a god. But this person was their son, so they were even happier. Greetings, Master Lu, Madam Lu. Lin Shui and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. They didn't dare to slight them. Sect leader Lin, seniors, you're too polite. Lu Yuntian bowed back. Xiao Chongkong? Lu Yuntian, no, old Master Lu, no, Uncle Lu, I beg you, please spare me Xiao Chongkong screamed hysterically when he saw Lu Yuntian. Haha, Xiao Chongkong, you still have the face to ask me to spare you? Haha, you've finally fallen to this state, the heavens have eyes Lu Yuntian laughed loudly. Uncle Lu, it was my fault in the past. I was blinded by greed. I was wrong please spare my dog life for the sake of my ignorance. Xiao Chongkong wailed again and again, tears and snot dripping down his face. Lu Ming admired Xiao Chongkong for this. Tears and snot flowed down his face as he wished. Xiao Chongkong, shut up. You're a disgrace to my Qiu family. Qiu Wuyang bellowed from the side. Old man, you're the one who should shut up. What is the Qiu family? How much is it worth? Don't mention the Qiu family to me. Xiao Chongkong shouted. Qiu Wuyang almost vomited blood from anger. His chest heaved up and down as disappointment filled his eyes. Was this still the Qiu family's once-in-a-thousand-years genius? What a disgrace. Old man. Suddenly, Xiao Chongkong's eyes hardened. He struggled to get up, took out a dagger from his robe, and walked towards Qiu Wuyang. Lu Ming, Lin Shui, and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not make a move. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Qiu Wuyang roared. What am I trying to do? It's all your fault, go to hell. Xiao Chongkong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as the dagger in his hand pierced towards Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang roared and rolled to the side, dodging the dagger. However, Xiao Chongkong immediately followed up with another stab. This time, Qiu Wuyang couldn't avoid it. The dagger pierced through his back, causing blood to spurt out. Bastard, you bastard! Qiu Wuyang screamed, his eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and disbelief. He couldn't believe that Xiao Chongkong would kill him. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar and breathed his last breath. At the side, Lin Shui, Ling Padian, and the others had complicated expressions in their eyes. Xiao Wuyang, the overlord of the Burning Sun Empire, the half-step king of his generation, the hero who had almost unified the entire Burning Sun Empire, was killed by the junior he thought highly of. It was truly tragic. Lu Ming, Uncle Lu, look, I'm truly remorseful. I've even killed Xiao Wuyang. I beg you, please let me go. Xiao Chongkong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Even the heavens wouldn't allow me to spare someone like you. Lu Yuntian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming flicked his finger and condensed his true essence into 4 long spears. They flew out and nailed Xiao Chongkong's limbs to the ground. Xiao Chongkong let out a miserable shriek. Lu Ming waved his hand and a battle sword appeared. He said, Father, I'll leave Xiao Chongkong's life to you. Lu Yuntian was once captured by Xiao Chongkong and tortured for 8 years. In this world, the one who should kill Cho Changkong the most was Lu Yuntian. Moreover, Lu Ming also knew that Lu Yuntian had a knot in his heart. All right. Lu Yuntian took the battle sword and strode towards Cho Changkong. No, Uncle Lu, don't kill me. Cho Changkong was still begging for mercy. Shut up, Uncle Lu. You're not worthy to call me that. Die. Lu Yuntian snorted and slashed out with his battle sword. Qiu Wuyang's head flew high into the air. After killing Cho Changkong with a single slash, Lu Yuntian seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden and let out a long sigh. Ming thank you for letting me kill Cho Changkong. Lu Yuntian said to Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Unfortunately, I still couldn't find a treasure that can help you recover. Lu Ming sighed. Haha, Ming there's no need to force yourself. Father is already very satisfied with your current achievements. Lu Yuntian laughed. Eh? Father, Mother, why don't I see the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming asked curiously. From the very beginning, Lu Ming didn't see the mid-autumn moon. This was very strange. After such a big battle, the mid-autumn moon shouldn't have left Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's side. At the mention of the mid-autumn moon, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's expressions changed slightly. Lu Ming naturally noticed the changes in their expressions and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened to the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel anxious. Father, Mother, what happened to the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming asked. Ming don't worry. The mid-autumn moon is fine. Li Ping quickly said. Then why don't I see her? Sigh, this is a long story. Ming let's go back to our residence first and talk about it in detail. Lu Yuntian sighed. All right. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and returned to their residence with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The matters outside were temporarily left to Lin Shui and the rest. Back in the residence, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Ming 3 months ago, the mid-autumn moon left. Li Ping sighed, her eyes were filled with reluctance. Left? Where did she go? Lu Ming asked. Ming it's like this. About 3 months ago, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared. She said that she took a fancy to the mid-autumn moon's talent and that the mid-autumn moon's bloodline was suitable to inherit her legacy. She wanted to take the mid-autumn moon as her disciple and take her away from here. Lu Yuntian explained. Ah? There's such a thing? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yes, according to the middle-aged woman, she was traveling the world to find a suitable successor to inherit her legacy. She found the mid-autumn moon based on the resonance of the bloodline and insisted on taking the mid-autumn moon as her disciple. In the beginning, we and the mid-autumn moon didn't agree, but later on, the middle-aged woman displayed shocking means. With a wave of her hand, the day suddenly turned into night. The most shocking thing was that she could tear apart space and travel. It's simply the means of a deity. Seeing her incredible means, I decided to let the mid-autumn moon follow her. After all, it's good for the mid-autumn moon too. Lu Yuntian said. What? With a wave of her hand, the day turned into night and she could tear apart space? Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of means was this? It was too terrifying. Yes, but the mid-autumn moon girl wanted to wait for your return and was unwilling to acknowledge you as her master. In the end, she was forcefully taken away by the middle-aged woman. Lu Yuntian said. Forcefully taken away? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Yes, but Ming you don't have to worry. I think that the middle-aged woman sincerely wants to take the mid-autumn moon as her disciple. She shouldn't make things difficult for the mid-autumn moon. Lu Yuntian said. Although Lu Ming said so, he still felt uncomfortable. Would he never see the mid-autumn moon again? Father, Mother, did the other party leave any news? Did she say which sect she's from? Lu Ming asked. The other party only left a sentence, the only one above the divine wilderness. Lu Yuntian said. The only one above the divine wilderness? What does that mean? Above the divine wilderness? Could it be above the divine wilderness? It was said that there were other continents above the divine wilderness, but that was too far away and was just a legend. Also, what did it mean to be the only one in the world? Lu Ming was puzzled. Don't worry. Autumn Moon will be fine. When she's done cultivating, she might come back to find you. That girl can't bear to part with you. Seeing that Lu Ming was a little unhappy, Lu Yuntian comforted him. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and calmed himself down. Then, he started chatting with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. An hour later, Lu Ming bade farewell and left. Lu Ming strode into the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lin Shui and the others were inside. When they saw Lu Ming enter, they quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, King. We're all familiar with each other, so there's no need to be so polite. Hua Qi, I promised you that I would let you flatten the Shifang Sword Sect. Now, the time has come. Lu Ming waved his hand and said directly. There was a look of ecstasy on Hua Qi's face. He came before Lu Ming and bowed deeply, saying, Brother Lu, I will definitely remember this in my heart and be eternally grateful. Haha, Hua Qi, with our relationship, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go, we'll go to the Imperial Capital and help you take back the Imperial Capital. Then, we'll kill the Shifang Sword Sect. Lu Ming said. Let's go together. Lin Shui, Ling Padian and the others said. Alright, sect leader Lin, Hua Qi and I will go first. You guys lead the experts above Martial Ancestor Realm and follow behind. Lu Ming said. After all, Lin Shui and the others had to take care of the aftermath. With that, Lu Ming's true essence swirled and disappeared with Hua Qi. Gather the experts above Martial Ancestor Realm and we'll set off. Lin Shui ordered. Lu Ming brought Hua Qi with him. Like lightning, they left the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and rushed toward the Imperial Capital. More than 10,000 miles away from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, an army was rushing towards the sect at top speed. This army looked crimson red and had a terrifying aura. It was Lu Ming's crimson blood-scaled wolves. Awoo! Awoo! The scarlet blood-scaled wolves were howling. Every single one of them was covered in blood. Quick, quick! Earlier, the Decimo Sword Sect's army of 100,000 and the Solar Legion broke through the encirclement and charged towards the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. They're using the other armies to delay us. They're definitely going to surround the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Huaying was extremely anxious and kept yelling. A lieutenant said. Even if it's useless, we still have to go. The 8th prince is in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Even if we die, we still have to go. Huaying scolded. Yes, General. The lieutenant replied. Eh? What's that? Suddenly, one of the lieutenants looked at the sky. Huaying and the others also looked over. At the end of the horizon, there was a bolt of lightning that was rapidly approaching them. In the next moment, the lightning arrived in the sky above them. When the lightning dissipated, 2 young figures appeared in the sky. That's the Marquis Champion? It's really the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back with the 8th prince. Cries of alarm rang out from the Xianxia cavalry. Greetings to the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. Huaying rushed into the sky and bowed. Greetings to the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. All the scarlet blood-scaled wolves bowed to Lu Ming and Hua Qi. However, the first person they greeted was Lu Ming, followed by the 8th prince. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves were built by Lu Ming. In the hearts of the scarlet blood-scaled wolves, Lu Ming was the supreme existence. They immediately followed Lu Ming's orders. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves were Lu Ming's scarlet blood-scaled wolves, the Marquis Champion's scarlet blood-scaled wolves. Even though Hua Ying was a member of the imperial family, they still put Lu Ming first. No need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand. Marquis Champion, 8th prince, it's great that you're fine. We're on our way to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, but we didn't expect to meet you here. Could it be that the Mystic Essence Sword Sect has been defeated? Huaying said with a dignified expression. He wondered if the Mystic Essence Sword Sect had been defeated and Lu Ming had rescued Hua Qi and broken out of the siege. Yes, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's battle is over. Hua Qi nodded. What? The Mystic Essence Sword sect has been annihilated? Hua Ying's expression changed drastically. If that was really the case, then the situation was really over. With just the few of them, there was no way they could make any waves. They could only retreat to the border as soon as possible. You're wrong. The Mystic Essence Sword sect's battle is over. The Decimo Sword sect and the Solar Core were annihilated. The Marquis Champion and I are heading to the Imperial capital to kill the traitor, sky-suppressing king. Hua Qi said. What? Hua Ying and the others were dumbfounded. They had never expected such an outcome. I forgot to tell you that the Marquis Champion has reached the King realm. How could those clowns from the Decimo Sword sect be a match for the Marquis Champion? Hua Qi said. What? King? King? All the scarlet blood-scaled wolves were stunned as they stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. King, this word seemed to have some kind of magical power, shocking all of them. After a while, all of them were trembling with excitement. They looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of crazy reverence. The Marquis Champion is mighty. The Marquis Champion is invincible. Tens of thousands of scarlet blood-scaled wolves shouted crazily. They were extremely excited. Their general, their commander, had actually broken through to the King realm. They were extremely excited. They were the army that Lu Ming had created. They shared honor and disgrace. Lu Ming's glory was their glory. They were naturally excited and excited. From now on, the scarlet blood-scaled wolves would not only be famous in the Burning Sun Empire, but also in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Scarlet blood-scaled wolves, listen to my order. Lu Ming shouted. Yes, sir. Tens of thousands of scarlet blood-scaled wolves roared as they felt their blood boiling. The 8th prince and I will head to the imperial capital first. You guys will follow us and attack the imperial capital. Lu Ming ordered. Yes, attack the imperial capital. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves roared. Let's go. Then, Lu Ming and Hua Qi continued their journey to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, people were singing and dancing in the imperial palace. In the imperial garden of the imperial capital, sky-suppressing king was wearing a dragon robe as he sat on the dragon throne. Beside him were a few beautiful concubines. Below him, Hua Jia was wearing a dragon robe as he sat there with a bored expression on his face. Below him sat the civil and military officials. In the center of the imperial garden, many girls were dancing. Sky-suppressing king was enraptured. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Right now, the Decimo Sword faction and the Sun Legion are attacking the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect will fall soon and the Burning Sun Empire will be unified. Your Majesty will be the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire. A crafty-looking minister was trying to flatter Heavenly King Suppression. Ha ha ha. You are right. Then, the other officials started to flatter the Heavenly King one after another. The Heavenly King couldn't stop smiling. He felt like he was about to fly into the sky. Now that the Burning Sun Empire had no more suspense, his position as the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire was more or less secured. Who cared if he was a puppet of the Decimo Sword faction? As long as he was sitting on the throne, he could enjoy himself without restraint. Heavenly King Suppression hugged the two beauties on his left and right. His palms wandered around the two beautiful girls. Just as he was enjoying himself, a burly man in iron armor rushed in anxiously. Your Majesty, bad news. Bad news. The burly man shouted. Heavenly King Suppression was instantly displeased. His face darkened as he shouted coldly, Su Feng, why are you in such a panic? Can't you see that I am holding a banquet for the officials to discuss important matters of the empire? If you are so flustered, how are you going to follow me to conquer the empire and dominate the world? You are a disgrace to me. Men, drag Su Feng away and flog him 100 times as a warning to others. Heavenly King Suppression waved his hand. Two tall guards strode forward and walked towards Su Feng. Your Majesty, let me finish. There is urgent news from the front lines. The Decimo Sword faction and the Sun Legion were annihilated in the battle with the Mystic Essence Sword faction. Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Changkong are dead. Su Feng hurriedly roared. Silence, everyone fell silent. The dancing girls seemed to have frozen in their movements. The civil and military officials were about the same. Their movements froze. Some of them were drinking wine, but the wine almost poured into their nostrils. Heavenly King Suppression opened his mouth and looked at Su Feng in a daze. Then, his pupils dilated and his body began to tremble. He asked with a trembling voice, Su Feng, are you serious? If I find out that you are lying to me, I will kill your entire family. It's true, Your Majesty. A general of the Decimo Sword faction was lucky enough to survive. The news reached me through multiple voice transmission talismans. Su Feng said loudly. Clang, the purple jade cup in Heavenly King Suppression's hand fell to the ground and shattered. His face was pale without a trace of blood. First, his lips began to tremble. Then, his entire body began to tremble. How could this be? How could this be? With the Decimo Sword faction's strength, how could they kill Qiu Wuyang and the others? Heavenly King kept muttering in disbelief. It's the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back. He easily killed all the experts from Omnidirectional Sword faction and Solar Core. Su Feng said. Lu Ming, it's actually him. I knew it long ago. I can't let him live. Heavenly King Suppression. Heavenly King. Retreat, count the troops. Take all the treasures and bring. Take all the treasures all. Heavenly another. Don't you think it's too late to leave? They were Lu Ming and Hua Qi. Heavenly King Suppression's face turned pale when he saw Hua Qi and Lu Ming. He looked at the two people in the sky in horror. Old man, today is the day you die. I'll take your head and offer it to my father's soul in heaven. Hua Qi's eyes turned red when he saw Heavenly King Suppression. He was filled with hatred. Kill them. Heavenly King Suppression roared. Whoosh. Whoosh. 6 figures rushed out from the crowd. Each of them exuded the aura of a martial ancestor realm 9th realm. Heavenly King Suppression had secretly recruited 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts. He was extraordinary. What champion Marquis? Die. A middle-aged man with a cold and vicious face slashed at Lu Ming with his saber. At the same time, the other 5 people appeared. In an instant, the world became extremely violent. Spiritual chi was boiling. Various sword chi and saber energy blasted at Lu Ming. 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts joining forces. Even a large city would be destroyed in an instant. Die. Heavenly King Suppression's eyes were filled with hope. Clown. Lu Ming said calmly. He stood in the air, motionless. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Then, 6 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. Bang. Bang. 6 crisp sounds were heard. The 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts under Heavenly King Suppression turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Bang, Heavenly King Suppression sat on the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably and it was several times more intense than before. The other civil and military officials were not much different. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. In their eyes, the invincible martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's glare. It was unbelievable. It was the work of a deity. It was not something that could be defeated by a human. The champion Marquis is invincible. Your servant Gaochuan welcomes the champion Marquis and the 8th prince back to the palace. Suddenly, a crafty-looking official shouted from below. He looked at Lu Ming and Hua Qi flatteringly. Lu Ming and Hua Qi were slightly startled. The champion Marquis, 8th prince, you don't know. I've always been loyal to the late emperor. I endured the humiliation and stayed by Heavenly King Suppression's side. My goal was to wait for the 8th prince to come back one day. The heavens have eyes. 8th prince, you're finally back. Gao Chuan shouted with a flattering face. Damn it, this Gao Chuan is really quick to change his mind. The other civil and military officials gritted their teeth. Oh? From what I know, you were the first to surrender when Heavenly King Suppression attacked the imperial capital. You even opened the city gates and let Heavenly King Suppression's army in. Hua Qi sneered. Gao Chuan's expression changed drastically. He forced a smile and said, "Eighth Prince, you've misunderstood. There's no need to explain to me. Go and explain to my father." Hua Qi unsheathed his sword and cut Gao Chuan in half. "Old man, it's your turn now." Hua Qi looked at Heavenly King Suppression. Qi, I'm your uncle. We're related by blood. I beg you, please let me go this time." Heavenly King Suppression shouted. "Let you go? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Back then, when you killed my father, why didn't you think that he was your blood relative? Now, you're actually saying the word blood relative. You're simply shameless." Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he pointed his sword at Heavenly King Suppression. "No, protect me. Guards, protect me." Heavenly King Suppression shouted crazily. However, no one moved. Everyone sat there in silence, not moving at all. "Hua Qi, kill him." Lu Ming nodded at Hua Qi at the same time. A surge of true qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Instantly, Hua Qi felt his body brimming with energy. "Go to hell, you old man." Hua Qi shouted as he charged at Heavenly King Suppression. "You're the one who's going to die." Heavenly King Suppression saw that there was no way out. He waved his hand and a broad battle sword appeared in his hand as he slashed at Hua Qi. Heavenly King Suppression's cultivation was not weak. He had reached the 7th martial ancestor realm. Hua Qi was only a 9th martial grandmaster and had not reached the martial ancestor realm. However, Hua Qi's sword contained Lu Ming's true qi. True qi was many times stronger than true qi. Furthermore, it was Lu Ming's true qi. Hua Qi's sword had destroyed all of Heavenly King Suppression's attacks. He had split Heavenly King Suppression's sword and body in half. Heavenly King Suppression was dead. "Ha ha ha, father, did you see that? I've finally avenged you." Hua Qi knelt on the ground and laughed. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he laughed. It was as if he wanted to release all of the hatred that had accumulated in his heart. Lu Ming did not say anything as he watched quietly from the side. "Hua Jia, don't go." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Lu Ming smiled when he saw it. It turned out that Hua Jia wanted to take the opportunity to escape but was caught by some ministers. Now that Heavenly King Suppression was dead, how could these officials be loyal to him? They wanted nothing more than to dig out their hearts and confess to Hua Qi. How could they let Hua Jia escape? "No, let me go, let me go." Hua Jia screamed in horror. "Hua Jia, I'll send you to accompany your father." Hua Qi's sword dripped with blood as he walked towards Hua Jia. "Don't kill me, no." Hua Jia screamed. Then, a stench filled the air. This guy was so scared that he peed his pants again. Hua Qi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The sword in his hand flashed and Hua Jia stopped screaming. "Eighth Prince, I welcome the 8th Prince back to the palace. I welcome the 8th Prince back to the palace." All of the civil and military officials knelt down. Hua Qi's gaze was like lightning as he looked around. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. They were afraid that Hua Qi would kill them. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to have frozen. After a while, Hua Qi said, "You guys, gather the troops and capture all of Heavenly King Suppressing's allies, troops, and families." Hua Qi didn't kill these people. Although these people were despicable, they still needed to rely on them if he wanted the Burning Sun Empire to continue running. If he killed them all, who would help him? Yes, I will do it right away. 8th Prince, leave this matter to me." The civil and military officials scrambled to agree and then hurriedly went to carry out the orders. What a joke! This was a good opportunity to express her feelings to Hua Qi, who would miss it. Very soon, some of the ministers with large military forces retreated. The rest of the people were weak civil officials. They looked at Hua Qi and Lu Ming anxiously. "Marquis Champion, please." Hua Qi waved his hand and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and sat at a table casually. As for Hua Qi, he sat at Heavenly King Suppressing's seat. The women knelt at the side and trembled. The civil officials also knelt on the ground and waited. Time passed and the imperial capital was in chaos. Countless troops ran and surrounded Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. There were battles everywhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, Lin Shui and the others arrived and appeared in the sky. Sect leader Lin, send people to help clear out Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. Lu Ming said to Lin Shui. Okay. Lin Shui nodded. Then, hundreds of martial ancestor experts scattered around the imperial capital to help clear out Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. With the help of these experts, Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen and those loyal to him were quickly killed. The entire imperial capital was filled with killing. Many ordinary people knew that the imperial capital was going to change again. From now on, the imperial capital was going to have a new ruler. When many people knew that it was the 8th prince who had returned, they were very happy. They didn't have a good time under Heavenly King Suppressing's rule. One day later, the battle in the imperial capital was over. The imperial capital had completely fallen into Hua Qi's hands. 2 days later, the Red Blood Cavalry arrived and helped Hua Qi take control of the imperial capital. He would leave the rest to Hua Qi. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. Sect leader Lin, it's time to go to the Shifang Sword sect. Lu Ming said to Lin Shui in a courtyard. Okay. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with madness and anticipation. He had waited for this day for too long. 1 hour later, nearly 100 people led by Lu Ming flew to the Shifang Sword sect. The Shifang Sword sect wasn't far from the imperial capital. It was about 10,000 miles away. They arrived after an hour. More than 100 people floated above the Shifang mountain. Activate the sect protection array. Hurry up and activate the sect protection array. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, a loud roar came from the Shifang Sword sect. Buzz buzz, light shone everywhere in the Shifang Sword sect. Inscriptions flashed and formed a sect protection array that enveloped the Shifang Sword sect. Countless sword chi swam around. This sect protection array was similar to the Mystic Essence Sword sect's sect protection array. However, it was more powerful and mysterious. Obviously, the Shifang Sword sect had already received the news. It seems like there are still many experts in the Shifang Sword sect. There's even a half-step king among them. Lin Shui and the others said. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. They could only rely on Lu Ming to break the sect protection array of the Shifang Sword sect. If they were to go, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. Whoosh, Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed in the air. Then, the long spear slashed down at the Shifang Sword sect. At the same time, the long spear rapidly enlarged to the size of a mountain and blasted towards the Shifang Sword sect. Block it! Block it! Angry roars came from the Shifang Sword sect. The sect protection array of the Shifang Sword sect flickered crazily. At the same time, a few huge sword chi soared into the sky and blasted towards Lu Ming's spear light. However, under the pressure of the spear light, the sword chi collapsed like tofu. Boom! The spear light blasted heavily on the sect protection array of the Shifang Sword sect. Bang! Bang! Almost immediately, the formation bases of the sect's grand defensive formation in the Decimo Sword sect exploded. Screams came out one after another. Those who controlled the array were directly shocked to death by the backlash. With one move, the sect protection array of the Shifang Sword sect was broken. Although they had long known that Lu Ming's battle strength was shocking and that he was a peerless king, Lin Shui and the others were still shocked when they saw this scene with their own eyes. Sect leader Lin, I'll leave the rest to you. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming no longer had the slightest interest in the following battles. Okay, don't worry. Lin Shui nodded. Then, they charged in. It was a completely one-sided massacre. 90% of the experts of the Shifang Sword sect had died in the battle at the Mystic Essence Sword sect. How could the remaining be a match for Lin Shui and the others? However, Lin Shui and the rest did not kill the innocent. They only killed the higher-ups of the Shifang Sword sect. Most of them were martial grandmasters and above. They did not kill anyone below that. That was because those below the martial grandmaster level were not much of a threat. Soon, the Shifang Sword sect quieted down. Lu Ming looked at the Shifang Sword sect calmly without any expression on his face. In the world of martial arts, killings were carried out every day. Every day, there would be sects destroyed and sects rising. It was very normal. Lu Ming was silent for a while, then turned around and left. There was no need for him to do anything. Lin Shui and the rest were enough to destroy the Sky Fiend sect. The higher-ups of the Sky Fiend sect were almost all dead in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They could not stop Lin Shui and the rest. Lu Ming stepped on the air and traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. He headed towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Soon, he returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. GoldenEye, after this evolution, he will probably enter the King realm. In the air in front of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lu Ming looked at the blood cocoon floating in the air and thought to himself. Then, Lu Ming moved and flew towards the depths of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming came to the courtyard of Lu Yuntian and the rest. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting. Now that Lu Ming had become a king, his name was well known in the world. Both of them were very happy and always had smiles on their faces. Father, mother. Lu Ming pushed the door open and called out softly. Ming-er, you're back? Take a seat. Li Ping said with a smile. Lu Ming sat down. Ming-er, why didn't I see Miss Xianxia this time? Li Ping asked. In the past, Xianxia was by Lu Ming's side every day. This was a well-known fact. Later, Xianxia followed Lu Ming to participate in the assessment of the Imperial Divine Guards. Many people thought that Lu Ming and Xianxia were a couple. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were also quite fond of Xianxia, so they were naturally very concerned about him. Father, mother, Miss Xia has other matters to attend to. She did not return to the Burning Sun Empire. Lu Ming said. At the mention of Xianxia, Lu Ming had a complicated look in his eyes. He was also very worried. Unfortunately, there were no clues at all. Ming-er, did you guys quarrel? As a man, sometimes you should let a girl have her way. You should learn from your father about this. Li Ping said earnestly. Cough cough. Lu Yuntian coughed dryly. Father, mother, it's nothing. Miss Xia is just busy. Oh, right. Having said that, Lu Ming waved his hands and more than 10 jade bottles appeared on the table. Father, mother, these pills can nourish your body, replenish your blood, and prolong your life. Although they can't mend your meridians, they can still nourish your body. Lu Ming said. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping happily kept the pills. They knew that Lu Ming had reached the martial king realm. These pills were no longer of much use to Lu Ming. In the following days, Lu Ming would take time to visit Lu Yuntian and Li Ping every day. He would spend the rest of his time cultivating. After reaching the martial emperor realm, his comprehension of the martial path and his understanding of the martial path had improved tremendously. His comprehension of martial skills had also greatly increased. Lu Ming had already reached the limit of the second step of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. 7 days later, Lu Ming had successfully reached the third step. With 3 consecutive steps, the power of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps had increased by more than tenfold. It had reached the 6th level of a lower heaven-class martial skill. In terms of power, it was no weaker than the 3rd level of the 3 skills of Dragon Mountain. Lu Ming had gained another trump card. In these 7 days, the Burning Sun Empire was shaken. Decimo Sword Faction and Sky Demon Sect were destroyed. The 8th Prince killed Sky Suppressing King and took back the imperial capital. Every piece of news was enough to shake the Burning Sun Empire. The most shocking news was that the Marquis of Champion Lu Ming had made a strong return and had reached the martial king realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, wherever the Mystic Essence Sword Faction, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family's army passed, the Decimo Sword Faction and Sky Demon Sect's forces surrendered. There were almost no fierce battles. Half a month later, the entire Burning Sun Empire was under the control of the Mystic Essence Sword Faction, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. The Burning Sun Empire was unified like never before. As the saying went, a country could not be without a ruler. At this time, many people suggested that Huaqi should inherit the throne and become the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire. But Huaqi did not agree. He refused with the reason that the Burning Sun Empire had just gone through a great war. 2 days later, people tried again, but Huaqi still refused. At this time, someone found Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming could persuade Huaqi to ascend the throne. Lu Ming nodded and went to the imperial capital. Then, the imperial family announced to the world that Hua Qi would officially ascend the throne in a month's time in the imperial capital. At the same time, the Mystic Essence Sword faction and Crimson Cloud Valley were made the two sacred grounds of the Burning Sun Empire. In addition, Lu Ming was made the champion king and a commander-in-chief of the empire. The Lu family was made a first-class family, on the same level as the noble families. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of the world. Countless forces were preparing to go to the imperial capital to celebrate the ascension of the new emperor. This was because everyone knew that Lu Ming was the one behind Hua Qi, a king who was not even 20 years old. That was the main point. As long as Lu Ming was alive, Hua Qi's power would be impregnable. The entire Burning Sun Empire was looking forward to the arrival of the new emperor. Even the other 35 empires were paying attention. However, Lu Ming did not care about any of this. He took Lu Yuntian and Li Ping back to the Lu family in Firestorm City. The Lu family was filled with red lights. It was a joyous scene. Countless people came in and out. It was very lively. The Lu family was now a first-class family, similar to the noble families. In the past few days, all the forces in a few hundred cities had come to congratulate them. The young master is back, and so is the family head and madam. A loud roar caused the entire Lu family to boil. Family head, madam, the young master is back. The news spread throughout the Lu family. When Lu Ming and the others walked to the front door of the Lu family, they were stunned to see countless people rushing out. At the front were the few remaining core elders of the Lu family and the branch masters of a few branches. Behind them, there were at least a few hundred people that Lu Ming did not know. Greetings to the family head, madam, young master, and family head. It has been many years since we last met. I can die without regrets. One of the core elders bowed in greeting. Looking at Lu Yuntian, tears almost fell from his eyes. Everyone, please rise. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After so many years, he had finally returned to the Lu family. I am the city lord of Flowing Light City. Greetings to the champion king, family head Lu, and Madam Lu. A stout man squeezed out of the crowd and bowed to Lu Ming. I am the family head of Lu family of Wutong City. Greetings to the champion king. Family head Lu, do you still recognize me? I am Lucio, the city lord of Fragrance City. Behind them, a group of people came over to greet them. Alright, everyone, let us in first. Lu Ming waved his hand and shouted. After Lu Ming's group entered, the Lu family's core elders and the various lineages leaders followed closely behind. The various lineages leaders secretly rejoiced that Lu Yunxiong had failed to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Lu family wouldn't be where it was today. The stronger the Lu family was, the more benefits they would reap. Now, as a mere lineage's leader, they had more authority than some of the major city lords. Those city lords had to listen to them, which made them extremely happy. Naturally, they treated Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and the others with even more respect. The group arrived at the Lu family's courtyard. There were already dozens of banquet tables in the courtyard. Everyone invited Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping to the highest table. Everyone, thank you for coming. This Lu hasn't been back for many years. Now, let me propose a toast to everyone. Lu Yuntian raised his wine cup and said loudly. Back then, Lu Yuntian had been quite famous in many major cities. Many of his old friends were present as well. Brother Yuntian, it's been many years. I didn't expect to see you again. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Lu Yuntian looked over and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Brother Zhou, haha, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lu Ming also looked over and a smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke just now was actually Zhou Linshan. Lu Ming still remembered clearly that when he first joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he met Zhou Linshan on his first mission. It was also from Zhou Linshan that he learned that Lu Yuntian was still alive. Uncle Zhou, please take a seat. Lu Ming also stood up and cupped his fists. Champion King, there's no need to be so polite. I don't dare, I don't dare. Zhou Linshan quickly waved his hand. His heart was filled with complicated emotions as he sighed inwardly. When he first met Lu Ming was only a little guy in the martial master realm. In just a few years, Lu Ming had already become a king whose name shook the world. That was a king. Just thinking of that word made his heart tremble. Brother Zhou, there's no need to be so polite. Come. Lu Yuntian waved his hand. Back then, Lu Yuntian had entrusted the Heavenly Star Sword and 2 other important items to Zhou Linshan. This was enough to show their relationship. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed to see his old friend again. At this time, Zhou Linshan did not decline and walked towards Lu Ming and the other seats. Haha, brother Zhou, long time no see. You and I have both aged. Come, let's drink 3 big bowls. Lu Yuntian laughed heartily. Instead of using cups, he poured 2 bowls full of wine. Haha, good. Infected by Lu Yuntian's heroic spirit, Zhou Linshan also let loose. Laughing heartily, he downed 3 bowls of wine with Lu Yuntian. The surrounding castellans and aristocratic families' patriarchs cast envious gazes at Zhou Linshan. Zhou Linshan was actually on such good terms with the Lu clan? What kind of honor was it to be able to sit at the same table as Lu Ming and Lu Yuntian? Many people were even thinking about building a good relationship with Zhou Linshan in the future. Immediately, Lu Ming also toasted Zhou Linshan. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping retreated. The others continued to drink. In the next few days, people came to the Lu clan to congratulate them. Lu Ming did not meet any of them as he focused on cultivating. As for Lu Yuntian, he met some of his acquaintances. Time slowly passed, and Lu Ming's comprehension of concept grew deeper. However, there was still a long way to go before he could condense concept runes for his wind and fire concept. On the other hand, due to the existence of the lightning cauldron, his lightning concept improved at lightning speed, advancing by leaps and bounds every day. As for the 3 ultimates of the dragon god, they had completely stabilized at the 3rd level. However, in order to reach the 4th level, he needed to condense concept runes for all 3 concepts. Soon, more than 10 days passed. At this time, the Lu clan's people were preparing to depart for the capital city. The Lu clan was an important guest this time. Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Lu Yuntian arrived at the capital city 1 step ahead of him. On the 2nd day in the capital city, Lu Ming went to the Hall of General and headed towards the Earth Essence Cave. During this time, the Hall of General had started operating again. Some of the students who did not die in battle had also returned to the Hall of General. In the Blazing Sun Empire, the only thing that Lu Ming was curious about was the Earth Essence Cave. The Earth Essence Cave had a total of 13 levels. It was said that it was opened by the former king of the royal family. It was said that only kings could enter the 12th and 13th levels. Moreover, there was another saying that the 13th level opened by the king of the royal family was not the limit. Because with that king's strength, he could only open up the 13th level. Beyond that, even the king could not do it. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Earth Essence Cave. Champion. The few burly men guarding the door were shocked at the sight of Lu Ming. They stuttered for a long time and could not utter a complete sentence. Lu Ming smiled and walked in without consulting anyone. Only then did the guards realize what was going on. Nestle, who is that? He actually walked in just like that. He seems very arrogant. There were some other young men around. A young man with an arrogant face said indignantly. Are you King blind? That is Lu Ming, the champion king. Don't you know him? Are you a new student who just joined? Someone at the side said with disdain. What? That is Lu Ming? No, that is the champion king? My idol, my idol. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh my god, I missed my idol just like that. No, I will wait for him here. The arrogance on the face of the arrogant young man disappeared. It was replaced by admiration. The news of Lu Ming's arrival at the Earth Essence Cave spread throughout the Hall of General. Countless people gathered around the Earth Essence Cave. Some of the young men who were in closed-door training also ended their training and rushed to the Earth Essence Cave when they heard the news. Among them, the majority were girls. Lu Ming had reached the Martial King realm before the age of 20. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire, he was unprecedented even in the Cloud Empire's 36 countries. Young girls worshipped heroes and loved geniuses. Lu Ming was such a peerless genius. Naturally, there were many girls who adored and loved him. Countless people gathered outside the Earth Essence Cave and waited. Lu Ming naturally did not know how big of a commotion he had caused. He went all the way down and did not stop. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 9th floor. At this point, the spiritual chi of fire was extremely dense and violent. Ordinary people could not cultivate here at all. The violent fire spiritual chi would burn their meridians and damage them. However, to Lu Ming, the fire spiritual chi was like a spring breeze. He did not feel anything. He continued going down. When he arrived at the 10th floor, he felt that the fire spiritual chi on the 10th floor was several times richer and more violent than the 9th floor. Lu Ming did not stop and continued going down. 11th floor, 12th floor. When Lu Ming arrived at the 12th floor, his expression changed slightly. The fire spiritual chi here had reached an exaggerated level. Endless fire spiritual chi was incomparably violent, wantonly ravaging everything. The surrounding walls were completely crystallized and were extremely hard. Lu Ming felt that even if a half-step king were to cultivate here, he would be killed by the fire spirit energy here. Lu Ming was amazed. This place was really strange. The deeper he went, the denser and more violent the fire spiritual chi became. What was down there? How could such a strange place be formed? Lu Ming was curious. He continued to go down to the 13th floor. Boom, surging fire spiritual chi rushed toward him. Lu Ming felt as if he had walked into a volcano. An extremely hot aura spread throughout his body. This fire spiritual chi is too abnormal. Lu Ming activated the fire intent realm to resist the fire spiritual chi outside. Then, he looked around. The 13th floor was very small. It was only the size of an ordinary secret room. The surrounding walls had completely turned into fiery red crystals. The stone room was empty. There was nothing in it. Lu Ming could sense that the raging fire spirit energy was emanating from beneath his feet. It seems that the martial king of the imperial family could only dig up to this point and did not have the strength to continue. That's right, the fire spiritual chi here is too strong for an ordinary martial king to bear. Lu Ming thought. However, although he was only an early-stage martial king, he was not an ordinary martial king. His strength was so strong that he could kill a third-stage martial king expert. With the protection of 3 intents and the eruption of true yuan, the fire spiritual chi here could not do anything to him. Then I'll continue to dig and see what's down there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A LV5 spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. Whoosh, Lu Ming slashed at the ground with the saber. 3 intents were entwined on the saber. Clang clang, the saber hit the ground as if it had hit a piece of iron. Sparks flew everywhere. However, pieces of glass-like stones were still cut off from the ground. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put away the stones. Then, he continued to slash at the ground. Very soon, Lu Ming cut a big hole in the ground and continued downward. After about 10 meters, Lu Ming began to expand the hole. 2 hours later, a stone room appeared. The 14th floor. The fire spiritual chi here had reached a terrifying level. However, he still could not see what was emitting it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The reason for that was because this was his limit. If he were to continue down, with his strength, he might not be able to withstand it. This was too terrifying. Incredible. No matter what is down there, it must be incredible. Forget it, I'm not strong enough now. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll dig to the bottom and see what's down there. Lu Ming secretly decided. Now, there are only a few days left before the flower pond. I should be able to cultivate here. The fire spiritual chi here was extremely dense. Moreover, it contained a powerful fire mentality. It was perfect to cultivate and comprehend the fire mentality here. It would definitely be many times better than the outside world. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth, and fire elemental spiritual chi gathered in his dragon mouth. The raging fire spiritual chi was directly converted into vital essence after being refined by the 9 dragon bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming extended his mind and began comprehending the concept of fire. As expected, comprehending the concept of fire here was many times faster than outside. Lu Ming's understanding of the concept of fire gradually deepened. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. There were only 2 days left before the flower pond's coronation. Lu Ming finished his cultivation and walked out of the Earth Essence cave. Look, Lu Ming is out. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Essence cave, he heard a scream. Then, Lu Ming saw a large group of girls looking at him with shining eyes. Is that the champion, Lu Ming? He's so handsome. Oh no, I'm tempted. What should I do? I want to marry him. At least a few hundred girls were looking at him with shining eyes. Are you kidding me? I've been cultivating for a few days. Why are there still people waiting here? Lu Ming was speechless. He moved his body and left the place, leaving behind a group of sighing girls. The imperial capital was getting more and more lively. Tens of thousands of cities in the Burning Sun Empire had sent envoys to congratulate him. Not only that, but envoys from other empires had also come. The imperial capital was filled with a joyous atmosphere. In the imperial garden of the imperial palace, 3 figures sat facing each other in a pavilion. Come, Big Stone, the 3 of us haven't drunk together for a long time. Come, drink with me and 3 big bowls. Huaqi raised a big bowl of wine and said to a tall young man. The 3 of them were Lu Ming, Huaqi, and Pengshi. A few days ago, Pengshi had followed the Mystic Essence Sword Sex team to the imperial capital. When Lu Ming came out of seclusion, Huaqi pulled Lu Ming and Pengshi to drink. Lu Ming also smiled. He and Pengshi had not seen each other for a long time. The scene of the 3 of them drinking together in the dormitory was still vivid in his mind. Okay, I'll drink with you. Pengshi raised the big bowl and drank it all in one gulp. He then scratched his head and said with a silly smile, I didn't expect that among the 3 of us, one of us is going to become the emperor, one of us is going to become the emperor, and one of us is going to become a world-famous emperor. I'm the only one who's still at the 9th layer martial master realm. Big Stone, don't be discouraged. Your specialty is to be steady and have a solid foundation. Your future is limitless. In the future, I might have to give up my position as the kingdom's commander-in-chief to you. Lu Ming patted Pengshi's shoulder and said. Haha, senior brother Lu Ming, I'm not discouraged. I'm happy for the 2 of you. When I return to the village in the future and say that I know the 2 of you, I wonder how many people will envy me. Pengshi smiled. Yes, right. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few books and jade bottles appeared on the table. Lu Ming picked up 3 books and passed them to Pengshi, saying, Big Stone, there are 3 cultivation technique manuals here. All of them belong to the Earth level inferior grade. They are very suitable for you to cultivate. What? Earth rank martial skill manuals? Senior brother Lu Ming, these are too precious. I can't take them. Pengshi waved his hand. Big Stone, take them. To be honest, I don't have any use for these martial skill manuals. It would be a waste to keep them. You should take them and cultivate. Lu Ming smiled. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Pengshi accepted them. He was very grateful to Lu Ming. Lower Earth rank martial skill manuals were definitely the best in the Blazing Sun Empire. Huaqi, these are for you. Lu Ming handed the other books to Huaqi. Thank you. Huaqi did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. He knew that with Lu Ming's cultivation, these martial skill manuals were not useful to Lu Ming. Also, these elixirs can help you break through the shackles and increase your cultivation. Lu Ming pointed at the elixirs and said to the 2 of them. Then, he divided the elixirs into 2 portions and gave 1 each to Huaqi and Pengshi. Many of these elixirs were obtained from the storage rings of martial kings. They were definitely of high quality. With Lu Ming's secret manuals and pills, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Then, the 2 of them chatted as they drank. They drank for a few hours before dispersing. 2 days later, in front of the imperial palace, there was a spacious plaza filled with tables. Around the square, there were countless armored soldiers guarding the square, making it so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In the middle of the plaza, there was an altar. Huaqi was wearing a dragon robe. Surrounded by civil and military officials, as well as city lords, he prayed to the heavens and ancestors, officially ascending to the throne as the Blazing Sun Empire's emperor. After the meeting, it was time for a grand banquet. The champion king and grand marshal have arrived. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu have arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the plaza. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping walked in from the outside. "This humble subject greets your majesty. This humble subject greets your majesty." Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Lu Yuntian cupped their fists at Huaqi and bowed. "Champion king, Uncle Lu, Auntie Lu, rise, rise. Men, give them a seat." Huaqi hurried to welcome them, helping Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Lu Yuntian up. Then, he welcomed the three of them and sat down next to him. It was the seat closest to him. "The Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master has arrived. The Crimson Cloud Valley's Valley Master has arrived." Then, Lin Shui and Ling Padian led the two sects' golden-robed elders and several young elites into the plaza. Everyone first greeted Huaqi, then presented their congratulatory gifts. Then, some of the smaller forces of the Blazing Sun Empire also entered the plaza to greet the new emperor and present their gifts. Bloodjiao Empire's Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord has arrived. Suddenly, a shout made the whole place quiet down. "Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord?" Lin Shui, Ling Padian, and the others were shocked. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face. It was said that the Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord was one of the two kings of the Bloodjiao Empire, and he had lived for several hundred years. Outside the plaza, an old man in a sun robe walked in with dozens of elders and burly men. "Great Sun Prefecture Lord Jinyang greets the new Emperor Blazing Sun." The Great Sun Prefecture's lord led the crowd and bowed to Huaqi before shifting his gaze to Lu Ming. "Great Sun Constabulary, hee, I haven't even gone to look for you and you've already delivered yourselves to me." Lu Ming slowly got up and the aura emanating from his body rose rapidly. "Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The Great Sun Mansion Lord's expression changed drastically as he shouted. "Oh? Misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that your Great Sun Palace's 100,000 Sun Legion is attacking the Burning Sun Empire?" Lu Ming sneered. "Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. I was in seclusion at the time and had no idea that such a thing had happened. It was all because my subordinates were bewitched. When I came out of seclusion and learned of this, I killed the general of the Sun Corps. I'm here today to apologize to Champion King and everyone else." The Great Sun Prefecture's lord quickly explained in an honest manner, without the dignity of a king. Everyone knew that it was all because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord wouldn't have come to congratulate Huaqi. Even if he did, he would have come to avenge the 100,000 Sun Corps. However, because of Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord didn't even dare to say a word about the death of the 100,000 Sun Corps. Instead, he came to apologize pitifully. After the Great Sun Prefecture's lord finished speaking, he waved his hand and boxes appeared on the ground. Inside the boxes were various spiritual weapons, elixirs, and smithing materials. Furthermore, they were all of high grades, most of them being LV4. "Champion King, these are a little gift from me, please accept it," the Great Sun Prefecture's lord said with a smile. He was indeed afraid. Previously, when Lu Ming killed the kings, he was afraid that Lu Ming would attack the Great Sun Prefecture in a fit of rage. If that happened, he would be finished. He was only a first-layer martial emperor realm cultivator, thus it was unlikely that he could survive a single attack from Lu Ming. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord wore a flattering smile as he stared at Lu Ming. This caused the crowd to be astounded. In the past, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord was a legendary figure, standing high above the masses. Even if they wanted to meet him, they wouldn't be able to. Now, such a figure was behaving like a junior in front of Lu Ming, cautiously putting on a flattering smile, causing the crowd to feel strange. Some of the young cultivators were trembling in excitement, clenching their fists tightly and yelling in their hearts, "This is what a real cultivator should be like in the future, so that I won't waste my life." Lu Ming did not answer immediately, but closed his eyes as if he was in deep thought. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord stared at Qin Nan without daring to utter a word. A moment later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, "Today is a joyous day for the Blazing Sun Empire, so I won't hold it against you. However, remember this, if you dare to offend the Blazing Sun Empire again, I will personally flatten the Great Sun Prefecture." Murderous intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he said the last sentence. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord and the other higher-ups broke out in cold sweat, their hearts turning cold. "Thank you, Champion King." The people of the Great Sun Prefecture cupped their fists together and expressed their gratitude. "You're a guest, have a seat." Lu Ming waved his hand and said. The people of the Great Sun Prefecture heaved a sigh of relief as if they had been granted amnesty, and sat down at the side. Jiuyi Empire's Night Moon Emperor has arrived. At that moment, a loud shout could be heard. The crowd fell into silence once again. The Night Moon Emperor of the Jiuyi Empire was a famous martial emperor expert in the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, the strongest expert in the Jiuyi Empire. Who would have thought that such a person would be here? Hua Qi, Lin Shui, and the others were overjoyed, and quickly stood up to welcome the arrival. A tall and thin middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. "Haha, Night Moon congratulates the new emperor of the Blazing Sun Prefecture, and greets the Champion King." The Night Moon Emperor bowed slightly to Hua Qi, and then solemnly bowed to Lu Ming. Everyone knew that the Night Moon Emperor had come for Lu Ming. "Night Moon Emperor, please take a seat." Lu Ming waved his hand and said. "The Patriarch of the Wuhui sect has arrived. The Grand Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect has arrived. The Jinke King has arrived." Then, one after another, loud shouts could be heard. Everyone at the scene was shocked to the extreme. Because the people who came were all overlords of the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, and they were all martial emperor experts. Every one of them was an invincible figure in the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, and they were all legendary almighties. Most of the time, they were extremely elusive. Yet, at this very moment, they were actually gathered here together. Finally, almost all the martial emperors of the 8 intermediate countries in the Imperial Cloud Mountain Range had arrived, and there were a total of 15 of them. One should know that there were no more than 20 martial emperors of the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire. It could be said that most of the martial emperors were here. At the scene, everyone from the Blazing Sun Empire was excited. This was a kind of glory, and this glory was brought by Lu Ming. Everyone knew that these experts were here for Lu Ming. A martial emperor who was less than 20 years old was too amazing, and his future was limitless. Naturally, they wanted to curry favor and befriend him as soon as possible. "Champion King, I think the scar on your father's face should have been left within the past 10 years. I have a portion of crystal morning ointment here. Although it cannot heal your father's meridian injuries, it should be enough to heal the scar." The one who spoke was a white-haired old man. He was one of the retired emperors of the Cloud Desolate Empire. He was a mid-third level martial king and was known as one of the top 3 experts of the 36 countries. At this moment, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming was overjoyed and took it without hesitation. Although it couldn't heal Lu Yuntian's meridians, it could heal the scar on his face. Lu Ming was also very happy. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Yuntian and Li Ping also bowed to the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire. "Haha, no need to be so polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation." The Cloud Desolate Empire's retired emperor laughed. Then, everyone sat down. At this moment, almost everyone who should be here had arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Sir, you have been watching for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself?" "What?" When Lu Ming said this, everyone was shocked and looked towards the sky. But the sky was very clear. There was not a single cloud. How could there be anyone? Without clouds, how could anyone hide? Lu Ming couldn't have sensed wrongly, right? At this moment hee, as expected of the Champion King. Becoming a king at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. "You can actually sense me." A cold laugh rang out from the sky. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was a white-haired old man wearing a black robe. His face was cold. "It's you, Hell King Manor's old ghost Yu Ming." When the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire saw this old man, he roared. On the field, the other kings were also shocked. Could this old man be the strongest assassin of the Hell King Manor, the one who was as famous as the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire, one of the top 3 experts of the 36 countries of the Cloud Desolate Empire, Yu Ming? This was a name that would make people pale. Hell King Manor was the #1 assassin organization in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. It had branches in every empire. In the Burning Sun Empire, there was also a branch of the King of Hell Mansion. It was also known as one of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Burning Sun Empire. Hell King Manor could be said to be the enemy of all the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor. Almost every powerful force had people assassinated by Hell King Manor. At this moment, Yu Ming's appearance caused many people's expressions to change. "You've been hiding in the sky, sneaking around. Do you think I don't know? If you're here to congratulate me, I'll welcome you. If not, scram." Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Yu Ming. "Hee, Champion King, you are indeed young and full of vigor. What a big tone." Yu Ming sneered and continued, "Lu Ming, the one who shouldn't have appeared is you. Once you appear, the balance of the 36 countries will be broken sooner or later. Therefore, it's best that you disappear from this world." "You want to kill me?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Hee, I heard that some time ago, you killed a warrior in the early 3rd level of Martial King Realm. I can only say that rumors are really powerful. Those who spread these rumors are also brainless people who don't understand the mystery of the Martial King Realm. In the Martial King Realm, a warrior who has just broken through to the Martial King Realm can't kill a warrior in the 3rd level of Martial King Realm. So many people are really stupid. How can they believe such words?" Yu Ming sneered and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's rise made Hell King Manor feel threatened. Now, Hell King Manor could call for wind and rain in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Many forces were in awe of them. He was used to such a life. However, Lu Ming had appeared. Such a young king would definitely surpass him in the future. At that time, Hell King Manor would have a hard time. Therefore, he decided to kill Lu Ming before he grew up. "Then you can try," Lu Ming said. "Try, I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly burst out from Yu Ming's hand. This sword light was extremely sharp and unbelievably fast. It silently pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. Fast, too fast. It passed through a few thousand meters of the void. Yu Ming was fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh, the long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hand out of nowhere. He stabbed the sword light with the spear. Clang, with a crisp sound, the sword light was knocked away. Whoosh, the sword light flew back to Yu Ming's hand. "Not bad," Yu Ming said faintly. "Now, it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming rushed up to the sky. Boom, Lu Ming didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He directly stepped out. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps erupted with 3 different wills at the same time. Incomparably terrifying energy erupted and blasted towards Nether Spirit. "Break for me!" With a sword cry, a sword light burst out from Yu Ming's hand. It was even stronger than before. However, this sword light collapsed under Lu Ming's foot. Under the pressure of the powerful force, Yu Ming was forced to take 5 or 6 steps back. Boom, then, Lu Ming took a second step. A force several times stronger than before suddenly burst out. So strong? Yu Ming's expression changed for the first time. He became extremely serious. His body flashed with silver light as the power of his bloodline burst out. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled as a black sword light pierced forward. As the sword light pierced out, countless ghostly shadows could be seen flickering. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion between heaven and earth. The entire imperial capital shook. Puff, in the next moment, Yu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated wildly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Too strong, Lu Ming is too strong. He's even stronger than the rumors said. He now believed that Lu Ming had really killed an early-stage martial king realm expert. However, it was too late to believe it now. Because Lu Ming had already taken his third step. The 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. 3 steps in a row, the power kept increasing. This step was as powerful as the vast ocean. It was endless and drowned Yu Ming. No. No. Yu Ming roared wildly. He burst out with all his strength, trying to rush out of the range of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. However, it was all in vain. As the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps landed, Yu Ming's body cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, he exploded in the air. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour Yu Ming's essence and blood. At the same time, he took off Yu Ming's storage ring. Then, he waved his hand and a flame appeared, burning Yu Ming's body to ashes. Below, countless people were dumbfounded. Especially those kings. They kept gasping and felt cold all over. Their backs were wet with cold sweat. Lu Ming's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Yu Ming, who had been famous in the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor for hundreds of years, who made countless people pale at the mention of his name, had actually been killed by Lu Ming so easily? End of chapter 493. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.